The Blue Room by Kenneth Grahame. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Harris. That nature has her moments of sympathy with man has been noted often enough, and generally as a new discovery. To us, who had never known any other condition of things, it seemed entirely right and fitting that the wind sang and sobbed in the poplar tops, and in the lulls of it sudden spirits of rain spattered the already dusty roads. On that blusterous March day, when Edward and I awaited on the station platform the arrival of the new tutor. Needless to say, this arrangement had been planned by an aunt from some fond idea that our shy, innocent natures would unfold themselves during the walk from the station, and that on the revelation of each other's more solid qualities that must then inevitably ensue, an enduring friendship springing from mutual respect might be firmly based. A pretty dream, nothing more. For Edward, who foresaw that the brunt of tutorial oppression would have to be borne by him, was sulky, monosyllabic, and determined to be as negatively disagreeable as good manners would permit. It was therefore evident that I would have to be spokesman and purveyor of hollow civilities, and I was none the more amicable on that account. All courtesies, welcomes, explanations, and other court chamberlain kind of business being my special aversion. There was much of the tempestuous March weather in the hearts of both of us, as we sullenly glowered along the carriage windows of the slackening train. One is apt, however, to misjudge the special difficulties of a situation, and the reception proved, after all, an easy and informal matter. In a train full so uniformly bucolic, a tutor was readily recognizable, and his portmanteau had been consigned to the luggage cart, and his person conveyed into the lane, before I had discharged one of my carefully considered sentences. I breathed more easily, and, looking up at our new friend as we stepped out together, remembered that we had been counting on something altogether more arid, scholastic, and severe. A boyish, eager face and petulant pince-nez, untidy hair, a head of constant quick turns like a robin's, and a voice that kept breaking into alto. These were all very strange and new, but not in the least terrible. He proceeded jerkily through the village with glances on this side and that, and "Charming!" he broke out presently. "Quite too charming and delightful!" I had not counted on this sort of thing, and glanced for help to Edward, who, hands in pockets, looked grimly down his nose. He had taken his line, and meant to stick to it. Meantime our friend had made an imaginary spyglass out of his fist, and was squinting through it at something I could not perceive. "What an exquisite bit!" he burst out. "15th century! No, yes, it is!" I began to feel puzzled, not to say alarmed. It reminded me of the butcher in the Arabian Nights, whose common joints displayed on the shop front took to a startled public the appearance of dismembered humanity. This man seemed to see the strangest things in our dull, familiar surroundings. "Ah!" he broke out again, as we jogged on between the hedgerows. And that field, now, back by the down, with the rain-cloud brooding over it, that's all David Cox, every bit of it." "That field belongs to Farmer Larkin," I explained politely, for, of course, he could not be expected to know. "I'll take you over to Farmer Cox's tomorrow, if he's a friend of yours, but there's nothing there to see." Edward, who was hanging suddenly behind, made a face at me as if to say, "What sort of lunatic have we got here?" "It has the true pastoral character, this country of yours," went on our enthusiast, "with just that added touch in cottage and farmstead, relics of a bygone art, which makes our English landscape so divine, so unique." Really, this grasshopper was becoming a burden. These familiar fields and farms, of which we knew every blade and stick, had done nothing that I knew of to be bespattered with adjectives in this way. I had never thought of them as divine, unique, or anything else. They just were. They were, well, just themselves, and there was an end to it. Despairingly, I jogged Edward in the ribs as a sign to start rational conversation, but he only grinned and continued obdurate. "You can see the house now," I remarked presently, "and that's Selina chasing the donkey in the paddock. Or is it the donkey chasing Selina? I can't quite make out, but It's them, anyhow." Needless to say, he exploded with a full charge of adjective. "Exquisite," he rapped out. "So mellow and harmonious, so entirely in keeping." I could see from Edward's face that he was thinking who ought to be in keeping. "Such possibilities of romance now in those old gables." "If you mean the garrets," I said, "there's a lot of old furniture in them, and one is generally full of apples, and the bats get in sometimes under the eaves and flop about till we go up with hairbrushes and things and drive them out. But there's nothing else in them that I know of." "Oh, but there must be more than bats," he cried. "Don't tell me there are no ghosts. I shall be deeply disappointed if there aren't any ghosts." I did not think it worth while to reply, feeling really unequal to this sort of conversation. Besides, we were nearing the house when my task would be ended. Aunt Eliza met us at the door, and the crossfire of adjectives that ensued, both of them talking at once as grown-up folk have a habit of doing, we too slipped round to the back of the house and speedily put several solid acres between us and civilization, for fear of being ordered in to tea in the drawing-room. By the time we returned, our new importation had gone up to dress for dinner, so till the morrow at least we were free of him. Meanwhile, the March wind, after dropping a while at sundown, had been steadily increasing in volume, and though I fell asleep at my usual hour, about midnight I was wakened by the stress and cry of it. In the bright moonlight, wind-swung branches tossed and swayed eerily across the blinds. There was rumbling in the chimneys, whistling in the keyholes, and everywhere a clamour and a call. Sleep was out of the question, and, sitting up in bed, I looked round. Edward sat up too. "I was wondering when you were going to wake," he said. "It's no good trying to sleep through this. I vote we get up and do something." "Oh, I'm game," I replied. "Let's play at being in a ship at sea." The plaint of the old house under the buffeting wind suggested this, naturally. "And we can be wrecked on an island or left on a raft, whichever you choose. But I like the island best myself, because there's more things on it." Edward, on reflection, negatived the idea. "It would make too much noise," he pointed out. "There's no fun playing at ships unless you can make a jolly good row." The door creaked, and a small figure in white slipped cautiously in. "Thought I heard you talking," said Charlotte. "We don't like it. We're afraid. Selina, too. She'll be here in a minute. She's putting on a new dressing-gown she's so proud of." His arms round his knees, Edward cogitated deeply until Selina appeared, barefooted and looking slim and tall in the new dressing-gown. Then, "Look here," he exclaimed. "Now we're all together, I vote we go and explore." "You're always wanting to explore," I said. "What's there to explore for in this house?" "Biscuits," said the inspired Edward. "Hooray! Come on," chimed in Harold, sitting up suddenly. He'd been awake all the time, but had been shamming sleep lest he should be fagged to do something. It was indeed a fact, as Edward had remembered, that our thoughtless elders occasionally left biscuits out, a prize for the night-walking adventurer with nerves of steel. Edward tumbled out of bed, and pulling a baggy old pair of knickerbockers over his bare shanks, then he girt himself with a belt into which he thrust on the one side a large wooden pistol, on the other an old single-stick, and finally he donned a big slouch hat, once an uncle's, that we used for playing Guy Fawkes and Charles II up a tree in. Whatever the audience, Edward, if possible, always dressed for his parts with care and conscientiousness, while Harold and I, true Elizabethans, cared little about the mounting of a piece, so long as the real dramatic heart of it beat sound. Our commander now enjoined us a silence deep as the grave, reminding us that Aunt Eliza usually slept with an open door, past which we had to file. "But we'll take the short cut through the blue room," said the wary Selina. "Of course," said Edward approvingly. "I forgot about that. Now then, you lead the way." The blue room had in prehistoric times been added to by taking in a superfluous passage, and so not only had the advantage of two doors, but enabled us to get to the head of the stairs without passing the chamber wherein our dragon aunt lay couched. It was rarely occupied, except when a casual uncle came down for the night. We entered in noiseless file, the room being plunged in darkness except for a bright strip of moonlight on the floor, across which we must pass for our exit. On this our leading lady chose to pause, seizing the opportunity to study the hang of a new dressing-gown. Greatly satisfied thereat, she proceeded, after the feminine fashion, to peacock and pose, pacing a minuet down the moonlit patch with an imaginary partner. This was too much for Edward's histrionic instincts, and after a moment's pause he drew his single stick, and with flourishes meet for the occasion strode on to the stage. A struggle ensued on approved lines, at the end of which Selina was stabbed, slowly and with unction, and her corpse borne from the chamber by the ruthless cavalier. The rest of us rushed after in a clump with capers and gesticulations of delight, the special charm of the performance lying in the necessity for its being carried out with the dumbest of dumb shows. Once out on the dark landing, the noise of the storm without told us that we had exaggerated the necessity for silence, so, grasping the tails of each other's nightgowns, even as Alpine climbers rope themselves together in perilous places, we fared stoutly down the staircase moraine, and across the grim glacier of the hall, to where a faint glimmer from the half-open door of the drawing-room beckoned us like friendly hostel lights. Entering, we found that our thriftless seniors had left the sound red heart of a fire, easily coaxed into a cheerful blaze, and biscuits, a plateful, smiling at us in an encouraging sort of way, together with the halves of a lemon, already once squeezed, but still suckable. The biscuits were righteously shared, the lemon segments passed from mouth to mouth, and as we squatted round the fire, its genial warmth consoling our unclad limbs, we realized that so many nocturnal perils had not been braved in vain. "It's a funny thing," said Edward as we chatted, "how I hate this room in the daytime. It always means having your face washed and your hair brushed and talking silly company talk, but tonight it's really quite jolly. Looks different somehow." "I never can make out," I said, "what people come here to tea for. They can have their own tea at home if they like. They're not poor people with jam and things, and drink out of their saucer and suck their fingers and enjoy themselves, but they come here for a long way off and sit up straight with their feet off the bars of their chairs and have one cup and talk the same sort of stuff every time." Selina sniffed disdainfully. "You don't know anything about it," she said. "In society you have to call on each other. It's the proper thing to do." "Pooh! You're not in society," said Edward politely, "and what's more, you never will be." "Yes, I shall, some day," retorted Selina, "but I shan't ask you to come and see me, so there." "Wouldn't come if you did," growled Edward. "Well, you won't get the chance," rejoined our sister, claiming her right of the last word. There was no heat about these little amenities, which made up, as we understood it, the art of polite conversation. "I don't like society people," put in Harold from the sofa, where he was sprawled at full length, a sight the daylight hours would have blushed to witness. "There were some of 'em here this afternoon when you two had gone off to the station. Oh, I found a dead mouse on the lawn, and I wanted to skin it, but I wasn't sure I knew how by myself, and they came out into the garden and patted my head. I wish people wouldn't do that. And one of 'em asked me to pick her a flower. Don't know why she couldn't pick it yourself, but I said, 'All right, I will if you hold me mouse.' She screamed and threw it away, and Augustus, that's the cat, got it and ran away with it. I believe it was really his mouse all the time, because he'd been looking about as if he'd lost something, so I wasn't angry with him, but what did she want to throw away my mouse for?" "You have to be careful with mice," reflected Edward. "They're such slippery things. Do you remember we were playing with a dead mouse once on the piano, and the mouse was Robinson Crusoe and the piano was the island, and somehow Crusoe slipped down inside the island into its works, and we couldn't get him out, though we tried rakes and all sorts of things till the tuner came, and that wasn't till a week after, and then—" Here Charlotte, who had been nodding solemnly, fell over into the fender, and we realized that the wind had dropped at last and the house was lapped in great stillness. Our vacant beds seemed to be calling to us imperiously, and we were all glad when Edward gave the signal for retreat. At the top of the staircase Harold unexpectedly turned mutinous, insisting on his right to slide down the banisters in a free country. Circumstances did not allow of argument. I suggested a frog's march instead, and frogs marched he accordingly was, the procession passing solemnly across the moonlit blue room, with Harold horizontally and limply submissive. Snug in bed at last, I was just slipping off into slumber when I heard Edward explode with chuckle and snort. "By Jove," he said, "I forgot all about it. The new tutor's sleeping in the blue room." "Lucky he didn't wake up and catch us," I grunted drowsily, and both of us, without another thought on the matter, sank into well-earned repose. Next morning we came down to breakfast, braced to grapple with fresh adversity, but were surprised to find our garrulous friend of the previous day—he was late in making his appearance—strangely silent and apparently preoccupied. Having polished off our porridge, we ran out to feed the rabbits, explaining to them that a beast of a tutor would prevent their enjoying so much of our society as formerly. On returning to the house at the fated hour appointed for study, we were thunderstruck to see the station cart disappearing down the drive, freighted with our new acquaintance. Aunt Eliza was brutally uncommunicative, but she was overheard to remark casually that she thought the man must be a lunatic. In this theory we were only too ready to concur, dismissing thereafter the whole matter from our minds. And some weeks later it happened that Uncle Thomas, while paying us a flying visit, produced from his pocket a copy of the latest weekly, Psyche, a journal of the unseen, and proceeded laboriously to rid himself of much incomprehensible humour, apparently at our expense. We bore it patiently, with the forced grin demanded by convention, anxious to get at the source of inspiration, which, it presently appeared, lay in a paragraph circumstantially describing our modest and humdrum habitation. "Case 3, it began. "The following particulars were communicated by a young member of the Society, of undoubted probity and earnestness, and are a chronicle of actual and recent experience." A fairly accurate description of the house followed, with details that were unmistakable, but in this there succeeded a flood of meaningless drivel about apparitions, nightly visitants, and the like, writ in a manner betokening a disordered mind, coupled with a feeble imagination. The fellow was not even original. All the old material was there: the storm at night, the haunted chamber, the white lady, the murder reenacted, and so on, already worn threadbare in many a Christmas number. No one was able to make head or tail of the stuff, or of its connection with our quiet mansion, and yet Edward, who had always expected the man, persisted in maintaining that our tutor of a brief span was, somehow or other, at the bottom of it. End of The Blue Room by Kenneth Grahame, read by Mike Harris. Boys Will Be Boys, Part 1, by Irvin S. Cobb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Harris. When Judge Priest, in this particular morning, came puffing into his chambers at the courthouse, looking, with his broad beam and his costume of flappy, loose white ducks, a good deal like an old-fashioned full-rigger with all sails set, his black shadow, Jeff Poindexter, had already finished the job of putting the quarters to rights for the day. The cedar water bucket had been properly replenished. The jagged flange of a 15-cent chunk of ice protruded above the rim of the bucket, and alongside, on the appointed nail, hung the gourd dipper that the master always used. The floor had been swept, except, of course, in the corners and underneath things. There were evidences in its streaky scrolls of fine grit particles upon various flat surfaces that a dusting brush had been more or less sparingly employed. A spray of trumpet flowers plucked from the vine that grew outside the window had been draped over the framed steel engraving of President Davis and his cabinet upon the wall, and on the top of the big square desk in the middle of the room, where a small section of cleared green blotter space formed an oasis in a dry and arid desert of cluttered law journals and dusty documents, the morning's mail rested in a little heap. Having placed his old cotton umbrella in a corner, having removed his coat and hung it upon a peg behind the hall door, and having seen to it that a palm-leaf fan was in arm's reach should he require it, the judge, in his billowy white shirt, sat down at his desk and gave his attention to his letters. There was an invitation from the Highland B. Gracie camp of Confederate veterans of Edinburgh, asking him to deliver the chief oration at the annual reunion, to be held at Mineral Springs on the 12th day of the following month. An official notice from the Clerk of the Court of Appeals concerning the affirmation of a judgment that had been handed down by Judge Priest at the preceding term of his own court, a bill for £5 of a special brand of smoking tobacco, a notice of a large meeting, altogether quite a sizable batch of mail. At the bottom of the pile he came upon a long envelope addressed to him by his title instead of by his name, bearing on its upper right-hand corner several foreign-looking stamps. They were British stamps, he saw on closer examination. To the best of his recollection, it had been quite a long time since Judge Priest had had a communication by post from overseas. He adjusted his steel-bowed spectacles, ripped the wrapper with care, and shook out the contents. There appeared to be several enclosures. In fact, there were several. A sheaf of printed forms, a document with seals attached, and a letter that covered 2 sheets of paper with typewritten lines. To the letter the recipient gave consideration first. Before he reached the end of the opening paragraph he uttered a profound grunt of surprise. His reading of the rest was frequently punctuated by small exclamations, his face meantime puckering up in interested lines. At the conclusion, when he came to the signature, he indulged himself in a soft, low whistle. He read the letter all through again, and after he examined the forms and the documents which had accompanied it. Chuckling under his breath, he wriggled himself free from the snug embrace of his chair-arms, and waddled out of his own office and down the long, bare, empty hall to the office of Sheriff Giles Birdsong. Within, the competent functionary, Deputy Sheriff Breck Quarles, sat at ease in his shirt-sleeves, engaged with the smaller blade of his pocket-knife in performing upon his finger-nails an operation that combined the fine deftness of the manicure with the less delicate art of the farrier. At the sight of the judge in the open doorway he hastily withdrew from a table-top where they rested a pair of long, thin legs, and rose. "Morning, Breck," said Judge Priest to the other's salutation. "No, thank you, son, I won't come in, but I've got a little job for you. I wished, if you ain't too busy, that you'd step down the street and see if you can find a Peep O'Day for me, and to fetch him back here with you. Won't take you long, will it?" "No, sir, not very." Mr. Quarles reached for his hat and snuggled his shoulder holster back inside his unbuttoned waistcoat. "He'll most likely be down around Gafford's stable. What's old Peep been doing, Judge? Getting himself in contempt of court or something?" He grinned, asking the question with the air of one making a little joke. "No," vouchsafed the Judge, "he ain't done nothing, but he's about to have something of a highly unusual nature done to him. You just tell him I'm wishful to see him right away. That'll be sufficient, I reckon." Without making further explanation, Judge Priest returned to his chambers, and for the 3rd time read the letter from foreign parts. Court was not in session, and the hour was early, and the weather was hot. Nobody interrupted him. Perhaps 15 minutes passed. Mr. Quarles poked his head in the door. "I found him, sir," the deputy stated. "He's outside here in the hall." "Much obliged to you, son," said Judge Priest. "Send him on in now, will you, please?" The head was withdrawn. Its owner lingered out of sight of his honor, but within earshot. It was hard to figure the presiding judge of the 1st Judicial District of the State of Kentucky as having business with Peep O'Day, and though Mr. Quarles was no eavesdropper, still he felt a pardonable curiosity in whatsoever might transpire. As he feigned an absorbed interest in a tax notice, which was pasted on a blackboard just outside the office door, there entered the presence of the judge a man who seemingly was but a few years younger than the judge himself, a man who looked to be somewhere between 65 and 70. There is a look that you may have seen in the eyes of ownerless but well-intentioned dogs that, expecting kicks as their daily portion, are humbly grateful for kind words and stray bones. Dogs that are fairly yearning to be adopted by somebody, by anybody, being prepared to give to such a benefactor a most faithful, dog-like devotion in return. Well, this look, which is fairly common among masterless and homeless dogs, is rare among humans. Still, once in a while you do find it there, too. The man who now timidly shuffled himself across the threshold of Judge Priest's office had just such a look out of his eyes. He had a long, simple face, partly enclosed in grey whiskers. $4 would have been a sufficient price to pay for the garments he stood in, including the wrecked hat he held in his hands and the broken, misshapen shoes on his feet. A purchaser who gave more than $4 for the whole in its present state of decrepitude would have been but a poor hand at bargaining. The man who wore this outfit coughed in an embarrassed fashion and halted, fumbling his ruinous hat in his hands. "How they do?" said Judge Priest heartily. "Come right in." The other diffidently advanced himself a yard or two. "Excuse me, sir," he said apologetically, "but this here Breck Quarles, he come after me, and he said as how you wanted to see me. 'Twas him as brung me here, sir." Faintly underlying the drawl of the speaker was just a suspicion, a mere trace, as you might say, of a labial softness that belongs solely and exclusively to the children, in a diminishing degree to the grandchildren of native-born sons and daughters of a certain small green isle in the sea. It was not so much a suggestion of a brogue as it was the suggestion of the ghost of a brogue almost extinguished, almost obliterated, yet persisting through the generations, south of Ireland, struggling beneath south of Mason Dixon's line. "Yes," said the judge, "that's right. I do want to see you." The tone was one that he might employ in addressing a bashful child. "Now, you sit down there, and you just make yourself at home." The newcomer obeyed to the extent of perching himself on the extreme forward edge of a chair. His feet shuffled uneasily where they were drawn up against the cross-rung of the chair. The judge reared well back, studying his visitor over the tops of his glasses with rather a quizzical look. In one hand he balanced the large envelope which had come to him that morning. "Seems to me I heard somewheres years back that your regular Christian name was Paul. Is that right?" "Yeah." "Surely is, sir," assented the ragged man, surprised and plainly grateful that one holding a supremely high position in the community should vouchsafe to remember a fact relating to so inconsequential an atom as himself. "But I ain't heard it for so long, I come mighty nigh forgetting it sometimes myself. You see, Judge Priest, when I wasn't nothing but just a shaver, folks started in to call me Peep, on account of my last name being O'Day, I reckon. They've been calling me so ever since. First off, 'twas Little Peep, and then just plain Peep, and now it's got to be Old Peep. Yeah, but my real entitled name is Paul, just like you said, Judge. Paul Felix O'Day." And wasn't your father's name Philip and your mother's name Catherine Dwyer O'Day?" "To the best of my recollection, that's partly so, too, sir. They both of 'em up and died when I was a baby, long before I could remember anything at all. But they always told me my pa's name was Phil, or Philip. Only my ma's name wasn't wasn't what you just now called it, Judge. It was plain Kate." "Kate or Catherine? It makes no great difference," exclaimed Judge Priest. "I reckon the record is straight so far. And now think hard, and see if you can ever remember hearing of an uncle named Daniel O'Day, your father's brother." The answer was a shake of the tousled head. "I don't know nothing about my people. I only just know that they come over from some place with a funny name in the old country afore I was born. The onlyest kin I ever had over here was that there no-count trifling nephew of mine, Perce Dwyer, him that used to hang out around this town. I reckon you call him to mind, Judge?" The old judge nodded before continuing. "All the same, I reckon there ain't no manner of doubt but what you had an uncle of the name of Daniel. All the evidence would seem to pint that way. According to the proofs, this here Uncle Daniel of yours lived in a little town called Kilmare in Ireland." He glanced at one of the papers that lay on his desk, then added in a casual tone, "Tell me, Peep, what are you doing now for a living?" The object of this examination grinned a faint grin of extenuation. "Well, sir, I'm knocking about, doing the best I can, which ain't much. I help out round Gafford's liver stable, and Pete Gafford he lets me sleep in a little room behind the feed room, and his wife she gives me my victuals. Once in a while I get a chance to do odd jobs for folks around town, cutting weeds and splitting stove wood and packing in coal, such as that." "Not much money in that, is there?" "Well, no, sir, not much. Folks is more prone to offer me old clothes than they ought to pay me in cash. Still, I manage to get along. I don't live very fancy, but then I don't starve, and that's more'n some can say." "Peep, what was the most money you ever had in your life at one time?" Peep scratched with a freckled hand at his thatch of faded whitish hair to stimulate recollection. "I reckon not more'n 6 bits at any one time, sir. Seems like I've sort of got the knack of living without money." "Well, Pete, such being the case, what would you say if I was to tell you that you're a rich man?" The answer came slowly. "I reckon, sir, if it didn't sound disrespectful, I'd say you was pranking with me. Making fun of me, sir? Judge Priest bent forward in his chair. I'm not pranking with you, son. It's my pleasant duty to inform you that at this moment you are the rightful owner of 8,000 pounds. Pounds of what, Judge? The tone expressed a heavy incredulity. Why, pounds in money. Outside in the hall, with one ear held conveniently near the crack of the door, Deputy Sheriff Quarles gave a violent start, and then at once was torn between a desire to stay and hear more and an urge to hurry forth and spread the unbelievable tidings. After the briefest of struggles, the latter inclination won. This news was too marvellously good to keep. Surely a harbinger and a herald were needed to spread it broadcast. Mr. Quarles tiptoed rapidly down the hall. When he reached the sidewalk, the volunteer bearer of a miraculous tale fairly ran. As for the man who sat facing the judge, he merely stared in a dull bewilderment. Judge, he said at length, 8,000 pounds of money ought to make a powerful big pile, oughtn't it? It wouldn't weigh quite that much if you put it on the scales, explained His Honor painstakingly. I mean pounds sterling, English money. Near as I can figure offhand, it comes in our money to somewheres between $35,000 and $40,000, nearer 40 than 35, and it's yours, Pete, every red cent of it. Excuse me, sir, and not meaning to contradict you or nothing like that, but I reckon there must be some mistake. Why, Judge, I don't scoosely know anybody that's as wealthy as all that, let alone anybody that'd give me such a lot of money. Listen here, Pete. This here letter I'm holding in my hand came to me by today's mail, just a little spell ago. It's from Ireland, from that town of Kilmare where your people come from. It was sent to me by a firm of barristers in that town, lawyers, we'd call them. In this letter, they asked me to find you and to tell you what's happened. It seems, from what they write, that your uncle, by name Daniel O'Day, died not very long ago without issue, that is to say, without leaving any children of his own, and without making any will. It appears that he had some 8,000 pounds saved up. Ever since he died, those lawyers and some other folks over there in Ireland have been trying to find out who that money should go to. They learnt in some way that your father and your mother settled in this town a mighty long time ago, and that they died here and left one son, which is you. All the rest of the family over there in Ireland have already died out, it seems. That naturally makes you the next of kin and the heir at law, which means that all your uncle's money comes direct to you. So, Pete, you're a wealthy man in your own name. That's the news I had to tell you. Allow me to congratulate you on your good fortune." The beneficiary rose to his feet, seeming not to see the hand the old judge had extended across the desktop toward him. On his face, of a sudden, was a queer, eager look. It was as though he foresaw the coming true of long-cherished and heretofore unattainable visions. "Have you got it here, sir?" He glanced about him as though expecting to see a bulky bundle. Judge Priest smiled. "Oh, no, they didn't send it along with the letter. That wouldn't be regular. There's quite a lot of things to be done first. There'll be some proofs to be got up and sworn to before a man called a British consul, and likely there'll be a lot of papers that you'll have to sign, and then all the papers and the proofs and things will be sent across the ocean, and after some fees are paid out over there, then you'll get your inheritance." The rapt look faded from the strained face, leaving it downcast. I'm afeard, then, I won't be able to claim that there money," he said forlornly. "Why not?" "Because I don't know how to sign my own name. Raised the way I was and never got no book learning. I can't neither read nor write." Compassion shadowed the judge's chubby face, and compassion was in his voice as he made answer. "You don't need to worry about that part of it. You can make your mark, just a cross mark on the paper with witnesses present, sort of like this." He took up a pen and dipped it in the inkwell and illustrated his meaning. "Yes, sir, I'm glad it can be done that way. I always wished I knew how to write big print and spell my own name out. I asked a feller once to write my name out for me in plain letters on a piece of paper. I was aiming to learn to copy it off, but I showed it to one of the hands at the liver stable, and he busted out laughing, and then he come to find out This here fellow had tricked me for to make a game of me. He hadn't wrote my name out at all. He'd written some dirty words instead. So after that, I give up trying to educate myself. Now, that was several years back, and I ain't tried since. Now, I reckon I'm too old to learn. I wonder if it'll be very long before that there money gets here, and I begin to have the spending of it. Making plans already? Oh, yes, sir, O'Day answered truthfully. I am. He was silent for a moment, his eyes on the floor. Then, timidly, he advanced the thought that had come to him. I reckon, sir, it wouldn't be no more fair and proper if I divided my money with you to pay you back for all this trouble you're fixing to take on my account. Would half of it be enough? The other half ought to last me for what uses I'll make of it. I know you mean well, and I'm much obliged to you for your offer, stated Judge Priest, smiling a little. But it wouldn't be fitting or proper for me to touch a cent of your money. There'll be some court dues and some lawyers' fees and such to pay over there in Ireland, but after that's settled up, everything comes direct to you. It's going to be a pleasure to me to help you arrange these here details that you don't understand. A pleasure, and not a burden. He considered the figures before him. Now, here's another thing, Peep. Judge, it's hardly fitting for a man of substance to go on living the way you've had to live during your life. If you don't mind my offering you a little advice, I would suggest that you go right down to Felsberg Brothers when you leave here and get yourself fitted out with some suitable clothing. And you'd better go to Max Biederman's, too, and order a better pair of shoes for yourself than them you got on. Tell them I sent you, and that I guarantee the payment of your bills. Though I reckon they'll hardly be necessary. When the news of your good luck gets noised around, I misdoubt whether there's any firm in our entire city that wouldn't be glad to have you on their books for a steady customer. And also, if I was you, I'd arrange to get me regular board and lodging somewheres around town. You see, Pete, coming into a property entails considerable many responsibilities right from the start. Yes, sir, assented the legatee obediently. I'll do just as you say, Judge Priest, about the clothes and the shoes and all that, but if you don't mind, I'd like to go on living at Gafford's. Pete Gafford's been mighty good to me, him and his wife both, and I wouldn't like for him to think I was getting stuck up just 'cause I've had this here streak of luck come to me. Maybe, seeing as how things has changed with me, they'd be willing to take me in for a table boarder at their house. But I surely would hate to give up living in that there little room behind the feed room of the livery stable. I don't know as I could ever find any place that would seem as homelike to me as what it is. Well, suit yourself about that, said Judge Priest heartily. I don't know but what you've got the proper notion about it after all. Yes, sir. Them Gaffords have been pretty nigh the only real true friends I ever had that I could count on. He hesitated a moment. I reckon, sir, it'll be a right smart while, won't it, before that money gets here from all the way across the ocean? Why, yes, I imagine it will. Was you figuring on investing a little of it now? Yes, sir, I was. About how much did you think of spending for a beginning? O'Day squinted his eyes, his lips moving in silent calculation. Well, sir, he said it like I could use as much as a silver dollar, but of course, since... That sounds kind of moderate to me, broke in Judge Priest. He shoved a pudgy hand into a pocket of his white trousers. I reckon this detail can be arranged. Here, Pete. He extended his hand. Here's your dollar. Then, as the other drew back, stammering a refusal, he hastily added, No. Go ahead and take it. It's yours. I'm just advancing it to you out of what'll be coming to you shortly. I'll tell you what. Until such time as you're in a position to draw on your own funds, you just drop in here to see me when you're in need of cash, and I'll try to let you have what you require, in reason. I'll keep a proper reckoning of what you get, and you can pay me back just as soon as your inheritance is put into your hands. Oh, one thing more, he added, as the heir, having thanked him, was making his grateful adieu at the threshold. Now that you're wealthy, or about to be so, I kind of imagine quite a passel of fellows will be suddenly discover themselves strangely and affectionately drawed towards you. You're liable to find out you've always had more true and devoted friends in this community than what you ever imagined to be the case before. Now, Friendship is a mighty fine thing, taking it by and large, but it can be overdone. It's barely possible that some of this here new crop of your well-wishers and admirers will be making little business propositions to you, desiring to have you go partners with them in business, or to sell you desirable pieces of real estate, or even to let you loan them various sums of money. I wouldn't be surprised what a number of such chances will be coming your way during the next few days. And from then on, if such should be the case, I would suggest to you that before committing yourself to anybody or anything, you tell them that I'm sort of acting as your unofficial advisor in money matters, and that they should come to me and outline their little schemes in person. Do you get my general drift? Yes, sir, said Pete. I won't forget. And thank you again, Judge, especially for letting me have this dollar ahead of time. He shambled out with the coin in his hand, and on his face was again the look of one who sees before him the immediate fulfillment of a delectable dream. With lines of sympathy and amusement cross-hatched at the outer corners of his eyelids, Judge Priest, rising and stepping to his door, watched the retreating figure of the town's newest and strangest capitalist disappear down the wide front steps of the courthouse. Presently he went back to his chair and sat down, tugging at his short chin-beard. I wonder now, said he, meditatively addressing the emptiness of the room, I wonder what a man 60-odd-year-old's going to do with the first whole dollar he ever had in his life. It was characteristic of our circuit judge that he should have voiced his curiosity aloud. Talking to himself when he was alone was one of his habits. Also, it was characteristic of him that he had refrained from betraying his inquisitiveness to his late caller. Similar motives of delicacy had kept him from following the other man to watch the sequence. However, at second hand, the details very shortly reached him. They were brought by no less a person than Deputy Sheriff Quarles, who, some 20 minutes or possibly half an hour later, obtruded himself upon Judge Priest's presence. Judge, began Mr. Quarles, you never in the world guess what old Peep O'Day done with the first piece of money he got his hands on out of that there 40,000 pounds of silver dollars he's coming in from his uncle's estate. The old man slanted a keen glance in Mr. Quarles' direction. Tell me, son, he asked softly, how did you come to hear the glad tidings so promptly? Me? Said Mr. Quarles innocently. Why, Judge Priest, the word's all over this part of town by this time. Why, I reckon 25-50 people must have been watching old Peep to see how he's going to act when he come out of this courthouse. Well, murmured the judge blandly. Good news travels almost as fast sometimes as what bad news does, now don't it now? Well, son, I give up the riddle. Tell me just what your elderly friend did do with the first installment of his inheritance. Well, sir, he turned south here at the gate and went right down the street, a-looking neither to the right nor the left. He looked to me like a man in a trance, almost. He kept tight on through Legal Road till he comes to Franklin Street, and then he goes up Franklin to B. Weil & Sons confectionery store, and there he turns in. Well, I happened to be following along behind him with a few others, with several others, in fact, and we all sort of slowed up in passing and looked in at the door. And that's how I come to be in a position to see what happened. Now, old P.P. marches in just like I'm telling you. Just like I'm telling it to you, sir. And Mr. B. Weil comes to wait on him, and he starts in buying. He buys himself a 5-cent bag of gumdrops, and a 5-cent bag of jelly beans, and a 10-cent bag of mixed candies, kisses and candy mottos and such as them, you know, and a sack of fresh roasted peanuts, a big sack, it was a 15-cent size, and 2 prize boxes, and some ginger snaps, 10 cents worth, and a coconut, and half a dozen red bananas, and half a dozen more of the plain yellow ones. Altogether, I figure he spent an even $1. In fact, I seen him hand Mr. Weil $1, and I didn't see him get no change back out of it. Then he comes on out of the store, with all these things stuck in his pockets, and stacked up in his arms, till he looked sort of like some new kind of summertime Santa Claus. And he sets down on a goods box at the edge of the pavement, with his feet in the gutter, and starts in eating all them things. First he takes a bite off a yeller banana, and then off a red banana, and then a mouthful of peanuts, and then maybe some mixed candies, not saying a word to nobody. but just naturally eating his fool head off. A young chap that's clerking in Bagby's grocery next door steps up to him and speaks to him, meaning I suppose to ask him, is it true he's wealthy? And old Pete, he says to him, "Please don't come bothering me now, sonny. I'm busy catching up," he says, and keeps right on munching and chewing like all possessed. And that ain't all of it, neither, Judge. Not by a long shot it ain't. Pretty soon old Pete, he looks around him at the little crowd that's gathered. He didn't seem to pay no heed to the grown-up people standing there, but sees a couple of boys about 10-year-old in the crowd, and he beckons to them to come to him, and he makes room for 'em alongside him on the box and divides up his knickknacks with 'em. When I left there, come bound back here, he had no less than 6 kids squatting around him, including one little nigger boy. And between 'em all, they'd just finished up the last of the bananas and peanuts, and the candy, and the ginger snaps, and was fixing to take turns drinking the milk out of the coconut. I suppose they got it all cracked out of the shell and ate up by now. By the coconut, I mean, Judge. You ought to step down into Franklin Street and take a look at the picture whilst there was still time. You never seen such a funny sight in all your days, I'll bet. "I reckon 'twould be too late to be starting now," said Judge Priest. "I'm right sorry I missed it." "Busy catching up, huh?" "Yes, I reckon he is. Tell me, son, what did you make out of the way Peep O'Day acted?" "Why, sir," stated Mr. Quarles, "to me mind, Judge, there ain't no manner of doubt but what prosperity has went to his head and turned it. He acted to me like a plumb distracted idiot. A grown man with 40,000 pounds of solid money setting on the side of a gutter eating gimcracks with a passel of dirty little boys. Can you figure it out any other way, Judge, except that his mind is gone?" "Well, I don't set myself up to be a specialist in mental disorders, son," said Judge Priestley softly. "But since you asked me the question, I should say, speaking offhand, that it looks to me more as if the heart was the organ that was mainly affected. And possibly," he added this last with a dry little smile, "and possibly, by now, the stomach also." Whether or not Mr. Quarles was correct in his psychopathic diagnosis, he certainly had been right when he told Judge Priest that the word was already over the business district. It had spread fast and was still spreading. It spread to beat the wireless, traveling as it did by that mouth-to-ear method of communication which is so amazingly swift and generally so tremendously incorrect. Persons who could not credit the tale at all nevertheless lost no time in giving it a yet wider circulation, so that, as though borne on the wind, it moved in every direction, like ripples on a pond, and with each time of retelling the size of the legacy grew. The daily Evening News, appearing on the streets at 5 p.m., confirmed the tale, though by its account the tune was reduced to a sum far below the gorgeously aggregated estimates of most of the earlier narrators. Between breakfast and supper time, Peep O'Day's position in the common estimation of his fellow citizens underwent a radical and revolutionary change. He ceased, automatically as it were, to be a town character. He became, by universal consent, a town notable, whose every act and every word would thereafter be subjected to close scrutiny and closer analysis. The next day the nation at large had opportunity to know of the great good fortune that had befallen Paul Felix O'Day, for the story had been wired to the city papers by the local correspondents of the same, and the press associations had picked up a stickful of the story and sped it broadcast over leased wires. Many who until that day had never heard of the fortunate man, or indeed of the place where he lived, at once manifested a concern in his well-being. Certain firms of investment brokers in New York and Chicago promptly added a new name to what vulgarly they called their sucker lists. Dealers in mining stocks, in oil stocks, and all kinds of attractive stocks showed interest. In circular form, samples of the most optimistic and alluring literature the world has ever known were consigned to the post, addressed to Mr. P.F. O'Day, such and such a town, such and such a state, care of general delivery. Various lonesome ladies in various lonesome places lost no time in sitting themselves down and inditing congratulatory letters. Object, matrimony. Some of these were single ladies, others had been widowed either by death or request. Various other persons of both sexes residing here, there, and elsewhere in our country suddenly remembered that they too were descended from the O'Days of Ireland, and wrote on forthwith to claim proud and fond relationship with a particular O'Day who had come into money. It was a remarkable circumstance which speedily developed that one man should have so many distant cousins scattered over the Union, and a thing equally noteworthy, that practically all these kinspeople, through no fault of their own, should at the present moment be in such straitened circumstances and in such dire need of temporary assistance of a financial nature. Ticker and printer's ink, operating in conjunction, certainly did their work mighty well. Even so, several days were to elapse before the news reached one who, of all those who read it, had most cause to feel a profound personal sensation in the intelligence. This delay, however, was nowise to be blamed upon the tardiness of the newspapers. It was occasioned by the fact that the person referred to was for the moment well out of contact with the active currents of world affairs, he being confined to a workhouse in Evansville, Indiana. As soon as he had rallied from the shock, this individual set about making plans to put himself in direct touch with the inheritor. He had ample time in which to frame and shape his campaign, inasmuch as there remained for him yet to serve nearly 8 long and painfully tedious weeks of a 3 months' vagrancy sentence. Unlike most of those now manifesting their interest, he did not write a letter, but he dreamed dreams that made him forget the annoyances of a ball and chain fast on his ankle, and piles of stubborn stones to be cracked up into fine bits with a heavy hammer. But we're getting ahead of our narrative, though. Days ahead of it. The chronological sequence of events properly dates from the morning following the morning when Peep O'Day, having been abruptly translated from the masses of the penniless to the classes of the wealthy, had forthwith embarked upon the gastronomic orgy so graphically detailed by Deputy Sheriff Quarles. On that next day, more eyes probably than had been trained in Peep O'Day's direction in all the unremarked and unremarkable days of his life put together were focused upon him. Persons who theretofore had regarded his existence, if indeed they gave it a thought, as one of the utterly trivial and inconsequential incidents of the cosmic scene, were moved to speak to him, to clasp his hand, and in numerous instances to express a hearty satisfaction over his altered circumstances. To all these, whether they were moved by mere neighbourly goodwill, or perchance were inspired by impulses of selfishness, the old man exhibited a mien of aloofness and embarrassment. This diffidence, or this suspicion, or this whatever it was, protected him from those who might entertain covetous and ulterior designs upon his inheritance, even better than though had he been brusque and rude, while those who sought to question him regarding his plans for the future drew from him only mumbled and evasive replies, which left them as deeply in the dark as they had been before. Altogether, in his intercourse with adults, he appeared shy and very ill at ease. It was noted, though, that early in the forenoon he attached to him perhaps half a dozen urchins, of whom the oldest could scarcely have been more than 12 or 13 years of age, and that these youngsters remained his companions throughout the day. Likewise, the events of that day were such as to confirm a majority of the observers in practically the same belief that had been voiced of Mr. Quarles, namely, that whatever scanty brains Peep O'Day may have ever had were now completely addled by the stroke of luck that had befallen him. In fairness to all, to O'Day and to the town critics who sat in judgment upon his behaviour, it should be stated that his conduct at the very outset was not entirely devoid of evidence of sanity. With his troop of ragged juveniles trailing behind him, he first visited Felsberg Brothers' Emporium to exchange his old and disreputable costume for a wardrobe that, in accordance with Judge Priest's recommendation, he had ordered on the afternoon previous, and which had since been undergoing certain necessary alterations. With his meagre frame encased in new black woolens, and wearing, as an incongruous added touch, the most brilliant of neckties, a necktie of the shade of a pomegranate blossom, he presently issued from Felsberg Brothers and entered Mr. Biederman's shoe store, 2 doors below. Here Mr. Biederman fitted him with shoes, and in addition noted down a further order, which the purchaser did not give until after he had conferred earnestly with the members of his youthful entourage. These, watching this scene from a distance, saw and perhaps marvelled at the sight, that already, between these small boys on the one part, and this old man on the other, a perfect understanding appeared to have been established. After leaving Biederman's and tagged by his small escorts, O'Day went straight to the courthouse, and upon knocking at the door was admitted to Judge Priest's private chambers, the boys meantime waiting outside in the hall. When he came forth, he showed them something he held in his hand and told them something, whereupon all of them burst into excited and joyous whoops. It was at that point that O'Day, by the common verdict of most grown-up onlookers, began to betray the vagaries of a disordered intellect. Not that his reason had not been under suspicion already as a result of his freakish excess in the matter of B. Weil and Sons wares on the preceding day, but the relapse that now followed, as nearly everyone agreed, was even more pronounced, even more symptomatic than the earlier attack of aberration. In brief, this is what had happened. To begin with Mr. Virgil Overall, who dealt in lands and houses and sold insurance of all the commoner varieties on the side, had stalked O'Day to this point and was lying in wait for him as he came out of the courthouse into the public square, being anxious to describe to him some especially desirable bargains in both improved and unimproved realty. Also, Mr. Overall was prepared to book him for life, accident, and health policies on the spot. So pleased was Mr. Overall at having distanced his professional rivals in the hunt that he dribbled at the mouth. But the warmth of his disappointment and indignation dried up the salivary fonts instantly when the prospective patron declined to listen to him at all, and, breaking free from Mr. Overall's detaining clasp, hurried on into Legal Row with his small convoys trotting along ahead and alongside him. At the door of the Blue Goose Saloon and Short Order Restaurant, its proprietor, by name Link Iserman, was lurking, as it were, in ambush. He hailed the approaching O'Day most cordially, inquired in a warm voice regarding O'Day's health, and then, with a rare burst of generosity, he invited, nay, urged O'Day to step inside and have something on the house. Wines, ales, liquors, or cigars, it was all one to Mr. Iserman. The other merely shook his head, and, without a word of thanks for the offer, passed on as though bent upon an important mission. Mark how the proofs were accumulating. The man had disdained the company of men of approximately his own age or thereabout. He had refused an opportunity to partake of refreshment suitable to his years. And now he stepped into the Bon Ton toy store and bought for cash, most inconceivable of acquisitions, a little wagon that was painted bright red and bore on its sides in curlicued letters the name Comet. His next stop was at Bishop and Bryan's grocery, where, with the aid of his youthful compatriots, he first discriminatingly selected, and then purchased on credit, and finally loaded into the wagon such purchases as a dozen bottles of soda pop, assorted flavors, cheese, crackers, soda and animal, sponge cakes with weatherproof pink icing on them, fruits of the season, cove oysters, a bottle of pepper sauce, and a quantity of the extra-large-sized bright green cucumber pickles known to the trade as the fancy jumbo brand Prime Selected. Presently the astonishing spectacle was presented of two small boys, with string bridles on their arms, drawing the wagon through the town and out of it into the country, with Peep O'Day in the role of teamster walking alongside the laden wagon. He was holding the lines in his hands and shouting orders at his team, who showed a colty inclination to shy at objects, to kick up their heels without provocation, and at intervals to try to run away. 8 or 10 small boys, for by now the troop had grown in number and in volume of noise, trailed along, keeping step with their elderly patron, and advising him shrilly regarding the management of his refractory span. As it turned out, the destination of this preposterous procession was Bradshaw's Grove, where the entire party spent the day picnicking in the woods, and, as reported by several reliable witnesses, playing games. It was not so strange that holidaying boys should play games. The amazing feature of the performance was that Peep O'Day, a man old enough to be grandfather to any of them, played with them, being by turns an Indian chief, a robber baron, and the driver of a stage-coach attacked by wild western desperadoes. When he returned to town at dusk, drawing his little red wagon behind him, his new suit was rumpled into many wrinkles and marked by dust and grass stains. His flame-coloured tie was twisted under one ear, his new straw hat was mashed quite out of shape, and in his eyes was a light that sundry citizens on meeting him could only interpret for sparks struck from inner fires of madness. End of Boys Will Be Boys, Part 1, by Irvin S. Cobb. Read by Mike Harris. Boys Will Be Boys, Part 2, by Irvin S. Cobb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Harris. Days that came after this, on through the midsummer, were, with variations, but repetitions of the day I have just described. Each morning, Peep O'Day would go to either the courthouse or Judge Priest's home, to turn over to the judge the unopened mail which had been delivered to him at Gafford's stables. Then he would secure from the judge a loan of money against his inheritance. Generally, the amount of his daily borrowing was $1. Rarely was it so much as $2, and only once was it more than $2. By nightfall the sum would have been expended upon perfectly useless and absolutely childish devices. It might be that he would buy toy pistols and paper caps for himself and his following of urchins, or that his whim would lead him to expend all the money in tin flutes. In one case, the group he so incongruously headed would be for that one day a gang of make-believe banditti. In another, they would constitute themselves a fife and drum corps, with barrel-tops for the drums, and would march through the streets where scandalized adults stood in their tracks to watch them go by, they all the while making weird sounds, which with them passed for music. Or again, the available cash resources would be invested in provender. And then there would be an outing in the woods. Under Peep O'Day's captaincy, his chosen band of youngsters picked dewberries. They went swimming together in Guthrie's gravel pit out by the old fairgrounds, where his spare naked shanks contrasted strongly with their plump freckled legs, as all of them splashed through the shallows, making for deep water. Under his leadership they stole watermelons from Mr. Dick Bell's patch, afterward eating their spoils in thickets of grapevines along the banks of Perkins Creek. It was felt that mental befuddlement and mortal folly could reach no greater heights, or no lower depths, than on a certain hour of a certain day along toward the end of August, when O'Day came forth from his quarters in Gafford's stables, wearing a pair of boots that Mr. Bedeman's establishment had turned out to his order and his measure. Not such boots as a sensible man might be expected to wear, but boots that were exaggerated and monstrous counterfeits of the red-topped, scroll-fronted, brass-toed, stub-heeled, squeaky-soled booties that small boys of an earlier generation possessed. Very proudly and seemingly unconscious of, or at least oblivious to, the derisive remarks that the appearance of these new belongings drew from many persons, the owner went clumping about in them with the rumply legs of his trousers tucked down in them, and ballooning up and out over the tops in folds which overlapped from his knee-joints halfway down his attenuated calves. As Deputy Sheriff Quarles said, the combination was a sight fit to make a horse laugh. It may be that small boys have a lesser sense of humour than horses have, for certainly the boys who were the old man's invariable shadows did not laugh at him, or at his boots either. Between the whiskered senior and his small comrades there existed a freemasonry that made them all sense a thing beyond the ken of most of their elders. Perhaps this was because the elders, being blind in their superior wisdom, saw neither this thing nor the communion that flourished. They saw only the farcical joke. But His Honor, Judge Priest, to cite a conspicuous exception, seemed not to see the lamentable comedy of it. Indeed, it seemed to some almost as if Judge Priest were aiding and abetting the befogged O'Day in his demented enterprises, his peculiar excursions and his weird purchases. If he did not actually encourage him in these constant exhibitions of witlessness, certainly there were no evidences available to show that he sought to dissuade O'Day from his strange course. At the end of a fortnight, one citizen in whom patience had ceased to be a virtue, and to whose nature long-continued silence on any public topic was intolerable, felt it his duty to speak to the judge upon the subject. This gentleman, his name was S.P. Escott, held with many that, for the good name of the community, steps should be taken to abate the infantile, futile activities of the besotted legatee. Afterward, Mr. Escott, giving a partial account of the conversation with Judge Priest to certain of his friends, showed unfeigned annoyance at the outcome. "I claim that the old man's not fitting to be running a court any longer," he stated bitterly. "He's too old and peevish, that's what ails him. For one, I'm certain not never going to vote for him again. Why, it's getting to be as much as a man's life's worth to stop that there spiteful old crank in the street and put a civil question to him. That's what's the matter." "All right. What happened, S.P.?" inquired someone. Why, here's what happened," explained the aggrieved Mr. Escott. "I hadn't any more than started in to tell him the whole town was talking about the way that daffy old Peep O'Day was carrying on, and that something had ought to be done about it. And didn't he think it was beholden on him as a circuit judge to do something right away, such as having O'Day tuck up and tried for a lunatic? And that I, for one, was ready and willing to testify to the crazy things I'd seen done with my own eyes, when he cut in on me and just as good as told me to my own face that if I'd quit tending to other people's business, I'd maybe have more business of my own to tend to. Think of that, gentlemen. A circuit court judge bemeaning a citizen and a taxpayer." He checked himself briefly. "Anyway, a citizen, that-a-way. It shows he can't be rational his own self. Personally, I claim old Priest is failing mentally. He must be. And if anybody can be found to run agin him at the next election, you gentlemen just watch and see who gets my vote." Having uttered this threat with deep and significant emphasis, Mr. Escott, still muttering, turned and entered the front gate of his boarding-house. Well, it was not exactly his boarding-house. His wife ran it, but Mr. Escott lived there and voted from there. But the apogee of Peep O'Day's carnival of weird vagaries of deportment came at the end of 2 months. 2 months in which each day the man furnished cumulative and piled-up material for derisive and jocular comment on the part of a very considerable proportion of his fellow townsmen. 3 occurrences of a widely dissimilar nature, yet all closely interrelated to the main issue, marked the climax of the man's new role in his new career. The first of these was the arrival of his legacy. The second was a one-ring circus, and the third and last was a nephew. In the form of sundry bills of exchange, the estate left by the late Daniel O'Day of the town of Kilmare in the island of Ireland was on a certain afternoon delivered over into Judge Priest's hands, and by him in turn handed to the rightful owner, after which sundry indebtednesses, representing the total of the old judge's day-to-day cash advances to O'Day, were liquidated. The ceremony of deducting this sum took place at the Planters' Bank, whither the two had journeyed in company from the courthouse, having, with the aid of the paying teller, instructed O'Day in the technical details requisite to the drawing of personal checks. Judge Priest went home and had his bag packed, and left for Reelfoot Lake to spend a week fishing. As a consequence, he missed the remaining 2 events following immediately thereafter. The circus was no great shakes of a circus, in no grand, glittering, gorgeous, glorious pageant of education and entertainment, travelling on its own special trains. No vast tented city of world's wonders and world's champions, heralded for weeks and weeks in advance of its coming by dead walls emblazoned with the finest examples of the lithographer's art, and by half-page advertisements in the daily evening news. On the contrary, it was a shabby little wagon show, which, coming overland on short notice, rolled into town under horse-power, and set up its ragged and dusty canvases on the vacant lot across from Yizer's drugstore. Compared with the street parade of any of its great and famous rivals, the street parade of this circus was a meagre and disappointing thing. Why, there was only one elephant, a dwarfish and debilitated-looking creature, worn mangy and slick on its various angles, like the cover of an old-fashioned haircloth trunk. And obviously most of the closed cages were weather-beaten stake wagons in disguise. Nevertheless, there was a sizable turnout of people for the afternoon performance. After all, a circus was a circus. Moreover, this particular circus was marked at the afternoon performance by happenings of a nature most decidedly unusual. At 1 o'clock the doors were opened. At 1:10 the eyes of the proprietor were made glad, and his heart was uplifted within him by the sight of a strange procession drawing nearer and nearer across the scuffed turf of the common, and heading in the direction of the red ticket wagon. At the head of the procession marched Peep O'Day, only of course the proprietor didn't know it was Peep O'Day, a queer figure in his rumpled black clothes and his red-topped brass-toed boots, and with one hand holding fast to the string of a captive toy balloon. Behind him, in an uneven jostling formation, followed many small boys and some small girls. A census of the ranks would have developed that here were included practically all the juvenile white population who otherwise, through a lack of funds, would have been denied the opportunity to patronize this circuit, or, in fact, any circus. Each member of the joyous company was likewise the bearer of a toy balloon, red, yellow, blue, green, or purple, as the case might be. Over the line of heads the taut, rubbery globes rode on their tethers, nodding and twisting like so many big, iridescent bubbles. And half a block away, at the edge of the lot, a balloon vendor whose entire stock had been disposed of in one splendid transaction, now stood empty-handed but full-pocketed, marvelling at the stroke of luck that enabled him to take an afternoon off and rest his voice. Out of a seemingly bottomless exchequer, Peep-O Day brought tickets of admission for all. But this was only the beginning. Once inside the tent, he procured accommodations in the reserved seat section for himself and those who accompanied him. From such superior points of vantage the whole crew of them witnessed the performance, from the thrilling grand entry with spangled ladies and gentlemen riding 2 by 2 on broad-backed steeds, to the tumbling about introducing the full strength of the company, which of course came at the end. They munched fresh roasted peanuts and balls of sugar-coated popcorn, slightly rancid, until they munched no longer with zest but merely mechanically. They drank pink lemonade to an extent that threatened absolute depletion of the fluid contents of both barrels on the refreshment stand out in the menagerie tent. They whooped their unbridled approval when the wild Indian chief, after shooting down a stuffed coon with a bow and arrow from somewhere up near the top of the center pole, while balancing himself jauntily erect upon the haunches of a coursing white charger, suddenly flung off his feathered headdress, his wig, and his fringed leather garments, and revealed himself in pink fleshings as the principal bareback rider. They screamed in a chorus of delight when the funny old clown, who had been forcibly deprived of 3 tin flutes in rapid succession, now produced yet a 4th from the seemingly inexhaustible depths of his baggy white pants, a flute with a string and a bent pin attached to it, and, secretly affixing the pin in the tail of the cross ringmaster's coat, was thereafter enabled to toot sharp, shrill blasts at frequent intervals, much to the chagrin of the ringmaster, who seemed utterly unable to discover the whereabouts of the instrument dangling behind him. But no one among them whooped louder or laughed longer than their elderly and bewhiskered friend, who sat among them paying the bills. As his guests, they stayed for the concert, and following this they patronized the side-show in a body. They had been almost the first upon the scene. Assuredly they were the last of the audience to quit it. Indeed, before they tailed their confrère away from the spot, the sun was nearly down, and at scores of supper tables all over town the tale of poor old Peep-O Day's latest exhibition of freakishness was being retailed, with elaborations, to interested auditors. Estimates of the sum probably expended by him in this crowning extravagance ranged well up into the hundreds of dollars. As for the object of these speculations, he was destined not to eat any supper at all that night. Something happened that so upset him as to make him forget the meal altogether. It began to happen when he reached the modest home of P. Gafford, adjoining the Gafford stables, on Locust Street, and found sitting on the lowermost step of the porch a young man of untidy and unshaved aspect, who hailed him affectionately as Uncle Paul, and who showed deep annoyance and acute distress upon being rebuffed with chill words. It's possible that the strain of serving a 3-month sentence on the technical charge of vagrancy in a workhouse somewhere in Indiana had affected the young man's nerves. His ankle bones still ached where the ball and chain had been hitched. On his palms the blisters induced by the incongenial use of a sledgehammer on a rock pile had hardly as yet turned to calluses. So it's only fair to presume that his nervous system felt the strain of his recent confining experiences also. Almost tearfully he pleaded with Peep-O Day to remember the ties of blood that bound them. Repeatedly he pointed out that he was the only known kinsman of the other in all the world, and, of course, therefore, had more reason than any other living being to expect kindness and generosity at his uncle's hands. He spoke socialistically of the advisability of an equal division. Failing to make any impression here, he mentioned the subject of a loan, at first hopefully, but finally despairingly. When he was done, Peep O'Day, in a perfectly colourless and unsympathetic voice, bade him good-bye. Not good night, but good-bye. And going inside the house, he closed the door behind him, leaving his newly returned relative outside and quite alone. At this the young man uttered violent language, but since there was nobody present to hear him, it is likely he found small satisfaction in his profanity, rich though it may have been in metaphor and variety. So presently he betook himself off, going straight to the office in Legal Row of H.B. Sublette, attorney at law. From the circumstance that he found Mr. Sublette in, though it was long past that gentleman's office hours, and moreover found Mr. Sublette waiting in an expectant and attentive attitude, it might have been adduced by one skilled in the trick of putting two and two together that the pair of them had reached a prior understanding some time during the day, and that the visit of the young man to the Gafford home and his speeches there had all been parts of a scheme planned out at a prior operation. Be this as it may, so soon as Mr. Sublette had heard his caller's version of the meeting upon the porch, he lost no time in taking certain legal steps. That very night, on behalf of his client, denominated in the documents as Percival Dwyer, Esquire, he prepared a petition addressed to the Circuit Judge of the district, setting forth that inasmuch as Paul Felix O'Day had by divers acts shown himself to be of unsound mind, now therefore came his nephew and next of kin, praying that a committee or curator be appointed to take over the estate of the said Paul Felix O'Day, and administer the same in accordance with the orders of the court, until such time as the said Paul Felix O'Day should recover his reason, or should pass from this life, and so forth and so on, not to mention whereas is in great number, and aforesaids abounding through the text in the utmost profusion. On the following morning the papers were filed with Circuit Clerk Millam. That vigilant barrister, Mr. Sublette, brought them in person to the court-house before 9 o'clock, he having the interests of his client at heart, and perhaps also visions of a large contingent fee in his mind. No retainer had been paid. The state of Mr. Dwyer's finances, or rather the absence of any finances, had precluded the performance of that customary detail, but to Mr. Sublette's experienced mind the prospects of future increment seemed large. Accordingly he was all for prompt action. Formally he said he wished to go on record as demanding for his principal a speedy hearing of the issue, with a view to preventing the defendant named in the pleadings from dissipating any more of the estate lately bequeathed to him, and now fully in his possession, or words to that effect. Mr. Millam felt justified in getting into communication with Judge Priest over the long-distance phone, and the judge, cutting short his vacation and leaving uncaught vast numbers of bass of perch in Reelfoot Lake, came home, arriving late that night. Next morning, having issued divers orders in connection with the impending litigation, he sent a messenger to find Peep O'Day, and to direct O'Day to come to the courthouse for a personal interview. Shortly thereafter, a scene that had occurred some 2 months earlier, with His Honour's private chamber for a setting, was substantially duplicated. There was the same cast of two, the same stage properties, the same atmosphere of untidy tidiness, and, as before, the dialogue was in Judge Priest's hands. He led, and his fellow character followed his leads. "Pete," he was saying, "you understand, don't you, that this here fragrant nephew of yours that's turned up from nowheres in particular is fixing to get ready to try to prove that you are feeble-minded? Oh, and on top of that, he's going to ask that a committee be appointed for you. In other words, that somebody or other shall be named by the court, meaning me, to take charge of your property and control the spending of it from now on." "Yes, sir," stated O'Day. "Pete Gafford, he sat down with me and made it all clear to me yesterday evening, after they'd done served the papers on me." "All right, then. Now, I'm going to fix the hearing for tomorrow morning at 10. The other side is asking for a quick decision, and I rather figure that they're entitled to it. Is that agreeable to you?" "Whatever you say, Judge." "Well, have you retained a lawyer to represent your interests in court? That's the main question that I sent for you to ask you." "Do I need a lawyer, Judge?" "Well, there have been times when I regarded lawyers as being superfluous," stated Judge Priest dryly. "Still, in most cases, litigants do have 'em round when the case is being heard." "Well, "I don't know as I need any lawyer to help me say what I've got to say," said O'Day. "Judge, you ain't never asked me no questions about the way I've been carrying on since I come into this here money. But I reckon maybe this is as good a time as any to tell you just why I've been acting the way I've done. You see, sir—" "Hold on," broke in Judge Priest. "Up to now, as my friend, it would have been perfectly proper for you to give me your confidences if you was minded so to do. But now I reckon you'd better not. You see, I'm the judge that's got to decide whether you are a responsible person, whether you're mentally capable of handling your own financial affairs, or whether you ain't. So you'd better wait and make your statement in your own behalf to me whilst I'm sitting on the bench. I'll see that you get an opportunity to do so, and I'll listen to it, and I'll give it all the consideration it's deserving of. And, on second thought, perhaps it would only be a waste of time and money for you to go hiring a lawyer, especially to represent you. Under the law, it's my duty, in such a case as here one is, to appoint a member of the bar to serve during the proceedings as your guardian ad litem. You don't need to be startled," he added, as O'Day flinched at the sound in his ears of these strange and fearsome words. "A guardian ad litem is simply a lawyer that tends to your affairs till the case is settled one way or the other. If you had a dozen lawyers, I'd have to appoint them just the same, so you don't need to worry about that part of it. Oh, that's all. You can go now if you want to. Only if I was you, I wouldn't draw out any more money from the bank twixt now and the time when I make my decision." All things considered, it was an unusual assemblage that Judge Priest regarded over the top rims of his glasses, as he sat facing it in his broad armchair, with the flat top of the bench intervening between him and the gathering. Not often, even in the case of exciting murder trials, had the old courtroom held a larger crowd. Certainly never had it held so many boys. Boys, and boys exclusively, filled the back rows of benches downstairs. More boys packed the narrow shelf-like balcony that spanned the chamber across its far end. Mainly small boys, barefooted, sunburned, freckle-faced, shock-headed boys. And for boys, they were strangely silent and strangely attentive. The petitioner sat with his counsel, Mr. Sublette. The petitioner had been newly shaved, and for some mysterious source had been equipped with a neat wardrobe. Plainly he was endeavouring to wear a look of virtue, which was a difficult undertaking, as you would understand had you known the petitioner. The defending party to the action was seated across the room, touching elbows with old Colonel Farrell, dean of the local bar and its most florid orator. "The court will designate Colonel Horatio Farrell as guardian ad litem for the defendant during these proceedings," Judge Priest had stated a few minutes earlier, using the formal and grammatical language he reserved exclusively for his court-room. At once old Colonel Farrell had hitched his chair up alongside O'Day, had asked him several questions in a tone inaudible to those about them, had listened to the whispered answers of O'Day, and then had nodded his huge curly white dome of a head, as though amply satisfied with the responses. Let us skip the preliminaries. True, they seemed to interest the audience. Here, though, they would be tedious reading. Likewise, in touching upon the opening and outlining address of Attorney-at-Law Sublette, let us, for the sake of time and space, be very much briefer than Mr. Sublette was. For our present purposes, I deem it sufficient to say that in all his professional career, Mr. Sublette was never more eloquent, never more forceful, never more vehement in his allegations, and never more convinced, as he himself stated not once but repeatedly, of his ability to prove the facts he alleged by competent and unbiased testimony. These facts, he pointed out, were common knowledge in the community. Nevertheless, he stood prepared to buttress them with the evidence of reputable witnesses given under oath. Mr. Sublette, having unwound at length, now wound up. He sat down, perspiring freely, and through the perspiration radiating confidence in his contentions, confidence in the result, and, most of all, unbounded confidence in Mr. Sublette. Now Colonel Farrell was standing up to address the court, under the cloak of a theatrical presence and a large orotund manner, and behind a Ciceronian command of sonorous language. The colonel carried concealed a shrewd old brain. It was as though a skilled marksman lurked in ambush amid a tangle of luxuriant foliage. In this particular instance, moreover, it is barely possible that the colonel was acting on a cue privily conveyed to him before the court opened. May it please your Honor, he began, I have just conferred with the defendant here, and acting in the capacity of his guardian ad litem, I have advised him to waive an opening address by counsel. Indeed, the defendant has no counsel. Furthermore, the defendant, also acting upon my advice, will present no witnesses in his own behalf, but, with your Honor's permission, the defendant will now make a personal statement, and thereafter he will rest content, leaving the final arbitration of the issue to your Honor's discretion. I object, exclaimed Mr. Sublet briskly. On what ground does the learned counsel object? On the grounds that since the mental competence of this man is concerned, since it is our contention that he is patently and plainly a victim of senility, an individual prematurely in his dotage, any utterances by him will be of no value whatsoever in aiding the conscience and intelligence of the court to arrive at a fair and just conclusion regarding the defendant's mental condition. Mr. Sublet excelled in the use of big words. There was no doubt about that. The objection is overruled, said Judge Priest. He nodded in the direction of O'Day and Colonel Farrell. The court will hear the defendant. He is not to be interrupted while making his statement. The defendant may proceed. Without further urging, O'Day stood up, a tall, slab-sided rack of a man, with his long arms dangling at his side, half facing Judge Priest and half facing his nephew and his nephew's lawyer. Without hesitation, he began to speak, and this is what he said. There's maybe some here as knows about how I was raised and fetched up. My pa and my ma died when I was just only a baby, so I was brung up out here at the old county poorhouse as a pauper. I can't remember the time when I didn't have to work for my board and keep, and work hard. While other boys were going to school and playing hooky and going in washing in the creek and playing games and all such as that, I had to work. I never done no playing round in my whole life, not till here just recently anyway. But I always craved to play round some. I didn't never say nothing about it to nobody after I growed up, because I figured it out that they wouldn't understand and maybe they'd laugh at me. But all these years, ever since I left that there poorhouse, I've had a hankering here inside of me. And he lifted one hand and touched his breast. I've had a hankering to be a boy and do all the things a boy does, to do the things I was chiseled out of doing whilst I was of a suitable age to be doing them. I call to mind that I used to dream in my sleep about doing them, but the dream never come true, not till just here lately. It didn't have no chance to come true, not till then. So when this money come to me so sudden and unbeknownst, like, I said to myself that I was going to make that there dream come true, and I started out for to do it, and I done it, and I reckon that's the cause of my being here today, accused of being feeble-minded. But even so, I don't regret it none. If it was all to do over again, I'd do it just the very same way. Well, I never knowed what it was till here 2 months or so ago to have my fill of bananas and candy and ginger snaps and all such knick-knacks as them. All my life I've been craving secretly to own a pair of red-topped boots with brass toes on them, like I used to see other boys wearing in the winter-time when I was out yonder at that poorhouse, wearing an old pair of somebody else's cast-off shoes. Maybe a man's shoes with rags wrapped around my feet to keep the snow from coming through the cracks in them, and to keep them from slipping right spang off my feet. I got 3 toes frostbit once during a cold spell wearing them kind of shoes. But here the other week I found myself able to buy me some red-top boots with brass toes on them, so I had 'em made to order, and I'm wearing 'em now. I wear 'em regular, even if it is summertime. I take a heap of pleasure out of 'em. And also, all my life long, I've been wanting to go to a circus. But not till 3 days ago I didn't never get no chance to go to one. Now that gentleman yonder, Mr. Sublet, he lowed just that I was leading a lot of little boys in this here town into bad habits. He said that I was learning them nobody knowed what devilment. And he spoke of my having egged them on to steal watermelons from Mr. Bell's watermelon patch out there 3 miles from town on the Marshallville gravel road. You all heard what he just now said about that. I didn't mean no offense, and I beg his pardon for contradicting him right out for everybody here in the big courthouse. But, mister, you're wrong. I didn't lead these here boys astray that I've been running around with. They're mighty nice, clean boys, all of 'em. Some of 'em are mighty near as poor as what I used to be, but there ain't no real harm in any of 'em. We get along together just fine, me and them, and without no preaching nor nothing like that. I've done my best these weeks. We've been frolicking and projecting round together to keep 'em from growing up to do mean things. I use chawing tobacco myself, but I've told 'em I don't know how many times that if they chaw it'll stunt 'em in their growth, and I've got several of 'em that was smoking cigarettes on the slide promised me they'd quit. So I don't figure as I've done them boys any real harm by going round with 'em, and I believe if you was to ask 'em, they'd all tell you the same. So now about them watermelons. Since this gentleman has brung them watermelons up, I'm going to tell you the whole truth about that, too. He cast a quick, furtive look, almost a guilty look, toward the rear of the courthouse before he went on. Them watermelons wasn't really stole at all. I seen Mr. Dick Bell forehand and arranged with him to pay him in full for whatever damage might be done. But, you see, I knowed watermelons stays sweeter to a boy if he thought he'd hooked him out of a patch. So I never let on to my little partners yonder that I'd the same as paid Mr. Bell in advance for the melons we snuck out of his patch and out in the woods. They've all been thinking up till now that we really hooked them watermelons, but that was wrong. I'm sorry for it. Mr. Sublet, you just now said that I was frittering away my property on vain foolishment. I think them's was the words you said, frittering and vain foolishment. Well, maybe you're right, sir, about the frittering part. But if spending money in a certain way gives a man as much pleasure as it's given me these last 4 months, if the money is his'n by rights, I figure it can't be so very foolish, though it may appear so to some. Excusing these here clothes I got on and these here boots, which I ain't paid for yet, is charging up to me on Feldberg Brothers books and Mr. M. Biederman's books. I didn't spend only $1 a day, or maybe $2, and once $3 in a single day out of what was coming to me. Now, the judge here, he let me have that out of his own pocket, and I paid him back. And that was all I did spend till here 3 days ago when their circus come to town. I reckon I did spend right smart then. But money had come from the old country only the day before, so I went to the bank and they writ out one of them pieces of paper which is called a check, and I signed it with my mark, and they give me the money I wanted, and even $200, and part of that there money I used to pay for circus tickets for all the little boys and little girls I could find in this town that couldn't have got to the circus no other way. Some of them are sitting back there behind you all now. Some of the boys, I mean. I don't see none of the little girls. There was several of them told me at the time that they hadn't never seen a circus, not in their whole lives. For that matter, I hadn't either, but I didn't want no poor child in this town to grow up to be as old as I am without having been to at least one circus. So I'd taken 'em all in and paid all the bills, and when night come there wasn't but about $9 left out of the whole 200 that I'd started out with in the morning. But I don't begrudge spending it. It looked to me like it was money well invested. They all seemed to enjoy it, and I know I done so. There may be bigger circuses than what that one was, but I don't see how a circus could have been any better than this here one I'm telling you about. If it was 10 times as big, I don't regret the investment, and I don't aim to lie about it now. Mr. Sublet, I'd do the same thing over again if the chance should come, lawsuit or no law-wit. If you should win this here case, maybe I wouldn't have no second chance. If some gentleman is appointed as a committee to handle my money, it's likely he wouldn't look at the thing the same way I do. And it's likely he wouldn't let me have so much money all in one lump to spend taking a passel of little shavers that ain't no kin to me, to the circus, and to the sideshow, besides letting them stay for the grand concert or after show and all. But I've done it once, and I've got it to remember about and think about in my own mind as long as I live. I'm about finished now. There's just one thing more I'd like to say, and that is this. Mr. Sublet, now, he said a minute or so ago that I was in my second childhood. Meaning no offense, sir, but you was wrong there, too. The way I look at it, a man can't be in his second childhood without he's had his first childhood, and I was cheated plumb out of mine. I'm more than 60 years old, as near as I can figure, but I'm trying to be a boy before it's too late. He paused a minute and looked around him. The way I look at it, Judge Priest, son, you all, every man that grows up, no matter how old he may get to be, is entitled to have been a boy once in his life. I reckon that's all. He sat down and dropped his eyes upon the floor, as though ashamed that his temerity should have carried him so far. There was a strange little hush filling the courthouse. It was Judge Priest who broke it. "The court," he said, "has by the words just spoken by this man been sufficiently advised as to the sanity of the man himself. The court cares to hear nothing more from either side on this subject. The petition is dismissed." Very probably these last words may have been as much Greek to the juvenile members of the audience, possibly, though they were made aware of the meaning of them by the look upon the face of Nephew Percival Dwyer, and the look upon the face of Nephew Percival Dwyer's attorney. At any rate, His Honor hardly had uttered the last syllable of his decision before, from the rear of the courthouse and from the gallery above, there arose a shrill, vehement, sincere sound of yelling, exultant, triumphant, and deafening. It continued for upward of a minute before the small disturbers remembered where they were and reduced themselves to a state of comparative quiet. For reasons best known to himself, Judge Priest, who ordinarily stickled for order and decorum in his courtroom, made no effort to quell the outburst or have it quelled, not even when a considerable number of the adults present joined in it, having first cleared their throats of a slight huskiness that had come upon them severally and generally. Presently the judge rapped for quiet, and got it. It was apparent that he had more to say, and all there hearkened to hear what it might be. "I have just this to add," quoth His Honor. "It is the official judgment of this court that the late defendant, being entirely sane, is competent to manage his own affairs after his own preferences. And it is the private opinion of this court that not only is the late defendant sane, but he is the sanest man in this entire jurisdiction. Mr. Clerk, this court stands adjourned." Coming down the 3 short steps from the raised platform of the bench, Judge Priest beckoned to Sheriff Giles Birdsong, who, at the tail of the departing crowd, was shepherding its last exuberant members through the doorway. "Giles," said Judge Priest in an undertone when the worthy sheriff had drawn near, "the circuit clerk tells me that there's an indictment for malicious mischief agin this here Perce Dwyer knocking round among the records somewheres. An indictment the grand jury returned several sessions back, but which was never pressed, owing to the sudden departure from our midst of the person in question. I wonder if it would be too much trouble for you to sort of drap a hint in the ear of the young man or his lawyer that the said indictment is apt to be revived, and that the said Dwyer is liable to be tucked into custody by you and lodged in the county jail sometime during the ensuing 48 hours, without he should see his way clear during the meantime to get clean out of the city, county, and state. Now, would that be possible?" "What? Trouble? No, sir. It won't be no trouble to me at all," said Mr. Birdsong promptly. "Why, it'll be more of a pleasure, Judge." And so it was. Except for one small added and purely incidental circumstance, our narrative is ended. That same afternoon, Judge Priest sat on the front porch of his old white house out on Clay Street, waiting for Jeff Poindexter to summon him to supper. Peep O'Day opened the front gate and come up the gravelled walk between the twin rows of silver-leaf poplars. The judge, rising to greet his visitor, met him at the top step. "Come in," bade the judge heartily, "and sit down a spell and rest your face and hands." "No, sir, much obliged, but I ain't got only a minute to stay," said O'Day. "I just come out here, sir, to thank you for what you done today on my account in the big courthouse, and to make you a little kind of a present." "It's all right to thank me," said Judge Priest, "but I couldn't accept any reward for rendering a decision in accordance with the plain fact." "'Tain't no gift of money, or nothing like that," O'Day hastened to explain. Really, sir, it don't amount to nothing at all, scusedly. But a little while ago I happened to be in Mr. B. Weil and Son's store doing a little trading, and I run across a new kind of knick-knack which it seemed like to me was about the best thing I ever tasted in my whole life. So on the chance, sir, that you might have a sweet tooth too, I taken the liberty of bringing you a sack of 'em, and here they are, sir, 3 flavors, strawberry, lemon, and vanilla. Suddenly overcome with confusion, he dislodged a large-sized paper bag from his side-coat pocket and thrust it into Judge Priest's hands. Then, backing away, he turned and clumped down the gravel path in great and embarrassed haste. Judge Priest opened the bag and peered down into it. It contained a sticky, sugary dozen of flattened confections, each moulded round a short length of wooden splinter. These syrupy articles, which have since come into quite general use, are known, I believe, as all-day suckers. When Judge Priest looked up again, Peep O'Day was outside the gate, clumping down the uneven sidewalk of Clay Street with long strides of his booted legs. Half a dozen small boys, who, it was evident, had remained hidden during the ceremony of presentation, now mysteriously appeared and were accompanying the departing donor, half trotting to keep up with him. End of Boys Will Be Boys, Part 2, by Irvin S. Cobb. Read by Mike Harris. The Chink and the Child, by Thomas Burke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Harris. It is a tale of love and lovers that they tell in the low-lit causeway that slinks from West India Dock Road to the dark waste of waters beyond. In Pennyfields, too, you may hear it, and I do not doubt that it is told in the far-away Taiping and Singapore, in Tokyo and Shanghai, and those other gay-lamped haunts of wonder whither the wandering people of Limehouse go, and whence they return so casually. It's a tale for tears, and should you hear it in the lilied tongue of the yellow people, it would awaken in you all your pity. In our bald speech it must unhappily lose its essential fragrance, and that quality that will lift an affair of squalor into the loftier spheres of passion and imagination, beauty and sorrow. It will sound unconvincing, a little, the kind of thing that is best forgotten, perhaps. But listen. It is Battling Burrows, the lightning welterweight of Shadwell, the box of tricks, the tetrarch of the ring, who enters first. Battling Burrows, the pride of Ratcliffe, Poplar and Limehouse, and the despair of his manager and backers. For he loved wine, woman and song, and the boxing world held that he couldn't last long on that. There was any amount of money in him for his parasites if only the damned women could be cut out. But again and again would he disappear from his training quarters on the eve of a big fight, to consort with Molly and Dolly and to drink other things than barley water and lemon juice. Wherefore Chuck Lightfoot, his manager, forced him to fight on any and every occasion while he was good and a money-maker, for at any moment the collapse might come, and Chuck would be called upon by his creditors to strip off that "shirt" in quotes which at every contest he had laid upon his man. Battling was of a type that is too common in the eastern districts of London, a type that upsets all accepted classifications. He wouldn't be classed. He was a curious mixture of athleticism and degeneracy. He could run like a deer, leap like a greyhound, fight like a machine, and drink like a suction hose. He was a bully. He had the courage of the high hero. He was an open-air sport. He had the vices of a French decadent. It was one of his love adventures that properly began this tale, for the girl had come to Battling one night with a recital of terrible happenings, of an angered parent, of a slammed door. In her arms was a bundle of white rags. Now Battling, like so many sensualists, was also a sentimentalist. He took that bundle of white rags, he paid the girl money to get into the country, and the bundle of white rags had existed in and about his domicile in Pekin Street, Limehouse, for some 11 years. Her position was nondescript. To the casual observer it would seem that she was Battling's relief punching ball, an unpleasant post for any human creature to occupy, especially if you're a little girl of 12, and the place be the one-room household of the lightning welterweight. When Battling was cross with his manager, well, it is indefensible to strike your manager or to throw chairs at him if he's a good manager. But to use a dog whip on a small child is permissible, and quite as satisfying, at least he found it so. On these occasions, then, when very cross with his sparring partners, or overflushed with victory and juice of the grape, he would flog Lucy. But he was reputed to be, by the boys, a good fellow. He only whipped the child when he was drunk, and he was only drunk for 8 months of the year. For just over 12 years this bruised little body had crept about Poplar and Limehouse. Always the white face was scarred with red or black furrowed with tears. Always in her steps and in her look was expectation of dread things. Night after night her sleep was broken by the cheerful battling's brute voice and violent hands. And terrible were the lessons which life taught her in those few years. Yet for all the starved face and the transfixed air there was a lurking beauty about her, a something that called you in the soft curve of her cheek, that cried for kisses and was fed with blows, and in the splendid mournfulness that grew in eyes and lips. The brown hair chimed against the pale face like the rounding of a verse. The blue cotton frock and the broken shoes could not break the loveliness of her slender figure, or the shy grace of her movements as she flitted about the squalid alleys of the docks. Though in all that region of wasted life and toil and decay there was not one that noticed her, until... Now there lived in Chinatown, in one lousy room over Mr. Tai Fu's store in Pennyfields, a wandering yellow man named Cheng Huan. Cheng Huan was a poet. He did not realize it. He had never been able to understand why he was unpopular, and he died without knowing. But a poet he was, tinged with the materialism of his race, and in his poor listening heart strange echoes would awake, of which he himself was barely conscious. He regarded things differently from other sailors. He felt things more passionately, and things which they felt not at all. So he lived alone instead of at one of the lodging-houses. Every evening he would sit at his window and watch the street. Then, a little later, he'd take a jolt of opium at the place at the corner of Formosa Street. He had come to London by devious ways. He had loafed on the Bund at Shanghai. The fateful intervention of a crimp had landed him on a boat. He got to Cardiff and sojourned in its Chinatown. Thence to Liverpool, to Glasgow. Thence by a ticket from the Asiatics Aid Society to Limehouse, where he remained for two reasons: because it cost him nothing to live there, and because he was too lazy to find a boat to take him back to Shanghai. So he would lounge and smoke cheap cigarettes and sit at his window, from which point he had many times observed the lyrical Lucy. He noticed her casually. Another day he observed her not casually. Later he looked long at her. Later still he began to watch for her, and for that strangely provocative something about the toss of her head and the hang of the little blue skirt as it coyly kissed her knee. Then that beauty which all Limehouse had missed smote Cheng. Straight to his heart it went, and cried itself into his very blood. Thereafter the spirit of poetry broke her blossoms all about his odorous chamber. Nothing was the same. Pennyfields became a happy lanterned street, and the monotonous fiddle in the house opposite was the music of his father's. Bits of old song floated through his mind, little sweet verses of Le Tai Pu, murmuring of plum blossom, rice field, and stream. Day by day he would moon at his window or shuffle about the streets, lighting to a flame when Lucy would pass and gravely return his quiet regard. And night after night, too, he would dream of a pale, lily-lovely child. And now the fates moved swiftly various pieces on their sinister board, and all that followed happened with a speed and precision that showed direction from higher ways. It was Wednesday night in Limehouse, and for once clear of mist. Out of the coloured darkness of the causeway stole the muffled wail of reed instruments, and though every window was closely shuttered, between the joints shot jets of light and stealthy voices, and you could hear the whisper of slippered feet, and the stuttering steps, and the saddest. It was to the café in the middle of the causeway, lit by the pallid blue light that is the symbol of China throughout the world, that Cheng Huan came, to take a dish of noodles and some tea. Thence he moved to another house whose stairs ran straight to the street, and above whose doorway a lamp glowed like an evil eye. At this establishment he mostly took his pipe of chandu and a brief chat with the keeper of the house, for, although not popular and very silent, he liked sometimes to be in the presence of his compatriots. Like a figure of a shadowgraph he slid through the doors and up the stairs. The chamber he entered was a bit of the Orient squatting at the portals of the West. It was a well-kept place wherein one might play a game of fan-tan, or take a shot or so of Li Yun, or purchase other varieties of Oriental delight. It was sunk in a purple dusk, though here and there a lantern strung the glooms. Low couches lay around the walls, and strange men decorated them. Chinese, Japs, Malays, Lascars, with one or two white girls, and sleek, noiseless attendants swam from couch to couch. Away in the far corner sprawled a lank figure in brown shirting, its nerveless fingers curled about the stem of a spent pipe. On one of the lounges a scorbutic nigger sat with a Jewess from Shadwell. Squatting on a table in the centre, beneath one of the lanterns, was a musician with a reed, blinking upon the company like a sly cat, and making his melody of 6 repeated notes. The atmosphere churned. The dirt of years, tobacco of many growings, opium, betel nut, and moist flesh allied themselves in one grand assault against the nostrils. As Cheng brooded on his insect-ridden cushion, of a sudden the lantern above the musician was caught by the ribbon of his reed. It danced and flung a hazy radiance on a divan in the shadow. He saw, started, half rose. His heart galloped, and the blood pounded in his quiet veins. Then he dropped again, crouched, and stared. O lily flowers and plum blossoms! O silver streams and dim-starred skies! O wine and roses, song and laughter! For there, kneeling on a mass of rugs, mazed and big-eyed but understanding, was Lucy, his little maid. Through the dusk she must have felt his intent gaze upon her, for he crouched there, fascinated, staring into the now obscured corner where she knelt. But the sickness which momentarily gripped him on finding in this place the snowy-breasted Pearl passed, and gave place to great joy. She was here. He would talk with her. Little English he had, but simple words, those with few gutturals, he had managed to pick up. So he rose, the masterful lover, and with feline movements crossed the nightmare chamber to claim his own. If he wondered how Lucy came to be in this bagnio, the explanation is simple. Battling was in training. He had flogged her that day before starting work. He had then had a few brandies, not many, some 18 or 19, and had locked the door of his room and taken the key. Lucy was therefore homeless, and a girl somewhat older than Lucy, so old and so wise as girls are in that region, saw in her a possible source of revenue. So there they were, and to them appeared Cheng. From what horrors he saved her that night cannot be told, for her ways were too audaciously childish to hold her long from harm in such a place. What he brought to her was love and death, for he sat by her. He looked at her, reverently yet passionately. He touched her, wistfully yet eagerly. He locked a finger in her wondrous hair. She did not start away. She did tremble. She knew well what she had to be afraid of in that place, but she was not afraid of Cheng. She pierced the mephitic gloom and scanned his face. No, she was not afraid. His yellow hands, his yellow face, his smooth black hair. Well, he was the first thing that had ever spoken soft words to her, the first thing that had ever laid a hand upon her that was not brutal, the first thing that had deferred in manner towards her as though she, too, had a right to live. She knew his words were sweet, though she did not understand them. Nor can they be set down. Half that he spoke was in village Chinese, the rest in a mangling of English which no distorted spelling could possibly reproduce. But he drew her back against the cushions and asked her name, and inquired of her age. She told him, and she told him her age. And he had had then 2 beautiful words which came easily to his tongue. He repeated them again and again. Lucia, little Lucia, 12, 12. Musical phrases they were, dropping from his lips, and to the child who heard her name pronounced so lovingly, they were the lost heights of melody. She clung to him and he to her. She held his strong arm in both of hers as they crouched on the divan and nestled her cheek against his coat. Well, he took her home to his wretched room. Little Lucia, come home, Lucia. His heart was on fire. As they slipped out of the noisomeness into the night air and crossed the West India Dock Road into Pennyfields, they passed unnoticed. It was late for one thing, and for another, well, nobody cared particularly. His blood rang with soft music and the solemnity of drums, for surely he had found now what for many years he had sought, his world's one flower. Wanderer he was from Tuan Tsen to Shanghai, Shanghai to Glasgow, Cardiff, Liverpool, London. He had dreamed often of the women of his native land. Perchance one of them should be his flower. Women indeed there had been. Swatow, he had recollections of certain rose-winged hours in coast cities. At many places to which chance had led him a little bird had perched itself upon his heart, but so lightly and for so brief a while as hardly to be felt. But now he had found her in this alabaster Cockney child, so that he was glad and had great joy of himself and the blue and silver night and the harsh flares of the poplar hippodrome. You will observe that he had claimed her, but had not asked himself whether she were of an age for love. The white perfection of the child had captivated every sense. It may be that he forgot that he was in London and not in Tuan Tsen. It may be that he did not care. Of that nothing can be told. All that is known is that his love was a pure and holy thing. Of that we may be sure, for his worst enemies have said it. Slowly, softly, they mounted the stairs to his room, and with almost an obeisance he entered and drew her in. A bank of cloud raced to the east, and a full moon thrust a sharp sword of light upon them. Silence lay over all Pennyfields. With a bird-like movement she looked up at him, her face alight, her tiny hands upon his coat, clinging, wondering, trusting. He took her hand and kissed it, repeated the kiss upon her cheek and lip and little bosom, twirling his fingers in her hair, docilely, and echoing the smile of his lemon lips in a way that thrilled him almost to laughter. She returned his kisses impetuously, gladly. He clasped the nestling to him, bruised, tearful, with the love of life almost thrashed out of her. She had fluttered to him out of the evil night. "Oh, little Lucia!" And he put soft hands upon her and smoothed her and crooned over her many gracious things in his flowered speech. So they stood in the moonlight while she told him the story of her father, of her beatings and starvings and unhappiness. "Oh, little Lucia! White blossom! 12 years old!" As he spoke, the clock above the Millwall docks shot 12 crashing notes across the night. When the last echo died he moved to a cupboard, and from it he drew a strange thing. Formless masses of blue and gold, magical things of silk, and a vessel that was surely Aladdin's lamp, and a box of spices. He took these robes, and with tender, reverent fingers removed from his white blossom the besmirched rags that covered her, and robed her again, and led her then to the heap of stuff that was his bed, and bestowed her safely. For himself, he squatted on the floor before her, holding one grubby little hand. There he crouched all night under the lyric moon, sleepless, watchful, and sweet content was his. He had fallen into an uncomfortable posture, and his muscles ached intolerably, but she slept, and he dared not move nor release her hand lest he should awaken her. Weary and trustful she slept, knowing that the Yellow Man was kind, and that she might sleep with no fear of a steel hand smashing the delicate structure of her dreams. In the morning, when she woke, still wearing her blue and yellow silk, she gave a cry of amazement. Cheng had been about. Many times had he glided up and down the 2 flights of stairs, and now at last his room was prepared for his princess. It was swept and garnished, and was an apartment worthy of a maid who is loved by a poet prince. There was a bead curtain, there were muslins of pink and white, there were 4 bowls of flowers, clean, clear flowers, to gladden the white blossom and set off her sharp beauty, and there was a bowl of water, and a sweet lotion for the bruise on her cheek. When she had risen, her prince ministered to her with rice and egg and tea. Cleansed and robed and calm, she sat before him, perched on the edge of many cushions as on a throne, with all the grace of the child princess in the story. She was a poem. The beauty hidden by neglect and fatigue shone out now more clearly and vividly, and from the head, sunning over with curls, to the small white feet, now bathed and sandaled, she seemed the living interpretation of a Chinese lyric. And she was his. Her sweet self and her prattle and her bird-like ways were all his own. Oh, beautifully they loved. For 2 days he held her. Soft caresses from his yellow hands and long devout kisses were all their demonstration. Each night he would tend her as might mother to child, and each night he watched and sometimes slumbered at the foot of her couch. But now there were those that ran to battling at his training quarters across the river, with the news that his child had gone with a Chink, a yellow man, and battling was angry. He discovered parental rights. He discovered indignation. A yellow man after his kid. He'd learn him. Battling did not like men who were not born in the same great country as himself. Particularly he disliked yellow men. His birth and education in Shadwell had taught him that of all creeping things that creep upon the earth, the most insidious is the Oriental in the West. And a yellow man and a child, it was, as you might say, so kind of, well, wasn't it? He bellowed that it was unnatural. The yeller man would go through it. Yeller. It was his supreme condemnation, his final epithet for all conduct of which he disapproved. There was no doubt that he was extremely annoyed. He went to the Blue Lantern in what was once Ratcliffe Highway and thumped the bar, and made all his world agree with him. And when they agreed with him he got angrier still, so that when a few hours later he climbed through the ropes of the Netherlands to meet Bud Tuffet for 10 rounds, it was Bud's fight all the time, and to that bright boy's astonishment he was the victor on points at the end of the 10. Battling slouched out of the ring, still more determined to let the Chink have it where the chicken had the axe. He left the house with 2 pals and a black man and a number of really inspired curses from his manager. On the evening of the 3rd day, then, Shaggs slipped sleepily down the stairs to procure more flowers and more rice. The genial Ho Ling, who keeps the Canton store, held him in talk some little time, and he was gone from his room perhaps half an hour. Then he glided back and climbed with happy feet the 40 steps to his Temple of Wonder. With a push of a finger he opened the door, and the blood froze on his cheeks. The flowers fell from him. The temple was empty and desolate. White Blossom was gone. The muslin hangings were torn down and trampled underfoot. The flowers had been flung from their bowls about the floor, and the bowls lay in 50 fragments. The joss was smashed. The cupboard had been opened. Rice was scattered here and there. The little straight bed had been jumped upon by brute feet. Everything that could be smashed or violated had been so treated, and, horror of all, the blue and yellow silk robe had been rent in pieces, tied in grotesque knots, and slung derisively about the table legs. I pray devoutly that you may never suffer what Chang Huan suffered in that moment. The pangs of death with no dying, the sickness of the soul which longs to escape and cannot, the imprisoned animal within the breast which struggles madly for a voice and finds none, all the agonies of all the ages, the agonies of every abandoned lover and lost woman past and to come, all these things were his in that moment. Then he found voice and gave a great cry, and men from below came up to him, and they told him how the man who boxed had been there with a black man, and how he had torn the robes from his child and dragged her down the stairs by her hair, and how he had shouted aloud for Chang and had vowed to return and deal separately with him. Now a terrible dignity came to Chang, and the soul of his great fathers swept over him. He closed the door against them and fell prostrate over what had been the resting place of White Blossom. Those without heard strange sounds of an animal in its last pains, and it was even so. Chang was dying. The sacrament of his high and holy passion had been profaned. The last sanctuary of the Oriental, his sole dignity, had been assaulted. The love robes had been torn to ribbons, the veil of his temple cut down. Life was no longer possible, and life without his little lady, his White Blossom, was no longer desirable. Prostrate he lay for the space of some 5 minutes. Then, in his face all the pride of accepted destiny, he arose. He drew together the little bed. With reverent hands he took the pieces of blue and yellow silk, kissing them and fondling them and placing them about the pillow. Silently he gathered up the flowers and the broken earthenware and burnt some prayer papers and prepared himself for death. Now it is the custom among those of the sect of Cheng that the dying shall present love gifts to their enemies, and when he had set all in order, he gathered his brown canvas coat about him, stole from the house, and set out to find Battling Burrows, bearing under the coat his love gift to Battling. White Blossom he had no hope of finding. He had heard of Burrows many times, and he judged that, now that she was taken from him, never again would he hold those hands or touch that laughing hair. Nor, if he did, could it change things from what they were. Nothing that was not a dog could live in the face of this sacrilege. As he came before the house in Pekin Street where Battling lived, he murmured gracious prayers. Fortunately it was a night of thick river mist, and through the enveloping velvet none could observe or challenge him. The main door was open, as are all doors in this district. He writhed across the step and through to the back room, where again the door yielded to a touch. Darkness. Darkness and silence and a sense of frightful things. He peered through it. Then he fumbled under his jacket, found a match, struck it. An inch of candle stood on the mantel-shelf. He lit it. He looked round. No sign of Burrows, but almost before he looked he knew what awaited him. But the sense of finality had kindly stunned him. He could suffer nothing more. On the table lay a dog-whip. In the corner a belt had been flung. Half across the greasy couch lay White Blossom. A few rags of clothing were about her pale, slim body. Her hair hung limp as her limbs. Her eyes were closed. As Cheng drew near her and saw the savage red rails that ran across and across the beloved body, he could not scream. He could not think. He dropped beside the couch. He laid gentle hands upon her and called soft names. She was warm to the touch. The pulse was still. Softly, oh so softly, he bent over the little frame that had enclosed his friend's spirit, and his light kisses fell all about her. Then, with the undirected movements of a sleepwalker, he bestowed the rags decently about her, clasped her in strong arms, and crept silently into the night. From Pekin Street to Pennyfields it's but a turn or two, and again he passed unobserved as he bore his tired bird back to her nest. He laid her upon the bed and covered the lily limbs with the blue and yellow silks, and strewed upon her a few of the trampled flowers. Then, with more kisses and prayers, he crouched beside her. So, in the ghastly Limehouse morning, they were found, the dead child and the Chink, kneeling beside her, with a sharp knife gripped in a vice-like hand, its blade far between his ribs. Meantime, having vented his wrath on his prodigal daughter, Battling, still cross, had returned to the Blue Lantern, and there he stayed with a brandy tumbler in his fist, forgetful of an appointment at Premier Land, whereby he should have been in the ring at 10 o'clock sharp. For the space of an hour Chuck Lightfoot was going blasphemously to and fro in Poplar, seeking Battling and not finding him, and murmuring in tearful tones, "Battling, you damn man blasted Battling, where are ye?" His opponent was in his corner sure enough, but there was no fight, for Battling lurched from the Blue Lantern to Pekin Street. He lurched into his happy home, and he cursed Lucy and called for her, and finding no matches he lurched to where he knew the couch should be and flopped heavily down. Now, it is a peculiarity of the reptile tribe that its members are impatient of being flopped on without warning. So when Battling flopped, 18 inches of writhing gristle upreared itself on the couch and got home on him, as Bud Tuffet had done the night before, one to the ear, one to the throat, and another to the forearm. Battling went down and out, and he too was found in the morning, with Cheng Huan's love gift coiled about his neck. End of The Chink and the Child, by Thomas Burke, read by Mike Harris.
Extricating Young Gussie, by P. G. Woodhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Extricating Young Gussie, by P. G. Woodhouse. Read by Don W. Jenkins. She sprang it on me before breakfast. There, in 7 words, you have a complete character sketch of my Aunt Agatha. I could go on indefinitely about brutality and lack of consideration. I merely say that she routed me out of bed to listen to her painful story somewhere in the small hours. It can't have been 11:30 when Jeeves, my man, woke me out of the dreamless and broke the news. "Mrs. Gregson to see you, sir." I thought she must be walking in her sleep, but I crawled out of bed and got into a dressing gown. I knew Aunt Agatha well enough to know that if she had come to see me, she was going to see me. That's the sort of woman she is. She was sitting bolt upright in a chair, staring into space. When I came in, she looked at me with that darn critical way that always makes me feel as if I had gelatin where my spine ought to be. Aunt Agatha is one of those strong-minded women. I should think Queen Elizabeth must have been something like her. She bosses her husband, Spencer Gregson, a battered little chappie, on the Stock Exchange. She bosses my cousin, Gussie Mannering Phipps. She bosses her sister-in-law, Gussie's mother. And worst of all, she bosses me. She has an eye like a man-eating fish, and she has got moral suasion down to a fine point. I dare say there are fellows in the world, men of blood and iron, don't you know, and all that sort of thing, whom she couldn't intimidate. But if you're a chappie like me, fond of a quiet life, you simply curl into a ball when you see her coming and hope for the best. My experience is that when Aunt Agatha wants you to do a thing, you do it, or else you find yourself wondering why those fellows in the olden days made such a fuss when they had trouble with the Spanish Inquisition. "Hello, Aunt Agatha," I said. "Bertie," she said, "you look a sight. You look perfectly dissipated." I was feeling like a badly wrapped brown paper parcel. I'm never at my best in the early morning. I said so. "Early morning? I had breakfast 3 hours ago, and have been walking in the park ever since, trying to compose my thoughts." If ever I breakfasted at 8:30, I should walk on the embankment, trying to end it all in a watery grave. "I am extremely worried, Bertie. That is why I have come to you." And then I saw she was going to start something, and I bleated weakly to Jeeves to bring me tea. But she had begun before I could get it. "What are your immediate plans, Bertie?" "Well, I rather thought of tottering out for a bite of lunch later on, and then possibly staggering round to the club, and after that, if I felt strong enough, I might trickle off to Walton Heath for a round of golf." "I am not interested in your totterings and tricklings. I mean, have you any important engagements in the next week or so?" I scented danger. "Rather," I said. "Heaps. Millions. Booked solid." "What are they?" I don't quite know." "I thought as much. You have no engagements. Very well, then. I want you to start immediately for America." "America?" Do not lose sight of the fact that all this was taking place on an empty stomach shortly after the rising of the lark. "Yes, America. I suppose even you have heard of America?" "But why America?" "Because that is where your cousin Gussie is. He is in New York, and I can't get at him." "What's Gussie been doing?" "Gussie is making a perfect idiot of himself." To one who knew young Gussie as well as I did, the words opened up a wide field for speculation. "In what way?" "He has lost his head over a creature." On past performances this rang true. Ever since he arrived at man's estate, Gussie had been losing his head over creatures. He's that sort of chap. But as the creatures never seemed to lose their heads over him, it had never amounted to much. "I imagine you know perfectly well why Gussie went to America, Bertie. You know how wickedly extravagant your Uncle Cuthbert was." She alluded to Gussie's governor, the late head of the family, and I am bound to say she spoke the truth. Nobody was fonder of old Uncle Cuthbert than I was, but everybody knows that, where money was concerned, he was the most complete chump in the annals of the nation. He had an expensive thirst. He never backed a horse that didn't get housemaid's knee in the middle of the race. He had a system of beating the bank at Monte Carlo which used to make the administration hang out the bunting and ring the joy bells when he was sighted in the offing. Take him for all in all, dear old Uncle Cuthbert was as willing a spender as ever called the family lawyer a blood-sucking vampire because he wouldn't let Uncle Cuthbert cut down the timber to raise another 1,000. He left your Uncle Julia very little money for a woman in her position. Beechwood requires a great deal of keeping up, and poor dear Spencer, though he does his best to help, has not unlimited resources. It was cleverly understood why Gussie went to America. He is not clever, but he is very good-looking, and, though he has no title, the Mannering Phippses are one of the best and oldest families in England. He had some excellent letters of introduction, and when he wrote home to say that he had met the most charming and beautiful girl in the world, I felt quite happy. He continued to rave on about her for several mails, and then this morning a letter has come from him in which he says, quite casually, as a sort of afterthought, that he knows we are broad-minded enough not to think any the worse of her because she is on the vaudeville stage. Oh, I say. It was like a thunderbolt. The girl's name, it seems, is Ray Dennison, and according to Gussie, she does something which he describes as a single on the big time. What this degraded performance may be, I have not the least notion. As a further recommendation, he states that she lifted them out of their seats at Mosenstein's last week. Who she may be, and how or why, and who or what Mr. Mosenstein may be, I cannot tell you. By Jove, I said, it's like a sort of thingamabob, isn't it? A sort of fate, what? I fail to understand you. Well, Aunt Julia, you know, don't you know, heredity and so forth. What's bred in the bone will come out in the wash and all that kind of thing, you know. Don't be absurd, Bertie. That was all very well, but it was a coincidence for all that. Nobody ever mentions it, and the family have been trying to forget it for 25 years, but it's a known fact that my Aunt Julia, Gussie's mother, was a vaudeville artist once, and a very good one, too, I'm told. She was playing in pantomime at Drury Lane when Uncle Cuthbert saw her first. It was before my time, of course, and long before I was old enough to take notice. The family had made the best of it. And Aunt Agatha had pulled up her socks and put in a lot of educative work, and with a microscope you couldn't tell Aunt Julia from a genuine dyed-in-the-wool aristocrat. Women adapt themselves so quickly. I have a pal who married Daisy Trimble of the Gaiety, and when I meet her now I feel like walking out of her presence backwards. But there the thing was, and you couldn't get away from it. Gussie had vaudeville blood in him, and it looked as if he were reverting to type, or whatever they call it. By Jove, I said, for I'm interested in this heredity stuff. Perhaps the thing is going to be a regular family tradition, like you read about in books, a sort of curse of the Mannering Phippses, as it were. Perhaps each head of the family's going to marry into vaudeville for ever and ever. Undo the what-do-you-call-it generation, don't you know. Please do not be quite idiotic, Bertie. There is one head of the family who is certainly not going to do it, and that is Gussie. And you are going to America to stop him. Yes, but why me? Why you? You are too vexing, Bertie. Have you no sort of feeling for the family? You are too lazy to try to be a credit to yourself, but at least you can exert yourself to prevent Gussie's disgracing us. You are going to America because you are Gussie's cousin, because you have always been his closest friend, because you are the only one of the family who has absolutely nothing to occupy his time except golf and nightclubs. I play a lot of auction. And, as you say, idiotic gambling in low dens. If you require another reason, you are going because I ask you as a personal favour. What she meant was that if I refused, she would exert the full bent of her natural genius to make life a Hades for me. She held me with her glittering eye. I have never met anyone who can give a better imitation of the Ancient Mariner. So you will start at once, won't you, Bertie? I didn't hesitate. Rather, I said. Of course I will. Jeeves came in with the tea. Jeeves, I said, we start for America on Saturday. Very good, sir, he said. Which suit will you wear? New York is a large city conveniently situated on the edge of America, so that you step off the liner right onto it without an effort. You can't lose your way. You go out of a barn and down some stairs, and there you are, right in among it. The only possible objection any reasonable chappie could find to the place is that they loose you into it from the boat at such an ungodly hour. I left Jeeves to get my baggage safely past an aggregation of suspicious-minded pirates who were digging for buried treasures among my new shirts, and drove to Gussie's hotel, where I requested the squad of gentlemanly clerks behind the desk to produce him. That's where I got my first shock. He wasn't there. I pleaded with them to think again, and they thought again, but it was no good. No Augustus Mannering Phipps on the premises. I admit I was hard hit. There I was alone in a strange city and no signs of Gussie. What was the next step? I am never one of the master minds in the early morning. The old bean doesn't somehow seem to get into its stride till pretty late in the p.m.s, and I couldn't think what to do. However, some instinct took me through a door at the back of the lobby, and I found myself in a large room with an enormous picture stretching across the whole of one wall, and under the picture a counter, and behind the counter divers chappies in white serving drinks. They have barmen, don't you know, in New York, not barmaids. Rum idea. I put myself unreservedly into the hands of one of the white chappies. He was a friendly soul, and I told him the whole state of affairs. I asked him what he thought would meet the case. He said that in a situation of that sort he usually prescribed a lightning whizzer, an invention of his own. He said this was what rabbits trained on when they were matched against grizzly bears, and there was only one instance on record of the bear having lasted 3 rounds. So I tried a couple, and by Jove, the man was perfectly right. As I drained the second, a great load seemed to fall from my heart, and I went out in quite a braced way to have a look at the city. I was surprised to find the streets quite full. People were bustling along as if it were some reasonable hour and not the grey dawn. In the tramcars they were absolutely standing on each other's necks. Going to business or something, I take it. Wonderful Johnnies. The odd part of it was that after the first shock of seeing all this frightful energy, the thing didn't seem so strange. I've spoken to fellows since who have been to New York, and they tell me they found it just the same. Apparently there's something in the air, either the ozone or the phosphates or something, which makes you sit up and take notice. A kind of zip, as it were. A sort of bally freedom, if you know what I mean, that gets into your blood and bucks you up and makes you feel that God's in his heaven, all's right with the world. And you don't care if you've got odd socks on. I can't express it better than by saying that the thought uppermost in my mind, as I walked about the place they call Times Square, was that there were 3,000 miles of deep water between me and my Aunt Agatha. It's a funny thing about looking for things. If you hunt for a needle in a haystack, you don't find it. If you don't give a darn whether you ever see the needle or not, it runs into you the first time you lean against the stack. By the time I had strolled up and down once or twice, seeing the sights and letting the white chappie's corrective permeate my system, I was feeling that I wouldn't care if Gussie and I never met again, and I'm dashed if I didn't suddenly catch sight of the old lad, as large as life, just turning in a doorway down the street. I called after him, but he didn't hear me, so I legged it in pursuit and caught him going into an office on the first floor. The name on the door was Abe Riesbitter, vaudeville agent, and from the other side of the door came the sound of many voices. He turned and stared at me. "Bertie, what on earth are you doing? Where have you sprung from? When did you arrive?" "Landed this morning." "I went round to your hotel, but they said you weren't there. They had never heard of you." "I've changed my name. I call myself George Wilson." "Why on earth?" "Well, you try calling yourself Augustus Mannering Phipps over here and see how it strikes you. You feel a perfect ass. I don't know what it is about America, but the broad fact is that it's not a place where you can call yourself Augustus Mannering Phipps. And there's another reason. I'll tell you later. Bertie, I've fallen in love with the dearest girl in the world." The poor old nut looked at me in such a deuced cat-like way, standing with his mouth open, waiting to be congratulated, that I simply hadn't the heart to tell him that I knew all about that already, and had come over to the country for the express purpose of laying him a stymie. So I congratulated him. "Thanks awfully, old man," he said. "It's a bit premature, but I fancy it's going to be all right. Come along in here, and I'll tell you about it." "What do you want in this place? It looks a rummy spot." "Oh, it's part of the story. I'll tell you the whole thing." We opened the door marked "Waiting Room." I never saw such a crowded place in my life. The room was packed till the walls bulged. Gussie explained. "Pros," he said. "Music hall artistes, you know, waiting to see old Abe Riesbitter. This is September the 1st, vaudeville's opening day. The early fall," said Gussie, who is a bit of a poet in his way, "is vaudeville's springtime. All over the country, as August wanes, sparkling comediennes burst into bloom. The sap stirs in the veins of tramp cyclists, and last year's contortionists waking from their summer sleep, tie themselves tentatively into knots. What I mean is, this is the beginning of the new season, and everybody's out hunting for bookings.' 'But what do you want here?' 'Oh, I've just got to see Abe about something. If you see a fat man with about 57 chins come out of that door there, grab him, for that'll be Abe. He's one of those fellows who advertise each step up they take in the world by growing another chin. I'm told that way back in the 90s he only had 2. If you do grab Abe, remember that he knows me as George Wilson.' 'You said that you were going to explain that George Wilson business to me, Gussie, old man.' 'Well, it's this way.' At this juncture, dear old Gussie broke off short, rose from his seat, and sprang with indescribable vim at an extraordinarily stout chappie who had suddenly appeared. There was the deuce of a rush for him, but Gussie got away to a good start, and the rest of the singers, dancers, jugglers, acrobats, and refined sketch teams seemed to recognize that he had won the trick, for they ebbed back into their places again, and Gussie and I went into the inner room. Mr. Riesbitter lit a cigar and looked at us solemnly over his zareba of chins. 'Now let me tell you something,' he said to Gussie. 'You listen to me.' Gussie registered respectful attention. Mr. Riesbitter mused for a moment and shelled the cuspidor with indirect fire over the edge of the desk. 'Listen to me,' he said again. 'I seen you rehearse as I promised Miss Dennison I would. You ain't bad for an amateur. You got a lot to learn, but it's in you. What it comes to is that I can fix you up in the 4 a day if you'll take 35 per. I can't do better than that, and I wouldn't have done it if that little lady hadn't have kept after me. Take it or leave it. What do you say?' 'I'll take it,' said Gussie huskily. 'Thank you.' In the passage outside, Gussie gurgled with joy and slapped me on the back. 'Bertie, old man, it's all right. I'm the happiest man in New York.' 'Now what?' 'Well, you see, as I was telling you when Abe came in, Ray's father used to be in the profession. He was before our time, but I remember hearing about him. Joe Danby. He used to be well known in London before he came over to America. Well, he's a fine old boy, but as obstinate as a mule, and he didn't like the idea of Ray marrying me because I wasn't in the profession. Wouldn't hear of it. Well, you remember at Oxford I could always sing a song pretty well, so Ray got a hold of old Riesbitter and made him promise to come and hear me rehearse and get me bookings if he liked my work. She stands high with him. She coached me for weeks, the darling, and now, as you heard him say, he's booked me in the small time at $35 a week.' I steadied myself against the wall. The effects of the restoratives supplied by my pal at the hotel bar were beginning to work off, and I felt a little weak. Through a sort of mist I seemed to have a vision of Aunt Agatha hearing that the head of the Mannering Phippses was about to appear on the vaudeville stage. Aunt Agatha's worship of the family name amounts to an obsession. The Mannering Phippses were an old established clan when William the Conqueror was a small boy going around with bare legs and a catapult. For centuries they have called kings by their first names and helped dukes with their weekly rent. And there's practically nothing a Mannering Phipps can do that doesn't blot his escutcheon. So what Aunt Agatha would say, beyond saying that it was all my fault when she learned the horrid news, it was beyond me to imagine. 'Come back to the hotel, Gussie,' I said. 'There's a sportsman there who mixes things he calls lightning whizzers. Something tells me I need one now. And excuse me for 1 minute, Gussie. I want to send a cable.' It was clear to me now that Aunt Agatha had picked the wrong man for this job of disentangling Gussie from the clutches of the American vaudeville profession. What I needed was reinforcements. For a moment I thought of cabling Aunt Agatha to come over, but reason told me that this would be overdoing it. I wanted assistance, but not so badly as that. I hit what seemed to me the happy mean. I cabled to Gussie's mother and made it urgent. 'What were you cabling about?' asked Gussie later. 'Oh, just to say I had arrived safely and all sort of tosh,' I answered. Gussie opened his vaudeville career on the following Monday at a rummy sort of place uptown where they had moving pictures some of the time, and in between 1 or 2 vaudeville acts. It had taken a lot of careful handling to bring him up to scratch. He seemed to take my sympathy and assistance for granted, and I couldn't let him down. My only hope, which grew as I listened to him rehearsing, was that he would be such a frightful frost at his first appearance that he would never dare to perform again. And, as that would automatically squash the marriage, it seemed best to me to let the thing go on. He wasn't taking any chances. On the Saturday and Sunday we practically lived in a beastly little music room at the offices of the publishers whose songs he proposed to use. A little chappie with a hooked nose sucked a cigarette and played the piano all day. Nothing could tire that lad. He seemed to take a personal interest in the thing. Gussie would clear his throat and begin. There's a great big choo-choo waiting at the depot. The chappie, playing chords. Is that so? What's it waiting for? Gussie, rather rattled at the interruption. Waiting for me. The chappie, surprised. For you? Gussie, sticking to it. Waiting for me. The chappie, skeptically. You don't say. Gussie. For I'm off to Tennessee. The chappie, conceding a point. Now, I live at Yonkers. He did this all through the song. At first poor old Gussie asked him to stop, but the chappie said, no, it was always done. It helped to get pep into the thing. He appealed to me whether the thing didn't want a bit of pep, and I said it wanted all the pep it could get. And the chappie said to Gussie, there you are. So Gussie had to stand it. The other song that he intended to sing was one of those moon songs. He told me in a hushed voice that he was using it because it was one of the songs that the girl Ray sang when lifting them out of their seats at Mosenstein's and elsewhere. The fact seemed to give it sacred associations for him. You will scarcely believe me, but the management expected Gussie to show up and start performing at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I told him they couldn't be serious, as they must know that he would be rolling out for a bit of lunch at that hour. But Gussie said this was the usual thing in the 4 a day, and he didn't suppose he would ever get any lunch again until he landed on the big time. I was just condoling with him when I found that he was taking it for granted that I should be there at the 1 o'clock too. My idea had been that I should look in at night, when, if he survived, he would be coming up for the 4th time. But I've never deserted a pal in distress, so I said good-bye to the little lunch I'd been planning at a rather decent tavern I'd discovered on Fifth Avenue, and trailed along. They were showing pictures when I reached my seat. It was one of those Western films where the cowboy jumps on his horse and rides across country at 150 miles an hour to escape the sheriff, not knowing, poor chump, that he might just as well stay where he is, the sheriff having a horse of his own which can do 300 miles an hour without coughing. I was just going to close my eyes and try to forget till I put Gussie's name up, when I discovered that I was sitting next to a deucedly pretty girl. No, let me be honest. When I went in, I had seen that there was a deucedly pretty girl sitting in that particular seat, so I had taken the next one. What happened now was that I began, as it were, to drink her in. I wished they would turn the lights up so I could see her better. She was rather small, with great big eyes and a ripping smile. It was a shame to let all that run to seed, so to speak, in semi-darkness. Suddenly the lights did go up, and the orchestra began to play a tune which, though I hadn't much of an ear for music, seemed somehow familiar. The next instant out pranced old Gussie from the wings in a purple frock coat and a brown top hat, grinned feebly at the audience, tripped over his feet, blushed, and began to sing the Tennessee song. It was rotten. The poor nut had got stage fright so badly that it practically eliminated his voice. He sounded like some far-off echo of the past yodeling through a woolen blanket. For the first time since I had heard that he was about to go into vaudeville, I felt a faint hope creeping over me. I was sorry for the wretched chap, of course, but there was no denying that the thing had its bright side. No management on earth would go on paying $35 a week for this sort of performance. This was going to be Gussie's first and only. He would have to leave the profession. The old boy would say, "Unhand my daughter," and, with decent luck, I saw myself leading Gussie on to the next England-bound liner and handing him over intact to Aunt Agatha. He got through the song somehow and limped off amidst roars of silence from the audience. There was a brief respite, and then out he came again. He sang this time as if nobody loved him. As a song, it was not a very pathetic song, being all about coons spooning in June under the moon and so on and so forth, but Gussie handled it in such a sad, crushed way that there was genuine anguish in every line. By the time he reached the refrain, I was nearly in tears. It seemed such a rotten sort of world with all that kind of thing going on in it. He started the refrain, and then the most frightful thing happened. The girl next to me got up in her seat, chucked her head back, and began to sing too. I say "too," But it wasn't really 2 because her first note stopped Gussie dead, as if he had been pole-axed. I never felt so bally conspicuous in my life. I huddled down in my seat and wished I could turn my collar up. Everybody seemed to be looking at me. In the midst of my agony, I caught sight of Gussie. A complete change had taken place in the old lad. He was looking most frightfully bucked. I must say that the girl was singing most awfully well, and it seemed to act on Gussie like a tonic. When she came to the end of the refrain, he took it up and they sang it together, and the end of it was that he went off the popular hero. The audience yelled for more and were only quieted when they turned down the lights and put on a film. When I had recovered, I tottered round to see Gussie. I found him sitting on a box behind the stage, looking like one who had seen visions. "Isn't she a wonder, Bertie?" he said devotedly. "I hadn't a notion she was going to be there. She's playing at the Auditorium this week, and she can only just have had time to get back to her matinee. She risked being late, just to come and see me through. She's my good angel, Bertie. She saved me. If she hadn't helped me out, I don't know what would have happened. I was so nervous I didn't know what I was doing. Now that I've got through the first show, I shall be all right." I was glad I had sent the cable to his mother. I was going to need her. The thing had got beyond me. During the next week I saw a lot of old Gussie and was introduced to the girl. I also met her father, a formidable old boy with quick eyebrows and a sort of determined expression. On the following Wednesday Aunt Julia arrived. Mrs. Mannering Phipps, my Aunt Julia, is, I think, the most dignified person I know. She lacks Aunt Agatha's punch, but in a quiet way she has always contrived to make me feel from boyhood up that I was a poor worm. Not that she harries me like Aunt Agatha. The difference between the two is that Aunt Agatha conveys the impression that she considers me personally responsible for all the sin and sorrow in the world, while Aunt Julia's manner seems to suggest that I am more to be pitied than censured. If it wasn't that the thing was a matter of historical fact, I should be inclined to believe that Aunt Julia had never been on the vaudeville stage. She is like a stage duchess. She always seemed to me to be in a perpetual state of being about to desire the butler to instruct the head footman to serve lunch in the blue room overlooking the west terrace. She exudes dignity. Yet 25 years ago, so I've been told by old boys who were lads about town in those days, she was knocking them cold at the Tivoli on a double act called Fun in a Tea Shop, in which she wore tights and sang a song with a chorus that began Rumpty-diddly-umpty-ay. There are some things a chappie's mind absolutely refuses to picture, and Aunt Julia singing Rumpty-diddly-umpty-ay is one of them. She got straight to the point within 5 minutes of our meeting. "What is this about Gussie? Why did you cable for me, Bertie?" "It's rather a long story," I said, "and complicated. If you don't mind, I'll let you have it in a series of motion pictures. Suppose we look in at the Auditorium for a few minutes." The girl, Ray, had been re-engaged for a second week at the Auditorium, owing to the big success of her first week. Her act consisted of 3 songs. She did herself well in the matter of costume and scenery. She had a ripping voice. She looked most awfully pretty, and altogether the act was, broadly speaking, a pippin. Aunt Julia didn't speak until we were in our seats. Then she gave a sort of sigh. "It's 25 years since I was in a music hall." She didn't say any more, but sat there with her eyes glued on the stage. After about half an hour, the Johnnies who worked the card index system at the side of the stage put up the name of Ray Dennison, and there was a good deal of applause. "Watch this act, Aunt Julia," I said. She didn't seem to hear me. 25 years. What did you say, Bertie?" "Watch this act and tell me what you think of it." "Who is it?" "Ray." "Oh!" "Exhibit A," I said. "The girl Gussie's engaged to." The girl did her act, and the house rose at her. They didn't want to let her go. She had to come back again and again. When she had finally disappeared, I turned to Aunt Julia. "Well?" I said. "I like her work. She's an artist." "We will now, if you don't mind, step a goodish way uptown." And we took the subway to where Gussie, the human film, was earning his 35 per. As luck would have it, we hadn't been in the place 10 minutes when out he came. "Exhibit B," I said. "Gussie." I don't quite know what I had expected her to do, but I certainly didn't expect her to sit there without a word. She did not move a muscle, but just stared at Gussie as he drooled on about the moon. I was sorry for the woman, but it must have been a shock for her to see her only son in a mauve frock coat and a brown top hat, but I thought it best to let her get a stranglehold on the intricacies of the situation as quickly as possible. If I had tried to explain the affair without the aid of illustrations, I should have talked all day and left her muddled up as to who was going to marry whom and why. I was astonished at the improvement in dear old Gussie. He had got back his voice and was putting the stuff over well. It reminded me of the night at Oxford when, then but a lad of 18, he sang "Let's All Go Down to the Strand" after a bump supper, standing the while up to his knees in the college fountain. He was putting just the same zip into the thing now. When he had gone off, Aunt Julia sat perfectly still for a long time, and then she turned to me. Her eyes shone queerly. "What does this mean, Bertie?" She spoke quietly, but her voice shook a bit. "Gussie went into the business," I said, "because the girl's father wouldn't let him marry her unless he did. If you feel up to it, perhaps you wouldn't mind tottering around to 133rd Street and having a chat with him. He's an old boy with eyebrows, and he's Exhibit C on my list. When I put you in touch with him, I rather fancy my share of the business is concluded, and it's up to you." The Danbys lived in one of those big apartments uptown which look as if they cost the earth and really cost about half as much as a hall room down in the 40s. We were shown into the sitting room, and presently old Danby came in. "Good afternoon, Mr. Danby," I began. I had got as far as that when there was a kind of gasping cry at my elbow. "Joe!" cried Aunt Julia, and staggered against the sofa. For a moment old Danby stared at her, and then his mouth fell open and his eyebrows shot up like rockets. "Julie!" And then they had got hold of each other's hands and were shaking them till I wondered their arms didn't come unscrewed. I'm not equal to this sort of thing at such short notice. The change in Aunt Julia made me feel quite dizzy. She had shed her grande dame manner completely and was blushing and smiling. I didn't like to say such things of any aunt of mine, or I would go further and put it on record that she was giggling. And old Danby, who usually looked like a cross between a Roman emperor and Napoleon Bonaparte in a bad temper, was behaving like a small boy. "Joe! Julie! Dear old Joe! Fancy meeting you again! Wherever have you come from, Julie?" Well, I didn't know what it was all about, but I felt a bit out of it. I butted in. "Aunt Julia wants to have a talk with you, Mr. Danby." "I knew you in a second, Joe." "It's 25 years since I saw you, kid, and you don't look a day older." "Oh, Joe, I'm an old woman." "What are you doing over here? I suppose," old Danby's cheerfulness waned a trifle, "I suppose your husband is with you?" "My husband died a long, long while ago, Joe." Old Danby shook his head. "You never ought to have married out of the profession, Julie. I'm not saying a word against the late, I can't remember his name, never could, but you shouldn't have done it, an artist like you. Shall I ever forget the way you used to knock them with rump-diddly-umpty, eh?" "Ah, how wonderful you were in that act, Joe." Aunt Julia sighed. "Do you remember the backfall you used to do down the steps? I always have said that you did the best backfall in the profession." "I couldn't do it now." "Do you remember how we put it across at the Canterbury, Joe? Think of it, the Canterbury's a moving picture house now, and the old mogul runs French revues." "I'm glad I'm not there to see them." "Joe, tell me, why did you leave England?" "Well, I wanted a change. No, I'll tell you the truth, kid. I wanted you, Julie. You went off and married that, whatever that stage door Johnny's name was, and it broke me all up." Aunt Julia was staring at him. She is what they call a well-preserved woman. It's easy to see that 25 years ago she must have been something quite extraordinary to look at. Even now she's almost beautiful. She has very large brown eyes, a mass of soft grey hair, and the complexion of a girl of 17. "Joe, you aren't going to tell me you were fond of me yourself?" "Of course I was fond of you. Why did I let you have all the fat in Fun in a Tea Shop? Why did I hang about upstage while you sang Rumpty-diddly-umpty-ay? Do you remember my giving you a bag of buns when we were on the road at Bristol?" "Yes, but—" "Do you remember my giving you the ham sandwiches at Portsmouth?" "Joe." "Do you remember my giving you a seed cake at Birmingham? What did you think all that meant, if not that I loved you? Why, I was working up by degrees to telling you straight out when you suddenly went off and married that cane-sucking dude. That's why I wouldn't let my daughter marry this young chap, Wilson, unless he went into the profession. She's an artist.' 'She certainly is, Joe.' 'You've seen her? Where?' 'At the auditorium just now. But, Joe, you mustn't stand in the way of her marrying the man she's in love with. He's an artist, too.' 'In the small time.' 'You were in the small time once, Joe. You mustn't look down on him because he's a beginner. I know how you feel that your daughter is marrying beneath her, but—' 'How on earth do you know anything about young Wilson?' 'He's my son.' 'Your son?' 'Yes, Joe, and I've just been watching him work. Oh, Joe, you can't think how proud I was of him. He's got it in him. It's fate. He's my son, and he's in the profession. Joe, you don't know what I've been through for his sake. They made a lady of me. I've never worked so hard in my life as I did to become a real lady. They kept telling me I had got to put it across, no matter what it cost, so that he wouldn't be ashamed of me. The study was something terrible. I had to watch myself every minute for years, and I never knew when I might fluff my lines or fall down on some bit of business. But I did it because I didn't want him to be ashamed of me, though all the time I was just aching to be back where I belonged.' Old Danby made a jump at her and took her by the shoulders. 'Come back where you belong, Julie,' he cried. 'Your husband's dead, your son's a pro. Come back. It's 25 years ago, but I haven't changed. I want you still. I've always wanted you. You've got to come back, kid, where you belong.' Aunt Julia gave a sort of gulp and looked at him. 'Joe,' she said in a kind of whisper. 'You're here, kid,' said old Danby huskily. 'You've got to come back. 25 years. You've come back, and you're going to stay.' She pitched forward into his arms, and he caught her. 'Oh, Joe, Joe, Joe,' she said. 'Hold me. Don't let me go. Take care of me.' And I edged for the door and slipped from the room. I felt weak. The old bean will stand a certain amount, but this was too much. I groped my way out into the street and wailed for a taxi. Gussie called on me at the hotel that night. He curveted into the room as if he had bought it and the rest of the city. 'Bertie,' he said, 'I feel as if I were dreaming.' 'I wish I could feel like that, old chap,' I said, and I took another glance at the cable that had arrived a half hour ago from Aunt Agatha. I had been looking at it at intervals ever since. 'Ray and I got back to her flat this evening. Who do you think was there? The mater. She was sitting hand in hand with old Danby.' 'Yes?' 'He was sitting hand in hand with her.' 'Really?' 'They're going to be married.' 'Exactly.' 'Ray and I are going to be married.' 'I suppose so.' 'Bertie, old man, I feel immense. I look round me, and everything seems to be absolutely corking. The change in the mater is marvellous. She is 25 years younger. She and old Danby are talking of reviving Fun in a Tea Shop and going out on the road with it.' I got up. 'Gussie, old top,' I said, 'leave me for a while. I would be alone. I think I've got brain fever or something.' 'Sorry, old man. Perhaps New York doesn't agree with you. When do you expect to go back to England?' I looked again at Aunt Agatha's cable. 'With luck,' I said, 'in about 10 years. When he was gone, I took up the cable and read it again. 'What is happening?' it read. 'Shall I come over?' I sucked a pencil for a while, and then I wrote the reply. It was not an easy cable to word, but I managed it. 'No,' I wrote. 'Stay where you are. Profession overcrowded.' End of Extricating Young Gussie by P.G. Wodehouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybart.blogspot.com. The Hobo and the Fairy by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Hobo and the Fairy by Jack London. Read by Don W. Jenkins. He lay on his back. So heavy was his sleep that the stamp of hoofs and cries of the drivers from the bridge that crossed the creek did not rouse him. Wagon after wagon, loaded high with grapes, passed the bridge on the way up the valley to the winery, and the coming of each wagon was like the explosion of sound and commotion in the lazy quiet of the afternoon. But the man was undisturbed. His head had slipped from the folded newspaper, and the straggling, unkempt hair was matted with the foxtails and burrs of the dry grass on which it lay. He was not a pretty sight. His mouth was open, disclosing a gap in the upper row where several teeth at some time had been knocked out. He breathed stertorously, at times grunting and moaning with the pain of his sleep. Also he was very restless, tossing his arms about, making jerky, half-convulsive movements, and at times rolling his head from side to side in the burrs. This restlessness seemed occasioned partly by some internal discomfort, and partly by the sun that streamed down on his face, and by the flies that buzzed and lighted and crawled upon the nose and cheeks and eyelids. There was no other place for them to crawl, for the rest of the face was covered with matted beard, slightly grizzled, but greatly dirt-stained and weather-discolored. The cheekbones were blotched with the blood congested by the debauch that was evidently being slept off. This, too, accounted for the persistence with which the flies clustered around the mouth, lured by the alcohol-laden exhalations. He was a powerfully built man, thick-necked, broad-shouldered, with sinewy wrists and toil-distorted hands. Yet the distortion was not due to recent toil, nor were the calluses other than ancient that showed under the dirt of one palm upturned. From time to time this hand clenched tightly and spasmodically into a fist, large, heavy-boned, and wicked-looking. The man lay in the dry grass of a tiny glade that ran down to the tree-fringed bank of the stream. On either side of the glade was a fence, of the old stake and rider type, though little of it was to be seen, so thickly was it overgrown by wild blackberry bushes, scrubby oaks, and young madrono trees. In the rear, a gate through a low paling fence led to a snug, squat bungalow built in the California Spanish style, and seeming to have been compounded directly from the landscape of which it was so justly a part. Neat and trim and modestly sweet was the bungalow, redolent of comfort and repose, telling with quiet certitude of someone that knew and that had sought and found. Through the gate and into the glade came as dainty a little maiden as ever stepped out of an illustration made especially to show how dainty little maidens may be. 8 years she may have been, and possibly a trifle more or less. Her little waist and little black-stockinged calves showed how delicately fragile she was, but the fragility was of mold only. There was no hint of anemia in the clear, healthy complexion, nor in the quick, tripping step. She was a little delicious blonde, with hair spun of gossamer gold, and wide blue eyes that were but slightly veiled by the long lashes. Her expression was of sweetness and happiness. It belonged by right to any face that sheltered in the bungalow. She carried a child's parasol, which she was careful not to tear against the scrubby branches and bramble bushes as she sought for wild poppies along the edge of the fence. They were late poppies, a third generation, which had been unable to resist the call of the warm October sun. Having gathered along one fence, she turned to cross to the opposite fence. Midway in the glade she came upon the tramp. Her startle was merely a startle. There was no fear in it. She stood and looked long and curiously at the forbidding spectacle, and was about to turn back, when the sleeper moved restlessly and rolled his hand among the burrs. She noted the sun on his face, and the buzzing flies. Her face grew solicitous, and for a moment she debated with herself. Then she tiptoed to his side, interposed the parasol between him and the sun, and brushed away the flies. After a time, for greater ease, she sat down beside him. An hour passed, during which she occasionally shifted the parasol from one tired hand to the other. At first the sleeper had been restless, but, shielded from the flies in the sun, his breathing became gentler, and his movements ceased. Several times, however, he really frightened her. The first was the worst, coming abruptly and without warning. "Christ! "How deep? How deep?" the man murmured from some profound of dream. The parasol was agitated, but the girl controlled herself and continued her self-appointed ministrations. Another time it was a gritting of teeth, as of some intolerable agony. So terribly did the teeth crunch and grind together that it seemed they must crush into fragments. A little later he suddenly stiffened out. The hands clenched and the face set with the savage resolution of the dream. The eyelids trembled from the shock of the fantasy, seemed about to open but did not. Instead, the lips muttered, "No, no, and once more no, I won't peach." The lips paused, then went on. "You might as well tie me up, Warden, and cut me to pieces. That's all you can get out of me, blood. That's all any of you uns has ever got out of me in this hole." After this outburst the man slept gently on, while the little girl still held the parasol aloft and looked down with a great wonder at the frowsy, unkempt creature, trying to reconcile it with the little part of life that she knew. To her ears came the cries of men, the stamp of hoofs on the bridge, and the creak and groan of wagons heavy laden. It was a breathless California Indian summer day. Light fleeces of cloud drifted in the azure sky, but to the west heavy cloud banks threatened with rain. A bee droned lazily by. From further thickets came the calls of quail, and from the fields the songs of meadowlarks. And oblivious to it all slept Ross Shanklin. Ross Shanklin, the tramp and outcast, ex-convict 4379, the bitter and unbreakable one who had defied all keepers and survived all brutalities. Texas-born, of the old pioneer stock that was always tough and stubborn, he had been unfortunate. At 17 years of age he had been apprehended for horse-stealing. Also, he had been convicted of stealing 7 horses which he had not stolen, and he had been sentenced to 14 years of imprisonment. This was severe under any circumstances, but with him it had been especially severe, because there had been no prior convictions against him. The sentiment of the people who believed him guilty had been that 2 years was adequate punishment for the youth, but the county attorney, paid according to the convictions he secured, had made 7 charges against him and earned 7 fees, which goes to show that the county attorney valued 12 years of Ross Shanklin's life at less than a few dollars. Young Ross Shanklin had toiled terribly in jail. He had escaped more than once, and he had been caught and sent back to toil in other and various jails. He had been triced up and lashed till he fainted, had been revived and lashed again. He had been in the dungeon 90 days at a time. He had experienced the torment of the straitjacket. He knew what the humming-bird was. He had been farmed out as a chattel by the state to the contractors. He had been trailed through swamps by bloodhounds. Twice he had been shot. For 6 years on end he had cut 1.5 cords of wood each day in a convict lumber camp. Sick or well, he had cut that 1.5 cords or paid for it under whiplash, knotted and pickled. And Ross Shanklin had not sweetened under the treatment. He had sneered and raved and defied. He had seen convicts, after the guards had manhandled them, crippled in body for life, left to maunder in mind to the end of their days. He had seen convicts, even his own cellmate, goaded to murder by their keepers, go to the gallows reviling God. He had been in a break in which 11 of his kind were shot down. He had been through a mutiny where, in the prison yard, with Gatling guns trained upon them, 300 convicts had been disciplined with pick-handles wielded by brawny guards. He had known every infamy of human cruelty, and through it all he had never been broken. He had resented and fought to the last until, embittered and bestial, the day came when he was discharged. $5 were given to him in payment for the years of his labor and the flower of his manhood. And he had worked little in the years that followed. Work he hated and despised. He tramped, begged and stole, lied or threatened as the case might warrant, and drank to besottedness whenever he got the chance. The little girl was looking at him when he awoke. Like a wild animal, all of him was awake the instant he opened his eyes. The first he saw was the parasol, strangely obtruded between him and the sky. He did not start or move, though his whole body seemed slightly to tense. His eyes followed down the parasol handle to the tight-clutched little fingers and along the arm to the child's face. Straight and unblinking, he looked into her eyes, and she, returning the look, was chilled and frightened by his glittering eyes, cold and harsh, withal bloodshot, and with no hint in them of the warm humanness she had been accustomed to see and feel in human eyes. They were the true prison eyes, the eyes of a man who had learned to talk little, who had forgotten almost how to talk. "Hello," he said finally, making no effort to change his position. "What game are you up to?" His voice was gruff and husky, and at first it had been harsh, but it had softened queerly in a feeble attempt at forgotten kindliness. "How do you do?" she said. "I'm not playing. The sun was on your face, and Mamma says one oughtn't to sleep in the sun." The sweet clearness of her child's voice was pleasant to him, and he wondered why he had never noticed it in children's voices before. He sat up slowly and stared at her. He felt that he ought to say something, but speech with him was a reluctant thing. "I hope you slept well," she said gravely. "I sure did," he answered, never taking his eyes from her, amazed at the fairness and delicacy of her. "How long was you holding that contraption up over me?" "Oh," she debated with herself, "a long, long time. I thought you would never wake up." "And I thought you was a fairy when I first seen you." He felt elated at his contribution to the conversation. "No, not a fairy," she smiled. He thrilled in a strange, numb way at the immaculate whiteness of her small, even teeth. "I was just the Good Samaritan," she added. "I reckon I never heard of that party." He was cudgelling his brains to keep the conversation going. Never having been at close quarters with a child since he was man-grown, he found it difficult. "What a funny man not to know about the Good Samaritan. Don't you remember? A certain man went down to Jericho—" "I reckon I been there," he interrupted. "I knew you were a traveler," she cried, clapping her hands. "Maybe you saw the exact spot." "What spot?" "Why, where he fell among thieves and was left half dead, and then the Good Samaritan went to him and bound up his wounds and poured in oil and wine. Was that olive oil, do you think?" He shook his head slowly. "I reckon you got me there. Olive oil is something the Dagoes cooks with. I never heard of it for busted heads." She considered his statement for a moment. "Well," she announced, "we use olive oil in our cooking, so we must be Dagoes. I never knew what they were before. I thought it was slang." "And the Samaritan dumped oil on his head," the tramp muttered reminiscently. "Seems to me I recollect a sky pilot saying something about that old gent. Do you know, I've been looking for him off and on all my life, and never scared up hide nor hair of him. They ain't no more Samaritans." "Wasn't I one?" she asked quickly. He looked at her steadily, with a great curiosity and wonder. Her ear, by a movement exposed to the sun, was transparent. It seemed he could almost see through it. He was amazed at the delicacy of her coloring, at the blue of her eyes, at the dazzle of the sun-touched golden hair, and he was astounded by her fragility. It came to him that she was easily broken. His eye went quickly from his huge gnarled paw to her tiny hand, in which it seemed to him he could almost see the blood circulate. He knew the power in his muscles, and he knew the tricks and turns by which men use their bodies to ill-treat men. In fact, he knew little else, and his mind for the time ran in its customary channel. It was his way of measuring the beautiful strangeness of her. He calculated a grip, and not a strong one, that could grind her little fingers to pulp. He thought of fist blows he had given to men's heads and received on his own head, and he felt that the least of them could shatter hers like an egg-shell. He scanned her little shoulders and slim waist, and knew in all certitude that with his two hands he could rend her to pieces. "Wasn't I one?" she insisted again. He came back to himself with a shock, or away from himself as the case happened. He was loath that the conversation should cease. "What?" he answered. "Oh, yes, you bet you was a Samaritan, even if you didn't have no olive oil." He remembered what his mind had been dwelling on, and asked, "But ain't you afraid? Of me?" he added lamely. She laughed merrily.
"Ha! Mama says never to be afraid of anything. She says that if you're good and you think good of other people, they'll be good too." "And you was thinking good of me when you kept the sun off?" he marveled. "But it's hard to think good of bees and nasty crawly things," she confessed. "But there's men that is nasty and crawly things," he argued. "Mama says no. She says there's good in everyone." "I bet you she locks the house up tight at night, just the same," he proclaimed triumphantly. "But she doesn't. Mama isn't afraid of anything. That's why she lets me play out here alone when I want. Why, we had a robber once. Mama got right up and found him. And what do you think? He was only a poor, hungry man. And she got him plenty to eat from the pantry, and afterward she got him work to do." Ross Shanklin was stunned. The vista shown him of human nature was unthinkable. It had been his lot to live in a world of suspicion and hatred, of evil believing and evil doing. It had been his experience slouching along village streets at nightfall to see little children screaming with fear run from him to their mothers. He had even seen grown women shrink aside from him as he passed along the sidewalk. He was aroused by the girl clapping her hands as she cried out, "I know what you are! You're an open-air crank. That's why you were sleeping here in the grass." He felt a grim desire to laugh, but repressed it. "And that's what tramps are, open-air cranks," she continued. "I often wondered. Mama believes in the open air. I sleep on the porch at night. So does she. This is our land. You must have climbed the fence. Mama lets me when I put on my climbers. They're bloomers, you know. But you ought to be told something. A person doesn't know when they snore because they're asleep, but you do worse than that. You grit your teeth. That's bad. Whenever you are going to sleep, you must think to yourself, 'I won't grit my teeth, I won't grit my teeth,' over and over, just like that, and by you'll get out of the habit. All bad things are habits, so are all good things. And it depends on us what kind our habits are going to be. I used to pucker my eyebrows, wrinkle them all up, but Mama said I must overcome that habit. She said that when my eyebrows were wrinkled it was an advertisement that my brain was wrinkled inside, and that it wasn't good to have wrinkles in the brain. And then she smoothed my eyebrows with her hand and said I must always think smooth, smooth inside, and smooth outside. And do you know, it was easy. I haven't wrinkled my brows for ever so long. I've heard about filling teeth by thinking, but I don't believe that. Neither does Mama." She paused, rather out of breath. Nor did he speak. Her flow of talk had been too much for him. Also, sleeping drunkenly with open mouth had made him very thirsty. But rather than lose one precious moment, he endured the torment of his scorching throat and mouth. He licked his dry lips and struggled for speech. "What's your name?" he managed at last. "Joan." She looked her own question at him, and it was not necessary to voice it. "Mine is Ross Shanklin," he volunteered, for the first time in forgotten years, giving his real name. "I suppose you've traveled a lot?" "I sure have, but not as much as I might have wanted to." "Papa always wanted to travel, but he was too busy at the office. He never could get much time. He went to Europe once with Mama. That was before I was born. It takes money to travel." Ross Shanklin did not know whether to agree with this statement or not. "But it doesn't cost tramps much for expenses." She took the thought away from him. "Is that why you tramp?" He nodded and licked his lips. "Mama says it's too bad that men must tramp to look for work, but there's lots of work now in the country. All the farmers in the valley are trying to get men. Have you been working?" He shook his head, angry with himself that he should feel shame at the confession when his savage reasoning told him he was right in despising work. But this was followed by another thought. This beautiful little creature was some man's child. She was one of the rewards of work. "I wish I had a little girl like you," he blurted out, stirred by a sudden consciousness of passion for paternity. "I'd work my hands off. I'd do anything." She considered his case with fitting gravity. "Then you aren't married?" "Nobody would have me." "Yes, they would, if—" She did not turn up her nose, but she favored his dirt and rags with a look of disapprobation he could not mistake. "Go on," he half shouted. "Shoot it into me. If I was washed, if I wore good clothes, if I was respectable, if I had a job and worked regular, if I wasn't what I am." To each statement she nodded. "Well, I ain't that kind," he rushed on. "I'm no good. I'm a tramp. I don't want to work, that's what, and I like dirt." Her face was eloquent with reproach as she said, "Then you were only making believe when you wished you had a little girl like me?" This left him speechless, for he knew in all the depths of his new-found passion that that was just what he did want. With steady tact, noting his discomfort, she sought to change the subject. "What do you think of God?" she asked. "I ain't never met him. What do you think about him?" His reply was evidently angry, and she was frank in her disapproval. "You are very strange," she said. "You get angry so easily. I never saw anybody before that got angry about God or work or being clean." "He never done anything for me," he muttered resentfully. He cast back in quick review of the long years of toil in the convict camps and mines. "And work never done anything for me neither." An embarrassing silence fell. He looked at her, numb and hungry with the stir of the father love, sorry for his ill temper, puzzling his brain for something to say. She was looking off and away at the clouds, and he devoured her with his eyes. He reached out stealthily and rested one grimy hand on the very edge of her little dress. It seemed to him that she was the most wonderful thing in the world. The quail still called from the coverts, and the harvest sounds seemed abruptly to become very loud. A great loneliness oppressed him. I'm no good," he murmured huskily and repentantly. But beyond a glance from her blue eyes she took no notice. The silence was more embarrassing than ever. He felt that he could give the world just to touch with his lips that hem of her dress where his hand rested. But he was afraid of frightening her. He fought to find something to say, licking his parched lips and vainly attempting to articulate something, anything. "This ain't Sonoma Valley," he declared finally. "This is fairyland, and you're a fairy. Maybe I'm asleep and dreaming. I don't know. You and me don't know how to talk together because, you see, you're a fairy and don't know nothing but good things, and I'm a man from the bad, wicked world." Having achieved this much, he was left gasping for ideas like a stranded fish. "And you're going to tell me about that bad, wicked world," she cried, clapping her hands. "I'm just dying to know." He looked at her, startled, remembering the wreckage of womanhood he had encountered on the sunken ways of life. She was no fairy. She was flesh and blood, and the possibilities of wreckage were in her as they had been in him even when he lay at his mother's breast, and there was in her eagerness to know. "Nope," he said lightly. "This man from the bad, wicked world ain't going to tell you nothing of the kind. He's going to tell you of the good things in that world. He's going to tell you how he loved hosses when he was a shaver, and about the first hoss he straddled, and the first hoss he owned. Hosses ain't like men. They're better. They're clean all the way through and back again. And, little fairy, I want to tell you one thing. There sure ain't nothing in the world like when you're setting a tired horse at the end of the day, and you just speak, and that tired animal lifts under you willing and hustles along. Hosses, they're my long suit. I sure dote on hosses. Yep, I used to be a cowboy once." She clapped her hands in the way that tore so delightfully to his heart, and her eyes were dancing as she exclaimed, "A Texas cowboy! I always wanted to see one. I heard Papa say once that cowboys are bow-legged. Are you?" "I sure was a Texas cowboy," he answered. "But it was a long time ago, and I'm sure bow-legged. You see, you can't ride much when you're young and soft without getting the legs bent some. Why, I was only a 3-year-old when I begun. He was a 3-year-old, too, fresh broken. I led him up alongside the fence, dumbed to the top rail, and dropped on. He was a pinto, and a real devil at bucking, but I could do anything with him. I reckon he knowed I was only a little shaver. Some hosses knows lots more'n you think." For half an hour Ross Shanklin rambled on with his horse reminiscences, never unconscious for a moment of the supreme joy that was his through the touch of his hand on the hem of her dress. The sun dropped slowly into the cloud bank. The quail called more insistently, and empty wagon after empty wagon rumbled back across the bridge. Then came a woman's voice. "Joan." "Joan," it called, "where are you, dear?" The little girl answered, and Ross Shanklin saw a woman clad in a soft, clinging gown come through the gate from the bungalow. She was a slender, graceful woman, and to his charmed eyes she seemed rather to float along than walk like ordinary flesh and blood. "What have you been doing all afternoon?" the woman asked as she came up. "Talking, Mamma," the little girl replied. "I've had a very interesting time." Ross Shanklin scrambled to his feet and stood watchfully and awkwardly. The little girl took the mother's hand, and she, in turn, looked at him frankly and pleasantly, with a recognition of his humanness that was a new thing to him. In his mind ran the thought, "The woman who ain't afraid." Not a hint was there of the timidity he was accustomed to seeing in the woman's eyes, and he was quite aware, and never more so, of his bleary-eyed, forbidding appearance. "How do you do?" she greeted him sweetly and naturally. "How do you do, ma'am?" he responded, unpleasantly conscious of the huskiness and rawness of his voice. "And did you have an interesting time, too?" she smiled. "Yes, ma'am, I sure did. I was just telling your little girl about hosses." "He was a cowboy once, Mamma," she cried. The mother smiled her acknowledgment to him, and looked fondly down at the little girl. The thought that came to Ross Shanklin's mind was the awfulness of the crime if anyone should harm either of the wonderful pair. This was followed by the wish that some terrible danger should threaten so that he could fight, as well as he knew how, with all his strength and life, to defend them. "You'll have to come along, dear," the mother said. "It's growing late." She looked at Ross Shanklin hesitantly. "Would you care to have something to eat?" "No, ma'am. Thanking you kindly just the same. I ain't hungry." "Then say good-bye, Joan," she counseled. "Good-bye." The little girl held out her hand, and her eyes lighted roguishly. "Good-bye, Mr. Man from the bad, wicked world." To him the touch of her hand as she pressed it in his was the capstone of the whole adventure. "Good-bye, little fairy," he mumbled. "I reckon I got to be pullin' along." But he did not pull along. He stood staring after his vision until it vanished through the gate. The day seemed suddenly empty. He looked about him irresolutely, then climbed the fence, crossed the bridge, and slouched along the road. He was in a dream. He did not note his feet nor the way they led him. At times he stumbled in the dust-filled ruts. A mile further on, he aroused at the crossroads. Before him stood the saloon. He came to a stop and stared at it, licking his lips. He sank his hand into his pants pocket and fumbled a solitary dime. "God," he murmured, "God." Then, with dragging, reluctant feet, went on along the road. He came to a big farm. He knew it must be big because of the bigness of the house and the size and number of the barns and outbuildings. On the porch, in shirt-sleeves, smoking a cigar, keen-eyed and middle-aged, was the farmer. "What's the chance for a job?" Ross Shanklin asked. The keen eyes scarcely glanced at him. $1 a day in grub," was the answer. Ross Shanklin swallowed and braced himself. "I'll pick grapes all right, or anything. But what's the chance for a steady job? You've got a big ranch here. I know hosses. I was born on one. I can drive team, ride, plow, brake, do anything that anybody ever done with hosses." The other looked him over with an appraising, incredulous eye. "You don't look it," was the judgment. "I know I don't. Give me a chance, that's all. I'll prove it." The farmer considered, casting an anxious glance at the cloud bank into which the sun had sunk. "I'm short a teamster, and I'll give you the chance to make good. Go and get supper with the hands." Ross Shanklin's voice was very husky, and he spoke with an effort. "All right, I'll make good. Where can I get a drink of water and wash up?" End of The Hobo and the Fairy by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.
Madame Lucifer by Richard Garnett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Madame Lucifer by Richard Garnett. Lucifer sat playing chess with man for his soul. The game was evidently going ill for man. He had but pawns left, few and struggling. Lucifer had rooks, knights, and, of course, bishops. It was but natural under such circumstances that man should be in no great hurry to move. Lucifer grew impatient. "It is a pity," said he at last, "that we did not fix some period within which the player must move or resign." "Oh, Lucifer," returned the young man in heart-rending accents, "it is not the impending loss of my soul that thus unmans me, but the loss of my betrothed. When I think of the grief of the Lady Adeliza, the paragon of terrestrial loveliness—" Tears choked his utterance. Lucifer was touched. "Is the Lady Adeliza's loveliness in sooth so transcendent?" he inquired. "She is a rose, a lily, a diamond, a morning star." "If that is the case," rejoined Lucifer, "thou mayest reassure thyself. The Lady Adeliza shall not want for consolation. I will assume thy shape and woo her in thy stead." The young man hardly seemed to receive all the comfort from this promise which Lucifer no doubt designed. He made a desperate move. In an instant the devil checkmated him, and he disappeared. "Upon my word, if I had known what a business this was going to be, I don't think I should have gone in for it," soliloquized the devil, as, wearing his captive's semblance and installed in his apartments, he surveyed the effects to which he now had to administer. They included coats, shirts, collars, neckties, foils, cigars, and the like, ad libitum, and very little else, except 3 challenges, 10 writs, and 74 unpaid bills, elegantly disposed around the looking-glass. To the poor youth's praise be it said, there were no billets due, except from the Lady Adeliza herself. Noting the address of these carefully, the devil sallied forth, and nothing but his ignorance of the topography of the hotel, which made him take the back stairs, saved him from the clutches of 2 bailiffs lurking on the principal staircase. Leaping into a cab, he thus escaped a perfumer and a bootmaker, and shortly found himself at the Lady Adeliza's feet. The truth had not been half told him. Such beauty, such wit, such correctness of principle! Lucifer went forth from her presence a lovesick fiend. Not Merlin's mother had produced half the impression upon him, and Adeliza, on her part, had never found her lover 1/100th part so interesting as he seemed that morning. Lucifer proceeded at once to the city, where, assuming his proper shape for the occasion, he negotiated a loan without the smallest difficulty. All debts were promptly discharged, and Adeliza was astonished at the splendor and variety of the presents she was constantly receiving. Lucifer had all but brought her to name the day when he was informed that a gentleman of clerical appearance desired to wait upon him. "Wants money for a new church or mission, I suppose," said he. "Show him up." But when the visitor was ushered in, Lucifer found with some discomposure that he was no earthly clergyman, but a celestial saint. A saint, too, with whom Lucifer had never been able to get on. He had served in the army while on earth, and his address was curt, precise, and peremptory. "I have called," he said, "to notify you to my appointment as Inspector of Devils." "What?" exclaimed Lucifer in consternation. "To the post of my old friend Michael?" "Too old," said the saint laconically. "Millions of years older than the world. About your age, I think." Lucifer winced, remembering the particular business he was then about. The saint continued: "I am a new broom, and am expected to sweep clean. I warn you that I mean to be strict, and there is one little matter which I must set right immediately. You are going to marry that poor young fellow's betrothed, are you? Now, you know you cannot take his wife unless you give him yours." "Oh, my dear friend," exclaimed Lucifer, "what an inexpressibly blissful prospect you do open unto me!" "I don't know that," said the saint. "I must remind you that the dominion of the infernal regions is unalterably attached to the person of the present queen thereof. If you part with her, you immediately lose all your authority and possessions. I don't care a brass button which you do, but you must understand that you cannot eat your cake and have it too. Good morning." Who shall describe the conflict in Lucifer's bosom? If any stronger passion existed therein at that moment than attachment to Adeliza, it was aversion to his consort, and the two combined were well nigh irresistible. But to disenthrone himself, to descend to the condition of a poor devil! Feeling himself incapable of coming to a decision, he sent for Belial, unfolded the matter, and requested his advice. "What a shame that our new inspector will not let you marry Adeliza," lamented his counselor. "If you did, my private opinion is that 48 hours afterward you would care just as much for her as you do now for Madame Lucifer, neither more nor less. Are your intentions really honorable?" "Yes," replied Lucifer. "It is to be a Lucifer match." "The more fool you," rejoined Belial. "If you tempted her to commit a sin, she would be yours without any conditions at all." "Oh, Belial," said Lucifer, "I cannot bring myself to be a tempter of so much innocence and loveliness." And he meant what he said. "Well, then, let me try," proposed Belial. "You?" replied Lucifer contemptuously. "Do you imagine that Adeliza would look at you?" "Why not?" asked Belial, surveying himself complacently in the glass. He was humpbacked, squinting, and lame, and his horns stood up under his wig. The discussion ended in a wager, after which there was no retreat for Lucifer. The infernal Lachimo was introduced to Adeliza as a distinguished foreigner, and was soon prosecuting his suit with all the success which Lucifer had predicted. One thing protected while it baffled him: the entire inability of Adeliza to understand what he meant. At length he was constrained to make the matter clear by producing an enormous treasure which he offered Adeliza in exchange for the abandonment of her lover. The tempest of indignation which ensued would have swept away any ordinary demon, but Belial listened unmoved. When Adeliza had exhausted herself, he smilingly rallied her upon her affection for an unworthy lover, of whose infidelity he undertook to give her proof. Frantic with jealousy, Adeliza consented, and in a trice found herself in the infernal regions. Adeliza's arrival in Pandemonium, as Belial had planned, occurred immediately after the receipt of a message from Lucifer, in whose bosom love had finally gained the victory, and who had telegraphed his abdication and resignation of Madame Lucifer to Adeliza's betrothed. The poor young man had just been hauled up from the lower depths, and was beset by legions of demons obsequiously pressing all manner of treasures upon his acceptance. He started, helpless and bewildered, unable to realize his position in the smallest degree. In the background, grave and serious demons, the princes of the infernal realm, discussed the new departure, and consulted especially how to break it to Madame Lucifer, a commission of which no one seemed ambitious. "Stay where you are," whispered Belial to Adeliza. "Stir not. You shall put his constancy to the proof within 5 minutes." Not all the hustling, mowing, and gibbering of the fiends would, under ordinary circumstances, have kept Adeliza from her lover's side. But what is all hell to jealousy? In even less time than he had promised, Belial returned, accompanied by Madame Lucifer. This lady's black robe, dripping with blood, contrasted agreeably with her complexion of sulphurous yellow. The absence of hair was compensated by the exceptional length of her nails. She was 1,000,000,000 years old, and but for her remarkable muscular vigor looked every one of them. The rage into which Belial's communication had thrown her was something indescribable, but as her eye fell on the handsome youth a different order of thoughts seemed to take possession of her mind. "Let the monster go!" she exclaimed. "Who cares? Come, my love, ascend the throne with me, and share the empire and the treasures of thy fond Luciferetta." "If you don't, back you go," interjected Belial. What might have been the young man's decision if Madame Lucifer had borne more resemblance to Madame Vulcan, it would be wholly impertinent to inquire, for the question never arose. "Take me away!" he screamed. "Take me away! Anywhere! Anywhere out of her reach! Oh, Adeliza!" With a bound, Adeliza stood by his side. She was darting a triumphant glance at the discomfited queen of hell, when suddenly her expression changed, and she screamed loudly. Two adorers stood before her, alike in every lineament and every detail of costume, utterly indistinguishable, even by the eye of love. Lucifer, in fact, hastening to throw himself at Adeliza's feet and pray her to defer his bliss no longer, had been thunderstruck by the tidings of her elopement with Belial. Fearing to lose his wife and his dominions along with his sweetheart, he had sped to the nether regions with such expedition that he had had no time to change his costume. Hence the equivocation which confronted Adeliza, but at the same time preserved her from being torn to pieces by the no less mystified Madame Lucifer. Perceiving the state of the case, Lucifer, with true gentlemanly feeling, resumed his proper semblance, and Madame Lucifer's talons were immediately inserted into his whiskers. "My dear, my love," he gasped, as audibly as she would let him, "is this the way it welcomes its own Lucy Pussy?" "Who is that person?" demanded Madame Lucifer. "I don't know her," screamed the wretched Lucifer. "I never saw her before. Take her away. Shut her up in the deepest dungeon." "Not if I know it," sharply replied Madame Lucifer. "You can't bear to part with her, can you? You would intrigue with her under my nose, would you? Take that, and that! Turn them both out, I say! Turn them both out!" "Certainly, my dearest love, most certainly," responded Lucifer. "Oh, sire!" cried Moloch and Beelzebub together. "For heaven's sake, let your Majesty consider what he is doing. The inspector—" "Bother the inspector!" screeched Lucifer. "D'ye think I'm not 1,000 times more afraid of your mistress than all of the saints in the calendar? There!" addressing Adeliza and her betrothed. "Be off! You'll find all debts paid, and a nice balance at the bank. Out! Run!" They did not wait to be told twice. Earth yawned. The gates of Tartarus stood wide. They found themselves on the side of a steep mountain, down which they scoured madly, hand linked in hand. But fast as they ran, it was long ere they ceased to hear the tongue of Madame Lucifer. End of Madame Lucifer by Richard Garnett.
The Magic Egg by Frank R. Stockton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The pretty little theatre attached to the building of the Unicorn Club had been hired for a certain January afternoon by Mr. Herbert Loring, who wished to give therein a somewhat novel performance, to which he had invited a small audience consisting entirely of friends and acquaintances. Loring was a handsome fellow, about 30 years old, who had travelled far and studied much. He had recently made a long sojourn in the Far East, and his friends had been invited to the theatre to see some of the wonderful things he had brought from that country of wonders. As Loring was a clubman, and belonged to a family of good social standing, his circle of acquaintances was large, and in this circle a good many unpleasant remarks had been made regarding the proposed entertainment. Made, of course, by the people who had not been invited to be present. Some of the gossip on the subject had reached Loring, who did not hesitate to say that he could not talk to a crowd, and that he did not care to show the curious things he had collected to people who would not thoroughly appreciate them. He had been very particular in regard to his invitations. At 3 o'clock on the appointed afternoon, nearly all the people who had been invited to the Unicorn Theatre were in their seats. No one had stayed away, except for some very good reason, for it was well known that if Herbert Loring offered to show anything, it was worth seeing. About 40 people were present, who sat talking to one another or admiring the decoration of the theatre. As Loring stood upon the stage, where he was entirely alone, his exhibition requiring no assistance, he gazed through a loophole in the curtain upon a very interesting array of faces. There were the faces of many men and women of society, of students, of workers in various fields of thought, and even of idlers in all fields of thought. But there was not one which indicated a frivolous or listless disposition. The owners of those faces had come to see something, and they wished to see it. For a quarter of an hour after the time announced for the opening of the exhibition, Loring peered through the hole in the curtain, and then, although all the people he had expected had not arrived, he felt it would not do for him to wait any longer. The audience was composed of well-bred and courteous men and women, but, despite their polite self-restraint, Loring could see that some of them were getting tired of waiting. So, very reluctantly, and feeling that any further delay was impossible, he raised the curtain and came forward on the stage. Briefly, he announced that the exhibition would open with some fireworks he had brought from Korea. It was plain to see that the statement that fireworks were about to be set off on a theatre stage by an amateur had rather startled some of the audience, and Loring hastened to explain that these were not real fireworks, but that they were contrivances made of coloured glass, which were illuminated by the powerful lens of a lantern, which was placed out of sight, and while the apparent pyrotechnic display would resemble fireworks of strange and grotesque designs, it would be absolutely without danger. He brought out some little bunches of bits of coloured glass, hung them at some distance apart on a wire which was stretched across the stage just high enough for him to reach it, and then lighted his lantern, which he placed in one of the wings, lowered all the lights in the theatre, and began his exhibition. As Loring turned his lantern on one of the clusters of glass lenses, strips and points, and, unseen himself, caused them to move by means of long cords attached, the effects were beautiful and marvellous. Little wheels of coloured fire rapidly revolved, miniature rockets appeared to rise a few feet and to explode in the air, and while all the ordinary forms of fireworks were produced on a diminutive scale, there were some effects that were entirely novel to the audience. As the light was turned successively upon one and another of the clusters of glass, sometimes it would flash along the whole line so rapidly that all the various combinations of colour and motion seemed to be combined in one, and then for a time each particular set of fireworks would blaze, sparkle, and coruscate by itself, scattering particles of coloured light as if they had been real sparks of fire. This curious and beautiful exhibition of miniature pyrotechnics was extremely interesting to the audience, who gazed upward with rapt and eager attention at the line of wheels, stars, and revolving spheres. So far as interest gave evidence of satisfaction, there was never a better satisfied audience. At first there had been some hushed murmurs of pleasure, but very soon the attention of every one seemed so engrossed by the dazzling display that they simply gazed in silence. For 20 minutes or longer the glittering show went on, and not a sign of weariness or inattention was made by any one of the assembled company. Then gradually the colours of the little fireworks faded, the stars and wheels revolved more slowly, the lights in the body of the theatre were gradually raised, and the stage curtain went softly down. Anxiously, and a little pale, Herbert Loring peered through the loophole in the curtain. It was not easy to judge of the effects of his exhibition, and he did not know whether or not it had been a success. There was no applause, but, on the other hand, there was no signs that anyone resented the exhibition as a childish display of coloured lights. It was impossible to look upon that audience without believing that they had been thoroughly interested in what they had seen, and that they expected to see more. For 2 or 3 minutes Loring gazed through his loophole, and then, still with some doubt in his heart, but with a little more colour in his cheeks, he prepared for the second part of his performance. At this moment there entered the theatre, at the very back of the house, a young lady. She was handsome and well dressed, and as she opened the door, Loring had employed no ushers or other assistants in this little social performance. She paused for a moment and looked into the theatre, and then noiselessly stepped to a chair in the back row and sat down. This was Edith Starr, who, a month before, had been betrothed to Herbert Loring. Edith and her mother had been invited to this performance, and front seats had been reserved for them, for each guest had received a numbered card. But Miss Starr had a headache, and could not go out that afternoon, and for a time her daughter had thought that she, too, must give up the pleasure Loring had promised her, and stay with her mother. But when the elder lady dropped into a quiet sleep, Edith thought that, late as it was, she would go by herself, and see what she could of the performance. She was quite certain that if her presence were known to Loring, he would stop whatever he was doing until she had been provided with a seat which he thought suitable for her, for he had made a point of her being properly seated when he gave the invitations. Therefore, being equally desirous of not disturbing the performance, and of not being herself conspicuous, she sat behind 2 rather large men where she could see the stage perfectly well, but where she herself would not be likely to be seen. In a few moments the curtain rose, and Loring came forward, carrying a small, light table, which he placed near the front of the stage, and for a moment stood quietly by it. Edith noticed upon his face the expression of uncertainty and anxiety which had not yet left it. Standing by the side of the table, and speaking very slowly, but so clearly that his words could be heard distinctly in all parts of the room, he began some introductory remarks regarding the second part of his performance. The extraordinary, and I may say marvellous, thing which I am about to show you, he said, is known amongst East Indian magicians as the magic egg. The exhibition is a very uncommon one, and has seldom been seen by Americans or Europeans, and it was by a piece of rare good fortune that I became possessed of the appliances necessary for this exhibition. They are, indeed, very few and simple, but never before, to the best of my knowledge and belief, have they been seen outside of India. I will now get the little box which contains the articles necessary for this magical performance, and I will say that if I had time to tell you of the strange and amazing adventure which resulted in my possession of this box, I am sure you would be as much interested in that as I expect you to be in the contents of the box. But in order that none of you may think this is an ordinary trick, executed by means of concealed traps or doors, I wish you to take particular notice of this table, which is, as you see, a plain, unpainted pine table, with nothing but a flat top and 4 straight legs at the corners. You can see under and around it, and it gives no opportunity to conceal anything. Then, standing for a few moments, as if he had something else to say, he turned and stepped towards one of the wings. Edith was troubled as she looked at her lover during these remarks. Her interest was great, greater indeed than that of the people about her, but it was not a pleasant interest. As Loring stopped speaking and looked about him, there was a momentary flush on his face. She knew this was caused by excitement, and she was pale from the same cause. Very soon Loring came forward and stood by the table. "Here is the box," he said, "of which I spoke, and, as I hold it up, I think you can all see it. It is not large, being certainly not more than 12 inches in length and 2 deep, but it contains some very wonderful things. The outside of this box is covered with delicate engraving and carving which you cannot see, and these marks and lines have, I think, some magical meaning, but I do not know what it is. I will now open the box and show you what is inside. The first thing I take out is this little stick, not thicker than a lead pencil, but somewhat longer, as you see. This is a magical wand, and is covered with inscriptions of the same character as those on the outside of the box. The next thing is this little red bag, well filled, as you see, which I shall put on the table, for I shall not yet need it. Now I take out a piece of cloth, which is folded into a very small compass. But as I unfold it, you will perceive that it is more than a foot square, and is covered with embroidery. All those strange lines and figures in gold and red, which you can plainly see on the cloth as I hold it up, are also characters in the same magic language as those on the box and wand. I will now spread the cloth on the table, and then take out the only remaining thing in the box. And this is nothing in the world but an egg. A simple, ordinary hen's egg, as you will see as I hold it up. It may be a trifle larger than an ordinary egg, but then, after all, it is nothing but a common egg, that is, in appearance. In reality, it is a good deal more. Now I will begin the performance. And, as he stood by the back of the table, over which he had been slightly bending, and threw his eyes over the audience, his voice was stronger, and his face had lost all its pallor. He was evidently warming up with his subject. "I now take up this wand," he said, "which, while I hold it, gives me power to produce the phenomena which you are about to behold. You may not all believe that there is any magic whatever about this little performance, and that it is all a bit of machinery. But whatever you may think about it, you shall see what you shall see. Now with this wand I gently touch this egg which is lying on the square of cloth. I do not believe you can see what has happened to this egg, but I will tell you. There is a little line, like hair, entirely around it. Now that line has become a crack. Now you can see it, I know. It grows wider and wider. Look! The shell of the egg is separating in the middle. The whole egg slightly moves. Do you notice that? Not able to stand, but alive. Alive! You can all perceive that it is alive. Now you can see that it is standing on its feet, feebly enough, but still standing. Behold! It takes a few steps. You cannot doubt that it is alive, and came out of that egg. It is beginning to walk about over the cloth. Do you notice that it is picking the embroidery? Now, little chick, I will give you something to eat. This little red bag contains grain, a magical grain, with which I shall feed the chicken. You must excuse my awkwardness in opening the bag, as I still hold the wand, but this little stick I must not drop. See, little chick, there are some grains. They look like rice, but in fact I have no idea what they are. But he knows. He knows. Look at him. See how he picks it up. There. He has swallowed 1, 2, 3. That'll do, little chick, for a first meal. The grain seems to have strengthened him already, for see how lively he is, and how his yellow down stands out on him so puffy and warm. You are looking for some more grain, are you? Well, you cannot have it just yet, and keep away from those pieces of eggshell, which, by the way, I will put back into the box. Now, sir, try to avoid the edge of the table, and, to quiet you, I will give you a little tap on the back with my wand. Now then, please observe closely. The down, which just now covered him, has almost gone. He is really a good deal bigger, and ever so much uglier. See the little pin feathers sticking out over him. Some spots here and there are almost bare, but he is ever so much more active. Ha! Listen to that! He is so strong that you can hear his beak as he pecks at the table. He is actually growing bigger and bigger before our very eyes. See that funny little tail, how it begins to stick up, and quills are showing at the end of his wings. Another tap, and a few more grains. Careful, sir, don't tear the cloth. See how rapidly he grows. He is fairly covered with feathers, red and black, with a tip of yellow in front. You could hardly get that fellow into an ostrich egg. Now then, what do you think of him? He is big enough for a broiler, though I don't think anyone would want to take him for that purpose. Some more grain, and another tap from my wand. See, he does not mind the little stick, for he has been used to it from his very birth. Now then, he is what you would call a good half-grown chick. Rather more than half-grown, I should say. Do you notice his tail? There is no mistaking him for a pullet. The long feathers are beginning to curl over already. He must have a little more grain. Look out, sir, or you will be off the table. Come back here. This table is too small for him, but if he were on the floor, you could not see him so well. Another tap. Now see that comb on the top of his head. You scarcely noticed it before, and now it is bright red. And see his spurs beginning to show, on good thick legs too. There is a fine young fellow for you. Look how he jerks his head from side to side, like the young prince of a poultry yard, as he well deserves to be. The attentive interest which had at first characterized the audience now changed to excited admiration and amazement. Some leaned forward with mouths wide open. Others stood up so that they could see better. Ejaculations of astonishment and wonder were heard on every side, and a more thoroughly fascinated and absorbed audience was never seen. "Now, my friends," Loring continued, "I will give this handsome fowl another tap. Behold the result, a noble, full-grown cock. Behold his spurs, they are nearly an inch long. See, there is a comb for you. And what a magnificent tail of green and black, contrasting so finely with the deep red of the rest of his body. Well, sir, you are truly too big for this table. As I cannot give you more room, I will set you up higher. Move over a little, and I will set this chair on the table. There, upon the seat, that's right, but don't stop. There is the back, which is higher yet. Up with you! Ha! There, he nearly upset the chair, but I will hold it. See, he has turned around. Now then, look at him. See his wings as he flaps them. He could fly with such wings. Look at him. See that swelling breast. Ha ha! Listen, did you ever hear a crow like that? It fairly rings through the house. Yes, I knew it. There is another. At this point, the people in the house were in a state of wild excitement. Nearly all of them were on their feet, and they were in such a condition of frantic enthusiasm that Loring was afraid some of them might make a run for the stage. "Come, sir!" cried Loring, now almost shouting. "That will do. You have shown us the strength of your lungs. Jump down on the seat of the chair, now on the table. There, I will take away the chair, and you can stand for a moment on the table, and let our friends look at you, but only for a moment. Take that tap on your back. Now, do you see any difference? Perhaps you may not, but I do. Yes, I believe you all do. He is not the big fellow he was a minute ago. He is really smaller, only a fine cockerel, a nice tail that, but with none of the noble sweep that it had a minute ago. No, don't try to get off the table. You can't escape my wand. Another tap. Behold a half-grown chicken, good to eat, but with not a crow in him. Hungry, are you? But you need not pick at the table that way. You get no more grain, but only this little tap. Ha ha! What are you coming to? There is a chicken barely feathered enough for us to tell what colour he is going to be. Another tap will take still more of the conceit out of him. Look at him. There are his pin feathers and his bare spots. Don't try to get away. I can easily tap you again. Now then, here is a lovely little chick, fluffy with yellow down. He is active enough, but I shall quiet him. One tap, and now what do you see? A poor, feeble chicken, scarcely able to stand, with his down all packed close to him as if he had been out in the rain. Ah, little chick, I will take the two halves of the eggshell from which you came and put them on each side of you. Come, now, get in. I close them up. You are lost to view. There is nothing to be seen but a crack around the shell. Now it is gone. There, my friends, as I hold it on high, behold the magic egg, exactly as it was when I first took it out of the box, into which I will place it again, with the cloth and the wand and the little red bag, and shut it up with a snap. I will let you take one more look at this box before I put it away behind the scenes. Are you satisfied with what I have shown you? Do you think it is really as wonderful as you supposed it would be?" At these words, the whole audience burst into riotous applause, during which Loring disappeared, but he was back in a moment. "Thank you!" he cried, bowing low, and waving his arms before him in the manner of an Eastern magician making a salaam. From side to side he turned, bowed and thanking, and then, with a hearty "Good-bye to you! Good-bye to you all!" he stepped back and let down the curtain. For some moments the audience remained in their seats, as if they were expecting something more, and then they rose quietly and began to disperse. Most of them were acquainted with one another, and there was a good deal of greeting and talking as they went out of the theatre. When Loring was sure the last person had departed, he turned down the lights, locked the door, and gave the key to the steward of the club. He walked to his home a happy man. His exhibition had been a perfect success, with not a break or a flaw in it from beginning to end. I feel, thought the young man as he strode along, as if I could fly to the top of that steeple and flap and crow until all the world heard me. That evening, as was his daily custom, Herbert Loring called upon Miss Starr. He found the young lady in the library. "I came in here," she said, "because I have a good deal to talk to you about, and I do not want interruptions." With this arrangement the young man expressed his entire satisfaction, and immediately began to inquire the cause of her absence from his exhibition in the afternoon. "But I was there," said Edith. "You did not see me, but I was there. Mother had a headache, and I went by myself." "You were there?" exclaimed Loring, almost starting from his chair. I don't understand. You were not in your seat." "No," answered Edith. "I was on the very back row of seats. You could not see me, and I did not wish you to see me." "Edith!" exclaimed Loring, rising to his feet and leaning over the library table which was between them. "When did you come? How much of the performance did you see?" "I was late," she said. "I did not arrive until after the fireworks, or whatever they were." For a moment Loring was silent, as if he did not understand the situation. "Fireworks," he said. "How did you know there had been fireworks?" I heard the people talking of them as they left the theatre," she answered. "And what did they say?" he inquired quickly. "They seemed to like them very well," she replied, "but I do not think they were quite satisfied. From what I heard some persons say, I inferred that they thought it was not very much of a show to which you had invited them." Again Loring stood in thought, looking down at the table. But before he could speak again, Edith sprang to her feet. "Herbert Loring!" she cried. "What does all this mean? I was there during the whole of the exhibition of what you called the magic egg. I saw all those people wild with excitement at the wonderful sight of the chicken that came out of the egg and grew to full size, and then dwindled down again and went back into the egg. And, Herbert, there was no egg, and there was no little box, and there was no wand, and no embroidered cloth, and there was no red bag, nor any little chick, and there was no full-grown fowl, and there was no chair that you put on the table. There was nothing. Absolutely nothing but you and that table. Even the table was not what you said it was. It was not an unpainted pine table with 4 straight legs. It was a table of dark, polished wood, and it stood on a single post with feet. There was nothing there that you said was there. Everything was a sham and a delusion. Every word you spoke was untrue. And yet everybody in that theatre, excepting you and me, saw all the things that you said were on the stage. I know they saw them all, for I was with the people, and heard them and saw them, and at times I fairly felt the thrill of enthusiasm which possessed them, as they glared at the miracles and wonders you said were happening." Loring smiled. "Sit down, my dear Edith," he said. "You are excited, and there is not the slightest cause for it. I will explain the whole affair to you. It is simple enough. You know that study is the great object of my life. I study all sorts of things, and just now I am greatly interested in hypnotism. The subject has become fascinating to me. I have made a great many successful trials of my power, and the affair of this afternoon was nothing but a trial of my powers on a more extensive scale than anything I have yet attempted. I wanted to see if it were possible for me to hypnotize a considerable number of people without anyone suspecting what I intended to do. The result was a success. I hypnotized all those people by means of the first part of my performance, which consisted of some combinations of coloured glass with lights thrown upon them. They revolved and looked like fireworks, and were strung on a wire high up on the stage. I kept up the glittering and dazzling show, which was well worth seeing, I can assure you, until the people had been straining their eyes upward for almost half an hour. And this sort of thing, I will tell you if you do not know it, is one of the methods of producing hypnotic sleep. There was no one present who was not an impressionable subject, for I was very careful in sending out my invitations, and when I became almost certain that my audience was thoroughly hypnotized, I stopped the show and began the real exhibition, which was not really for their benefit, but for mine. Oh, of course, I was dreadfully anxious for fear I had not succeeded entirely, and that there might be at least one person who had not succumbed to the hypnotic influences, and so I tested the matter by bringing out that table and telling them it was something it was not. If I had had any reason for supposing that some of the audience saw the table as it really was, I had an explanation ready, and I could have retired from my position without anyone supposing that I had intended making hypnotic experiments. The rest of the exhibition would have been some things that anyone could see, and as soon as possible I would have released from their spell those who were hypnotized. But when I became positively assured that everyone saw a light pine table with 4 straight legs, I confidently went on with the performances of the magic egg. Edith Starr was still standing by the library table. She had not heeded Loring's advice to sit down, and she was trembling with emotion. "Herbert Loring," she said, "you invited my mother and me to that exhibition. You gave us tickets for front seats, where we would be certain to be hypnotized if your experiment succeeded, and you would have made us see that false show, which faded from those people's minds as soon as they recovered from the spell, for, as they went away, they were talking only of the fireworks, and not one of them mentioned a magic egg, or a chicken, or anything of the kind. Answer me this. Did you not intend that I should come and be put under that spell?" Loring smiled. "Yes," he said, "of course I did. But then your case would have been different from that of the other spectators. I should have explained the whole thing to you, and I am sure we would have had a great deal of pleasure, and profit too, in discussing your experiences. The subject is extremely—" "Explain to me," she cried. "You would not have dared to do it. I do not know how brave you may be, but I know you would not have had the courage to come here and tell me you had taken away my reason and my judgment as you took them away from all those people, and that you had made me a mere tool of your will, glaring and panting with excitement at the wonderful things you told me to see where nothing existed. I have nothing to say about the others. They can speak for themselves if they ever come to know what you did to them. I speak for myself. I stood up with the rest of the people. I gazed with all my power, and over again I asked myself if it could be possible that anything was the matter with my eyes or my brain, and if I could be the only person there who could not see the marvelous spectacle that you were describing. But now I know that nothing was real, not even the little pine table, not even the man." "Not even me?" exclaimed Loring. "Surely I was real enough." "On that stage, yes," she said, "but you there proved you were not the Herbert Loring to whom I promised myself. He was an unreal being. If he had existed, he would not have been a man who would have brought me to that public place, all ignorant of his intentions, to cloud my perceptions, to subject my intellect to his own, and make me believe a lie. If a man should treat me that way once, he would treat me so at other times, and in other ways, if he had the chance. You have treated me in the past as today you treated those people who glared at the magic egg. In the days gone by you made me see an unreal man, but you will never do it again. Goodbye." "Edith!" cried Loring. "You don't—" But she had disappeared through a side door, and he never spoke to her again. Walking home through the dimly lighted streets, Loring involuntarily spoke aloud. "And this," he said, "is what came out of the magic egg." The End of The Magic Egg by Frank R. Stockton. Recorded by Adam Wybray.
The Mixer by P.G. Wodehouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mixer by P. G. Wodehouse. Read by Don W. Jenkins. 1. He meets a shy gentleman. Looking back, I always consider that my career as a dog proper really started when I was bought for the sum of half a crown by the Shy Man. That event marked the end of my puppyhood. The knowledge that I was worth cash to somebody filled me with a sense of new responsibilities. It sobered me. Besides, it was only after that half-crown changed hands that I went out into the great world. And, however interesting life may be in an East End public house, it is only when you go out into the world that you really broaden your mind and begin to see things. Within its limitations, my life had been singularly full and vivid. I was born, as I say, in a public house in the East End, and, however lacking a public house may be in refinement and the true culture, it certainly provides plenty of excitement. Before I was 6 weeks old, I had upset 3 policemen by getting between their legs when they came round to the side door, thinking they had heard suspicious noises, and I can still recall the interesting sensation of being chased 17 times round the yard with a broom handle after a well-planned and completely successful raid on the larder. These and other happenings of a like nature soothed for the moment, but could not cure the restlessness which has always been so marked a trait in my character. I have always been restless, unable to settle down in one place, and anxious to get on to the next thing. This may be due to a gypsy strain in my ancestry. One of my uncles travelled with a circus. Or it may be the artistic temperament, acquired from a grandfather, who, before dying of a surfeit of paste in the property room of the Bristol Coliseum, which he was visiting in the course of a professional tour, had an established reputation on the music hall stage as one of Professor Pond's performing poodles. I owe the fullness and variety of my life to this restlessness of mine, for I have repeatedly left comfortable homes in order to follow some perfect stranger who looked as if he were on his way to somewhere interesting. Sometimes I think I must have cat blood in me. The Shy Man came into our yard one afternoon in April, while I was sleeping with Mother in the sun on an old sweater which we had borrowed from Fred, one of the barmen. I heard Mother growl, but I didn't take any notice. Mother is what they call a good watchdog, and she growls at everybody except Master. At first, when she used to do it, I would get up and bark my head off, but not now. Life's too short to bark at everybody who comes into our yard. It is behind the public house, and they keep empty bottles and things there, so people are always coming and going. Besides, I was tired. I had had a very busy morning, helping the men bring in a lot of cases of beer, and running into the saloon to talk to Fred, and generally looking after things, so I was just dozing off again when I heard a voice say, "Well, he's ugly enough." Then I knew that they were talking about me. I had never disguised it from myself, and nobody has ever disguised it from me, that I am not a handsome dog. Even Mother never thought me beautiful. She was no Gladys Cooper herself, but she never hesitated to criticize my appearance. In fact, I have yet to meet anyone who did. The first thing strangers say about me is, "What an ugly dog!" I don't know what I am. I have a bulldog kind of face, and the rest of me is terrier. I have a long tail which sticks straight up in the air. My hair is wiry. My eyes are brown. I am jet black with a white chest. I once overheard Fred saying that I was a Gorgonzola cheese hound, and I have generally found Fred reliable in his statements. When I found that I was under discussion, I opened my eyes. Master was standing there, looking down at me, and by his side the man who had just said I was ugly enough. The man was a thin man, about the age of a barman, and smaller than a policeman. He had patched brown shoes and black trousers. "But he's got a sweet nature," said Master. This was true, luckily for me. Mother always said, a dog without influence or private means, if he is to make his way in the world, must have either good looks or amiability. But according to her, I overdid it. A dog, she used to say, can have a good heart without chumming every Tom, Dick, and Harry he meets. Your behaviour is sometimes quite undoglike. Mother prided herself on being a one-man dog. She kept herself to herself, and wouldn't kiss anybody except Master, not even Fred. Now, I'm a mixer. I can't help it. It's my nature. I like men. I like the taste of their boots, the smell of their legs, and the sound of their voices. It may be weak of me, but a man has only to speak to me, and a sort of thrill goes right down my spine and sets my tail wagging. I wagged it now. The man looked at me rather distantly. He didn't pat me. I suspected, what I afterwards found to be the case, that he was shy, so I jumped up at him and put him at his ease. Mother growled again. I felt that she did not approve. "Why, he's took quite a fancy to you already," said the master. The man didn't say a word. He seemed to be brooding on something. He was one of those silent men. He reminded me of Joe, the old dog down the street at the grocer's shop, who lies at the door all day blinking and not speaking to anybody. Master began to talk about me. It surprised me the way he praised me. I hadn't a suspicion he admired me so much. From what he said, you would have thought I had won prizes and ribbons at the Crystal Palace. But the man didn't seem to be impressed. He kept on saying nothing. When the master had finished telling him what a wonderful dog I was till I blushed, the man spoke. "Less of it," he said. "£half-a-crown is my bid, and if he has an angel from on high, you couldn't get another halfpenny out of me. What about it?" A thrill went down my spine and out my tail, for of course I now saw what was happening. The man wanted to buy me and take me away. I looked at master hopefully. "He's more like a son to me than a dog," said master, sort of wistful. "It's his face that makes you feel that way," said the man, unsympathetically. "If you had a son, that's just how he would look. £half-a-crown is my offer, and I'm in a hurry." "All right," said master, with a sigh. "Though it's giving him away, a valuable dog like that. Where's your half-crown?" The man got a bit of rope and tied it around my neck. I could hear mother barking advice and telling me to be a credit to the family, but I was too excited to listen. "Goodbye, mother," I said. "Goodbye, master. Goodbye, Fred. Goodbye, everybody. I'm off to see life. The shy man has bought me for £half-a-crown. Wow!" I kept running round in circles and shouting until a man gave me a kick and told me to stop it. So I did. I don't know where we went, but it was a long way. I had never been off our street before in my life, and I didn't know the whole world was half as big as that. We walked on, and the man jerked at my rope whenever I wanted to stop and look at anything. He wouldn't even let me pass the time of day with the dogs we met. When we had gone about 100 miles, and were just going to turn in at a dark doorway, a policeman suddenly stopped the man. I could feel by the way the man pulled at my rope and tried to hurry on that he didn't want to speak to the policeman. The more I saw of the man, the more I saw how shy he was. "Hi!" said the policeman, and we had to stop. "I've got a message for you, old pal," said the policeman. "It's from the Board of Health. They told me to tell you you needed a change of air, see?" "All right," said the man. "And take it as soon as you like, else you'll find you'll get it given you, see?" I looked at the man with a good deal of respect. He was evidently someone very important if they worried so about his health. "I'm going down to the country tonight," said the man. The policeman seemed pleased. "That's a bit of luck for the country," he said. "Don't go changing your mind." And we walked on and went in at the dark doorway and climbed about 1,000,000 stairs and went into a room that smelled of rats. The man sat down and swore a little, and I sat and looked at him. Presently I couldn't keep it in any longer. "Do we live here?" I said. "Is it true we're going to the country? Wasn't that policeman a good sort? Don't you like policemen? I knew lots of policemen at the public house. Are there any other dogs here? What is there for dinner? What's in the cupboard? Where are you going to take me out for another run? May I go out and see if I can find a cat?" "Stop that yelping," he said. "When we go to the country, where shall we be? Are you going to be a caretaker at a house? Fred's father is a caretaker at a big house in Kent. I've heard Fred talk about it. You didn't meet Fred when you came to the public house, did you? You would like Fred. I like Fred. Mother likes Fred. We all like Fred." I was going on to tell him a lot more about Fred, who had always been one of my warmest friends, when he suddenly got a hold of a stick and walloped me with it. "You keep quiet when you're told," he said. He really was the shyest man I had ever met. It seemed to hurt him to be spoken to. However, he was the boss, and I had to humour him, so I didn't say any more. We went down to the country that night, just as the man had told the policeman we would. I was all worked up, for I had heard so much about the country from Fred that I always wanted to go there. Fred used to go off on a motor bicycle sometimes to spend the night with his father in Kent, and once he brought back a squirrel with him, which I thought was for me to eat, but Mother said no. The first thing a dog has to learn, Mother used often to say, is that the whole world isn't created for him to eat. It was quite dark when we got to the country, but the man seemed to know where to go. He pulled at my rope, and we began to walk along a road with no people in it at all. We walked on and on, but it was all so new to me that I forgot how tired I was. I could feel my mind broadening with every step I took. Every now and then we would pass a very big house which looked as if it was empty, but I knew that there was a caretaker inside because of Fred's father. These big houses belong to very rich people, but they don't want to live in them till the summer, so they put in caretakers, and the caretakers have a dog to keep off burglars. I wondered if that was what I had been brought here for. "Are you going to be a caretaker?" I asked the man. "Shut up," he said. So I shut up. After we had been walking a long time, we came to a cottage. A man came out. My man seemed to know him, for he called him Bill. I was quite surprised to see the man was not at all shy with Bill. They seemed very friendly. "Is that him?" said Bill, looking at me. "Bought him this afternoon," said the man. "Well," said Bill, "he's ugly enough. He looks fierce. If you want a dog, he's the sort of dog you want. But what do you want one for? It seems to me it's a lot of trouble to take when there's no need of any trouble at all. Why not do what I've always wanted to do? What's wrong with just fixing the dog, same as it's always done, and walking in and helping yourself?" "I'll tell you what's wrong," said the man. "To start with, you can't get at the dog to fix him except by day, when they let him out. At night he's shut up inside the house. And suppose you do fix him during the day. What happens then? Either the bloke gets another before night, or he sits up all night with a gun. It isn't like as if these blokes was ordinary blokes. They're down here to look after the house. That's their job. And they don't take any chances." It was the longest speech I had ever heard the man make, and it seemed to impress Bill. He was quite humble. "I didn't think of that," he said. "We'd best start in to train this tyke at once." Mother often used to say, when I went on about wanting to go out into the world and see life, "You'll be sorry when you do. The world isn't all bones and liver." And I hadn't been living with the man and Bill in their cottage long before I found out how right she was. It was the man's shyness that made all the trouble. It seemed as if he hated to be taken notice of. It started on my very first night at the cottage. I had fallen asleep in the kitchen, tired out after all the excitement of the day and the long walks I had had, when something woke me with a start. It was somebody scratching at the window, trying to get in. Well, I ask any dog, what would you have done in my place? Ever since I was old enough to listen, Mother had told me over and over again what I must do in a case like this. It is the A.B.C. of a dog's education. If you are in a room and you hear anyone trying to get in, Mother used to say, bark. It may be someone who has business there, or it may not. Bark first and inquire afterwards. Dogs were made to be heard and not seen. I lifted my head and yelled. I have a good deep voice, due to a hound strain in my pedigree, and at the public house, when there was a full moon, I have often had people leaning out of windows and saying things all down the street. I took a deep breath and let it go. "Man!" I shouted. "Bill! Man! Come quick! There's a burglar getting in!" Then somebody struck a light, and it was the man himself. He had come in through the window. He picked up a stick and he walloped me. I couldn't understand it. I couldn't see where I had done the wrong thing. But he was the boss, so there was nothing to be said. If you'll believe me, the same thing happened every night. Every single night, and sometimes twice or three times before morning, and every time I would bark my loudest and the man would strike a light and wallop me. The thing was baffling. I couldn't possibly have mistaken what Mother had said to me. She had said it too often for that. Bark, bark, bark. It was the main plank of her whole system of education, and yet here I was getting walloped every night for doing it. I thought it out till my head ached, and finally I got it right. I began to see that Mother's outlook was narrow. No doubt, living with a man like Master at the public house, a man without a trace of shyness in his composition, barking was all right. But circumstances alter cases. I belonged to a man who was a mass of nerves, who got the jumps if you spoke to him. What I had to do was forget the training I had had from Mother, sound as it no doubt was as a general thing, and to adapt myself to the needs of the particular man who had happened to buy me. I had tried Mother's way, and all it brought me was walloping, so now I would think for myself. So the next night, when I heard the window go, I lay there without a word, though it went against all my better feelings. I didn't even growl. Someone came in and moved about in the dark with a lantern, but though I smelt that it was the man, I didn't ask him a single question. And presently the man lit a light, and came over to me and gave me a pat, which was the thing he had never done before. "Good dog," he said. "Now you can have this." And he let me lick the saucepan in which the dinner had been cooked. After that we got on fine. Whenever I heard anyone at the window, I just kept curled up and took no notice, and every time I got a bone or something good. It was easy once you had got the hang of things. It was about a week after that the man took me out one morning, and we walked a long way till we turned in at some big gates and went along a very smooth road till we came to a great house standing all by itself in the middle of a whole lot of country. There was a big lawn in front of it, and all round there were fields and trees, and at the back a great wood. The man rang a bell, and the door opened, and an old man came out. "Well," he said, not very cordially. "I thought you might want to buy a good watchdog," said the man. "Well, that's queer your saying that," said the caretaker. "It's a coincidence. That's exactly what I do want to buy. I was just thinking of going along and trying to get one. My old dog picked up something this morning he oughtn't to have, and he's dead, poor feller." "Poor feller," said the man. "Found an old bone with phosphorus on it, I guess." "What do you want for this one?" "5 shillings." "Is he a good watchdog?" "He's a grand watchdog." "He looks fierce enough." "Ah." So the caretaker gave the man his 5 shillings, and the man went off and left me. At first the newness of everything and the unaccustomed smells and getting to know the caretaker, who was a nice old man, prevented my missing the man, but as the day went on and I began to realize that he had gone and would never come back, I got very depressed. I pattered all over the house, whining. It was a most interesting house, bigger than I thought a house could possibly be, but it couldn't cheer me up. You may think it strange that I should pine for the man, after all the wallopings he had given me, and it is odd when you come to think of it. But dogs are dogs, and they are built like that. By the time it was evening, I was thoroughly miserable. I found a shoe and an old clothes brush in one of the rooms, but could eat nothing. I just sat and moped. It's a funny thing, but it seems as if it always happened that just when you are feeling most miserable, something nice happens. As I sat there came from outside the sound of a motor bicycle, and somebody shouted. It was dear old Fred, my old pal Fred, the best old boy that ever stepped. I recognized his voice in a second, and I was scratching at the door before the old man had time to get out of his chair. Well, 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 that was a pleasant surprise. I ran 5 times round the lawn without stopping, and then I came back and jumped up at him. "What are you doing down here, Fred?" I said. "Is this caretaker your father? Have you seen the rabbits in the wood? How long are you going to stop? How's mother? I like the country. Have you come all the way from the public house? I'm living here now. Your father gave 5 shillings for me. That's twice as much as I was worth when I saw you last." "Why, it's young nigger." That was what they called me at the saloon. "What are you doing here? Where did you get this dog, father?" "A man sold him to me this morning. Poor old Bob got poisoned. This one ought to be just as good a watchdog. He barks loud enough." "He should be. His mother is the best watchdog in London. This cheese hound used to belong to the boss. Funny him getting down here." We went into the house and had supper, and after supper we sat and talked. Fred was only down for the night, he said, because the boss wanted him back next day. "And I'd sooner have my job than yours," he said. "Of all the lonely places, I wonder you aren't scared of burglars." "I've got my shotgun, and there's the dog. I might be scared if it wasn't for him, but he gives me confidence. Old Bob was the same. Dogs are a comfort in the country." "Get many tramps here?" "I've only seen one in 2 months, and that's the feller who sold me the dog here." As they were talking about the man, I asked Fred if he knew him. They might have met at the public house when the man was buying me from the boss. "You would like him," I said. "I wish you could have met." They both looked at me. "What's he growling at?" asked Fred. "Think he heard something?" The old man laughed. "He wasn't growling. He was talking in his sleep. You're nervous, Fred. It comes of living in the city." "Well, I am. I like this place in the daytime, but it gives me the pip at night. It's so quiet. How can you stand it here all the time? I can't understand. 2 nights of it would have had me seeing things." His father laughed. "If you feel like that, Fred, you had better take the gun to bed with you. I shall be quite happy without it." "I will," said Fred. "I'll take 6 if you've got them." And after that they went upstairs. I had a basket in the hall, which had belonged to Bob, the dog who had got poisoned. It was a comfortable basket, but I was so excited at having met Fred again that I couldn't sleep. Besides, there was a smell of mice everywhere, and I had to move around trying to place it. I was just sniffing at a place on the wall when I heard a scratching noise. At first I thought it was the mice working in a different place, but when I listened, I found that the sound came from the window. Someone was doing something to it from outside. If it had been Mother, she would have lifted the roof off right there, and so should I, if it hadn't been for what the man had taught me. I didn't think it possible that this could be the man come back, for he had gone away and said nothing about ever seeing me again. But I didn't bark. I stopped where I was and listened, and presently the window came open and somebody began to climb in. I gave a good sniff, and I knew it was the man. I was so delighted that for a moment I nearly forgot myself and shouted with joy. But I remembered in time how shy he was, and stopped myself. But I ran to him and jumped up quite quietly, and he told me to lie down. I was disappointed that he didn't seem more pleased to see me. I lay down. It was very dark, but he had brought a lantern with him, and I could see him moving about in the room, picking up things and putting them in a bag which he had brought with him. Every now and then he would stop and listen, and then he would start moving round again. He was very quick about it, but very quiet. It was plain that he didn't want Fred or his father to come down and find him. I kept thinking about this peculiarity of his while I watched him. I suppose, being chummy myself, I find it hard to understand that everybody else in the world isn't chummy too. Of course, my experience at the public house had taught me that men are just as different from each other as dogs. If I chewed Master's shoe, for instance, he used to kick me. But if I chewed Fred's, Fred would tickle me under the ear. And similarly, some men are shy and some men are mixers. I quite appreciated that, but I couldn't help feeling that the man carried shyness to a point where it became morbid. And he didn't give himself a chance to cure himself of it. That was the point. Imagine a man hating to meet people so much that he never visited their houses till the middle of the night, when they were in bed and asleep. It was silly. Shyness has always been something so outside my nature that I suppose I have never really been able to look at it sympathetically. I have always held the view that you can get over it if you make an effort. The trouble with the man was that he wouldn't make an effort. He went out of his way to avoid meeting people. I was fond of the man. He was the sort of person you never get to know very well, but we had been together for quite a while, and I wouldn't have been a dog if I hadn't got attached to him. As I sat and watched him creep about the room, it suddenly came to me that here was a chance of doing him a real good turn in spite of himself. Fred was upstairs, and Fred, as I knew by experience, was the easiest man to get along with in the world. Nobody could be shy with Fred. I felt that if only I could bring him and the man together, they would get along splendidly, and it would teach the man not to be silly and avoid people. It would help to give him the confidence which he needed. I had seen him with Bill, and I knew that he could be perfectly natural and easy when he liked. It was true that the man might object at first, but after a while he would see that I had acted simply for his good, and would be grateful. The difficulty was how to get Fred down without scaring the man. I knew that if I shouted he wouldn't wait, but would be out of the window and away before Fred could get here. What I had to do was go to Fred's room, explain the whole situation quietly to him, and ask him to come down and make himself pleasant. The man was far too busy to pay any attention to me. He was kneeling in a corner with his back to me, putting something in his bag. I seized the opportunity to steal softly from the room. Fred's door was shut, and I could hear him snoring. I scratched gently, and then harder, till I heard the snores stop. He got out of bed and opened the door. "Don't make a noise," I whispered. "Come downstairs. I want you to meet a friend of mine." At first he was quite peevish. "What's the idea?" he said. "Coming and spoiling a man's beauty sleep. Get out." He actually started to go back into the room. "No, honestly, Fred," I said. "I'm not fooling you. There is a man downstairs. He got in through the window. I want you to meet him. He's very shy, and I think it will do him good to have a chat with you." "What are you whining about?" Fred began, and then he broke off suddenly and listened. We could both hear the man's footsteps as he moved about. Fred jumped back into the room. He came out carrying something. He didn't say any more, but started to go downstairs, very quiet, and I went after him. There was the man, still putting things in his bag. I was just going to introduce Fred when Fred, the silly ass, gave a great yell. I could have bitten him. "What did you want to do that for, you chump?" I said. "I told you he was shy. Now you've scared him." He certainly had. The man was out of the window quicker than you would have believed possible. He just flew out. I called after him that it was only Fred and me, but at that moment a gun went off with a tremendous bang, so he couldn't have heard me. I was pretty sick about it. The whole thing had gone wrong. Fred seemed to have lost his head entirely. He was behaving like a perfect ass. Naturally, the man had been frightened with him carrying on in that way. I jumped out the window to see if I could find the man and explain, but he was gone. Fred jumped out after me and nearly squashed me. It was pitch dark out there. I couldn't see a thing, but I knew the man could not have gone far, or I should have heard him. I started to sniff around on the chance of picking up his trail. It wasn't long before I struck it. Fred's father had come down now, and they were running about. The old man had a light. I followed the trail, and it ended at a large cedar tree, not far from the house. I stood underneath it and looked up, but of course I could not see anything. "Are you up there?" I shouted. "There's nothing to be scared of. It was only Fred. He's an old pal of mine. He works at the place where you bought me. His gun went off by accident. He won't hurt you." There wasn't a sound. I began to think I must have made a mistake. "He's got away," I heard Fred say to his father, and just as he said it I caught a faint sound of someone moving in the branches above me. "No, he hasn't," I shouted. "He's up this tree." "I believe the dogs found him, Dad." "Yes, he's up here. Come along and meet him." Fred came to the foot of the tree. "You up there," he said. "Come along down." Not a sound from the tree. "It's all right," I explained. "He is up there, but he's very shy. Ask him again." "All right," said Fred. "Stay there if you want to, but I'm going to shoot off this gun into the branches, just for fun." And then the man started to come down, and as soon as he touched the ground I jumped up at him. "This is fine," I said. "Here's my friend Fred. You'll like him." But it wasn't any good. They didn't get along together at all. They hardly spoke. The man went into the house, and Fred went after him, carrying his gun, and when they got into the house it was just the same. The man sat in one chair and Fred sat in another, and after a long time some men came in a motor car and the man went away with them. He didn't say good-bye to me. When he had gone, Fred and his father made a great fuss of me. I couldn't understand it. Men are so odd. The man wasn't a bit pleased that I had brought him and Fred together, but Fred seemed as if he couldn't do enough for me for having introduced him to the man. However, Fred's father produced some cold ham, my favourite dish, and gave me quite a lot of it, so I stopped worrying over the thing. As Mother used to say, "Don't bother your head about what doesn't concern you. The only thing a dog need concern himself with is the bill of fare. Eat your bun and don't make yourself busy about other people's affairs." Mother has in some ways a narrow outlook, but she had a great fund of sterling common sense. 2. He moves in society. It was one of those things which are really nobody's fault. It was not the chauffeur's fault, and it was not mine. I was having a friendly turn-up with a pal of mine on the sidewalk, and he ran across the road. I ran after him, and the car came round the corner and hit me. It must have been going pretty slow, or I should have been killed. As it was, I just had the breath knocked out of me. You know how you feel when the butcher catches you just as you're edging out of the shop with a bit of meat? It was like that. I wasn't taking much interest in things for a while, but when I did I found that I was the center of a group of three: the chauffeur, a small boy, and the small boy's nurse. The small boy was very well dressed and looked delicate. He was crying. "Poor doggie," he said. "Poor doggie." "It wasn't my fault, Master Peter," the chauffeur said respectfully. "He ran out into the road before I seen him." "That's right," I put in, for I didn't want to get the man into trouble. "Oh, he's not dead," said the small boy. "He barked." "He growled," said the nurse. "Come away, Master Peter. He might bite you." Women are trying sometimes. It's almost as if they deliberately misunderstood. "I won't come away. I'm going to take him home with me and send for the doctor to come and see him. He's going to be my dog." This sounded all right. Goodness knows I am no snob, and I can rough it when required, but I do like comfort when it comes my way, and it seemed to me that this was where I got it, and I liked the boy. He was the right sort. The nurse, a very unpleasant woman, had to make objections. "Master Peter, you can't take him home. A great, rough, fierce, common dog. What would your mother say?" "I'm going to take him home," repeated the child, with a determination which I heartily admired. "And he's going to be my dog. I shall call him Fido." There is always a catch in these good things. Fido is a name I particularly detest. All dogs do. There was a dog called that I knew once, and he used to get awfully sick when we shouted it out after him in the street. No doubt there have been respectable dogs called Fido, but to my mind it is a name like Aubrey or Clarence. You may be able to live it down, but you start handicapped. However, one must take the rough with the smooth, and I was prepared to yield the point. "If you wait, Master Peter, your father will buy you a beautiful, lovely dog." "I don't want a beautiful, lovely dog. I want this dog." The slur did not wound me. I have no illusions about my looks. Mine is an honest but not a beautiful face. "It's no use talking," said the chauffeur, grinning. "He means to have him. Shove him in and let's be getting back, or they'll be thinking his nibs has been kidnapped. So I was carried to the car. I could have walked, but I had an idea that I had better not. I had made my hit as a crippled dog, and a crippled dog I intended to remain until things got more settled down. The chauffeur started the car off again. What with the shock I had had and the luxury of riding in a motor car, I was a little distrait, and I could not say how far we went. But it must have been miles and miles, for it seemed a long time afterwards that we stopped at the biggest house I have ever seen. There were smooth lawns, and flower beds, and men in overalls, and fountains and trees, and away to the right, kennels with about 1,000,000 dogs in them, all pushing their noses through the bars and shouting. They wanted to know who I was and what prizes I had won. And then I realized I was moving in high society. I let the small boy pick me up and carry me into the house, though it was all he could do, poor kid, for I was some weight. He staggered up the steps and along a great hall, and then let me flop on the carpet of the most beautiful room you ever saw. The carpet was a yard thick. There was a woman sitting in a chair, and as soon as she saw me, she gave a shriek. "I told Master Peter you would not be pleased, m'lady," said the nurse, who seemed to have taken a positive dislike to me. "But he would bring the nasty brute home." "He's not a nasty brute, mother. He's my dog, and his name's Fido. John ran over him in the car, and I brought him home to live with us. I love him." This seemed to make an impression. Peter's mother looked as if she were weakening. "But, Peter, dear, I don't know what your father will say. He's so particular about dogs. All his dogs are prize winners, pedigree dogs. This is such a mongrel." "A nasty, ugly, common dog, m'lady," said the nurse, sticking her oar in an absolutely uncalled for way. Just then a man came into the room. "What on earth?" he said, catching sight of me. "It's a dog Peter has brought home. He says he wants to keep him." "I'm going to keep him," corrected Peter firmly. I do like a child that knows his own mind. I was getting fonder of Peter every minute. I reached up and licked his hand. "See, he knows he's my dog, don't you, Fido? He licked me." "But, Peter, he looks so fierce." This, unfortunately, is true. I do look fierce. It is rather a misfortune for a perfectly peaceful dog. I'm sure it's not safe your having him. "He's my dog, and his name's Fido. I'm going to tell cook to give him a bone." His mother looked at his father, who gave a rather nasty laugh. "My dear Helen," he said, "ever since Peter was born 10 years ago, he has not asked for a single thing, to the best of my recollection, which he has not got. Let us be consistent. I don't approve of this caricature of a dog, but if Peter wants him, I suppose he must have him." "Very well, but the first sign of viciousness he shows, he shall be shot. He makes me nervous." So they left it at that, and I went off with Peter to get my bone. After lunch he took me to the kennels to introduce me to the other dogs. I had to go, but I knew it would not be pleasant, and it wasn't. Any dog will tell you what these prize ribbon dogs are like. Their heads are so swelled that they have to go into their kennels backwards. It was just as I had expected. There were mastiffs, terriers, poodles, spaniels, bulldogs, sheepdogs, and every other kind of dog you can imagine. All prize winners at 100 shows, and every single dog in the place just shoved his head back and laughed himself sick. I never felt so small in my life, and I was glad when it was over, and Peter took me off to the stables. I was just feeling that I never wanted to see another dog in my life, when a terrier ran out shouting. As soon as he saw me, he came up inquiringly, walking very stiff-legged, as terriers do when they see a stranger. "Well," I said, "what particular sort of prize winner are you? Tell me all about the ribbons they gave you at the Crystal Palace, and let's get it over." He laughed in a way that did me good. "Guess again," he said. "Did you take me for one of the nuts in the kennels? My name's Jack, and I belong to one of the grooms." "What?" I cried. "You aren't Champion Bowlegs Royal, or something of that sort? I'm glad to meet you." So we rubbed noses as friendly as you please, and it was a treat meeting one of one's own sort. I had had enough of those high-toned dogs who look at you as if you were something the garbage man had forgotten to take away. "So you've been talking to the swells, have you?" said Jack. "He would take me," I said, pointing to Peter. "Oh, you're his latest, are you? Then you're all right, while it lasts." "How do you mean, while it lasts?" "Well, I'll tell you what happened to me. Young Peter took a great fancy to me once. Couldn't do enough for me for a while. Then he got tired of me, and out I went. You see, the trouble is that while he's a perfectly good kid, he has always had everything he wanted since he was born, and he gets tired of things pretty easy. It was a toy railway that finished me. Directly he got that, I might not have been on the earth.
It was lucky for me that Dick, my present old man, happened to want a dog to keep down the rats, or goodness knows what might not have happened to me. They aren't keen on dogs here unless they've pulled down enough blue ribbons to sink a ship, and mongrels like you and me, no offense, don't last long. I expect you noticed that the grown-ups didn't exactly cheer when you arrived? They weren't chummy. Well, take it from me, your only chance is to make them chummy. If you do something to please them, they might let you stay on, even though Peter was tired of you. What sort of thing? That's for you to think out. I couldn't find one. I might tell you to save Peter from drowning. You don't need a pedigree to do that, but you can't drag the kid to the lake and push him in. That's the trouble. A dog gets so few opportunities. But take it from me, if you don't do something within 2 weeks to make yourself solid with the adults, you can make your will. In 2 weeks, Peter will have forgotten all about you. It's not his fault. It's the way he's been brought up. His father has all the money on earth, and Peter's the only child. You can't blame him. All I say is, look out for yourself. Well, I'm glad to have met you. Drop in again when you can. I can give you some good ratting, and I have a bone or two put away. So long. It worried me badly what Jack had said. I couldn't get it out of my mind. If it hadn't been for that, I should have had a great time, for Peter certainly made a lot of fuss of me. He treated me as if I were the only friend he had. And in a way, I was. When you're the only son of a man who has all the money in the world, it seems that you aren't allowed to be like an ordinary child. They coop you up as if you were something precious that would be contaminated by contact with other children. In all the time I was at the house, I never met another child. Peter had everything in the world, except someone of his own age to go around with. And that made him different from any of the kids I had ever known. He liked talking to me. I was the only person round who really understood him. He would talk by the hour, and I would listen with my tongue hanging out and nod now and then. It was worth listening to, what he used to tell me. He told me the most surprising things. I didn't know, for instance, that there were any Red Indians in England, but he said there was a chief named Big Cloud who lived in the rhododendron bushes by the lake. I never found him, though I went carefully through them one day. He also said there are pirates on the island in the lake. I never saw them either. What he liked telling me about best was the city of gold and precious stones which came to you if you walked far enough through the woods at the back of the stables. He was always meaning to go off there some day, and from the way he described it, I didn't blame him. It was certainly a pretty good city. It was just right for dogs, too, he said, having bones and liver and sweet cakes there and everything else a dog could want. It used to make my mouth water to listen to him. We were never apart. I was with him all day, and I slept on the mat in his room at night. But all the time I couldn't get out of my mind what Jack had said. I nearly did once, for it seemed to me that I was so necessary to Peter that nothing could separate us. But just as I was feeling safe, his father gave him a toy aeroplane, which flew when you wound it up. The day he got it, I might not have been on the earth. I trailed along, but he hadn't a word to say to me. Well, something went wrong with the aeroplane the second day, and it wouldn't fly. And then I was in solid again. But I had done some hard thinking, and I knew just where I stood. I was the newest toy, that's what I was, and something newer might come along at any moment, and then it would be the finish for me. The only thing for me was to do something to impress the adults, just as Jack had said. Goodness knows I tried, but everything I did turned out wrong. There seemed to be a fate about it. One morning, for example, I was trotting round the house early, and I met a fellow I could have sworn was a burglar. He wasn't one of the family, and he wasn't one of the servants, and he was hanging around the house in a most suspicious way. I chased him up a tree, and it wasn't until the family came down to breakfast 2 hours later that I found that he was a guest who had arrived overnight, and had come out early to enjoy the freshness of the morning and the sun shining on the lake, he being that sort of man. That didn't help me much. Next, I got in wrong with the boss, Peter's father. I don't know why. I met him out in the park with another man, both carrying bundles of sticks and looking very serious and earnest. Just as I reached him, the boss lifted one of the sticks and hit a small white ball with it. He had never seemed to want to play with me before, and I took it as a great compliment. I raced after the ball, which he had hit quite a long way, picked it up in my mouth and brought it back to him. I laid it at his feet and smiled up at him. "Hit it again," I said. He wasn't pleased at all. He said all sorts of things and tried to kick me, and that night, when he thought I was not listening, I heard him telling his wife that I was a pest and would have to be got rid of. That made me think. And then I put the lid on it. With the best intentions in the world, I got myself into such a mess that I thought the end had come.
It happened one afternoon in the drawing-room. There were visitors that day, women, and women seem fatal to me. I was in the background, trying not to be seen, for though I had been brought in by Peter, the family never liked my coming into the drawing-room. I was hoping for a piece of cake and not paying much attention to the conversation, which was all about somebody called Toto, whom I had not met. Peter's mother said Toto was a sweet little darling he was, and one of the visitors said Toto had not been at all himself that day, and she was quite worried. And a good lot more about how all that Toto would ever take for dinner was a little white meat of chicken, chopped up fine. It was not very interesting, and I had allowed my attention to wander. And just then, peeping round the corner of my chair to see if there were any signs of cake, what should I see but a great beastly brute of a rat. It was standing right beside the visitor, drinking milk out of a saucer, if you please. I may have my faults, but procrastination in the presence of rats is not one of them. I didn't hesitate for a second. Here was my chance. If there is one thing women hate, it is a rat. Mother always used to say, if you want to succeed in life, please the women. They are the real bosses. The men don't count. By eliminating this rodent, I should earn the gratitude and esteem of Peter's mother, and if I did that, it did not matter what Peter's father thought of me. I sprang. The rat hadn't a chance to get away. I was right on him. I got a hold of his neck, gave him a couple of shakes, and chucked him across the room. Then I ran across to finish him off. Just as I reached him, he sat up and barked at me. I was never so taken back in my life. I pulled up short and stared at him. "I'm sure I beg your pardon, sir," I said apologetically. "I thought you were a rat." And then everything broke loose. Someone got me by the collar, someone else hit me in the head with a parasol, and someone else kicked me in the ribs. Everybody talked and shouted at the same time. "Poor darling Toto!" cried the visitor, snatching up the little animal. "Did the great savage brute try to murder you?" "So absolutely unprovoked. He just flew at the poor little thing." It was no good my trying to explain. Any dog in my place would have made the same mistake. The creature was a toy dog, of one of those extraordinary breeds. A prize winner and a champion, and so on, of course, and worth his weight in gold. I would have done better to bite the visitor than Toto. That much I gathered from the general run of the conversation, and then, having discovered that the door was shut, I edged under the sofa, and I was embarrassed. "That settles it," said Peter's mother. "The dog is not safe. He must be shot." Peter gave a yell at this, but for once he didn't swing the voting an inch. "Be quiet, Peter," said his mother. "It is not safe for you to have such a dog. He may be mad." Women are very unreasonable. Toto, of course, wouldn't say a word to explain how the mistake arose. He was sitting on the visitor's lap, shrieking about what he would have done to me if they hadn't separated us. Somebody felt cautiously under the sofa. I recognized the shoes of Weeks, the butler. I supposed they had rung for him to come and take me, and I could see that he wasn't half liking it. I was sorry for Weeks, who was a friend of mine, so I licked his hand, and that seemed to cheer him up a lot. "I have him now, madam," I heard him say. "Take him to the stables and tie him up, Weeks, and tell one of the men to bring his gun and shoot him. He is not safe." A few minutes later I was in an empty stall, tied up to the manger. It was all over. It had been pleasant while it lasted, but I had reached the end of my tether now. I don't think I was frightened, but a sense of pathos stole over me. I had meant well. It seemed as if good intentions went for nothing in this world. I had tried so hard to please everybody, and this was the result. Tied up in a dark stable, waiting for the end. The shadows lengthened in the stable yard, and still nobody came. I began to wonder if they had forgotten me, and presently, in spite of myself, a faint hope began to spring up inside me that this might mean I was not to be shot after all. Perhaps Toto at the 11th hour had explained everything. Somebody put his arms around my neck, and my nose touched a warm cheek. I opened my eyes. It was not the man with the gun come to shoot me. It was Peter. He was breathing very hard, and he had been crying. "Quiet," he whispered. He began to untie the rope. "You must keep quite quiet, or they will hear us, and then we shall be stopped. I'm going to take you into the woods, and we'll walk and walk until we come to the city I told you about that's all gold and diamonds, and we'll live there for the rest of our lives, and no one will be able to hurt us, but you must keep very quiet." He went to the stable gate and looked out. Then he gave a little whistle to me to come after him, and we started out to find the city. The woods were a long way away, down a hill of long grass and across a stream, and we went very carefully, keeping in the shadows and running across the open spaces. And every now and then we would stop and look back, but there was nobody to be seen. The sun was setting, and everything was very cool and quiet.
Presently we came to the stream and crossed it by a little wooden bridge, and then we were in the woods, where nobody could see us. I had never been in the woods before, and everything was new and exciting to me. There were squirrels and rabbits and birds, more than I had ever seen in my life, and little things that buzzed and flew and tickled my ears. I wanted to rush about and look at everything, but Peter called to me, and I came to heel. He knew where we were going, and I didn't, so I let him lead. We went very slowly. The wood got thicker and thicker the farther we got into it. There were bushes that were difficult to push through, and long branches covered with thorns that reached out at you and tore at you when you tried to get away. And soon it was quite dark, so dark that I could see nothing, not even Peter, though he was so close. We went slower and slower, and the darkness was full of queer noises. From time to time Peter would stop, and I would run to him and put my nose in his hand. At first he patted me, but after a while he did not pat me any more, but just gave me his hand to lick, as if it was too much for him to lift it. I think he was getting very tired. He was quite a small boy and not strong, and we had walked a long way. It seemed to be getting darker and darker. I could hear the sound of Peter's footsteps, and they seemed to drag as he forced his way through the bushes. And then quite suddenly he sat down without any warning, and when I ran up I heard him crying. I suppose there are lots of dogs who would have known exactly the right thing to do, but I could not think of anything except to put my nose against his cheek and whine. He put his arm around my neck, and for a long time we stayed like that, saying nothing. It seemed to comfort him, for after a time he stopped crying. I did not bother him by asking about the wonderful city where we were going, for he was so tired. But I could not help wondering if we were near it. There was not a sign of any city. Nothing but darkness and odd noises and the wind singing in the trees. Curious little animals, such as I had never smelt before, came creeping out of the bushes to look at us. I would have chased them, but Peter's arm was around my neck and I could not leave him. But when something that smelt like a rabbit came so near that I could have reached out a paw and touched it, I turned my head and snapped. And then they all scurried back into the bushes, and there were no more noises. There was a long silence. Then Peter gave a great gulp. "I'm not frightened," he said. "I'm not." I shoved my head closer to his chest. There was another silence for a long time. "I'm going to pretend we have been captured by brigands," said Peter at last. "Are you listening? There were 3 of them, great big men with beards, and they crept up behind me and snatched me up and took me out here to their lair. This is their lair. One was called Dick. The others' names were Ted and Alfred. They took hold of me and brought me all the way through the wood till we got here, and then they went off, meaning to come back soon. And while they were away, you missed me and tracked me through the woods till you found me here. And then the brigands came back, and they didn't know you were here, and you kept quite quiet till Dick was quite near, and then you jumped out and bit him, and he ran away. And then you bit Ted and you bit Alfred, and they ran away too. And so we were left all alone, and I was quite safe because you were here to look after me. And then... His voice died away, and the arm that was round my neck went limp. I could hear by his breathing that he was asleep. His head was resting on my back, but I didn't move. I wriggled a little closer to make him as comfortable as I could, and then I went to sleep myself. I didn't sleep very well. I had funny dreams all the time, thinking these little animals were creeping up close enough out of the bushes for me to get a snap at them without disturbing Peter. If I woke once, I woke a dozen times, but there was never anything there. The wind sang in the trees, and the bushes rustled, and far away in the distance the frogs were calling. And then I woke once more with the feeling that this time something really was coming through the bushes. I lifted my head as far as I could and listened. For a little while nothing happened, and then, straight in front of me, I saw lights, and there was a sound of trampling in the undergrowth. It was no time to think about not waking Peter. This was something definite, something that had to be attended to quick. I was up with a jump, yelling. Peter rolled off my back and woke up, and he sat there listening while I stood with my front paws on him and shouted at the men. I was bristling all over. I didn't know who they were or what they wanted, but the way I looked at it was that anything could happen in these woods at that time of night, and if anybody was coming along to start something, he had got to reckon with me. Somebody called, "Peter! Are you there, Peter?" There was a crashing in the bushes, and the lights came nearer and nearer, and then somebody said, "Here he is!" and there was a lot of shouting. I stood where I was, ready to spring if necessary, for I was taking no chances. "Who are you?" I shouted. "What do you want?" A light flashed in my eyes. "Why, it's that dog!" Somebody came into the light, and I saw it was the boss. He was looking very anxious and scared, and he scooped Peter up off the ground and hugged him tight. Peter was only half awake.
He looked at the boss drowsily and began to talk about brigands and Dick and Ted and Alfred, the same as he had said to me. There wasn't a sound till he had finished. Then the boss spoke. "Kidnappers? I thought as much. The dog drove them away." For the first time in our acquaintance, he actually patted me. "Good old man," he said. "He's my dog," said Peter sleepily, "and he isn't to be shot." "He certainly isn't, my boy," said the boss. "From now on, he's the honored guest. He shall wear a gold collar and order what he wants for dinner. And now let's be getting home. It's time you were in bed." Mother used to say, if you're a good dog, you will be happy. If you're not, you won't. But it seems to me in this world it is all a matter of luck. When I did everything I could to please people, they wanted to shoot me. And when I did nothing except run away, they brought me back and treated me better than the most valuable prize winner in the kennels. It was puzzling at first, but one day I heard the boss talking to a friend who had come down from the city. The friend looked at me and said, "What an ugly mongrel! Why on earth do you have him about? I thought you were so particular about your dogs." And the boss replied, "He may be a mongrel, but he can have anything he wants in this house. Didn't you hear how he saved Peter from being kidnapped?" Then out it all came about the brigands. "The kid called them brigands," said the boss. "I suppose that's how it would strike a child of that age, but he kept mentioning the name Dick, and that put the police on the scent. Seems there's a kidnapper well known to the police all over the country as Dick the Snatcher. It was almost certainly that scoundrel and his gang. How they spirited the child away, goodness knows, but they managed it, and the dog tracked them and scared them off. We found him and Peter together in the woods. It was a narrow escape, and we have to thank this animal here for it." What could I say? It was no more use trying to put them right than it had been when I mistook Toto for a rat. Peter had gone to sleep that night pretending about the brigands to pass the time, and when he awoke he still believed in them. He was that sort of child. There was nothing I could do about it. Round the corner, as the boss was speaking, I saw the kennelman coming with a plate in his hand. It smelt fine, and he was headed straight for me. He put the plate down before me. It was liver, which I love. "Yes," went on the boss, "if it hadn't been for him, Peter would have been kidnapped and scared half to death, and I should be poorer, I suppose, by whatever the scoundrels had chosen to hold me up for. I am an honest dog, and hate to obtain credit under false pretenses, but liver is liver. I let it go at that." End of The Mixer by P.G. Wodehouse. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.
My New Year's Eve Among the Mummies by Grant Allen, writing as J. Arbuthnot Wilson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Mike Harris. I've been a wanderer and a vagabond on the face of the earth for a good many years now, and I have certainly had some odd adventures in my time, but I can assure you I never spent 24 queerer hours than those which I passed some 12 months since in the great unopened pyramid of Abu Hila. The way I got there was itself a very strange one. I had come to Egypt for a winter tour with the Fitzsimkinses, to whose daughter Editha I was at that precise moment engaged. You will probably remember that old Fitzsimkins belonged originally to the wealthy firm of Simpkinson and Stokoe, Worshipful Vintners, but when the senior partner retired from the business and got his knighthood, the College of Heralds opportunely discovered that his ancestors had changed their fine old Norman name for its English equivalent some time about the reign of King Richard I, and they immediately authorized the old gentleman to resume the patronymic and the armorial bearings of his distinguished forefathers. It's really quite astonishing how often these curious coincidences crop up at the College of Heralds, isn't it? Of course, it was a great catch for a landless and briefless barrister like myself, dependent on a small fortune in South American securities and my precarious earnings as a writer of burlicue, to secure such a valuable prospective property as Editha Fitzsimkins. To be sure, the girl was undeniably plain, but I have known plainer girls than she was, whom £40,000 converted into my ladies, and if Editha hadn't really fallen over head and ears in love with me, I suppose old Fitzsimkins would never have consented to such a match. As it was, however, we had flirted so openly and so desperately during the Scarborough season that it would have been difficult for Sir Peter to break it off, and so I had come to Egypt on a tour of insurance to secure my prize. Following in the wake of my future mother-in-law, whose lungs were supposed to require a genial climate, though in my private opinion they were really as creditable a pair of pulmonary appendages as ever drew breath. Nevertheless, the course of true love did not run so smoothly as might have been expected. Editha found me less ardent than a devoted squire should be, and on the very last night of the old year she got up a regulation lovers' quarrel, because I had sneaked away from the boat that afternoon under the guidance of our dragoman to witness the seductive performances of some fair gloisies, the dancing girls of a neighbouring town. How she found it out, heaven only knows, for I gave that rascal Dmitri 5 piastres to hold his tongue, but she did find it out somehow, and chose to regard it as an offence of the first magnitude, a mortal sin only to be expiated by 3 days of penance and humiliation. I went to bed that night in my hammock on deck with feelings far from satisfactory. We were moored against the bank of Abu Ila, the most pestiferous hole between the cataracts and the delta. The mosquitoes were far worse than the ordinary mosquitoes of Egypt, and that's saying a great deal. The heat was oppressive even at night, and the malaria from the lotus beds rose like a palpable mist before my eyes. Above all, I was getting doubtful whether Editha Fitzsimkins might not, after all, slip between my fingers. I felt wretched and feverish, and yet I had delightful interlusive recollections in between of that lovely little Gezia, who danced that exquisite, marvellous, entrancing, delicious, and awfully oriental dance that I saw in the afternoon. By Jove, she was a beautiful creature. Eyes like 2 full moons, hair like Milton's Penseroso, movements like a poem of Swinburne's set to action. If Editha was only a faint picture of that girl, now, upon my word, I was falling in love with Gezia. Then the mosquitoes came again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. I made a lunge at the loudest and biggest, a sort of a prima donna in their infernal opera. I killed the prima donna, but 10 more shrill performers came in its place. The frogs croak dismally in the reedy shallows. The night grows hotter and hotter still. At last I can stand it no longer. I rise up, dress myself lightly, and jump ashore to find some way of passing the time. Yonder, across the flat, lies the great unopened pyramid of Abu Hila. We are going tomorrow to climb to the top, but I will take a turn to reconnoitre in that direction now. I walk across the moonlit fields, my soul still divided between Editha and Gezia, and approach the solemn mass of huge, antiquated granite blocks standing out so grimly against the pale horizon. I feel half awake, half asleep, and altogether feverish, but I poke about the base in an aimless sort of way, with a vague idea that I may perhaps discover by chance the secret of its sealed entrance, which has here now baffled so many pertinacious explorers and learned Egyptologists. As I walk along the base, I remember old Herodotus' story, like a page from the Arabian Nights, of King Rhampsinitus built himself a treasury, wherein one stone turned on a pivot like a door, and how the builder availed himself of this, his cunning device, to steal gold from the king's storehouse. Suppose the entrance to the unopened pyramid should be by such a door. It would be curious if I should chance to light upon the very spot. I stood in the broad moonlight near the northeast angle of the great pile at the 12th stone from the corner. A random fancy struck me that I might turn this stone by pushing it inward on the left side. I leaned against it with all my weight and tried to move it on the imaginary pivot. Did it give way a fraction of an inch? No, it must have been mere fancy. Let me try again. Surely it is yielding. Gracious Osiris, it has moved an inch or more. My heart beats fast, either with fever or excitement, and I try a third time. The rust of centuries on the pivot wears slowly off, and the stone turned ponderously round, giving access to a low, dark passage. It must have been madness which led me to enter the forgotten corridor, alone, without torch or match, at that hour of the evening, but, at any rate, I entered. The passage was tall enough for a man to walk erect, and I could feel, as I groped slowly along, that the wall was composed of smooth, polished granite, while the floor sloped away downward with a slight but regular descent. I walked with trembling heart and faltering feet for some 40 or 50 yards down the mysterious vestibule, and then I felt myself brought suddenly to a standstill by a block of stone placed right across the pathway. I had had nearly enough for one evening, and I was preparing to return to the boat agog with my new discovery, when my attention was suddenly arrested by an incredible, a perfectly miraculous fact. The block of stone which barred the passage was faintly visible as a square by means of a struggling belt of light streaming through the seams. There must be a lamp or other flame burning within. What if this were a door, like the outer one, leading into a chamber perhaps inhabited by some dangerous band of outcasts? The light was a sure evidence of human occupation, and yet the outer door swung rustily on its pivots, as though it had never been opened for ages. I paused a moment in fear before I ventured to try the stone, and then, urged on once more by some insane impulse, I turned the massive block with all my might to the left. It gave way slowly like its neighbour, and finally opened into the central hall. Never as long as I live shall I forget the ecstasy of terror, astonishment, and blank dismay which seized upon me when I stepped into that seemingly enchanted chamber. A blaze of light first burst upon my eyes, from jets of gas arranged in regular rows, tier above tier, upon the columns and walls of the vast apartment. Huge pillars richly painted with red, yellow, blue, and green decorations stretched in endless succession down the dazzling aisles. A floor of polished sienite reflected the splendor of the lamps, and afforded a base for red granite sphinxes and dark purple images in porphyry of the cat-faced goddess Pasht, whose form I knew so well at the Louvre and the British Museum. But I had no eyes for any of these lesser marvels, being wholly absorbed in the greatest marvel of all, for there, in royal state and with mitred head, a living Egyptian king, surrounded by his coiffured court, was banqueting in the flesh upon a real throne before a table laden with Memphian delicacies. I stood transfixed with awe and amazement, my tongue and my feet alike forgetting their office, and my brain whirling round, as I remember it used to whirl when my health broke down utterly at Cambridge after the classical tripos. I gazed fixedly at the strange picture before me, taking in all of its details in a confused way, yet quite incapable of understanding or realizing any part of its true import. I saw the king in the centre of the hall, raised on a throne of granite inlaid with gold and ivory, his head crowned with the peaked cap of Ramses, and his curled hair flowing down his shoulders in a set and formal frizz. I saw priests and warriors on either side, dressed in the costumes which I had often carefully noted in our great collections, while bronze-skinned maidens with light garments round their waists, and limbs displayed in graceful picturesqueness, waited upon them half-nude, as in the wall paintings which we had lately examined at Karnak and Syene. I saw the ladies, clothed from head to foot in dyed linen garments, sitting apart in the background, banqueting by themselves at a separate table, while dancing girls, like older representatives of my yesternoon friends the Gaouzi, tumbled before them in strange attitudes to the music of 4-stringed harps and long straight pipes. In short, I beheld, as in a dream, the whole drama of everyday Egyptian royal life, playing itself out anew under my eyes in its real original properties and personages. Gradually, as I looked, I became aware that my hosts were no less surprised at the appearance of their anachronistic guest than was the guest himself at the strange living panorama which met his eyes. In a moment music and dancing ceased, the banquet paused in its course, and the king and his nobles stood up in undisguised astonishment to survey the strange intruder. Some minutes passed before anyone moved forward on either side. At last a young girl of royal appearance, yet strangely resembling the Ghizeh Abu Ila, and recalling in part the laughing maiden in the foreground of Mr. Long's great canvas at the previous Academy, stepped out before the throng. "May I ask you," she said in ancient Egyptian, "who you are, and why you come hither to disturb us?" I was never aware before that I spoke or understood the language of the hieroglyphics, yet I found I had not the slightest difficulty in comprehending or answering her question. To say the truth, ancient Egyptian, though an extremely tough tongue to decipher in its written form, becomes as easy as love-making when spoken by a pair of lips like that of the pharaonic princesses. It's really very much the same as English, pronounced in a rapid and somewhat indefinite whisper, and with all the vowels left out. "I beg 10,000 pardons for my intrusion," I answered apologetically, "but I did not know that this pyramid was inhabited, or I should not have entered your residence so rudely. As for the points you wish to know, I am an English tourist, and you will find my name upon this card," saying which I handed her one from the case which I had fortunately put into my pocket with conciliatory politeness. The princess examined it closely, but evidently did not understand its import. "In return," I continued, "may I ask you in what august presence I now find myself by accident?" The court official stood forth from the throng and answered in a set heraldic tone, "In the presence of the illustrious monarch, brother of the sun, Thothmes the 27th, king of the 18th dynasty." "Salute the lord of the world," put in another official in the same regulation drone. I bowed low to His Majesty and stepped out into the hall. Apparently my obeisance did not come up to Egyptian standards of courtesy, for a suppressed titter broke audibly from the ranks of the bronze-skinned waiting women. But the king graciously smiled at my attempt, and turning to the nearest nobleman, observed in a voice of great sweetness and self-contained majesty, "This stranger, Ambos, is certainly a very curious person. His appearance does not at all resemble that of an Ethiopian or other savage, nor does he look like the pale-faced sailors who come to us from the Achaean land beyond the sea. His features, to be sure, are not very different from theirs, but his extraordinary and singularly inartistic dress shows him to belong to some other barbaric race." I glanced down at my waistcoat and saw that I was wearing my tourist's check suit of grey and mud colour, with which a Bond Street tailor had supplied me just before leaving town, as the latest thing out in fancy tweeds. Evidently these Egyptians must have a very curious standard of taste not to admire our pretty and graceful style of male attire. "If the dust beneath your Majesty's feet may venture upon a suggestion," put in the officer whom the king had addressed, "I would hint that this young man is probably a stray visitor from the utter uncivilized lands of the north. The headgear which he carries in his hand obviously betrays an Arctic habitat." I had instinctively taken off my round felt hat in the first moment of surprise, when I found myself in the midst of this strange throng, and I was standing now in a somewhat embarrassed posture, holding it awkwardly before me like a shield to protect my chest. "Let the stranger cover himself," said the king. "Barbarian intruder, cover yourself," cried the herald. I noticed throughout that the king never directly addressed anybody save the higher officials around him. I put on my hat as desired. "A most uncomfortable and silly form of tiara, indeed," said the great Thothmes. "Very unlike your noble and awe-inspiring mitre, Lion of Egypt," answered Ombos. "Ask the stranger his name," the king continued. It was useless to offer another card, so I mentioned it in a clear voice. "An uncouth and almost unpronounceable designation, truly," commented His Majesty to the Grand Chamberlain beside him. "These savages speak strange languages, widely different from the flowing tongue of Memnos and Sesostris." The Chamberlain bowed his assent with 3 low genuflections. I began to feel a little abashed at these personal remarks, and I almost think, though I shouldn't like it to be mentioned in the temple, that a blush rose to my cheek. The beautiful princess, who had been standing near me meanwhile in an attitude of statuesque repose, now appeared anxious to change the current of the conversation. "Dear father," she said with a respectful inclination, Surely the stranger, barbarian though he be, cannot relish such pointed allusions to his person and costume. We must let him feel the grace and delicacy of Egyptian refinement. Then he may perhaps carry back with him some faint echo of its cultured beauty to his northern wilds." "Nonsense, Hatasu," replied Thothmes the 27th testily. "Savages have no feelings, and they are as incapable of appreciating Egyptian sensibility as the chattering crow is incapable of attaining the dignified reserve of the sacred crocodile." "Your Majesty is mistaken," I said, recovering my self-possession gradually, and realizing my position as a free-born Englishman before the court of a foreign despot, though I must allow that I felt rather less confident than usual, owing to the fact that we were not represented in the pyramid by a British consul. "I am an English tourist, a visitor from a modern land whose civilization far surpasses the rude culture of early Egypt, and I am accustomed to respectful treatment from all other nationalities, as becomes a citizen of the first naval power in the world." My answer created a profound impression. "He has spoken to the brother of the sun," cried Ombos in evident perturbation. "He must be of the royal blood in his own tribe, or he would never have dared to do so." "Otherwise," added a person whose dress I recognized as that of a priest, "he must be offered up in expiation to Ammon-Ra immediately." As a rule I am a decent, truthful person, but under these alarming circumstances I ventured to tell a slight fib with an air of nonchalant boldness. "I am a younger brother of our reigning king," I said without a moment's hesitation, for there was nobody present to gainsay me, and I tried to salve my conscience by reflecting that at any rate I was only claiming consanguinity with an imaginary personage. "In that case," said King Thothmes with more geniality in his tone, "there can be no impropriety in my addressing you personally. Will you take a place at our table next to myself, and we can converse together without interrupting a banquet which must be brief enough in any circumstances? Hatasu, my dear, you may seat yourself next to the barbarian prince." I felt a visible swelling to the proper dimensions of a royal highness as I sat down by the king's right hand. The nobles resumed their places, the bronze-skinned waitresses left off standing like soldiers in a row and staring straight at my humble self. The goblets went round once more, and a comely maid soon brought me meat, bread, fruits, and date wine. All this time I was naturally burning with curiosity to inquire who my strange host might be, and how they had managed to preserve their existence for so many centuries in this undiscovered hall. But I was obliged to wait until I had satisfied His Majesty of my own nationality, the means by which I had entered the pyramid, the general state of affairs throughout the world at the present moment, and 50,000 other matters of a similar sort. Thothmes utterly refused to believe my reiterated assertion that our existing civilization was far superior to the Egyptian. "Because," he said, "I see from your dress that your nationality is utterly devoid of taste or invention." But he listened with great interest to my account of modern society, the steam engine, the permissive prohibitory bill, the telegraph, the House of Commons, Home Rule, and other blessings of our advanced era, as well as to a brief resume of European history from the rise of the Greek culture to the Russo-Turkish War. At last his questions were nearly exhausted, and I got a chance of making a few counter-inquiries on my own account. "And now," I said, turning to the charming Hatasu, whom I thought a more pleasing informant than her august papa, "I should like to know who you are." "What, don't you know?" she cried with unaffected surprise. "Why, we're mummies." She made this astonishing statement with just the same quiet unconsciousness as if she had said, "We're French," or "We're Americans." I glanced round the walls and observed behind the columns, which I had not noticed till then, a large number of empty mummy cases with their lids placed carelessly by their sides. "But what are you doing here?" I asked in a bewildered way. "Is it possible," said Hatasu, "that you don't really know the object of embalming? Though your manners show you to be an agreeable and well-bred young man, you must excuse my saying that you are shockingly ignorant. We are made into mummies in order to preserve our immortality. Once in every 1,000 years we wake up for 24 hours, recover our flesh and blood, and banquet once more upon the mummied dishes and other good things laid by for us in the pyramid. Today is the first day of a millennium, and so we have waked up for the 6th time since we were first embalmed. "The 6th time?" I inquired incredulously. "Then you must have been dead 6,000 years." "Exactly so." "But the world has not existed so long," I cried in a fervour of orthodox horror. "Excuse me, barbarian prince. This is the first day of the 327,000th millennium." My orthodoxy received a severe shock. However, I had been accustomed to geological calculations, and was somewhat inclined to accept the antiquity of man. So I swallowed the statement without more ado. Besides, if such a charming girl as Hatasu had asked me at that moment to turn Mohammedan, or to worship oysteries, I believe I should incontinently have done exactly that. "You wake up only for a single day and a night, then?" I said. "Only for a single day and night. After that we go to sleep for another millennium." "Unless you were burnt as fuel on the Cairo railway," I added mentally. "But now," I continued aloud, "how do you get these lights?" "The pyramid is built above a spring of inflammable gas. We have a reservoir in one of the side chambers in which it collects during 1,000 years, and as soon as we awake we turn it on at once from the tap, and light it with a lucifer match." "Upon my word," I interposed, "I had no notion you ancient Egyptians were acquainted with the use of matches." "Very likely not. There are more things in heaven and earth, Sophrones, than are dreamt of in your philosophy, as the bard of Philae puts it." Further inquiries brought out all the secrets of that strange tomb house, and kept me fully interested till the close of the banquet. Then the chief priest solemnly rose, offered a small fragment of meat to a deified crocodile, who sat in a meditative manner by the side of his deserted mummy case, and declared the feast concluded for the night. All rose from their places, wandered away into the long corridors or side aisles, and formed little groups of talkers under the brilliant gas lamps. For my part, I strolled off with Hatasu down the least illuminated of the colonnades, and took my seat beside a marble fountain where several fish, gods of great sanctity, Hatasu assured me, were disporting themselves in a porphyry basin. How long we sat there I cannot tell, but I know that we talked a good deal about fish and gods, and Egyptian habits, and Egyptian philosophy, and, above all, Egyptian love-making. The last named subject we found very interesting, and when once we got fully started upon it, no diversion afterwards occurred to break the even tenor of the conversation. Hatasu was a lovely figure, tall, queenly, with smooth dark arms and neck of polished bronze, her big black eyes full of tenderness, and her long hair bound up in a bright Egyptian headdress that harmonized to a tone with her complexion and her robe. The more we talked, the more desperately did I fall in love, and the more utterly oblivious did I become to my duty to Editha Fitzsimkins, the mere ugly daughter of a rich and vulgar brand-new knight, forsooth, to show off her airs before me, when here was a princess of the blood royal of Egypt, obviously sensible to the attentions which I was paying her, and not unwilling to receive them with a coy and modest grace. Well, I went on saying pretty things to Hatasu, and Hatasu went on deprecating them in a pretty little way, as who should say, "I don't mean what I pretend to mean one bit," until at last I may confess that we were both evidently as far gone in the disease of the heart called love as it's possible for two young people on first acquaintance to become. Therefore, when Hatasu pulled forth her watch, another piece of mechanism with which antiquaries used never to credit the Egyptian people, and declared that she had only 3 more hours to live, at least for the next 1,000 years, I fairly broke down, took out my handkerchief, and began to sob like a child of 5 years old. Hatasu was deeply moved. Decorum forbade that she should console me with too much empressement, but she ventured to remove the handkerchief gently from my face, and suggested that there was yet one course open by which we might enjoy a little more of one another's society. "Suppose," she said quietly, "you were to become a mummy. You would then wake up, as we do, every 1,000 years, and after you have tried it once, you'll find it just as natural to sleep for a millennium as for 8 hours. Of course," she added with a slight blush, "during the next 3 or 4 solar cycles there would be plenty of time to conclude any other arrangements you might possibly contemplate before the occurrence of another glacial epoch." This mode of regarding time was certainly novel, and somewhat bewildering to people who ordinarily reckon its lapse by weeks and months, and I had a vague consciousness that my relations with Editha imposed upon me a moral necessity of returning to the outer world, instead of becoming a millennial mummy. Besides, there was the awkward chance of being converted into fuel, and dissipated into space before the arrival of the next waking day. But I took one look at Hatasu, whose eyes were filling in turn with sympathetic tears, and that look decided me. I flung Editha, life, and duty to the dogs, and resolved at once to become a mummy. And there was no time to be lost. Only 3 hours remained to us, and the process of embalming, even in the most hasty manner, would take up fully 2. We rushed off to the chief priest, who had charge of the particular department in question. He at once acceded to my wishes, and briefly explained the mode in which they usually treated the corpse. The word suddenly aroused me. "The corpse!" I cried. "But I am alive. You can't embalm me living." "Oh, we can," replied the priest, "under chloroform." "Chloroform?" I echoed, growing more and more astonished. "I had no idea you Egyptians knew anything about it." "Ignorant barbarian," he answered, with a curl of the lip. "You imagine yourself much wiser than the teachers of the world. If you were versed in all the wisdom of the Egyptians, you would know that chloroform is one of our simplest and commonest anesthetics." So I put myself at once under the hands of the priest. He brought out the chloroform and placed it beneath my nostrils, as I lay on a soft couch under the central court. Hatasu held my hands in hers and watched my breathing with an anxious eye. I saw the priest leaning over me with a clouded vial in his hand, and I experienced a vague sensation of smelling myrrh and spikenard. Next I lost myself for a few moments, and when I again recovered my senses in a temporary break, the priest was holding a small green stone knife dabbled with blood, and I felt that a gash had been made across my breast. Then they applied the chloroform once more. I felt Hatasu give my hand a gentle squeeze. The whole panorama faded finally from my view, and I went to sleep for a seemingly endless time. When I awoke again, my first impression led me to believe that the 1,000 years were over, and that I had come to life once more to feast with Hatasu and Thothmes in the pyramid of Abu-Hila. But second thoughts, combined with closer observation of the surroundings, convinced me that I was really lying in a bedroom of Shepherd's Hotel at Cairo. A hospital nurse leaned over me instead of a chief priest, and I noticed no tokens of Edith Fitzsimkins' presence. But when I endeavoured to make inquiries upon the subject of my whereabouts, I was peremptorily informed that I mustn't speak, as I was only just recovering from a severe fever and might endanger my life by talking. Some weeks later I learned the sequel of my night's adventure. The Fitzsimkinses, missing me from the boat in the morning, at first imagined that I might have gone ashore for an early stroll, but after breakfast time, lunch time, and dinner time had gone past, they began to grow alarmed and sent to look for me in all directions. One of their scouts, happening to pass the pyramid, noticed that one of the stones near the northeast angle had been displaced, so as to give access to a dark passage, hitherto unknown. Calling several of his friends, for he was afraid to venture in alone, he passed down the corridor, and through a second gateway into the central hall. There the fellaheen found me, lying on the ground, bleeding profusely from a wound on the breast, and in an advanced state of malarious fever. They brought me back to the boat, and the Fitzsimkins conveyed me at once to Cairo for medical attention and proper nursing. Editha was at first convinced that I had attempted to commit suicide because I could not endure having caused her pain, and she accordingly resolved to tend me with the utmost care through my illness. But she found that my delirious remarks, besides bearing frequent references to a princess with whom I appeared to have been on unexpectedly intimate terms, also related very largely to her casus belli itself, the dancing girls of Abu-Hila. Even this trial she might have borne, setting down the moral degeneracy which led me to patronize so degrading an exhibition as a first symptom of my approaching malady, but certain unfortunate observations, containing pointed and by no means flattering allusions to her personal appearance, which I contrasted much to her disadvantage with that of the unknown princess, these, I say, were things which she could not forgive, and she left Cairo abruptly with her parents for the Riviera, leaving behind a stinging note in which she denounced my perfidy and empty-heartedness with all the flowers of feminine eloquence. From that day to this I have never seen her. When I returned to London and proposed to lay this account before the Society of Antiquaries, all my friends dissuaded me on the grounds of its apparent incredibility. They declared that I must have gone to the pyramid already in a state of delirium, discovered the entrance by accident, and sunk exhausted when I reached the inner chamber. In answer I would point out 3 facts. In the first place, I undoubtedly found my way into the unknown passage, for which achievement I afterwards received the gold medal of the Society Khedivial, and of which I retain a clear recollection, differing in no way from my recollection of the subsequent events. In the second place, I had in my pocket, when found, a ring of Hattus's, which I drew from her finger just before I took the chloroform, and put into my pocket as a keepsake. And in the third place, I had on my breast the wound which I saw the priest inflict with a knife of green stone, and the scar may be seen on the spot to the present day. The absurd hypothesis of my medical friends that I was wounded by falling against a sharp edge of rock I must at once reject as unworthy of a moment's consideration. My own theory is either that the priest had not time to complete the operation, or else that the arrival of the Fitzsimkins' scouts frightened back the mummies to their cases an hour or so too soon. At any rate, there they all were, ranged round the walls undisturbed, the moment the fellaheen entered. Unfortunately, the truth of my account cannot be tested for another 1,000 years, but as a copy of this book will be preserved for the benefit of posterity in the British Museum, I hereby solemnly call upon collective humanity to try the veracity of this history by sending a deputation of archaeologists to the Pyramid of Abu Hila on the last day of December 2877. If they do not then find Thothmes and Hatassu feasting in the central hall, exactly as I have described, I shall willingly admit that the story of my New Year's Eve among the mummies is a vain hallucination unworthy of credence at the hands of the scientific world. End of My New Year's Eve Among the Mummies by Grant Allen, writing as J. Arbuthnot Wilson. Read by Mike Harris.
Nambok the Unveracious by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nambok the Unveracious by Jack London. Read by Don W. Jenkins. A bidarka, is it not so? Look, a bidarka, and one man who drives clumsily with a paddle. Old Bashquawan rose to her knees, trembling with weakness and eagerness, and gazed out over the sea. Nambok was ever clumsy at the paddle, she maundered reminiscently, shading the sun from her eyes and staring across the silver-spilled water. Nambok was ever clumsy, I remember. But the women and children laughed loudly, and there was a gentle mockery in their laughter, and her voice dwindled till her lips moved without sound. Kuga lifted his grizzled head from his bone-carving and followed the path of her eyes. Except when wide yawns took it off its course, a bidarka was headed in for the beach. Its occupant was paddling with more strength than dexterity, and made his approach along the zigzag line of most resistance. Kuga's head dropped to his work again, and on the ivory tusk between his knees he scratched the dorsal fin of a fish the like of which never swam in the sea. "It is doubtless the man from the next village," he said finally, "coming to consult with me about the marking of things on bone. And the man is a clumsy man. He will never know how." "It is Nambok," old Bashquawan repeated. "Should I not know my son?" she demanded shrilly. "I say, and I say again, it is Nambok." "So thou hast said these many summers," one of the women chided softly. "Ever when the ice passed out of the sea, hast thou sat and watched through the long day, saying at each chance canoe, 'This is Nambok.' Nambok is dead, O Bashquawan, and the dead do not come back. It cannot be that the dead come back." "Nambok!" the old woman cried, so loud and clear that the whole village was startled and looked at her. She struggled to her feet and tottered down the sand. She stumbled over a baby lying in the sun, and the mother hushed its crying and hurled harsh words after the old woman, who took no notice. The children ran down the beach in advance of her, and as the man in the bidarka drew closer, nearly capsizing with one of his ill-directed strokes, the women followed. Kuga dropped his walrus tusk and went also, leaning heavily upon his staff, and after him loitered the men in twos and threes. The bidarka turned broadside, and the ripple of surf threatened to swamp it, only a naked boy ran into the water and pulled the bow high up on the sand. The man stood up and sent a questing glance along the line of villagers. A rainbow sweater, dirty and the worse for wear, clung loosely to his broad shoulders, and a red cotton handkerchief was knotted in sailor fashion about his throat. A fisherman's tam o' shanter on his close-clipped head, and dungaree trousers and heavy brogans completed his outfit. But he was none the less a striking personage to these simple fisher-folk of the great Yukon Delta, who all their lives had stared out on Bering Sea and in that time seen but two white men, the census enumerator and a lost Jesuit priest. They were a poor people, with neither gold in the ground nor valuable furs in hand, so the whites had passed them afar. Also the Yukon, through the thousands of years, had shoaled that portion of the sea with the detritus of Alaska till vessels grounded out of sight of land. So the sodden coast, with its long inside reaches and huge mudland archipelagos, was avoided by the ships of men, and the fisherfolk knew not that such things were. Kuga, the bone-scratcher, retreated backward in sudden haste, tripping over his staff and falling to the ground. "Nam-Bok!" he cried, as he scrambled wildly for footing. "Nam-Bok, who was blown off to sea, come back!" The men and women shrank away, and the children scuttled off between their legs. Only Opee-Kwan was brave, as befitted the head man of the village. He strode forward and gazed long and earnestly at the newcomer. "It is Nam-Bok," he said at last, and at the conviction in his voice the women wailed apprehensively and drew farther away. The lips of the stranger moved indecisively, and his brown throat writhed and wrestled with unspoken words. "La, la, it is Nam-Bok," Bask Wah Wan croaked, peering up into his face. "Ever did I say Nam-Bok would come back?" "Aye, it is Nam-Bok come back." This time it was Nam-Bok himself who spoke, putting a leg over the side of the bidarka and standing with one foot afloat and one ashore. Again his throat writhed and wrestled as he grappled after forgotten words, and when the words came forth they were strange of sound, and a spluttering of the lips accompanied the gutturals. "Greetings, O brothers," he said. "Brothers of old time before I went away with the offshore wind." He stepped out with both feet on the sand, and Opee-Kwan waved him back. "Thou art dead, Nam-Bok," he said. Nam-Bok laughed. "I am fat." "Dead men are not fat," Opee-Kwan confessed. "Thou hast fared well, but it is strange. No man may mate with the offshore wind and come back on the heels of the years." "I have come back," Nam-Bok answered simply. "Mayhap thou art a shadow, then, a passing shadow of the Nam-Bok that was. Shadows come back." "I am hungry. Shadows do not eat." But Opee-Kwan doubted and brushed his hand across his brow in sore puzzlement. Nam-Bok was likewise puzzled, and as he looked up and down the line found no welcome in the eyes of the fisher-folk. The men and women whispered together. The children stole timidly back among their elders, and bristling dogs fawned up to him and sniffed suspiciously. "I bore thee, Nam-Bok, and I gave thee suck when thou wast little," Bask Wah Wan whimpered, drawing closer. "And shadow though thou be, or no shadow, I will give thee to eat now." Nam-Bok made to come to her, but a growl of fear and menace warned him back. He said something angrily in a strange tongue, and added, "No shadow am I, but a man." "Who may know concerning the things of mystery?" Opee-Kwan demanded, half of himself and half of his tribe's people. "We are, and in a breath we are not. If the man may become shadow, may not the shadow become man? Nam-Bok was, but is not. This we know, but we do not know if this be Nam-Bok or the shadow of Nam-Bok." Nam-Bok cleared his throat and made answer. "In the old time long ago, thy father's father, Opee-Kwan, went away and came back on the heels of the years. Nor was a place by the fire denied him. It is said—" He paused significantly, and they hung on his utterance. "It is said," he repeated, driving his point home with deliberation, "that Sip-Sip, his klooch, bore him 2 sons after he came back." "But he had no doings with the offshore wind," Opee-Kwan retorted. "He went away into the heart of the land, and it is in the nature of things that a man may go on and on into the land. And likewise the sea. But that is neither here nor there. It is said that thy father's father told strange tales of the things he saw. Aye, strange tales he told. I, too, have strange tales to tell, Nam Bok stated insidiously, and as they wavered, and presents likewise. He pulled from the bidarka a shawl, marvelous of texture and color, and flung it about his mother's shoulders. The women voiced a collective sigh of admiration, and old Basquawan ruffled the gay material and patted it and crooned in childish joy. He has tales to tell, Kuga muttered, and presents, a woman seconded. And Opequan knew that his people were eager, and further, he was aware himself of an itching curiosity concerning those untold tales. The fishing has been good, he said judiciously, and we have oil in plenty. So come, Nam Bok, let us feast. 2 of the men hoisted the bidarka on their shoulders and carried it up to the fire. Nam Bok walked by the side of Opequan, and the villagers followed after, save those of the women who lingered in a moment to lay caressing fingers on the shawl. There was little talk while the feast went on, though many and curious were the glances stolen at the son of Basquawan. This embarrassed him, not because he was modest of spirit, however, but for the fact that the stench of the seal oil had robbed him of his appetite, and that he keenly desired to conceal his feelings on the subject. "Eat, thou art hungry," Opequan commanded, and Nam Bok shut both his eyes and shoved his fist into the big pot of putrid fish. "La la, be not ashamed. The seal were many this year, and strong men are ever hungry." And Basquawan sopped a particularly offensive chunk of salmon into the oil and passed it fondly and dripping to her son. In despair, premonitory symptoms warned him that his stomach was not so strong as of old. He filled his pipe and struck up a smoke. The people fed on noisily and watched. Few of them could boast of intimate acquaintance with the precious weed, though now and again small quantities and abominable qualities were obtained in trade from the Eskimos to the northward. Kuga, sitting next to him, indicated that he was not averse to taking a draw, and between 2 mouthfuls, with the oil thick on his lips, sucked away at the amber stem. And thereupon Nam Bok held his stomach with a shaky hand and declined the proffered return. Kuga could keep the pipe, he said, for he had intended so to honor him from the first, and the people licked their fingers and approved of his liberality. Opequan rose to his feet. "And now, O Nam Bok, the feast is ended, and we would listen concerning the strange things you have seen." The fisher folk applauded with their hands, and gathering about them their work, prepared to listen. The men were busy fashioning spears and carving on ivory, while the women scraped the fat from the hides of the hair seal, and made them pliable or sewed mucklucks with threads of sinew. Nam Bok's eyes roved over the scene, but there was not the charm about it that his recollection warranted him to expect. During the years of his wandering he had looked forward to just this scene, and now that it had come he was disappointed. It was a bare and meagre life, he deemed, and not to be compared with the one to which he had become used. Still, he would open their eyes a bit, and his own eyes sparkled at the thought. "Brothers," he began, with the snug complacency of a man about to relate the big things he has done, "it was late summer of many summers back, with much such weather as this promises to be, when I went away. You all remember the day when the gulls flew low and the wind blew strong from the land, and I could not hold my bidarka against it. I tied the covering of the bidarka about me so that no water could get in, and all of the night I fought with the storm. And in the morning there was no land, only the sea, and the offshore wind held me close in its arms and bore me along. 3 such nights whitened into dawn and showed me no land, and the offshore wind would not let me go. And when the 4th day came, I was as a madman. I could not dip my paddle for want of food, and my head went round and round, what of the thirst that was upon me. But the sea was no longer angry, and the soft south wind was blowing, and as I looked about me I saw a sight that made me think I was indeed mad." Nam Bok paused to pick away a sliver of salmon lodged between his teeth, and the men and women, with idle hands and heads craned forward, waited. "It was a canoe, a big canoe. If all the canoes I have ever seen were made into one canoe, it would not be so large." There were exclamations of doubt, and Kuga, whose years were many, shook his head. If each bidarka were as a grain of sand, Nam Bok defiantly continued, and if there were as many bidarkas as there be grains of sand in this beach, still would they not make so big a canoe as this I saw on the morning of the 4th day. It was a very big canoe, and it was called a schooner. I saw this thing of wonder, this great schooner, coming after me, and on it I saw men. "Hold, O Nam Bok," Opee Kwan broke in. "What manner of men were they? Big men?" "Nay, mere men like you and me." "Did the big canoe come fast?" "Aye." "The sides were tall, the men short," Opee Kwan stated the premises with conviction. "And did these men dip with long paddles?" Nam Bok grinned. "There were no paddles," he said. Mouths remained open, and a long silence dropped down. Opee Kwan borrowed Kuga's pipe for a couple of contemplative sucks. One of the younger women giggled nervously and drew upon herself angry eyes. "There were no paddles?" Opee Kwan asked softly, returning the pipe. "The south wind was behind," Nam Bok explained. "But the wind drift is slow." "The schooner had wings, thus." He sketched a diagram of masts and sails in the sand, and the men crowded around and studied it. The wind was blowing briskly, and for more graphic elucidation he seized the corners of his mother's shawl and spread them out until it bellied like a sail. Basketball Wan scolded and struggled, but it was blown down the beach for a score of feet, and left breathless and stranded in a heap of driftwood. The men uttered sage grunts of comprehension, but Kuga suddenly tossed back his hoary head. "Ho, ho!" he laughed. "A foolish thing, this big canoe. A most foolish thing. The plaything of the wind. Wheresoever the wind goes, it goes too. No man who journeys therein may name the landing beach, for always he goes with the wind, and the wind goes everywhere, but no man knows where." "It is so," Opee Kwan supplemented gravely. "With the wind the going is easy, but against the wind a man striveth hard, and for that they had no paddles. These men on the big canoe did not strive at all." "Small need to strive," Nam Bok cried angrily. "The schooner went likewise against the wind." "And what said you made the schooner go?" Kuga asked, tripping craftily over the strange word. "The wind," was the impatient response. "Then the wind made the schooner go against the wind." Old Kuga dropped an open leer to Opee Kwan, and the laughter growing around him continued. "The wind blows from the south and blows the schooner south. The wind blows against the wind. The wind blows one way and the other at the same time. It is very simple. We understand, Nam Bok. We clearly understand." "Thou art a fool." "Truth falls from thy lips," Kuga answered meekly. "I was overlong in understanding, and the thing was simple." But Nam Bok's face was dark, and he said rapid words which they had never heard before. Bone scratching and skin scraping were resumed, but he shut his lips tightly on the tongue that could not be believed. "The schooner," Kuga imperturbably asked. "It was made of a big tree?" "It was made of many trees," Nam Bok snapped shortly. "It was very big." He lapsed into sullen silence again, and Opee Kwan nudged Kuga, who shook his head with slow amazement and murmured, "It is very strange." Nam Bok took the bait. "That is nothing," he said airily. "You should see the steamer. As the grain of sand is to bidarka, as the bidarka is to the schooner, so the schooner is to the steamer. Further, the steamer is made of iron. It is all iron." "Nay, nay, Nam Bok," cried the head man. "How can that be? Always iron goes to the bottom. For behold, I received an iron knife in trade from the head man of the next village, and yesterday the iron knife slipped from my fingers and went down, down into the sea. To all things there be law. Never was there one thing outside the law. This we know, and moreover we know that things of a kind have the one law, and that all iron has the one law. So unsay thy words, Nam Bok, that we may yet honor thee." "It is so," Nam Bok persisted. "The steamer is all iron and does not sink." "Nay, nay, this cannot be." "With my own eyes I saw it." "It is not in the nature of things." "But tell me, Nam Bok," Kuga interrupted, for fear the tale would go no farther, "tell me the manner of these men in finding their way across the sea when there was no land by which to steer. The sun points out the path. But how? At midday the head man of the schooner takes a thing through which his eye looks at the sun, and then he makes the sun climb down out of the sky to the edge of the earth." "Now this be evil medicine," cried Opie Kwan, aghast at the sacrilege. The men held up their hands in horror, and the women moaned. "This be evil medicine. It is not good to misdirect the great sun, which drives away the night and gives us the seal, the salmon, and warm weather." "What if it be evil medicine?" Nam Bok demanded truculently. "I, too, have looked through the thing at the sun and made the sun climb down out of the sky." Those who were nearest drew away from him hurriedly, and a woman covered the face of a child at her breast so that his eye might not fall upon it. "But on the morning of the 4th day, O Nam Bok," Kuga suggested, "on the morning of the 4th day when the schooner came after thee. I had little strength left in me and could not run away. So I was taken on board, and water was poured down my throat, and good food given me. Twice, my brothers, you have seen a white man. These men were all white, and as many as I have fingers and toes. And when I saw they were full of kindness, I took heart, and I resolved to bring away with me report of all that I saw. And they taught me the work they did, and gave me good food and a place to sleep. And day after day we went over the sea, and each day the head man drew the sun down out of the sky and made it tell where we were. And when the waves were kind, we hunted the fur seal, and I marveled much, for always did they fling the meat and the fat away, and save only the skin." Opie Kwan's mouth was twitching violently, and he was about to make denunciation of such waste when Kuga kicked him to be still. After a weary time, when the sun was gone and the bite of the frost came into the air, the head man pointed the nose of the schooner south. South and east we travelled for days upon days, and never the land in sight, and we were near to the village from which hailed the men. "How did they know they were near?" Opie Kwan, unable to contain himself longer, demanded. "There was no land to see." Nam Bok glowered at him wrathfully. "Did I not say the head man brought the sun down out of the sky?" Kuga interposed, and Nam Bok went on. "As I say, when we were near to that village, a great storm blew up, and in the night we were helpless, and knew not where we were." "Thou hast just said the head man knew." "Oh, peace, Opie Kwan. Thou art a fool and cannot understand. As I say, we were helpless in the night, when I heard above the roar of the storm the sound of the sea on the beach, and next we struck with a mighty crash, and I was in the water swimming. It was a rock-bound coast, with one patch of beach in many miles, and the law was that I should dig my hands into the sand and draw myself clear of the surf. The other man must have pounded against the rocks, for none of them came ashore but the head man, and him I knew only by the ring on his finger. When day came, there being nothing of the schooner, I turned my face to the land and journeyed into it that I might get food and look upon the faces of the people. And when I came to a house, I was taken in and given to eat, for I had learned their speech, and the white men are ever kindly. And it was a house bigger than all the houses built by us and our fathers before us." "It was a mighty house," Kuga said, masking his unbelief with wonder. "And many trees went into the making of such a house," Opie Kwan added, taking the cue. "That is nothing," Nam Bok shrugged his shoulders in belittling fashion. "As our houses are to that house, so that house was to the houses I was yet to see." "And they are not big men?" "Nay, mere men like you and me," Nam Bok answered. "I had cut a stick that I might walk in comfort, and remembering that I was to bring report to you, my brothers, I cut a notch in the stick for each person who lived in that house. And I stayed there many days and worked, for which they gave me money, a thing of which you know nothing, but which is very good. And one day I departed from that place to go farther into the land. And as I walked I met many people, and I cut smaller notches in the stick that there might be room for all. Then I came upon a strange thing. On the ground before me was a bar of iron, as big in thickness as my arm, and a long step away was another bar of iron." "Then wert thou a rich man?" Opie Kwan asserted. "For iron be worth more than anything else in the world. It would have made many knives." "Nay, it was not mine. It was a find, and a find be lawful." "Not so. The white man had placed it there. And further, these bars were so long that no man could carry them away, so long that as far as I could see there was no end to them." "Nam Bok, that is very much iron," Opie Kwan cautioned. "Aye, it was hard to believe with my own eyes upon it, but I could not gainsay my eyes, and as I looked I heard. He turned abruptly on the headman. "Opequan, thou hast heard the sea lion bellow in his anger. Make it plain in thy mind as many sea lions as there be waves in the sea, and make it plain that all these sea lions be made into one sea lion, and as that one sea lion would bellow, so bellowed the thing I heard." The fisherfolk cried aloud in astonishment, and Opequan's jaw lowered and remained lowered. And in the distance I saw a monster like unto 1,000 whales. It was one-eyed, and vomited smoke, and it snorted with exceeding loudness. I was afraid, and ran with shaking legs along the path between the bars. But it came with speed of the wind, this monster, and I leaped the iron bars with its breath hot on my face. Opequan gained control of his jaw again. And then, O Nam Bok? "It came by on the bars, and harmed me not, and when my legs could hold me up again, it was gone from sight. And it is a very common thing in that country. Even the women and children are not afraid. Men make them to do work, these monsters." "As we make our dogs do work?" Kuga asked, with skeptic twinkle in his eye. "Aye, as we make our dogs do work." "And how do they breed these things?" Opequan questioned. "They breed not at all. Men fashion them cunningly of iron, and feed them with stone, and give them water to drink. The stone becomes fire, and the water becomes steam, and the steam of the water is the breath of their nostrils, and—" There, O Nam Bok," Opequan interrupted. "Tell us of other wonders. We grow tired of this which we may not understand." "You do not understand?" Nam Bok asked despairingly. "Nay, we do not understand," the men and women wailed back. "We cannot understand." Nam Bok thought of a combined harvester, and of the machines wherein visions of living men were to be seen, and of the machines from which came the voices of men, and he knew his people could never understand. "Dare I say I rode this iron monster through the land?" he asked bitterly. Opequan threw up his hands, palms outward, in open incredulity. "Say on. Say anything. We listen." "Then did I ride the iron monster, for which I gave money. Thou saidst it was fed with stone. And likewise, thou fool, I said money was a thing of which you know nothing. As I say, I rode the monster through the land, and through many villages, until I came to a big village on a salt arm of the sea, and the houses shoved their roofs among the stars in the sky, and the clouds drifted by them, and everywhere was much smoke. And the roar of that village was like the roar of the sea in storm, and the people were so many that I flung away my stick and no longer remembered the notches upon it." "Hadst thou made small notches," Kuga reproved, "thou mightst have brought report." Nam Bok whirled upon him in anger. "Had I made small notches? Listen, Kuga, thou scratcher of bone. If I had made small notches, neither the stick nor 20 sticks could have borne them. Nay, not all the driftwood of all the beaches between this village and the next. And if all of you, the women and children as well, were 20 times as many, and if you had 20 hands each, and in each hand a stick and a knife, still the notches could not be cut for the people I saw, so many were they, and so fast did they come and go." "There cannot be so many in all the world," Opequan objected, for he was stunned, and his mind could not grasp such magnitude of numbers. "What dost thou know of all the world, and how large it is?" Nam Bok demanded. "But there cannot be so many people in one place." "Who art thou to say what can be and what cannot be?" "It stands to reason that there cannot be so many people in one place. Their canoes would clutter the sea till there was no room, and they would empty the sea each day of its fish, and they would not all be fed." "So it would seem," Nam Bok made final answer. "Yet it was so. With my own eyes I saw, and flung my stick away." He yawned heavily and rose to his feet. "I have paddled far. The day has been long, and I am tired. Now I will sleep, and tomorrow we will have further talk upon the things I have seen." Baskwa Wan, hobbling fearfully in advance, proud indeed, yet awed by her wonderful son, led him to her igloo, and stowed him away among the greasy, ill-smelling furs. But the men lingered by the fire, and a council was held wherein there was much whispering and low-voiced discussion. An hour passed, and a second, and Nam Bok slept, and the talk went on. The evening sun dipped toward the northwest, and at 11 at night was nearly due north. Then it was that the head man and the bone scratcher separated themselves from the council and aroused Nam Bok. He blinked up into their faces and turned on his side to sleep again. Opequan gripped him by the arm and kindly but firmly shook his senses back into him. "Come, Nam Bok, arise," he commanded. "It be time." Another feast? Nam-Bok cried. Nay, I am not hungry. Go on with the eating and let me sleep. Time to be gone, Kuga thundered. But Opequan spoke more softly. Thou wast Bidarka mate with me when we were boys, he said. Together we first chased the seal and drew the salmon from the traps, and thou didst drag me back to life, Nam-Bok, when the sea closed over me and I was sucked down to the black rocks. Together we hungered and bore the chill of the frost, and together we crawled beneath the one fur and lay close to each other. And because of these things and the kindness in which I stood to thee, it grieves me sore that thou shouldst return such a remarkable liar. We cannot understand, and our heads be dizzy with the things thou hast spoken. It is not good, and there has been much talk in the council. Wherefore we send thee away, that our heads may remain clear and strong, and be not troubled by the unaccountable things. These things thou speakest of be shadows, Kuga took up the strain. From the shadow world thou hast brought them, and to the shadow world thou must return them. Thy Bidarka be ready, and the tribespeople wait. They may not sleep until thou art gone. Nam-Bok was perplexed, but hearkened to the voice of the headman. If thou art Nam-Bok, Opequan was saying, thou art a fearful and most wonderful liar. If thou art the shadow of Nam-Bok, then thou speakest of shadows concerning which it is not good that living men have knowledge. This great village thou hast spoken of we deem the village of the shadows. Therein flutter the souls of the dead, for the dead be many and the living few. The dead do not come back. Never have the dead come back, save thou with thy wonder tales. It is not meet that the dead come back, and should we permit it, great trouble may be our portion. Nam-Bok knew his people well, and was aware that the voice of the council was supreme. So he allowed himself to be led down to the water's edge, where he was put aboard his Bidarka, and a paddle thrust into his hand. A stray wildfowl honked somewhere to seaward, and the surf broke limply and hollowly on the sand. A dim twilight brooded over land and water, and in the north the sun smouldered, vague and troubled, and draped about with blood-red mists. The gulls were flying low. The offshore wind blew keen and chill, and the black-massed clouds behind it gave promise of bitter weather. Out of the sea thou earnest, Opequan chanted oracularly, and back into the sea thou goest. This is the balance achieved and all things brought to law. Basquawan limped to the froth mark and cried, I bless thee, Nam-Bok, for that thou remembered me. But Kuga, shoving Nam-Bok clear of the beach, tore the shawl from her shoulders and flung it into the Bidarka. It is cold in the long nights, she wailed, and the frost is prone to nip old bones. The thing is a shadow, the bone-scratcher answered, and shadows cannot keep thee warm. Nam-Bok stood up that his voice might carry. O Basquawan, mother that bore me, he called, listen to the words of Nam-Bok thy son. There be room in this Bidarka for two, and he would that thou earnest with him, for his journey is to where there are fish and oil in plenty. There the frost comes not, and life is easy, and the things of iron do the work of men. Wilt thou come, O Basquawan? She debated a moment while the Bidarka drifted swiftly from her, then raised her voice to a quavering treble. I am old, Nam-Bok, and soon I shall pass down among the shadows, but I have no wish to go before my time. I am old, Nam-Bok, and I am afraid. A shaft of light shot across the dim-lit sea, and wrapped boat and man in a splendor of red and gold. Then a hush fell upon the fisher folk, and only was heard the moan of the off-shore wind and the cries of the gulls flying low in the air. End of Nam-Bok the Unveracious by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.
The Recrudescence of Imre by Rudyard Kipling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Recrudescence of Imre by Rudyard Kipling. Imray had achieved the impossible. Without warning, for no conceivable motive, in his youth and at the threshold of his career, he had chosen to disappear from the world, which is to say the little Indian station where he lived. Upon a day he was alive, well, happy, and in great evidence at his club among the billiard tables. Upon a morning he was not, and no manner of search could make sure where he might be. He had stepped out of his place. He had not appeared at his office at the proper time, and his dog cart was not upon the public roads. For these reasons, and because he was hampering in a microscopical degree the administration of the Indian Empire, the Indian Empire paused for one microscopical moment to make inquiry into the fate of Imray. Ponds were dragged, wells were plumbed, telegrams were dispatched down the lines of railways and to the nearest seaport town, 1,200 miles away. But Imray was not at the end of the drag ropes nor the telegrams. He was gone, and his place knew him no more. Then the work of the great Indian Empire swept forward because it could not be delayed, and Imray from being a man became a mystery, such a thing as men talk over at their tables in the club for a month and then forget utterly. His guns, horses, and carts were sold to the highest bidder. His superior officer wrote an absurd letter to his mother, saying that Imray had unaccountably disappeared, and his bungalow stood empty on the road. After 3 or 4 months of the scorching hot weather had gone by, my friend Strickland of the police force saw fit to rent the bungalow from the native landlord. This was before he was engaged to Miss Youghal, an affair which has been described in another place, and while he was pursuing his investigations into native life. His own life was sufficiently peculiar, and men complained of his manners and customs. There was always food in his house, but there were no regular times for meals. He ate standing up and walking about, whatever he might find on the sideboard, and this is not good for the insides of human beings. His domestic equipment was limited to 6 rifles, 3 shotguns, 5 saddles, and a collection of stiff-jointed mashier rods, bigger and stronger than the largest salmon rods. These things occupied 1/2 of his bungalow, and the other half was given up to Strickland and his dog, Tietjens, an enormous Rampur slut who sung when she was ordered and devoured daily the rations of 2 men. She spoke to Strickland in a language of her own, and whenever in her walks abroad she saw things calculated to destroy the peace of Her Majesty the Queen Empress, she returned to her master and gave him information. Strickland would take steps at once, and the end of his labors was trouble and fine and imprisonment for other people. The natives believed that Tietjens was a familiar spirit, and treated her with the great reverence that is born of hate and fear. One room in the bungalow was set apart for her special use. She owned a bedstead, a blanket, and a drinking trough, and if anyone came into Strickland's room at night, her custom was to knock down the invader and give tongue till someone came with a light. Strickland owes his life to her. When he was on the frontier in search of the local murderer, who came in the gray dawn to send Strickland much further than the Andaman Islands, Tietjens caught him as he was crawling into Strickland's tent with a dagger between his teeth, and after his record of iniquity was established in the eyes of the law, he was hanged. From that date Tietjens wore a collar of rough silver and employed a monogram on her night blanket, and the blanket was double woven cashmere cloth, for she was a delicate dog. Under no circumstances would she be separated from Strickland, and when he was ill with fever she made great trouble for the doctors, because she did not know how to help her master and would not allow another creature to attempt aid. MacArnott of the Indian Medical Service beat her over the head with a gun before she could understand that she must give room for those who could give quinine. A short time after Strickland had taken Imray's bungalow, my business took me through that station, and naturally, the club quarters being full, I quartered myself upon Strickland. It was a desirable bungalow, 8-roomed, and heavily thatched against any chance of leakage from rain. Under the pitch of the roof ran a ceiling cloth which looked just as nice as a whitewashed ceiling. The landlord had repainted it when Strickland took the bungalow, and unless you knew how Indian bungalows were built, you would never have suspected that above the cloth lay the dark three-cornered cavern of the roof, where the beams and the underside of the thatch harbored all manner of rats, hats, ants, and other things. Tietjens met me in the veranda with a bay like the boom of the bells of St. Paul's, and put her paws on my shoulders and said she was glad to see me. Strickland had contrived to put together that sort of meal which he called lunch, and immediately after it was finished went out about his business. I was left alone with Tietjens and my own affairs. The heat of the summer had broken up and given place to the warm damp of the rains. There was no motion in the heated air, but the rain fell like bayoneted rods upon the earth, and flung up a blue mist where it splashed back again. The bamboos and the custard apples, the poinsettias and the mango trees in the garden stood still while the warm water lashed through them, and the frogs began to sing among the aloe hedges. A little before the light failed, and when the rain was at its worst, I sat in the back veranda and heard the water roar from the eaves, and scratched myself because I was covered with the thing they called prickly heat. Tietjens came out with me and put her head in my lap, and was very sorrowful, so I gave her biscuits when tea was ready, and I took tea in the back veranda on account of the little coolness I found there. The rooms of the house were dark behind me. I could smell Strickland's saddlery and the oil on his guns, and I did not the least desire to sit among these things. My own servant came to me in the twilight, the muslin of his clothes clinging tightly to his drenched body, and told me that a gentleman had called and wished to see some one. Very much against my will, and because of the darkness of the rooms, I went into the naked drawing room, telling my man to bring the lights. There might or might not have been a caller in the room. It seems to me that I saw a figure by one of the windows, but when the lights came there was nothing save the spikes of the rain without and the smell of the drinking earth in my nostrils. I explained to my man that he was no wiser than he ought to be, and went back to the veranda to talk to Tietjens. She had gone out into the wet, and I could hardly coax her back to me, even with biscuits with sugar on top. Strickland rode back dripping wet just before dinner, and the first thing he said was, "Has anyone called?" I explained with apologies that my servant had called me into the drawing room on a false alarm, or that some loafer had tried to call on Strickland, and thinking better of it, fled after giving his name. Strickland ordered dinner without comment, and since it was a real dinner with white tablecloth attached, we sat down. At 9 o'clock Strickland wanted to go to bed, and I was tired too. Tietjens, who had been lying underneath the table, rose up and went into the least exposed veranda as soon as her master moved to his own room, which was next to the stately chamber set apart for Tietjens. If a mere wife had wished to sleep out of doors in that pelting rain, it would not have mattered. But Tietjens was a dog, and therefore the better animal. I looked at Strickland, expecting to see him flog her with a whip. He smiled queerly, as a man would smile after telling some hideous domestic tragedy. "She has done this ever since I moved in here." The dog was Strickland's dog, so I said nothing, but I felt all that Strickland felt in being made light of. Tietjens encamped outside my bedroom window, and storm after storm came up, thundered on the thatch, and died away. The lightning spattered the sky as a thrown egg spattered a barn door, but the light was pale blue, not yellow, and looking through my slit bamboo blinds I could see the great dog standing, not sleeping, in the veranda, the hackles alift on her back, and her feet planted as tensely as the drawn wire rope of a suspension bridge. In the very short pauses of the thunder I tried to sleep, but it seemed that someone wanted me very badly. He, whoever he was trying to call me by name, but his voice was no more than a husky whisper. Then the thunder ceased, and Tietjens went into the garden and howled at the low moon. Somebody tried to open my door, and walked about and through the house, and stood breathing heavily in the verandas, and just when I was falling asleep I fancied that I heard a wild hammering and clamoring above my head or on the door. I ran into Strickland's room and asked him whether he was ill and had been calling for me. He was lying on the bed, half dressed, with a pipe in his mouth. "I thought you'd come," he said. "Have I been walking around the house at all?" I explained that he had been in the dining room and the smoking room and 2 or 3 other places, and he laughed and told me to go back to bed. I went back to bed and slept till morning, but in all my dreams I was sure I was doing someone an injustice in not attending to his wants. What those wants were I could not tell, but a fluttering, whispering, bolt-fumbling, luring, loitering someone was reproaching me for my slackness, and through all the dreams I heard the howling of Tietjens in the garden and the thrashing of the rain. I was in that house for 2 days, and Strickland went to his office daily, leaving me alone for 8 or 10 hours a day, with Tietjens for my only companion. As long as the full light lasted I was comfortable, and so was Tietjens, but in the twilight she and I moved into the back veranda and cuddled each other for company. We were alone in the house, but for all that it was fully occupied by a tenant with whom I had no desire to interfere. I never saw him, but I could see the curtains between the rooms quivering where he had just passed through. I could hear the chairs creaking as the bamboos sprung under a weight that had just quitted them, and I could feel when I went to get a book from the dining room that somebody was waiting in the shadows of the front veranda till I should have gone away. Tietjens made the twilight more interesting by glaring into the darkened rooms, with every hair erect, and following the motions of something that I could not see. She never entered the rooms, but her eyes moved, and that was quite sufficient. Only when my servant came to trim the lamps and make all light and habitable, she would come in with me and spend her time sitting on her haunches watching an invisible extra man as he moved about behind my shoulder. Dogs are cheerful companions. I explained to Strickland, gently as might be, that I would go over to the club and find for myself quarters there. I admired his hospitality, was pleased with his guns and rods, but I did not much care for his house and its atmosphere. He heard me out to the end, and then smiled very wearily, but without contempt, for he is a man who understands things. "Stay on," he said, "and see what this thing means. All you have talked about I have known since I took the bungalow. Stay on and wait. Tietjens has left me. Are you going to?" I had seen him through one little affair connected with an idol that had brought me to the doors of a lunatic asylum, and I had no desire to help him through further experiences. He was a man to whom unpleasantnesses arrived as do dinners to ordinary people. Therefore I explained more clearly than ever that I liked him immensely, and would be happy to see him in the daytime, but that I did not care to sleep under his roof. This was after dinner, when Tietjens had gone out to lie in the veranda. "'Pon my soul, I don't wonder," said Strickland, with his eyes on the ceiling cloth. "Look at that." The tails of 2 snakes were hanging between the cloth and the cornice of the wall. They threw long shadows in the lamplight. "If you are afraid of snakes, of course," said Strickland. "I hate and fear snakes, because if you look into the eyes of any snake you will see that it knows all and more of man's fall, and that it feels all the contempt that the devil felt when Adam was evicted from Eden. Besides which, its bite is generally fatal, and it bursts up trouser legs." "You ought to get your thatch overhauled," I said. "Give me a masheer rod and we'll poke 'em down." "They'll hide among the roof beams," said Strickland. "I can't stand snakes overhead. I'm going up. If I shake 'em down, stand by with a cleaning rod and break their backs." I was not anxious to assist Strickland in his work, but I took the loading rod and waited in the dining room, while Strickland brought a gardener's ladder from the veranda and set it against the side of the room. The snake tails drew themselves up and disappeared. We could hear the dry, rushing scuttle of long bodies running over the baggy cloth. Strickland took a lamp with him, while I tried to make clear the danger of hunting roof snakes between a ceiling cloth and a thatch, apart from the deterioration of property caused by ripping out ceiling cloths. "Nonsense," said Strickland. "They're sure to hide near the walls by the cloth. The bricks are too cold for 'em, and the heat of the room is just what they like." He put his hands to the corner of the cloth and ripped the rotten stuff from the cornice. It gave great sound of tearing, and Strickland put his head through the opening into the dark of the angle of the roof beams. I set my teeth and lifted the loading rod, for I had not the least knowledge of what might descend. Said Strickland, and his voice rolled and rumbled in the roof. There's room for another set of rooms up here, and by Jove, someone is occupying them. Snakes? I said down below. No, it's a buffalo. Hand me up the first joints of the masheer rod and I'll prod it. It's lying on the main beam. I handed up the rod. What a nest for owls and serpents. No wonder the snakes live here, said Strickland, climbing further into the roof. I could see his elbow thrusting with the rod. Come out of that, whoever you are. Look out! Head's below there. It's tottering. I saw the ceiling cloth nearly in the center of the room bag with a shape that was pressing it downward and downward toward the lighted lamps on the table. I snatched a lamp out of danger and stood back. Then the cloth ripped out from the wall, tore, split, swayed, and shot down upon the table, something that I dared not look at till Strickland had slid down the ladder and was standing by my side. He did not say much, being a man of few words, but he picked up the loose end of the tablecloth and threw it over the thing on the table. It strikes me, said he, pulling down the lamp, our friend Imray has come back. Oh, you would you? There was a movement under the cloth, and a little snake wiggled out, to be back-broken by the butt of the masheer rod. I was sufficiently sick to make no remarks worth recording. Strickland meditated and helped himself to drinks liberally. The thing under the cloth made no more signs of life. Is it Imray? I said. Strickland turned back the cloth for a moment and looked. It is Imray, he said, and his throat is cut from ear to ear. Then we spoke both together and to ourselves. That's why he whispered about the house. Tietjens in the garden began to bay furiously. A little later her great nose heaved upon the dining-room door. She sniffed and was still. The broken and tattered ceiling cloth hung down almost to the level of the table, and there was hardly room to move away from the discovery. Then Tietjens came in and sat down, her teeth bared and her forepaws planted. She looked at Strickland. It's bad business, old lady, said he. Men don't go up into the roofs of their bungalows to die, and they don't fasten up the ceiling cloth behind them. Let's think it out. Let's think it out somewhere else, I said. Excellent idea. Turn the lamps out. We'll get into my room. I did not turn the lamps out. I went into Strickland's room first and allowed him to make the darkness. Then he followed me, and we lighted tobacco and thought. Strickland did the thinking. I smoked furiously because I was afraid. Imray is back, said Strickland. The question is, who killed Imray? Don't talk. I have a notion of my own. When I took this bungalow, I took most of Imray's servants. Imray was guileless and inoffensive, wasn't he? I agreed, though the heap under the cloth looked neither one thing nor the other. If I call the servants, they will stand fast in a crowd and lie like Aryans. What do you suggest? Call 'em in one by one, I said. They'll run away and give the news to all their fellows, said Strickland. We must segregate 'em. Do you suppose your servant knows anything about it? He may, for aught I know, but I don't think it's likely. He has only been here for 2 or 3 days. What's your notion? I asked. I can't quite tell. How the dickens did the man get the wrong side of the ceiling cloth? There was heavy coughing outside Strickland's bedroom door. This showed that Bahadur Khan, his body servant, had waked from sleep and wished to put Strickland to bed. Come in, said Strickland. It is a very warm night, isn't it? Bahadur Khan, a great green-turbaned 6-foot Mohammedan, said that it was a very warm night, but that there was more rain pending, which by his honor's favor would bring relief to the country. It will be so, if God pleases, said Strickland, tugging off his boots. It is in my mind, Bahadur Khan, that I have worked thee remorselessly for many days, ever since that time when thou first came into my service. What time was that? Has the Heaven-born forgotten? It was when Imray Sahib went secretly to Europe without warning given, and even I, came into the honored service of the protector of the poor. And Imray Sahib went to Europe? It is so said among the servants. And thou wilt take service with him when he returns? Assuredly, Sahib. He was a good master, and cherished his dependents. That is true. I am very tired, but I can go buck shooting tomorrow. Give me the little rifle that I use for black buck. It is in the case yonder. The man stooped over the case, banded barrels, stock, and fore end to Strickland, who fitted them together. Yawning dolefully, then he reached down to the gun case, took a solid drawn cartridge, and slipped it into the breech of the 360 Express. And Imray Sahib has gone to Europe secretly? That is very strange, Bahadur Khan, is it not? What do I know of the ways of the white man, heaven-born? Very little, truly, but thou shalt know more. It has reached me that Imray Sahib has returned from his so long journeying, and that even now he lies in the next room waiting for his servant. Sahib! The lamplight slid along the barrels of the rifle as they leveled themselves against Bahadur Khan's broad breast. Go, then, and look, said Strickland. Take a lamp. Thy master is tired, and he waits. Go. The man picked up a lamp and went into the dining room, Strickland following and almost pushing him with the muzzle of the rifle. He looked for a moment at the black depths behind the ceiling cloth, at the carcass of the mangled snake underfoot, at last a gray gaze settling on his face, at the thing under the tablecloth. Hast thou seen? Said Strickland after a pause. I have seen. I am clay in the white man's hands. What does the presence do? Hang thee within a month. What else? For killing him? Nay, Sahib, consider. Walking among us, his servants, he cast his eyes upon my child, who was 4 years old. Him he bewitched, and in 10 days he died of the fever. My child! What said Imray Sahib? He said he was a handsome child, and patted him on the head, wherefore my child died. Wherefore I killed Imray Sahib in the twilight, when he came back from office and was sleeping. The Heaven-born knows all things. I am the servant of the Heaven-born. Strickland looked at me above the rifle, and said in the vernacular, Thou art witness to this saying. He has killed. Bahadur Khan stood ashen gray in the light of the one lamp. The need for justification came upon him very swiftly. I am trapped, he said, but the offense was that man's. He cast an evil eye upon my child, and I killed and hid him. Only such as are served by devils. He glared at Tietjens, crouched stolidly before him. Only such could know what I did. It was clever, but thou shouldst have lashed him to the beam with a rope. Now thou thyself will hang by a rope. Orderly! A drowsy policeman answered Strickland's call. He was followed by another, and Tietjens sat still. Take him to the station, said Strickland. There is a case toward. Do I hang, then? Said Bahadur Khan, making no attempt to escape, and keeping his eyes on the ground. If the sun shines or the water runs, thou wilt hang, said Strickland. Bahadur Khan stepped back 1 pace, quivered, and stood still. The 2 policemen waited for further orders. Go, said Strickland. Nay, but I go very swiftly, said Bahadur Khan. Look, I am even now a dead man. He lifted his foot, and to the little toe there clung the head of the half-killed snake, firm fixed in the agony of death. I come of landholding stock, said Bahadur Khan, rocking where he stood. It were a disgrace for me to go to the public scaffold, therefore I take this way. Be it remembered that the Sahib's shirts are correctly enumerated, and that there is an extra piece of soap in his wash basin. My child was bewitched, and I slew the wizard. Why should you seek to slay me? My honor is saved, and I die. At the end of an hour he died, as they die who are bitten by the little Karyat. and the policemen bore him and the thing under the tablecloth to their appointed places. They were needed to make clear the disappearance of Imray. "This," said Strickland very calmly as he climbed into bed, "is called the 19th century. Did you hear what that man said?" "I heard," I answered. "Imray made a mistake." Simply and solely through not knowing the nature and coincidence of a little seasonal fever. Bahadur Khan has been with him for 4 years. I shuddered. My own servant had been with me for exactly that length of time. When I went over to my own room, I found him waiting, impassive as the copper head on a penny, to pull off my boots. "What has befallen Bahadur Khan?" said I. "He was bitten by a snake and died. The rest the Sahib knows," was the answer. "And how much of the matter hast thou known?" "As much as might be gathered from one coming in the twilight to seek satisfaction. Gently, Sahib, let me pull off those boots." I had just settled to the sleep of exhaustion when I heard Strickland shouting from his side of the house. "Tietjens has come back to her room!" And so she had. The great deerhound was couched on her own bedstead, on her own blanket, and in the next room the idle, empty ceiling cloth wagged light-heartedly as it flailed on the table. End of The Recrudescence of Imray by Rudyard Kipling.
The Scoring of the Rajah by W.A. Fraser. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Harris. The Scoring of the Rajah by W.A. Fraser. Burapara was Rajah of his own domain, after a fashion. The domain of Burapara was on the Madras side, 2 days' steady steaming from Calcutta. His father, the old Rajah, aided by a bull-necked Diwan, or Prime Minister, had ground down the ryots, the farmers, for tax money, until the whole Raj had become practically bankrupt. Then the British Sirdar, the government, stepped in and platonically arranged things. That's the Sirdar's prerogative in India. Under the new regime, 36 lakhs a year flowed into the coffers, and the burden on the shoulders of the ryots was lighter than it had been in the memory of 10 generations. The Rajah was allowed 12 lakhs a year for himself and court, while the Sirdar took the other 24 for managing the country and incidentals. The XX Hussars were stationed at Burapara as part of the governing facility. It was like sending a public school to a watering place for duty. They were white palaces and leisure Brahmins and horses without stint, a big polo ground, a fine race course, and proper Oriental atmosphere as background. The XX contingent had everything in life to make them happy, except the Burapara Cup. Each year, for 3 years, they had reached out with a "by your leave, gentlemen," for this bit of plate, but each year it had gone back to grace the sideboard of the Rajah. Burapara himself was a sportsman from the first tinkled the bell. He gathered leopards and kept them in a cage, and once a year turned them out on the plain for an improved pig-sticking bout. This was at Christmas time. The XX took themselves to horse and hunted "spots" with their lances. In the 3 years only 2 fellows had been mauled with sufficient intentness to cause their death, that is, 2 European officers. Perhaps a score of beaters and shikaris had also been mauled, but they were His Highness's subjects and did not figure on the European side of the ledger, so it was good sport and of a fair interest. The polo was as fast as they played it in Tirhut, which is like looking at polo from the topmost pinnacle, and not one of the XX played a bit faster or closer on the ball than Burapara himself. From an earthly point of view, it was almost a paradise for men whose lines were cast along that plain. As I have said, the only unreasoning thing was the cup. They could not get that. Yearly it sat big in pride of place at the annual race meet. It was donated by the Rajah for an open handicap steeplechase of 3 miles. It was a retroactive donation, for his own stable always won it. That's why the XX were sad. Captain Wilson started it. "If you fellows will back me up," he said, "we'll land that mug this try." Going to hamstring the Rajah's horses? Devlin asked. But Devlin had no head for deep plots. Wilson knew that. He was only a lieutenant who danced well. The Rajah gets this crazy old plate back every time because he's got the best nags, Wilson observed with an air of conviction. There may be something in that, Devlin answered, setting his glass down with a sort of hear ring. Devlin, you're an imbecile. You make remarks that are not in the game. What I mean is that we haven't a Gigi in the whole ballet troupe that Burrapara can't give pounds to, with at least a dozen Arabs. That's what's the matter, Wilson, one of the officers said. We're beaten before the race starts. That's what's the matter with getting the cup. Oh, that's a great discovery, said Devlin sarcastically. Look here, youngster. Shut up, said Captain Lutyens wearily. It's too hot to blather. Wilson's got a scheme, or he wouldn't be talking. Talking's all rot anyway. Yes, continued Wilson, the Rajah's as slick as a Brahmin. He gets 15 or 20 Arabs down from Abdul Rahman at Bombay, gallops them a bit, God knows where, we never see the trial, and the best of the lot is chucked into this handicap light, being a green one, and beats all our well-pounded nags out. Oh, fiddlesticks, exclaimed Devlin impatiently. All the fellows know that. Your discovery is like going to hear Pinafore. It's antique. Besides, it's not the Rajah at all. It's O'Neill that does the trick. You're an unsophisticated lot, and O'Neill knows just what your nags can do. What do you suppose the Rajah keeps him for? His beauty? It's hard to play the English game against you Ferenghis. Lutyens threw a box of matches at Devlin's head by way of entreaty, and the latter went out on the veranda, swearing there was a conspiracy to keep him out of the good thing. Go on, Wilson, said Lutyens. Tell us how to do up the Rajah. That young ass is out of it now, so go on with the disclosure. Well, we'll have to get a horse down from up country on the quiet to do the trick. What do you think? Where'll you get him? Asked Lutyens. As some of you fellows remember Captain Frank, don't you, Frank Jocelyn? I do, said Lutyens decisively. I've had to live in retirement financially since I joined him in a big thing we were to pull off at Lucknow once. But he's always got a fast horse. Generally, yes. Well, he's got one called Saladin now, that you simply couldn't handicap down to the form of the Rajah's lot. The others waited, and Wilson continued unravelling his brilliant plot. I saw a note in one of the Calcutta papers about this Saladin brute, and wrote up to Doyne. Doyne says he's dicky on his legs, but he'd stand a prep for one race, especially in the soft-going here. He's never won yet because his legs wouldn't stand training on the Calcutta course. It's as hot and hard as a lime kiln, as you fellows know. If we could buy him from Captain Frank and play him a bit in polo here, he'd be sure to get in the handicap with a light weight, and we'd even up things with His Highness. I'm if it's all on the square, said Lutyens. The Rajah's a good sort, and we must have it all straight. Gad, I'll tell him we're going to win with Saladin if we get him, exclaimed Wilson. But we mustn't let Captain Frank know about it. He'd never let any sort of a game go through unless he was viceroy of it himself. We'll get Doyne to buy the horse, and Jocelyn can discover accidentally that he's being sent up to Tirhoot among the Indigo Sahibs, or to heaven, or to almost any place but here. I'll stand doing Captain Frank up, said Lutyens with candour. His hand is against every man, and pro tem we'll send a punitive expedition against him. I don't mind that a bit. The truth of the matter, as concerning Wilson, was that there was a standing feud between him and Jocelyn over some brilliant coup at Lucknow, and he knew the captain wouldn't sell him a horse at any price. So that was the inception of the plot. Wilson was commissioned to acquire Saladin. He wrote his friend Captain Doyne to buy the horse as cheaply as he could, warned him against Captain Frank's rapacity, and explained that Saladin would be supposed to go to any part of the British Empire but Burrapara. Doyne executed his commission with diplomatic enthusiasm. Jocelyn wanted 3,000 rupees. Doyne offered 2,000, and half the first purse the horse won, plate not to count. Theoretically, that should have represented a considerable sum. In point of fact, Doyne chuckled softly to himself over this commercial victory, for he knew that Saladin would only win the cup at Burrapara and no prize money. The horse was bought and shipped in a roundabout way to his new owners. Wilson played him in polo just twice, then pretended to make a discovery. I'm going to keep that chestnut brute for the races, he assured the Rajah. He can gallop a bit." Burrapurra smiled pensively, for he had Shahbaz in his stable, and it would take a rare good horse to beat him. O'Neill was an ex-hussar officer who had found the service too fast for his limited income. Influential friends had farmed him out to the Rajah, and he was what might be called Commander-in-Chief of Stables to His Highness. He also made a discovery. The Rajah would never have found it out for himself. "Look here, your Highness," he said. "The mess have got hold of a good thing at last. I don't know where they puckeroed that white-faced Arab, but he's a rare good 'un. He'll beat Shahbaz for the cup." "And," said the Rajah with Oriental control, "we must play that game too, your Highness." "You know best, O'Neill Sahib. It's in your department." The Rajah liked to play at officialdom. "Shall I get a horse to beat them, your Highness?" "Shall I get a horse to beat them, your Highness?" "What appropriation do you require?" asked Burrapurra. "Perhaps 3,000 or 4,000, your Highness." "I will command the treasurer," replied the Rajah laconically. Now, as it happened, O'Neill, before he left the service, had swung along in the racing game beside Captain Frank. "Frank knows every horse in India," he mused, "and if the rupees are forthcoming he'll get just what I want," though he had not the faintest idea that the mess had got one from Frank. So he wrote by the first mail steamer to Jocelyn. "The fellows down here have picked up a horse somewhere called Saladin. Do you know anything about him? I saw them try him out, and he galloped like a wild boar. If you've got something in your stable to beat him, I'll buy it or lease it. It's all about the Rajah's Cup, 3 miles over timber for Arabs and country breds. Captain Wilson is at the bottom of it. I think you'll remember him." Jocelyn puckered his thin lips and whispered long and softly to himself when he read the letter. "My aunt!" he ejaculated. "They play softly. Who the thunder told Wilson about Saladin?" He shoved the letter into his pocket, lighted a cheroot, and played chess with this new thing for 3 days. Then he wrote to O'Neill. "Wilson was born of commercial parents. He gets this thing from his father, who was a successful soap merchant. They bought Saladin from me to go up country. The Rajah has my sympathy if he hopes to beat the chestnut with anything he's got there. I've nothing in my stable could look at him over 3 miles of country. But all the same, I think we can beat out this joint stock company. I've got May Queen, and Saladin has always been worked with her. He's a sluggish devil and has notions. He won't try a yard so long as the mare is galloping beside him. That's because they've worked together so much. He'll just plug along about a neck in front of her, and the more you hammer him the sulkier he gets. If you've got something fairish good in your stable, and the Rajah will pay well for the expedition, I'll send the Queen down and go myself later on to ride her, for the edification of our friend the soap merchant's offspring. I'll guarantee you'll beat Saladin, only you must have something good enough to do up the others. Don't let them know where you've got the mare." These affairs of state were duly laid before the Rajah by O'Neill in a general way, without too much attention to detail. Kings, as a rule, don't care for detail. They like to win, that's all. Burrapurra simply gleaned that, by the aid of a mare, a certain Captain Frank, and his own Shahbaz, he was to win once more his favourite toy. Also triumph over the united ingenuity of the XX mess. The executive duties he left to O'Neill also spoke the necessary word to the treasurer. In 2 weeks May Queen was in the Rajah's stables, and the wise men who had gone out of the west knew not of this backwash in the tide of their affairs. 2 weeks later Frank Jocelyn sauntered into the mess of the XX with his debonair military swing, as though he had just returned from a week's shikari and lived there always. "Great Gatlings!" exclaimed Lieutenant. "Where in the name of all the Brahmins did you come from? Jocelyn, by all that's holy!" "Where's the balloon?" asked Devlin. "Nobody ever come here any more?" said Captain Frank, pitching into a big chair after solemnly grabbing each paw that was extended to him. "Heaps of ordinary chaps," answered Lieutenant. "But visits like man are like the cherubs, eh?" "He's tons like a cherub," muttered Devlin. Then aloud, "Here, boy, bring a peg. Captain Sahib's dry." "Came down to the fair to pick up some smart polo ponies," Jocelyn volunteered. "Any racing at the fair?" "Heaps," said Lieutenant, thinking dismally of the accursed fate that had steered Captain Frank their way when they had got it all cut and dried for Saladin. "Oh, make yourself at home, Jocelyn," he said. "I've got to make a call. Then he posted down to Wilson's bungalow. "Guess who's here?" he said. "Anybody big?" "Size of an elephant." "The C.C.?" "No. Jocelyn." "Good God, not Captain Frank!" Luton nodded. Wilson turned pale. "Does he know?" he asked dismally. "Don't think it. It's a pure fluke, his coming. He's down after some polo tats." Wilson's face showed that he was still mistrustful. "He'll stay for the races, sure." "Uh-huh," grunted Luton's. "And he'll spot Saladin. He's got devil eyes, that chap." "Mm-hmm," again assented Luton's. "We'll have to tell him, and beg him to keep quiet." "I think so." "You'll have to put him up, Luton's, to keep him out of their hands." "All right." So that night Captain Frank learned to his great surprise that Saladin was in Burrapara. Gracious, but he was surprised. How had it happened? He'd understood Doyne was sending him up country. Wilson told the captain a fairy tale about that part of it, but he had to be made free of the secret that they hoped to win the cup with Saladin. "Don't tell the Rajah nor O'Neill," begged Lutyens. "The honour of the XX demands that we win that cup." "Oh, I'll tell nobody," said Captain Frank. "Let everybody find out things for themselves. That's my way of working." They cracked a bottle of champagne to this noble sentiment, and all that belonged to the XX was placed at the disposal of Captain Frank during his sojourn among them. The Rajah had a dozen bungalows splendidly furnished. All was at the command of visitors, and Captain Frank assured Lutyens that one of these had already been placed at his disposal, so he declined the XX captain's hospitality. "Hang it," he said to himself, "I can't eat his rations, and sleep in his bed, and play against him. That's too stiff an order." As race day approached, events outlined themselves more clearly. The Rajah had 3 horses entered for the cup: Shahbaz, May Queen, and Ismail. Wilson had Saladin, and there were 6 other entries not calculated to have much bearing on the history of the cup. "What's this May Queen thing?" asked Lutyens. Nobody knew. Not even where she'd come from. She was a country bred without a record. That's all that anybody could say. It didn't matter anyway. Shahbaz was what they had to beat, and that was certain. O'Neill was riding this pick of the stable himself. 2 evenings before the race O'Neill came over to the mess. He wanted somebody to take the mount on May Queen. The boy who was to have ridden her was ill, he explained. "Jocelyn will ride for you," exclaimed Lutyens. "He'd got paralysis if he hadn't a mount at a meeting." "Is she any good?" asked Captain Frank. "We don't know much about her," answered O'Neill. "We'll declare to win with Shahbaz, but the mare may run well. The Rajah will be delighted if you'll pilot her." "It'll be better," said Lutyens, "for an outsider to ride than one of our fellows." "All right, I'll take the mount," exclaimed Captain Frank. "Only I'd like to school her a bit tomorrow." You'll see that the tea set had been almost completed, because when Fate undertakes to arrange matters there is seldom a hitch. Everybody works for Fate. Everybody. Of course, there was a big lottery held at the officers' mess the night before the race, and the Burrapara Cup was the main medium for a plunge. Wilson was suspicious. "I don't like it," he said to Lutyens. "Frank Jocelyn isn't down here for the benefit of his health, and I'll swear he hasn't bought a single Gigi. We don't know anything about that mare. I've tried to find out where she comes from, but nobody knows." "Do you suppose she's good enough to beat Saladin?" asked Lutyens doubtingly. "Well, Jocelyn rides her." "Well, I'm the cause of that," answered Lutyens. "You may think so, but to me it looks like a job. O'Neill and Captain Frank knew each other in the old days. If they back the mare in the lotteries, I'm going to have a bit of it," asserted Wilson. This little cloud of suspicion broadened out until by the time the lotteries were on there was a strong tip out that May Queen was a good thing for the cup. The mess ran Saladin up to a steep figure where his chances were sold in the lotteries. Nobody but O'Neill wanted to back Shahbaz, and he went cheap. When May Queen was put up, Jocelyn laughingly made a bid, saying, "I'd back a mule if I rode him in a race." "You're pretty slick, Mr. Frank," Wilson muttered, and he bid on the mare. This started it, and in the end May Queen fetched nearly as good a price as Saladin. It went that way all the evening. The mess flattered themselves that they had stood by Saladin pretty well, and they had. Of course, Captain Frank couldn't well bid on Saladin, he explained. It was, after all, their preserve. When they were finished at last, Captain Frank said to Wilson, "I've got that brute Shahbaz in 2 lotteries. You'd better take half to hedge your money. You're loaded up with Saladin." "No, thanks," the other man said, with a clever glint in the corner of his eye. I've also got May Queen, your mount. I've got enough." "Do you want to part with a bit of May Queen?" the captain asked carelessly. "Not an anna of it. I'll stick to the lot. The Saladin money belongs to the mess. We bought him together. But the May Queen business is nearly all my own." He looked sideways at Jocelyn while he said this, watching the blonde moustached face narrowly. Then he spoke up with abrupt impetuousness. "Jocelyn, look here. You know all about that mare. Tell me whether it's all right or not." "I think," answered Jocelyn leisurely, pouring with judicious exactness half a bottle of soda into his peg glass, "that you fellows here are a bally lot of sharks. You've bought all of Saladin in the lotteries, the most of May Queen, and then want to know what's going to win. Well, you'd better have half of Shahbaz now, and make a certainty." "No thanks, I'm filled up." "Do you want to part with a bit of Saladin?" "Can't do it. All the fellows are in it, all the mess." "I think you're missing it over Shahbaz. O'Neill thinks he'll win," drawled the captain, appearing terribly solicitous for his enemy's welfare. A little later Captain Frank rehearsed this scene to O'Neill. "I pretended to want a bit of Saladin or May Queen, but Wolfson wouldn't part with any. Lord, but the father is big in the sun. Stuck to his pound of flesh like a proper Ishmaelite. Then I offered him some of Shahbaz, the lottery, but he shut up like a knife. He was afraid I'd force it on him. Tomorrow, after Shahbaz wins, I'll say to him, 'I wanted you to take a bit of the good thing,' and he'll scowl because he'll be sick at his stomach. I'll teach them to get a good horse out of me, to do up a fine chap like the Rajah, and then pay for him out of stakes that are not to be had." Wilson's version of the same thing to Luton's was slightly different, which only goes to show that human nature is a complex machine. "Jocelyn's got stuck with Shahbaz in the lottery, and he's been trying to unload on me. He wanted a piece of Saladin. That's Captain Frank all over. Pokes his nose in here on our good thing, roots around until he finds out something, then wants a share." "I wish he hadn't come," said Luton abstractedly. "Heaven knows what he'll do. He's like a Hindu juggler." "He can only win out on May Queen," retorted Wolfson crabbingly, "and I've got the biggest part of her in the lotteries myself." "Yes, but the other fellows are all down on Saladin. It's the cup we're really after, not the rupees." Wilson said nothing to this. The cup was all right as a cup, but it would suit him to land his big coup over May Queen. The next day at the racecourse, Lieutenant Devlin sauntered up to Captain Frank and said, "Little Erskine, who's in the 7th over in Colombo, is in a bit of a hole, and I'd like to help him out. What I've got's no good to him. 'Tisn't enough." "Say, youngster," drawled Jocelyn, "are you one of the 40 thieves that got Saladin down here to do up O'Neill and the Rajah?" "Oh, I think the fellows played fair enough," answered Devlin, "but whatever it was, they didn't ask my advice. In fact, they drummed me out." "What are the bookies laying against Shahbaz?" queried Captain Frank. 5 to 1, answered Devlin. "What does Erskine need?" "Couple of thou, I fancy." "Have you got 400? "Yes, but can Shahbaz—" "Don't be a damn fool," interrupted Captain Frank with profane brevity. It was time to mount for the Burra Cup. As they jogged down to the post, Frank ranged alongside of Wolfson, who was riding Saladin, and said, "You'd better take half of Shahbaz still." But Wolfson tickled Saladin with the spur and swerved to one side, pretending not to have heard. O'Neill was riding Shahbaz, and to him Jocelyn said, "When we've gone half the journey, you slip out in front before Saladin gets his dander up. I'll keep close beside him, and he'll never try a yard, but keep on in front so as not to draw him out." For a mile and a half a dozen of the 9 starters were pretty well up. As the pace increased, and Shahbaz drew away in the lead, all of the others but Saladin and May Queen commenced to drop out of it. At 2 miles, Shahbaz was 6 lengths in front. Saladin and May Queen were swinging along under a steady pull, neck and neck. "He means to stick to me and beat me out," mused Wolfson. "The blasted idiot is kidding himself," thought Jocelyn. "He thinks he's got to hang to my coat-tails to win." Saladin was keeping his eye on May Queen. He'd been separated from his stable chum for weeks, and now he was galloping along beside her as in the old days. His soft Arab heart was glad. What a pity she couldn't gallop a bit faster, though. The thrill of strength was in his muscles, and he would like to unstring his great tendons that soft warm day, and spurn the red yielding earth. His leg wasn't a bit sore. Ah, there was another horse on in front there. Why couldn't May Queen hurry up? Soon his rider's legs commenced to hitch at his ribs, and Wilson was chirruping at him to move on. If they'd hurry his chum, he would. Wilson was getting anxious. There was only half a mile to go, and Shabazz was still well in the lead. He'd ridden Saladin under a pull all the time and fancied that his horse had a lot left in him, but now when he shook him up he didn't respond. "Get on!" he shouted to Captain Frank. "We'll never catch Shabazz." "Go on yourself," answered the captain in schoolboy retort. Wilson brought his whip down on Saladin's flank. Stung by it, the Arab sprang forward, and for a second Wilson's heart jumped with joy. He felt the great muscles contract and spread under him, and fancied that he would soon overtake the dark bay in front. The mare struggled too. Saladin heard her labouring at his quarters, and waited patiently. "Steady, you brute!" Captain Frank ejaculated to the mare. But Saladin knew the voice, and after that the man on his back amounted to very little in the forces governing the race. With whip and spur and profane appeals, Wilson laboured at his stride a dozen times. The mare struggled and strained every nerve to keep up with a stable companion. Saladin rebelled against the fool who was riding him, and sulked with Arab persistence, raced as he had always done at home with the mare, neck and neck. Shabazz was tiring rapidly. At the last fence he nearly fell, striking the top rail with his toes out of sheer weariness. There was only a short run in on the level now. Would he last out? If Saladin never ranged alongside of him, it would be all over. Jocelyn knew that. In the struggle he would forget about May Queen, and shoot by Shabazz as though he were dead. Wilson was in an agony of suspense. Shabazz would certainly win, and he might have saved his mount, throwing Whim out his money by taking Frank's offer. A sudden resolve seized him. Saladin was sulking, and he was worse beaten than the horse. He could not ride him out. He would take Frank's offer now. Bending his face round toward Jocelyn, he gasped, "I'll take half Shabazz." Then he disappeared. The final grab had effectually settled the race. They were rising at the last jump, and his movement caused Saladin to swerve. The horse struck the rail heavily, and Wilson was shot out of the saddle and planted inches deep in the soft earth on the outside of the course. It had looked a close thing from the stand. "Saladin'll win in a walk," the mess fellows said just before the fall. "Wilson's been waiting on O'Neill, and now he'll come away and win as he likes." When Wilson vacated the saddle so energetically, a groan went up from them. When Shabazz slipped by the judges' stand 3 lengths in front of May Queen, they groaned again, but with official politeness cheered lustily for the Rajah. His Highness sat complacently eyeing the excited people. It was a very small thing to get agitated about, for he had won, you see. Captain Frank bought Saladin back for 1,000 rupees. Beaten horses go cheap. End of the scoring of the Rajah by W.A. Fraser. Read by Mike Harris.
The Skylight Room by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. The Skylight Room by O. Henry. First Mrs. Parker would show you the double parlors. You would not dare to interrupt her description of their advantages, and of the merits of the gentleman who had occupied them for 8 years. Then you would manage to stammer forth the confession that you were neither a doctor nor a dentist. Mrs. Parker's manner of receiving the admission was such that you could never afterward entertain the same feeling toward your parents, who had neglected to train you up in one of the professions that fitted Mrs. Parker's parlors. Next you ascended 1 flight of stairs, and looked at the second floor back at $8. Convinced by her second-floor manner that it was worth the $12 that Mr. Toosenberry always paid for it until he left to take charge of his brother's orange plantation in Florida near Palm Beach, where Mrs. McIntyre always spent the winters, that had the double front room with private bath, you managed to babble that you wanted something still cheaper. If you survived Mrs. Parker's scorn, you were taken to look at Mr. Skidder's large hall room on the 3rd floor. Mr. Skidder's room was not vacant. He wrote plays and smoked cigarettes in it all day long. But every room hunter was made to visit his room to admire the lambrequins. After each visit, Mr. Skidder, from the fright caused by possible eviction, would pay something on his rent. Then, If you still stood on one foot with your hot hand clutching the 3 moist dollars in your pocket, and hoarsely proclaimed your hideous and culpable poverty, nevermore would Mrs. Parker be cicerone of yours. She would honk loudly the word "Clara!" She would show you her back, and march downstairs. Then Clara, the colored maid, would escort you up the carpeted ladder that served for the 4th flight, and show you the skylight room. It occupied 7 by 8 feet of floor space at the middle of the hall. On each side of it was a dark lumber closet or storeroom. In it was an iron cot, a washstand and a chair. A shelf was the dresser. Its 4 bare walls seemed to close in upon you like the sides of a coffin. Your hand crept to your throat. You gasped. You looked up as from a well, and breathed once more. Through the glass of the little skylight you saw a square of blue infinity. $2, suh, Clara would say in her half-contemptuous, half-Tuskegenial tones. One day Miss Leeson came hunting for a room. She carried a typewriter made to be lugged around by a much larger lady. She was a very little girl, with eyes and hair that had kept on growing after she had stopped, and that always looked as if they were saying, "Goodness me! Why didn't you keep up with us?" Mrs. Parker showed her the double parlors. "In this closet," she said, "one could keep a skeleton or anesthetic or coal." "But I am neither a doctor nor a dentist," said Miss Leeson, with a shiver. Mrs. Parker gave her the incredulous, pitying, sneering, icy stare that she kept for those who failed to qualify as doctors or dentists, and led the way to the 2nd floor back. $8, said Miss Leeson. "Dear me, I'm not Hetty if I do look green. I'm just a poor little working girl. Show me something higher and lower." Mr. Skidder jumped and strewed the floor with cigarette stubs at the rap on his door. "Excuse me, Mr. Skidder," said Mrs. Parker, with her demon smile at his pale looks. "I didn't know you were in. I asked the lady to have a look at your lambrequins." "They're too lovely for anything," said Miss Leeson, smiling in exactly the way the angels do. After they had gone, Mr. Skidder got very busy erasing the tall, black-haired heroine from his latest (unproduced) play, and inserting a small, roguish one, with heavy, bright hair and vivacious features. "Anna Held'll jump at it," said Mr. Skidder to himself, putting his feet up against the lambrequins, and disappearing in a cloud of smoke like an aerial cuttlefish. Presently the tocsin's call of "Clara" sounded to the world the state of Miss Leeson's purse. A dark goblin seized her, mounted a Stygian stairway, thrust her into a vault with a glimmer of light in its top, and muttered the menacing and cabalistic words, $2. "I'll take it," sighed Miss Leeson, sinking down upon the squeaky iron bed. Every day Miss Leeson went out to work. At night she brought home papers with handwriting on them, and made copies with her typewriter. Sometimes she had no work at night, and then she would sit on the steps of the high stoop with the other roomers. Miss Leeson was not intended for a skylight room when the plans were drawn for her creation. She was gay-hearted and full of tender, whimsical fancies. Once she let Mr. Skidder read to her 3 acts of his great unpublished comedy, It's No Kid, or The Heir of the Subway. There was rejoicing among the gentlemen roomers whenever Miss Leeson had time to sit on the steps for any hour or two. But Miss Longnecker, the tall blonde who taught in a public school and said, "Well, really," to everything you said, sat on the top step and sniffed. And Miss Dorn, who shot at the moving ducks at Coney every Sunday and worked in a department store, sat on the bottom step and sniffed. Miss Leeson sat on the middle step, and the men would quickly group around her. Especially Mr. Skidder, who had cast her in his mind for the star part in a private, romantic (unspoken) drama in real life. And especially Mr. Hoover, who was 45, fat, flush, and foolish. and especially very young Mr. Evans, who set up a hollow cough to induce her to ask him to leave off cigarettes. The men voted her the funniest and jolliest ever, but the sniffs on the top step and the lower step were implacable. I pray you let the drama halt while Chorus stalks to the footlights and drops an Epistolary tear upon the fatness of Mr. Hoover. Tune the pipes to the tragedy of tallow, the bane of bulk, the calamity of corpulence. Tried out, Falstaff might have rendered more romance to the ton that would have Romeo's rickety ribs to the ounce. A lover may sigh, but he must not puff. To the train of Momus are the fat men remanded. In vain beats the faithfullest heart above a 52-inch belt. Avaunt, Hoover! Hoover, 45, flush and foolish, might carry off Helen herself. Hoover, 45, flush, foolish, and fat, is meat for perdition. There was never a chance for you, Hoover. As Mrs. Parker's roomers sat thus one summer's evening, Miss Leeson looked up into the firmament and cried with her little gay laugh, "Why, there's Billy Jackson! I can see him from down here, too." All looked up, some at the windows of skyscrapers, some casting about for an airship Jackson guided. "It's that star," explained Miss Leeson, pointing with a tiny finger. "Not the big one that twinkles. The steady blue one near it. I can see it every night through my skylight. I named it Billy Jackson." "Well, really," said Miss Longnecker, "I didn't know you were an astronomer, Miss Leeson." "Oh, yes," said the small stargazer. "I know as much as any of them about the style of sleeves they're going to wear next fall in Mars." "Well, really," said Miss Longnecker, "the star you refer to is Gamma, of the constellation Cassiopeia. It is nearly of the second magnitude, and its meridian passage is—" "Oh," said the very young Mr. Evans, "I think Billy Jackson is a much better name for it." "Same here," said Mr. Hoover, loudly breathing defiance to Miss Longnecker. "I think Miss Leeson has just as much right to name stars as any of those old astrologers had." "Well, really," said Miss Longnecker. "I wonder whether it's a shooting star," remarked Miss Dorn. "I hit 9 ducks and a rabbit out of 10 in the gallery at Coney Sunday." "He doesn't show up very well from down here," said Miss Leeson. "You ought to see him from my room. You know you can see stars even in the daytime from the bottom of a well. At night my room is like the shaft of a coal mine, and it makes Billy Jackson look like the big diamond pin that Night fastens her kimono with." There came a time after that when Miss Leeson brought no formidable papers home to copy, and when she went out in the morning, instead of working, she went from office to office and let her heart melt away in the drip of cold refusals transmitted through insolent office boys. This went on. There came an evening when she wearily climbed Mrs. Parker's stoop at the hour when she always returned from her dinner at the restaurant, but she had had no dinner. As she stepped into the hall, Mr. Hoover met her and seized his chance. He asked her to marry him, and his fatness hovered above her like an avalanche. She dodged and caught the balustrade. He tried for her hand, and she raised it and smote him weakly in the face. Step by step she went up, dragging herself by the railing. She passed Mr. Skidder's door as he was red-inking a stage direction for Myrtle Delorme, Miss Leeson, in his unaccepted comedy, to pirouette across stage from L to the side of the Count. Up the carpeted ladder she crawled at last and opened the door of the skylight room. She was too weak to light the lamp or to undress. She fell upon the iron cot, her fragile body scarcely hollowing the worn springs. And in that Erebus of the skylight room she slowly raised her heavy eyelids and smiled. For Billy Jackson was shining down on her, calm and bright and constant through the skylight. There was no world about her. She was sunk in a pit of blackness, with but that small square of pallid light framing the star that she had so whimsically and, oh, so ineffectually named. Miss Longnecker must be right. It was Gamma, of the constellation Cassiopeia, and not Billy Jackson. And yet she could not let it be Gamma. As she lay on her back, she tried twice to raise her arm. The third time she got two thin fingers to her lips and blew a kiss out of the black pit to Billy Jackson. Her arm fell back limply. "Good-bye, Billy," she murmured faintly. "You're millions of miles away, and you won't even twinkle once. But you kept where I could see you most of the time, up there, when there wasn't anything else but darkness to look at, didn't you? Millions of miles. Good-bye, Billy Jackson." Clara, the colored maid, found the door locked at 10 the next day, and they forced it open. Vinegar and the slapping of wrists and burnt feathers proving of no avail, someone ran to phone for an ambulance. In due time it backed up to the door with much gong clanging, and the capable young medico, in his white linen coat, ready, active, confident, with his smooth face, half debonair, half grim, danced up the steps. "Ambulance called at 49, he said briefly. "What's the trouble?" "Oh, yes, doctor," sniffed Mrs. Parker, as though her trouble that there should be trouble in the house was the greater. "I can't think what can be the matter with her. Nothing we could do would bring her to. It's a young woman. A Miss Elsie. Yes, a Miss Elsie Leeson. Never before in my house." "What room?" cried the doctor in a terrible voice, to which Mrs. Parker was a stranger. "The skylight room. It—" Evidently the ambulance doctor was familiar with the location of skylight rooms. He was gone up the stairs, 4 at a time. Mrs. Parker followed slowly, as her dignity demanded. On the first landing she met him coming back bearing the astronomer in his arms. He stopped and let loose the practised scalpel of his tongue, not loudly. Gradually Mrs. Parker crumpled as a stiff garment that slips down from a nail. Ever afterward there remained crumples in her mind and body. Sometimes her curious roomers would ask her what the doctor said to her. "Let that be," she would answer. "If I can get forgiveness for having heard it, I will be satisfied." The ambulance physician strode with his burden through the pack of hounds that follow the curiosity chase, and even they fell back along the sidewalk abashed, for his face was that of one who bears his own dead. They noticed that he did not lay down upon the bed prepared for it in the ambulance, the form that he carried, and all that he said was, "Drive like H.L. Wilson," to the driver. That is all. Is it a story? In the next morning's paper I saw a little news item, and the last sentence of it may help you, as it helped me, to weld the incidents together. It recounted the reception into Bellevue Hospital of a young woman who had been removed from No. 49 East Street, suffering from debility induced by starvation. It concluded with these words: "Dr. William Jackson, the ambulance physician who attended the case, says the patient will recover." End of The Skylight Room by O. Henry.
The Stuffed Alligator by L. Frank Baum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Harris. When mothers are worried, they're apt to be cross, and that explains why Mummer Alligator spoke so sharply to her son Wally. "See here, don't you dare swim into that swift current," she said fretfully, as Wally crossed to the end of the old log, which lay half buried in the marsh, and dropped into the shallow water. "Keep to the warm pools and swim there as much as you like, but if you go near the river for a single instant, I'll go to the red-eyed one and tell him how bad you are." It was a terrible threat. The red-eyed one was the mighty magician of the alligator people, the most wise, the most powerful, the most fearful creature of all the inhabitants of the swamp. He could not be deceived by ordinary gators, the simple mud-wallowers that refused to think as they lay blinking in the sun, and it was known that the red-eyed one dealt out sharp punishment for disobedience. At least, this is what mothers told their children when mothers were worried and cross, and the children were willing to believe anything of the mighty magician who dwelt in the hidden cavern. Wally Alligator had no thought of being disobedient when he swam away from home and left Dadden Alligator asleep on a bank of mud, and Mummer Alligator taking her daily sunbath on her log. Young alligators are apt to become restless, and aged alligators love peace and quiet. Moreover, Wally was hungry. Dadden Alligator could be content a week longer on the meal of spring lamb he'd eaten a fortnight before, but Wally had only been given part of a leg, and that was no satisfaction at all to a young and growing gator. So he started with a firm, though secret, intention to discover a dinner, for in the stagnant pools of the marsh where alligators abounded it was not likely a dinner would escape the hundreds of vigilant eyes that were watching on every side. Therefore he crossed the pools, crawled over the intervening bank of mud, which was the danger line, and came at last to where the broad river wandered away upon its crooked course. At the other side of the river were green fields and pasture lands, showing above the embankment. On this side the water of the river blended into the mud bank and the marsh, with scarce any other distinction to mark its path beyond the steady flow of the current. Here at the river's edge Wally halted, and looked longingly across. Many dinners wandered on those green banks. Why should his mother forbid him to stalk his prey? How should the red-eyed one know if he seized a fat sheep or a calf and returned with a morsel inside him? It was the hunger that drove him to disobedience, for, without stopping to consider either warnings or commands, he swam slowly across the river and raised his nose above the edge of the green bank. What happened at that moment Wally could never explain clearly. A rope flew through the air and settled around his neck, gripping close to the scales. With a movement quick as a lightning flash he pounded his tail upon the bank and turned to run, but the rope drew taut and drew him half a length further upon the grass. Then, quivering, he lay still and darted a glance along the rope. The far end was wound about a tree, and a man clung to the last fold. A man! Anger swelled in Wally's breast. An enemy and a dinner in one, and seemingly very near. Like the wind was his rush upon the foe, but, alas, he had merely dashed to destruction. The folds of the line about the tree held him close prisoner, and the man was a safe distance away, still calmly holding in his hands the end of the rope. Wally was but half grown, yet he struggled for his life with a desperation worthy the red-eyed one himself. To be sure, it was unavailing, but he always had the satisfaction of knowing he'd done his best. The last that he remembered was lying helpless amid the coils of rope, and watching with upturned eyes the flash of a knife. Then his eyes saw blackness, his brain ceased to think, he lay still. The man was proud of his conquest. There was now one less alligator to steal his lambs. He carried the thick, tough skin home to his bungalow and carefully cured it, the head being left on. Then he stuffed both head and body very artistically and sent to the city for some glass eyes, which he fastened into the head. After this, Wally lay in a very lifelike attitude under a bench at the back of the porch, and when friends of the man came to visit, he showed them his stuffed alligator with considerable pride. Mummer Alligator became worried when Wally did not return. Dadden Alligator only thought she was getting fretful again, and blinked one eye after the other without budging from his mudbank, or replying with a single word. This apathy made Mummer indignant. She tossed her tail and wriggled about until the muddy water that circled around her log was churned into a foam that showed silver under the moon's rays. For night had come, but no Wally. In the morning she could bear the anxiety no longer, so she slipped into the water and made her way through the swamps until she reached a place where a cluster of great rocks broke the flatness of the landscape. Here she paused, made a dive into deep water, and came to the surface within a cavern hollowed out of the center of the rock. The cave was not lighted, but as Mummer lay with her chin upon the rocky edge of the pool, she could dimly perceive an immense dark form lying outstretched before her. The mighty magician was asleep. Then a red light glowed in the dusk, flooding her with its rays, and now another light flashed beside it. The red-eyed one had unclosed his eyelids. Mummer was awed in the silence that followed. She felt the terrible gaze full upon her, reading her every thought. She wanted to speak, but she could not. Finally the magician coughed, and the sound was so warning and at the same time so sympathetic that Mummer Alligator knew at once her worst fear were realized. "Oh, my poor boy, my Wally!" she moaned, the big tears rolling from her eyes and splashing into the pool. "I'm sorry," remarked the magician, and he moved slightly his great body, so that the reflected light rippled from scale to scale until it died away at the far tip of his tail. "What has happened?" implored Mummer Alligator mournfully. "Tell me, what has happened?" "The man has captured your son," said the red-eyed one slowly. "He has taken poor Wally's skin and head and has carried them to the house wherein he dwells." With a wild sob, Mummer sank deep into the pool, swam back to the marsh, and dragged her weary, heartsick body to the log she called her own. Daddon Gator opened both eyes at once when he heard the sad story, but he didn't move. 2 hours later he remarked, "Wally was careless." It wasn't much comfort to Mummer, but she didn't expect comfort. Probably Daddon felt sad and miserable in his own way, but he was old, and he had learned that words cure no ills and mend no breaks. Afterward Mummer Alligator went again to the red-eyed one, who told her that Wally had been stuffed, and now lay upon the man's porch, looking as beautiful and lifelike as ever. That was a great comfort to Mummer, and she lay many days upon her log and dreamed of Wally, and longed for him in her motherly way, until one morning a happy thought came to her. The thought sent her hurrying at a rapid pace to the rocky cavern in which the red-eyed one dwelt, where she asked him, "Are you really a magician?" "I am," was the reply, while the two eyes glared upon her as if resenting the inquiry. "Then can you restore my Wally to life?" demanded Mummer, her voice trembling with eagerness she could not suppress. "I can," said the red-eye calmly. "And will you?" asked Mummer anxiously. The magician paused. He was thinking. Presently he answered, "If you will promise that I receive from your family 1 fat sheep a month for 12 months to come, and if you dare venture to the man's house to restore Wally to life, I will give you a charm that will work the transformation." "I promise, and I dare," cried Mummer Alligator without hesitation. "Good," said the magician. Then he paused again, thoughtfully. Mummer was so excited she could scarcely wait for him to continue, but it was several minutes before he said, speaking the words slowly and impressively, "Under my left claw lies a magic gem, which, if placed upon your son Wally's head, will restore him to life. But if light falls upon this gem, its virtue will depart. Therefore you must go at night to the house of the man, and carry the gem in your mouth, so that even the moon cannot shine upon it." Mummer heard this with a shiver of dread, for alligators never move in the dark if they can avoid it. But the rescue of Wally had now become the one ambition in her life. "Give me the magic gem," she said firmly. "I will make the journey at night, that no light may fall upon the talisman and destroy its charm." "Wait until I close my eyes," returned the magician. "Then feel under my left claw for the gem, and conceal it in your mouth." The red lights vanished, and the cavern became dark. Mummer felt for the gem, placed it in her mouth, and closed her huge jaws tight around it. Then she sank into the pool, swam from the cavern, and emerged in the swamp, which lay steaming under the hot rays of the afternoon sun. It filled her with uneasiness to see the glaring sunshine all around her, and to know that if she coughed or even yawned, Wally would never be restored to her. But she kept her jaws fast closed, and returned slowly to her log. For a wonder, Daddon Alligator was awake and stirring. "Hey, where's that file I sharpened my teeth with?" he demanded, as soon as Mummer came near. "I want it. I'm hungry again, and I'm going hunting. Where you put the file I sharpened my teeth upon?" Mummer Alligator did not reply. Of course, she dared not open her mouth while the sun beat down so brilliantly upon the marsh. Daddon must find the file himself. But hungry alligators are cross alligators. Daddon stormed and raved and flopped around and wanted his file, which was really nothing more than a sliver of rock, if the truth must be told. And Mummer wouldn't answer a word. I'm really ashamed to tell of Daddon's actions. He lashed the shallow water into a sea of mud and spattered it all over Mummer's clean scales. Usually she would have lashed Dadden in return with her sharp tongue, but now she remained meekly quiet, although there was a look in her half-closed eyes that boded future trouble, if her husband hadn't been too much excited to take notice of it. Dadden capped the climax of his evil deeds by actually pushing Mummer off her log and calling her a fish, which is a terrible term of reproach among alligators, and then floundered away to the river to seek his dinner before it got too dark, caring little in his rage whether his teeth were sharpened or not. Mummer's lips curled in a vengeful smile that was half a yard long, but she did not part them. Her jaws were locked over the precious gem, and she intended to keep them locked, time enough to punish Dadden when her great task had been accomplished. She crawled out of the water into which she had been thrust and resumed her place upon the log, patiently waiting for the sun to set. Toward evening Dadden returned. His features wore a contented look, and as he rolled to his place on the bank, Mummer noticed a big lump just below his front paws, where his stomach was located. Dadden was a mighty hunter, there was no doubt of that, but he'd been selfish and had eaten his dinner alone. Mummer wouldn't forget. He looked at her rather uneasily and tried to make his peace before he went to sleep. "Perhaps I was a little rough with you this afternoon when I couldn't find my file," he ventured to say. But Mummer's grim look never relaxed. Well, let bygones be bygones," he continued carelessly as he closed his eyes. Mummer said nothing. She could wait. When night came she slipped from the log and began her journey. Over the mud banks, through the swamps, across the broad river she travelled, and crawled up the steep bank to the meadow. By this time the moon was shining, and she paused to look around her. A beaten path wound inland from the river. It had been worn by the feet of sheep and men, and Mummer crawled slowly along it. Beetles chirped in the tall grass, and in the far distance a dog barked, but no other sounds broke the stillness, for the sheep were in the fold and the cows in the barnyard. Mummer crept slowly on. Never had alligator ventured before so near the abode of man. Her presence in such a place at such an hour was all unexpected. Now the dim outlines of the bungalow came in view. Its windows were dark, for time had drifted toward midnight. Mummer drew nearer and nearer, creeping as noiselessly as possible. She came to the steps of the porch, hesitated an instant, and climbed up them. She could see very well in the dark, and one glance showed her the motionless form of her stuffed darling lying underneath a bench at the back of the porch. She was tempted to cry out, to utter a wail of anguish, but her steadfast courage enabled her to resist the temptation. Now was the supreme moment of her adventure. She crept forward and noted that Wally's head was raised so high that there was not room under the bench for her to drop the gem from her mouth upon his head. So with her nose she lifted an end of the bench and thrust it gently aside. The next moment her jaws rested over her darling's head, and the precious talisman slipped from her mouth. So dark were the shadows at the back of the porch that no ray of light penetrated them, and the magic gem instantly sank into Wally's head and disappeared. Mummer had faithfully performed her mission. She felt the form beside her stir. Then it thrust its nose against her shoulder, and a voice said wonderingly, "Mummer, dear, is it you?" Her heart gave a bound of joy, but she realized that they were still in danger. Man is a terrible foe, and man was very near to mother and son, although he lay asleep. "Hush," she whispered, "follow me." Then she turned and crept down the steps to the path, and Wally, bewildered and understanding nothing of what had happened since the knife flashed long ago, followed obediently. Mummer retraced her steps along the path to the river. Often she turned her head to watch Wally, who crept close after her. It was a great triumph, this bringing to life a stuffed alligator by means of magic, and Mummer had never respected the mighty red-eyed one so much as now. When they reached the river bank and slid into the water, the new day was breaking. They swam to the other side and lay half hidden in the marsh to rest. There Wally told his mother of his capture, and she told him of her visit to the red-eyed one, and of her bargain to bring him one fat sheep each month. "That is a small price indeed," said the child, "and it shall be my task to pay it. Wait here a moment, Mummer. I hear a sheep bell tinkle. Let us take the great magician a fat lamb this very morning to show our gratitude." "But think of the danger!" she cried. "There is no danger," returned Wally. "Being stuffed, I need fear neither gun nor knife thrust, for not even man can kill again the body that has been made to live by the magic of the red-eyed one." And that seemed reasonable, so Mummer let him go back to the meadow. The first lamb that Wally brought into the marsh he made his mother eat, and then he captured the fattest sheep that came to the river to drink, and bore it in his jaws toward the cavern of the magician. Often on the way they had to fight to retain this luscious morsel of food, for dozens of hungry alligators attempted to rob them. But Wally, small though he was, soon made himself feared, for nothing seemed to injure his stuffed body, and the snap of his jaws was as powerful as that of a steel trap. So they made the first payment to the red-eyed one, and then returned to their home. Dadden lay sunning himself upon his mudbank in a state of great contentment. Lazily he remembered the ease with which he had subdued Mummer. Usually she scolded him. Now he had scolded her, and she had not dared utter a word. He was master now. If he had but ventured to push her off her log long ago, he would have been master then, undoubtedly. That push had quite conquered her. Dadden smiled to himself as he recalled her meekness and submission. He had been both brave and wise. He had whack. His brain suddenly reeled, and his eyes saw a multitude of stars. Whack! What had happened? Dadden wondered. Was it an earthquake, or had he been struck by a lightning bolt? Whack! 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 Dadden's head was driven flat into the mudbank. His tail lashed in terror and anguish, but it merely fanned the air. It churned the water into a dingy foam. He managed to pull his head from the mud and open his eyes just as the angry sweep of a huge tail, bristling with hard scales, fell once more with terrific force upon his forehead. He saw stars again, but he also understood. Mummer had returned. Mummer was not so meek as he had suspected. Mummer was being revenged for every slight to her dignity. Mummer was probably vexed, or whack! Whack! Dadden stopped thinking and began to act. Though dazed and half blinded, he rolled and floundered into the deep but muddy water, dove to the right, swam to the left, wiggled around in a circle, and came to the surface to breathe only when he had put a good bit of water between himself and his angry wife. Wally lay on the log beside his mother, who panted from her exertions. "Those were splendid blows," he remarked, "and well aimed. I'm sure Dadden is sufficiently punished." An hour later a black nose rose from the water a few yards away, and two black eyes looked pleadingly at the log. "My head aches," said Dadden. "Oh, does it?" inquired Mummer, a mischievous twinkle in her eye. "Then who do you suppose, my dear Dadden, is a fish?" Dadden looked longingly at his mudbank and decided to purchase peace at any price. "If there's a fish in this marsh," he announced sadly, "it's certainly me." Then he crawled upon the bank and presently forgot his troubles in sleep. Wally never grew to be a big alligator, but he came to be a terror to the farmers across the river, for once every month he captured a fat sheep and carried it to the cave of the red-eyed one to keep the promise Mummer had made the mighty magician. Again and again the man shot at him, but so tough was his tanned skin that a bullet could seldom penetrate it, and even those that got through did the stuffed alligator no harm. He was also clever enough to avoid a lasso, since his first terrible experience with the rope, so that Wally soon became famed as a mighty hunter. One night, about a year after Wally's rescue from the bungalow, an earthquake shook all that country about the swamp. Mummer was thrown from her log, and Dadden was so scared that he slipped from his trembling mudbank into the water, and stayed there all through the night. But in the morning everything seemed peaceful again, so Wally swam away at early dawn and captured the last sheep he was obliged to carry to the magician. And when he reached the place where the red-eyed one's cave had been, he found nothing left but a heap of jumbled rocks. For the earthquake had not only buried the ancient magician, but had erected above him a monument that to this day is regarded with veneration by every alligator in the swamp. So Wally carried his sheep home to Dadden and Mummer, and thereafter he devoted himself to the task of providing a plentiful supply of food for his parents, so that they grew in time to be the biggest and fattest alligators ever known. Dadden, who was something of a joker, would often say to his friends and gossips, There are 3 stuffed alligators in our family. The man stuffed Wally, you know, and now Wally stuffs us. The Stuffed Alligator by L. Frank Baum. Read by Mike Harris.
Told in the Drooling Ward by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Told in the Drooling Ward by Jack London. Me? I'm not a drooler. I'm the assistant. I don't know what Miss Jones or Miss Kelsey could do without me. There are 55 low-grade droolers in this ward, and how could they ever all be fed if I wasn't around? I like to feed droolers. They don't make trouble. They can't. There's something wrong with most of their legs and arms, and they can't talk. They're very low grade. I can walk and talk and do things. You must be careful with the droolers and not feed them too fast. Then they choke. Miss Jones says I'm an expert. When a new nurse comes, I show her how to do it. It's funny watching a new nurse try to feed them. She goes at it so slow and careful that supper time would be around before she finished shoving down their breakfast. Then I show her, because I'm an expert. Dr. Dalrymple says I am, and he ought to know. A drooler can eat twice as fast if you know how to make them. My name's Tom. I'm 28 years old. Everybody knows me in the institution. This is an institution, you know. It belongs to the state of California and is run by politics. I know. I've been here a long time. Everybody trusts me. I run errands all over the place when I'm not busy with the droolers. I like droolers. It makes me think how lucky I am that I ain't a drooler. I like it here in the home. I don't like the outside. I know. I've been around a bit and run away and adopted. Me for the home and for the drooling ward best of all. I don't look like a drooler, do I? You can tell the difference soon as you look at me. I'm an assistant, expert assistant. That's going some for a phoebe. Phoebe? Oh, that's feeble-minded. I thought you knew. We're all phoebes in here. But I'm a high-grade phoebe. Dr. Dalrymple says I'm too smart to be in the home, but I never let on. It's a pretty good place, and I don't throw fits like lots of the phoebes. You see that house up there, through the trees? The high-grade epilecs all live in it by themselves. They're stuck up because they ain't just ordinary phoebes. They call it the clubhouse, and they say they're just as good as anybody outside, only they're sick. I don't like them much. They laugh at me when they ain't busy throwing fits, but I don't care. I never have to be scared about falling down and busting my head. Sometimes they run around in circles trying to find a place to sit down quick, only they don't. Low-grade epilecs are disgusting, and high-grade epilecs put on airs. I'm glad I ain't an epilec. There ain't anything to them. They just talk big, that's all. Miss Kelsey says I talk too much, but I talk sense, and that's more than the other phoebes do. Dr. Dalrymple says I have the gift of language. I know it. You ought to hear me talk when I'm by myself, or when I've got a drooler to listen. Sometimes I think I'd like to be a politician, only it's too much trouble. They're all great talkers. That's how they hold their jobs. Nobody's crazy in this institution. They're just feeble in their minds. Let me tell you something funny. There's about a dozen high-grade girls that set the tables in the big dining rooms. Sometimes when they're done ahead of time, they all sit down in chairs in a circle and talk. I sneak up to the door and listen, and I nearly die to keep from laughing. Do you want to know what they talk? It's like this. They don't say a word for a long time, and then one says, "Thank God I'm not feeble-minded." And all the rest nod their heads and look pleased. And then nobody says anything for a time, after which the next girl in the circle says, "Thank God I'm not feeble-minded." And they nod their heads all over again, and it goes on around the circle, and they never say anything else. Now, they're real phoebes, ain't they? I leave it to you. I'm not that kind of a phoebe, thank God. Sometimes I don't think I'm a Phoebe at all. I play in the band and read music. We're all supposed to be Phoebes in the band except for the leader. He's crazy. We know it, but we never talk about it except amongst ourselves. His job is politics, too, and we don't want him to lose it. I play the drum. They can't get along without me in this institution. I was sick once, so I know. It's a wonder the drooling ward didn't break down while I was in the hospital. I could get out of here if I wanted to. I'm not so feeble as some might think, but I don't let on. I have too good a time. Besides, everything would run down if I went away. I'm afraid sometime they'll find out I'm not a Phoebe and send me out into the world to earn my own living. I know the world, and I don't like it. The home is fine enough for me. You see how I grin sometimes? I can't help that. But I can put it on a lot. I'm not bad, though. I look at myself in the glass. My mouth is funny, I know that, and it lops down, and my teeth are bad. You can tell a Phoebe anywhere by looking at his mouth and teeth. But that doesn't prove I'm a Phoebe. It's just because I'm lucky that I look like one. I know a lot. If I told you all I know, you'd be surprised. But when I don't want to know, or when they want me to do something I don't want to do, I just let my mouth lop down and laugh and make foolish noises. I watch the foolish noises made by the low grades, and I can fool anybody. And I know a lot of foolish noises. Miss Kelsey called me a fool the other day. She was very angry, and that was where I fooled her. Miss Kelsey asked me once why I don't write a book about Phoebes. I was telling her what was the matter with little Albert. He's a drooler, you know, and I can always tell the way he twists his left eye what's the matter with him. So I was explaining it to Miss Kelsey, and because she didn't know, it made her mad. But some day, maybe, I'll write that book, only it's so much trouble. Besides, I'd sooner talk. Do you know what a micro is? It's the kind with the little heads no bigger than your fist. They're usually droolers, and they live a long time. The hydros don't drool. They have the big heads, and they're smarter, but they never grow up. They always die. I never look at one without thinking he's going to die. Sometimes, when I'm feeling lazy or the nurse is mad at me, I wish I was a drooler with nothing to do and somebody to feed me. But I guess I'd sooner talk and be what I am. Only yesterday Dr. Dalrymple said to me, "Tom," he said, "I just don't know what I'd do without you." And he ought to know, seeing as he's had the bossing of 1,000 Phoebes for going on 2 years. Dr. Watcombe was before him. They get appointed, you know. It's politics. I've seen a whole lot of doctors here in my time. I was here before any of them. I've been in this institution 25 years. No, I've got no complaints. The institution couldn't be run better. It's a snap to be a high-grade Phoebe. Just look at Dr. Dalrymple. He has troubles. He holds his job by politics. You bet we high-graders talk politics. We know all about it, and it's bad. An institution like this oughtn't to be run on politics. Look at Dr. Dalrymple. He's been here 2 years and learned a lot. Then politics will come along and throw him out and send a new doctor who don't know anything about Phoebes. I've been acquainted with just thousands of nurses in my time. Some of them are nice, but they come and go. Most of the women get married. Sometimes I think I'd like to get married. I spoke to Dr. Watcombe about it once, but he told me he was very sorry, because Phoebes ain't allowed to get married. I've been in love. She was a nurse. I won't tell you her name. She had blue eyes and yellow hair and a kind voice, and she liked me. She told me so. And she always told me to be a good boy, and I was, too, until afterward, and then I ran away. You see, she went off and got married, and she didn't tell me about it. I guess being married ain't what it's cracked up to be. Dr. Anglin and his wife used to fight. I've seen them. And once I heard her call him a Phoebe. Now, nobody has a right to call anybody a Phoebe that ain't. Dr. Anglin got awful mad when she called him that, but he didn't last long. Politics drove him out, and Dr. Mandeville came. He didn't have a wife. I heard him talking one time with an engineer. The engineer and his wife fought like cats and dogs. And that day Dr. Mandeville told him he was damn glad he wasn't tied to no petticoats. A petticoat is a skirt. I knew what he meant if I was a Phoebe, but I never let on. You hear lots when you don't let on. I've seen a lot in my time. Once I was adopted and went away on the railroad over 40 miles to live with a man named Peter Bopp and his wife. They had a ranch. Dr. Anglin said I was strong and bright, and I said I was too. That was because I wanted to be adopted, and Peter Bopp said he'd give me a good home, and the lawyers fixed up the papers. But I soon made up my mind that a ranch was no place for me. Mrs. Bopp was scared to death of me and wouldn't let me sleep in the house. They fixed up the woodshed and made me sleep there. I had to get up at 4 o'clock and feed the horses and milk cows and carry the milk to the neighbors. They called it chores, but it kept me going all day. I chopped wood and cleaned chicken houses and weeded vegetables and did most everything on the place. I never had any fun. I hadn't no time. Let me tell you one thing. I'd sooner feed mush and milk to Phoebes than milk cows with the frost on the ground. Mrs. Bopp was scared to let me play with her children, and I was scared too. They used to make faces at me when nobody was looking and call me loony. Everybody called me Loony Tom, and the other boys in the neighborhood threw rocks at me. You never see anything like that in the home here. The Phoebes are better behaved. Mrs. Bopp used to pinch me and pull my hair when she thought I was too slow, and I only made foolish noises and went slower. She said I'd be the death of her some day. I left the boards off the old well in the pasture, and the pretty new calf fell in and got drowned. Then Peter Bopp said he was going to give me a licking. He did, too. He took a strap halter and went at me. It was awful. I never had a licking in my life. They don't do such things in the home, which is why I say the home is the place for me. I know the law, and I knew he had no right to lick me with a strap halter. That was being cruel, and the guardianship papers said he mustn't be cruel. I didn't say anything. I just waited, which shows you what kind of a Phoebe I am. I waited a long time and got slower and made more foolish noises, but he wouldn't send me back to the home, which is what I wanted. But one day, it was the first of the month, Mrs. Brown gave me $3, which was for her milk bill with Peter Bopp. That was in the morning. When I brought the milk in the evening, I was to bring back the receipt. But I didn't. I just walked down to the station, bought a ticket like anyone, and rode on the train back to the home. That's the kind of Phoebe I am. Dr. Anglin was gone then, and Dr. Mandeville had his place. I walked right into his office. He didn't know me. "Hello," he said. "This ain't visiting day." "I ain't a visitor," I said. "I'm Tom. I belong here." Then he whistled and showed he was surprised. I told him all about it, and showed him the marks of the strap halter, and he got madder and madder all the time, and said he'd attend to Mr. Peter Bopp's case. And maybe you think some of them little droolers weren't glad to see me. I walked right into the ward. There was a new nurse feeding little Albert. "Hold on," I said. "That ain't the way. Don't you see how he's twisting that left eye? Let me show you." Maybe she thought I was a new doctor, for she just gave me the spoon, and I guess I filled little Albert up with the most comfortable meal he'd had since I went away. Droolers ain't bad when you understand them. I heard Miss Jones tell Miss Kelsey once that I had an amazing gift in handling droolers. Some day, maybe, I'm going to talk with Dr. Dalrymple and get him to give me a declaration that I ain't a Phoebe. Then I'll get him to make me a real assistant in the drooling ward, with $40 a month and my board. And then I'll marry Miss Jones and live right on here. And if she won't have me, I'll marry Miss Kelsey or some other nurse. There's lots of them, and they want to get married. And I won't care if my wife gets mad and calls me a Phoebe. What's the good? And I guess when one's learned to put up with droolers, a wife won't be much worse. I didn't tell you about when I ran away. I hadn't no idea of such a thing, and it was Charlie and Joe who put me up to it. They're high-grade epilecs, you know. I'd been up to Dr. Wilson's office with a message and was going back to the drooling ward when I saw Charlie and Joe hiding around the corner of the gymnasium and making motions to me. I went over to them. "Hello," Joe said. "How's droolers?" "Fine," I said. "Had any fits lately?" That made them mad, and I was going on when Joe said, "We're running away. Come on." "What for?" I said. "We're going up over the top of the mountain," Joe said. "And find a gold mine," said Charlie. "We don't have fits any more. We're cured." "All right," I said, and we sneaked around back of the gymnasium and in among the trees. Maybe we walked along about 10 minutes when I stopped. "What's the matter?" said Joe. "Wait," I said. I got to go back." "What for?" said Joe. And I said, "To get little Albert." And they said I couldn't and got mad, but I didn't care. I knew they'd wait. You see, I've been here 25 years, and I know the back trails that lead up the mountains, and Charlie and Joe didn't know those trails. That's why they wanted me to come. So I went back and got little Albert. He can't walk or talk or do anything except drool, and I had to carry him in my arms. We went on past the last hayfield, which was as far as I'd ever gone. Then the woods and brush got so thick, and me not finding any more trail, we followed the cow path down to a big creek and crawled through the fence, which showed where the homeland stopped. We climbed up the big hill on the other side of the creek. It was all big trees and no brush, but it was so steep and slippery with dead leaves we could hardly walk. By and by we came to a real bad place. It was 40 feet across, and if you slipped you'd fall 1,000 feet, or maybe 100. Anyway, you wouldn't fall, just slide. I went across first, carrying little Albert. Joe came next, but Charlie got scared right in the middle and sat down. "I'm going to have a fit," he said. "No, you're not," said Joe, "because if you was, you wouldn't sat down. You take all your fits standing." "This is a different kind of fit," said Charlie, beginning to cry. He shook and shook, but just because he wanted to, he couldn't scare up the least kind of a fit. Joe got mad and used awful language, but that didn't help none. So I talked soft and kind to Charlie. That's the way to handle Phoebes. If you get mad, they get worse. I know. I'm that way myself. That's why I was almost the death of Mrs. Bopp. She got mad. It was getting along in the afternoon, and I knew we had to be on our way, so I said to Joe, "Here, stop your cussing and hold Albert. I'll go back and get him." And I did, too. But he was so scared and dizzy he crawled along on hands and knees while I helped him. When I got him across and took Albert back in my arms, I heard somebody laugh and looked down, and there was a man and a woman on horseback looking up at us. He had a gun on his saddle, and it was her who was laughing. "Who in hell's that?" said Joe, getting scared. "Somebody to catch us?" "Shut up your cussing," I said to him. "That is the man who owns this ranch and writes books." "How do you do, Mr. Endicott?" I said down to him. "Hello," he said. "What are you doing here?" "We're running away," I said. And he said, "Good luck, but be sure to get back before dark." "But this is a real running away," I said. And then both he and his wife laughed. "All right," he said. "Good luck just the same, but watch out the bears and mountain lions don't get you when it gets dark." Then they rode away laughing, pleasant like, but I wished he hadn't said that about the bears and mountain lions. After we got around the hill, I found a trail, and we went much faster. Charlie didn't have any more signs of fits, and began laughing and talking about gold mines. The trouble was with little Albert. He was almost as big as me. You see, all the time I'd been calling him Little Albert, he'd been growing up. He was so heavy I couldn't keep up with Joe and Charlie. I was all out of breath. So I told them they'd have to take turns in carrying him, which they said they wouldn't. Then I said I'd leave them, and they'd get lost, and the mountain lions and bears would eat them. Charlie looked like he was going to have a fit right there, and Joe said, "Give him to me." And after that we carried him in turn. We kept right on up that mountain. I don't think there was any gold mine, but we might have got to the top and found it if we hadn't lost the trail, and if it hadn't gotten dark, and if little Albert hadn't tired us all out carrying him. Lots of Phoebes are scared of the dark, and Joe said he was going to have a fit right there, only he didn't. I never saw such an unlucky boy. He never could throw a fit when he wanted to. Some of the Phoebes can throw fits as quick as a wink. By and by it got real black, and we were hungry, and we didn't have no fire. You see, they don't let Phoebes carry matches, and all we could do was just shiver. And we'd never thought about being hungry. You see, Phoebes always have their food ready for them, and that's why it's better to be a Phoebe than earning your living in the world. And worse than everything was the quiet. There was only one thing worse, and it was the noises. There was all kinds of noises every once in a while, with quiet spells in between. I reckon they were rabbits, but they made noises in the brush like wild animals. You know, rustle, rustle, thump, bump, crackle, crackle, just like that. First Charlie got a fit, a real one, and Joe threw a terrible one. I don't mind fits in the home with everybody around, but out in the woods on a dark night is different. You listen to me, and never go hunting gold mines with epilecs, even if they are high grade. I never had such an awful night. When Joe and Charlie weren't throwing fits, they were making believe, and in the darkness the shivers from the cold, which I couldn't see, seemed like fits too. And I shivered so hard I thought I was getting fits myself, and little Albert, with nothing to eat, just drooled and drooled. I never seen him as bad as that before. Why, he twisted that left eye of his until it ought to have dropped out. I couldn't see it, but I could tell from the movements he made. And Joe just lay and cussed, and Charlie cried and wished he was back in the home. We didn't die, and the next morning we went right back the way we'd come. And little Albert got awful heavy. Dr. Wilson was mad as he could be, and said I was the worst Phoebe in the institution, along with Joe and Charlie. But Miss Stryker, who was a nurse in the drooling ward, then just put her arms around me and cried. She was that happy I'd got back. I thought right there that maybe I'd marry her, but only a month afterward she got married to the plumber that came up from the city to fix the gutter pipes of the new hospital. And little Albert never twisted his eye for 2 days, it was that tired. Next time I run away, I'm going right over that mountain. But I ain't going to take epilecs along. They ain't never cured, and when they get scared or excited, they throw fits to beat the band. But I'll take little Albert. Somehow I can't get along without him. And anyway, I ain't going to run away. The drooling ward's a better snap than gold mines, and I hear there's a new nurse coming. Besides, little Albert's bigger than I am now, and I could never carry him over a mountain. And he's growing bigger every day. It's astonishing. End of Told in the Drooling Ward by Jack London.
The Underpup by I.A.R. Wiley. From Good Housekeeping Magazine, October 1938. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Penguins were always breaking out with something. Miss Thornton, who had run Camp Happy Warriors for years and still believed there was good in everyone, said it was merely their age. The Penguins were older than the Peewits, who still trailed attenuated clouds of glory, and were younger than the Pelicans, who were beginning to talk mysteriously about life, beaux, and parties. They felt that even Priscilla Prissy Adams, their counselor, who generally thought their ideas dreadful, would have to admit that a social conscience was a good idea. Clara Van Sittart had brought it to camp with her, just as the previous summer she had brought the first pair of white mice. Clara was a fat, earnest child with spectacles, who would one day be chairman of a women's club. Her mother, who was several chairmen already, had discovered the poor that winter, rather to their consternation, so that Clara knew that at the very moment when the Penguins were sitting round their campfire, surrounded by trees and stars and lakes, and faintly nauseated with toasted marshmallows, there were poor, half-starved children literally gasping for air in New York City's crowded, stifling streets. There was even a place called Hell's Kitchen, it was so hot and awful. Clara knew all the best words like underprivileged, and by the time the last marshmallow had been drawn from its prong, The Penguins were in tears.
But it's no use just crying,
little Janet Cooper said. She was usually so afraid of everyone, including herself, that they all stared at her.
We ought to do something,
she said, and dived back into the shadow like an alarmed young tadpole. No one had ever accused the Penguins of inertia. They proceeded at once to do something, and the counselors wished afterward that it had been white mice again. Thus it came about that one April morning the following year, Pip Emma Binns sat at her desk by the classroom window and wrote an English composition called Trees. Or rather, she was not writing. She was chewing bits out of a wooden pen holder and balefully regarding the back of Vittoria Emanuela Perozzi, the class's champion essayist. Vittoria used words which Miss Perkins called metaphors and similes, and which Pip Emma called baloney. If a person looked white, why not just say so? Why bring in sheets? However, Miss Perkins thought a lot of that sort of thing, and so, no doubt, would the dames who were giving a prize of 2 months' vacation in some swell kids' camp for the best description of trees. What did a tree look like? In Pip Emma's opinion, it looked like a tree. But she knew that wouldn't get her anywhere. Certainly not to Camp Happy Warriors, where Pop and Ma were hell-bent on her going. She pulled her dark brows together. She wiped an inky hand over her black hair, drawn back into a short, defiant pigtail. Then inspiration struck her, too. Very carefully she wrote 2 sentences.
I can't describe trees. I haven't seen any.
And signed it Emma Binns. It was like a metaphor. It wasn't true. It was baloney. But to Mrs. Van Sittart and her committee it was just too heartrending. No trees! Poor little Emma Binns! As for Vittoria Emanuela Perozzi, she had evidently seen so many trees so often and so beautifully that, in the committee's opinion, there was no urgent need for her to see any more of them. The Happy Warriors were gathered with their counselors and under their respective banners in Grand Central Terminal, and Clara Van Sittart inspected the Penguins like a colonel inspecting a regiment before battle. She gave last orders. After all, the social conscience had been her idea, and it had to go over with a bang so that even the Pelicans would be impressed.
Every Penguin, she said, must remember to be kind. The poor kid won't be able to do the things we do, and I guess she'll do a lot we don't. But you're not to look superior or call her down so as to hurt her feelings. We've got to remember we'd be like her if we didn't belong to the privileged classes.
It was a prepared speech and had more than a suggestion of Mrs. Van Sittart's firm handling of committees.
And don't laugh at her mother, Clara concluded. She's sure to be pretty awful.
As it happened, Mrs. Binns, who went out as daily help, had no time to go running round after a lot of queer-sounding birds. She'd given Pip Emma's new middy costume a final admonitory twitch. "And mind you behave like a lady," she'd said, swallowing her tears, "or I'll sock you." Mr. Binns, who might have been heavyweight champion of the world if he hadn't busted his hand early in life on the skull of a certain black bruiser, drove Emma to the station in the cab of his truck. "Keep your chin covered, Pip," he said, grinning, "and don't pull your punches." Pip Emma, staggering through the unfamiliar immensities of Grand Central under the weight of her suitcase, felt sickish. She hated leaving Pop and Ma. She loathed being a penguin. She'd seen a penguin once at the zoo, and she'd seen no sense in it. She despised her costume. It would take weeks to live down the jeers and cheers which had greeted and pursued it to the end of 45th Street on 8th. She hated leaving the gang. It was her gang. She ruled it with despotic efficiency. In fact, when she and Clara Van Sittart, introduced by a worried Prissy Adams, shook hands. Two born chairmen unconsciously locked horns. Clara said, "How do you do?" And Pip Emma said, "I'm fine." It was one of those social blunders that Clara had foreseen, and that had better be dealt with at once. Clara said kindly, "I'm so glad you're fine. But I didn't really want to know, you know." "Why not?" Pip Emma asked. In the perceptible silence a peewit was heard to titter, and the outrageous sound startled Clara out of her poise. She said, "Just because I don't," quite rudely. And Pip Emma, remembering Pop and Ma, retorted that it was dumb to ask questions if you didn't want to know the answers. It was a short but sharp encounter. Mr. Binns would have described it as a feint with the left, followed by a nice right to the jaw. Clara VanSittart had a blinking, winded look, and all the Penguins said, "How do you do?" as though they couldn't help themselves. Only little Janet added very timidly, "I hope you'll have a swell time." And Pip Emma said, "Sure," much too much as though she were sure. But she stayed right by Janet. If you find yourself among a bunch of strange kids, you gotta get yourself a gang. You gotta pick out some poor mutts that don't know how to hold their end up and sock anyone who jumps on 'em. Then they're your gang. Pip Emma knew on sight that Janet couldn't hold her end up to save her neck, and that sooner or later she, Pip Emma, would have to sock the fat girl in the eye. Clara VanSittart did not know this. She sat next to Emma Binns in the Pullman, determined, without heat or anger, to explain social usages and camp customs. But Pip Emma did not seem to want to listen. From her middy pocket she had produced 3 small seashells and a tiny flexible rubber ball, and she was doing things with them on the back of her suitcase. It was Mr. Binns' favorite method of getting himself a free drink, and Pip Emma was no slouch herself. Also, if you're getting a gang, you don't run after it. You let it come to you. If kids saw you up to something they didn't understand, they flocked round like a bunch of hungry sparrows. Gradually the Penguins' excited chatter died down. They were watching her. They were beginning to flock. Pip Emma knew without looking at them. There was a lot Pip Emma knew, though she didn't always know she knew it.
"I don't see what you're doing," Clara said fretfully. "What is it? A game?" "Sure. I put the ball under one of the shells, like that, and you bet where it is." "All right. I bet. It's there." "But you haven't betted anything."
Clara blushed hotly. As a well-bred Penguin, she found it impossible to explain that all the Penguins had sacrificed their first week's pocket money to the maintenance of Emma and their social conscience.
"I can't. I haven't anything." "You got a bead necklace." "All right. I bet it."
It was incredible. Her eyes had deceived her. Pip Emma took the necklace. Other Penguins, shocked at their leader's failure and convinced of their own right-sightedness, backed their guesses with small gold rings and other detachable possessions. Janet Cooper, who hadn't anything else, bet her Penguin badge, which was like pledging the family Bible. But, as it happened, Janet won. She was the only winner. Pip Emma nodded approval of her.
"You're not such a dumb cluck,"
she said. Some peewits, perched respectfully on the outskirts, burst into disrespectful squeaks, and the Penguins refused to meet one another's eyes. At that moment Prissy bore down on them. She was kind but firm. "What a clever trick, Emma! But it is a trick, isn't it? It wouldn't be quite fair to bet about it, would it? Besides, happy warriors don't bet." Pip Emma handed back her winnings. She was thoughtful and deliberate. She made no protest. But the Pullman, usually the scene of such happy tumult, sank into an oppressive silence. But on the bus ride from the station to the camp, the Penguins began to preen their damp feathers. They loved the camp. They were proud of the big dining room built like a woodman's cabin, and the open sleeping tents circled with military precision round the campfires. They were proud of themselves. They got up to the bugle on the coldest mornings and made their beds and fetched water and built fires. They were strong and brave, as happy warriors should be. When Emma Binns saw how wonderful it all was, and what a fine bunch they were, she'd feel pretty small, and they'd have to be awfully nice to her and not rub things in. So they felt better and began to sing, and the twins, Pauline and Claudine Bennett, bounced joyfully in their seats. It was Pip Emma's longest journey. She was getting tired and homesick. She'd never been homesick before. It was like toothache in the wrong place. Right now Pop and Ma would be sitting down to Ma's special steak and onions. Afterward, it being Saturday, they'd go to an early show at the movies and finish up with a pineapple temptation or maybe a banana royal at Hader's drugstore. They'd be feeling pretty mean, too. They hadn't really wanted her to go. They'd wanted her to have a swell time and live like the rich kids did, with butlers waiting on you behind your chair and maybe breakfast brought you on a tray, like in the movies. Because one day Pip Emma, who was smart as a whip, was going places, so she'd better know how things were done before she got there. The gang would be out now in force. Pip Emma's heart contracted. Maybe they were missing her. Maybe, though, if she sent them postcards showing the swell way she was living, they'd be kinda sunk. She'd tell 'em she had a gang of her own already and that they were swell kids. They weren't, of course. She looked them over gloomily. Sissies. Just to look at their nails was enough. As to her gang, it consisted for the moment of one pale, small kid who jumped if you spoke to her. The station bus swung round a curve. "There!" the Penguins shrieked together, and they all looked at Emma. "There!" they said. Pip Emma looked. "It's our camp," Janet explained in her thin, high voice. "There's the lake. And that's our dining hall. And there, among the trees, is the Penguin Circle, where we sleep." Emma said nothing. It was as though, at the wave of a wicked wand, Roxy's and all its ushers had been bewitched into ruins and rags. And it was more than Emma, at that moment, could bear. Her sharp, sallow little face puckered. To the Penguin's consternation, she burst into a storm of tears. Before supper, Clara VanSittart summoned the Penguins to a hasty powwow. They drew Prissy into it, the situation being beyond them.
"P'raps it was the trees upset her,"
Janet hazarded.
"You know, she's never seen any."
The twins shook their heads.
"It wasn't the trees. When we showed her our tent, she said her uncle slept in a place like that." "What's her uncle?" the Penguins demanded indignantly. "He's a WPA worker," the twins said in unison, "and he's helping build a post office somewhere. She said there weren't any houses, so they had to live in tents." Clara VanSittart drew a shocked breath. The truth was obvious. To Emma Binns, their camp was just a camp. When she heard that she'd have to make her bed, light fires, and wash dishes, she'd write home. She'd tell her people, probably dreadful people, that that was how the VanSittarts lived. Clara took a firm lead. She proposed at once that Emma Binns should not make beds. When the time came, she was to be led away to some remote spot while the Penguins made hers and did her share of the chores. Clara explained that bed-making was the sort of thing that poor Emma probably had to do at home. It wasn't a treat. And maybe she was underfed. She didn't look very strong.
It was their duty, belonging as they did to the privileged classes, to make sacrifices. It was a simple supper, nourishing but Spartan. When Pip Emma, seated at the penguin table, thought of the pineapple temptation Ma might be eating at that very moment, her gloom deepened. But she wasn't going to cry again, not if she had to bite her tongue out. She'd never cried like that before in her life. The penguins suddenly burst into song. We are the happy penguins, we play without a care. We don't worry who wins the game so long as we play fair. At that moment every penguin was stricken by the same thought. The memory of their unpaid gambling debts rose in their midst like a reproachful spectre. Their song wavered and sank to silence. From her point of vantage at the pelican table, Miss Thornton viewed them anxiously. "The penguins seem depressed," she said. "Is anything the matter?" "I guess it's their social conscience," Prissy Adams said grimly, getting the better of them. After taps, Clara Van Sittart laid a packet on Emma's cot. She had no business to be talking at all, and it was almost another speech.
We feel, she concluded, that Prissy didn't understand.
In tense silence Emma undid the parcel. It contained her legitimate winnings. She didn't want their darned old beads, but she wrapped the things up again and slipped them under her pillow.
Okay,
she said. The penguins crept into their beds. They had made a noble gesture. They had cleared their consciences. But for some reason or other, they slept badly. The penguins followed each other on the springboard in rapid succession. They performed every dive they knew and some they didn't, with an almost desperate fervor. And after each feat they turned anxious faces to the small figure in the cheap black bathing suit perched on the landing stage, its face between its fists, like a Gothic imp peering down malevolently on the world from a cathedral buttress. But in fact, Pip Emma wasn't even looking at them. She was worrying about Pop and Ma and the gang. Prissy Adams climbed out of the water and stood beside her. "Don't you want to go in too, Emma?" she said. "Don't you want to learn to swim?"
nope.
Pip Emma said.
It's cold and I'm scared.
"Of course you're not," Prissy said. "Happy warriors are never scared," she said, with a brightness that she hoped wouldn't become a habit.
I ain't a happy warrior, Emma said, and I'm scared.
"But supposing someone were drowning, wouldn't you want to be able to save them?"
We don't drown down our way,
Pip Emma retorted bleakly.
We ain't got no water.
It was almost as pathetic as the absence of trees, and as a statement much more accurate. Except on hot summer nights when good-natured street cleaners turned their hoses on the ecstatically squealing gang, there was no water. Pip Emma, remembering those glorious occasions, hunched herself dismally, and the defeated Prissy strode on her way. At the same moment Janet bobbed up from among the woodpiles.
Gee, that was swell of you, Emma.
Pip Emma peered down.
What was? Saying you were scared. I'm always scared, but I'd be too scared to tell anyone.
Pip Emma stretched out a skinny arm and pulled Janet up beside her.
What you scared of? Most everything. Why?
Janet sighed.
It's something wrong with me. The doctors say it's a complex, an inferiority complex. What's that? It's a thing you get, like measles.
Pip Emma looked at Janet dubiously.
I don't see no spots. You don't have spots. You just feel mean. You want dreadfully to do things, but you know you can't, so you don't. What things? Well, like the swimming race next Saturday. Mummy and Dad are coming up for it. Prissy says I could win the Penguin Trophy if I didn't have my complex. But Clara knows she's going to win, so she will. She hasn't got any complex. She just overeats.
They sat side by side in melancholy silence. But Pip Emma's misplaced toothache was easing off. Janet might not be the gang, but she belonged to Emma. Ever since Emma had said she wasn't a dumb cluck, she'd followed Emma round like a little lost dog that had been found. If anyone belonged to you like that, you had to look out for them.
I wish my Pop and Ma were coming up,
Pip Emma said suddenly.
Why? Are you homesick too, Emma? I dunno. I want Pop and Ma. It's no good wanting, is it? Well, you've got yours, haven't you? Not really. Not together. I mean, they don't live together. Why not? They don't have to. Dad's got a place in Florida and Long Island and Maine and New York. So when they quarrel, they just go off. Different places. And I can't be with either of them because the other won't let me,
Janet choked.
I guess they'll quarrel Saturday,
she said.
Gee, that's tough.
Pip Emma gave a small, hoarse chuckle.
Pop and Ma get mad sometimes, but Ma says, "You old son of a gun, I guess I gotta live with you and like it." And Pop says, "I like it fine, you old so-and-so." And he takes us out and gives us a sundae at the drugstore. Ma says you can't stay mad in 2 rooms. I wish we lived in 2 rooms,
Janet said. Pip Emma knitted her black brows.
Maybe, she said, you might tell him so. I'd be too scared.
But Pip Emma was after her thought like a terrier after an elusive rabbit.
If my Pop and Ma were here, I'd jump into their darned old water. I wouldn't care how cold it was. I wouldn't be scared. Maybe if your Pop and Ma are along, you'll win the race, and then you'll never be scared again. But I shan't win it. I'll lose my breath like I always do. And Clara's so fat, she just has to float. Maybe if she was sick, if she eats something. She can't. Prissy's got her on a diet. She's Prissy's pet.
Pip Emma put her arm over Janet's shoulder. It was an accolade, and Janet knew it.
Gee, you poor kid,
Pip Emma said, and relapsed into deep thought again. The two wandered off the landing stage together. Outside the game room, Claudine was writing up a notice on the blackboard. The twins went to a progressive school where you learned spelling only if you felt the urge. The twins had never felt it.
You don't spell Saturday with an A in the middle,
Pip Emma said. A hot and flustered twin rubbed out the word with a lofty air of apprehended carelessness, and Pip Emma wrote it in for her.
If I spelled like you do, she said, old Perks would give me hell.
The harassed Penguins pinned one of their last hopes on horses. It seemed probable that if Pip Emma had never seen any trees, she had never seen horses either, or only from a distance, and that she would be impressed. But it turned out that Pip Emma's uncle had a horse, not the WPA uncle, but the mounted cop uncle, and that it was a bigger and better horse than anything in the camp stables. Pip Emma had actually ridden it from 9th to 10th Avenue. Moreover, her uncle had chased squint-eyed Peters down 45th Street and shot him and his armored car so full of holes that it was hardly worth while cleaning them up. Pip Emma told the story after taps, and in such gory detail that the Penguins didn't know or care that discipline was going to the dogs. They learned at the same time that Mr. Binns, in his unregenerate youth, had been an Englishman, and had fought in the Great War, and that Emma's name was Pip, because in English soldier language Pip Emma meant anything that happened after midday, and Emma had happened in Hell's Kitchen at 3:30. The Penguins sat up in their beds and listened spellbound. The glamour surrounding Wall Street, big business, and the kind but stoutish and baldish gentlemen who were their fathers was suffering an acute depression. The prospect of their father's appearance on Saturday and of Pip Emma's dispassionate appraisal filled the Penguins with uneasiness. Things had come to such a pass that when on Friday evening, after the camp sing-song, Clara felt Emma's arm slip through hers, the Van Sittart pride positively glowed. It was the first time that Pip Emma had seemed to notice Clara, which was a humiliation in itself, seeing that Pip Emma was really Clara's own idea. And Clara, thanks to Prissy's training diet, was low in her mind anyway.
Guess what I found?
Pip Emma whispered. But of course Clara couldn't guess anything.
I found where they've got all tomorrow's ice cream. Buckets and buckets of it.
Clara, as top Penguin, wavered. Some lingering Penguin rectitude still glowed in her, but only faintly. After all, she was hungry. She was being starved to death, and no one cared. Only Emma Binns seemed to know what she was suffering.
Dare you,
Pip Emma said. It was Clara's chance. Now she could show the stuff in her. Being born on Park Avenue didn't mean necessarily that you were a dumb cluck. She let Pip Emma lead her by devious paths through the deserted kitchen, then to the huge icebox. And there it was, buckets and buckets. Clara's first handful didn't even make a dent.
I bet I can eat more than you can,
Pip Emma said. At breakfast the next morning, Miss Thornton made an unusual appearance. She was grave and even troubled. Children, a serious thing has happened. Last night someone must have broken all our camp rules. Someone opened the icebox and ate several pints of our ice cream. I'm sure the culprit will stand up at once and not spoil our happy day for us. Pip Emma stood up at once.
It was me, Miss Thornton.
But, Emma dear, why? Didn't you have enough to eat? Were you hungry? Pip Emma said simply and bravely,
I guess I'm always hungry.
Miss Thornton felt the sudden tears come into her throat. Poor little Emma Binns. No trees, never enough to eat, and not without a forlorn charm. Prissy Adams, who had caught a glimpse of Clara's greenish countenance, remained grim and unmoved. Dear child, you should have told me. Come to my tent afterward. We can talk it over. Meantime, it was fine and brave of you to tell the truth. It shows that you are a real Penguin. She gave her warm, beloved chuckle. Almost, but not quite, perfect. Everyone laughed and cheered except the Penguins, who for some unknown reason sank into the profoundest gloom. Clara Van Sittart had left the table hurriedly. Pip Emma peeked out of the tent. The Penguin circle was near the lake, and she could see the parents, looking better from a distance, lined up on benches along the water's edge. She could pick out Janet's parents because they were younger than the others. They didn't seem to be quarreling. They didn't seem even to be speaking to each other.
Okay,
Pip Emma said. She walked beside Janet like a trainer. She gave last instructions. Everyone knew Janet was her gang. So Janet, who had never won anything, had to win. It was Prissy's opinion that if Janet did win, the Penguins, as a class, were licked. She said sharply to Clara, If you feel as bad as you look, you'd better throw up the sponge. It was an unfortunate suggestion. Clara gulped. But she was game. The prestige of the Penguins, the Van Sittarts, one might say the whole social register, was in her hands. She mumbled, "I'm all right," and slid with a smothered moan into the water. Mr. and Mrs. Cooper waved dutifully to Janet. In her white cap and bathing suit she looked like a pet white mouse in charge of a dark and aggressive field mouse. Both parents had the same thought, with one small but important variation. If she, had made a decent home for the poor child, she might have amounted to something.
"How's the little old complex?"
Pip Emma asked.
I don't know, Pip. I think it's all right." "Don't think about it. You ain't got it, see? So you're going to win. 'Cause you swim better than any of 'em. You just got to know it, and you'll be fine."
Honest, Pip Emma?
"Honest."
From the water Janet looked up with adoration in her eyes.
"I'll try." "Sure. I got my shirt on you, kid."
Janet paddled to the starting line. It was true that she swam better than the others. She'd learned all the strokes from the best teachers, but it hadn't seemed to help. Everyone knew that anyone could beat Janet Cooper. Now Pip Emma believed that she was going to win. She'd put her shirt on her. Janet watched the flag. She kept her heart steady, saying to herself,
"Pip Emma's shirt. Pip Emma's shirt."
Mr. Cooper looked away as the flag dropped. He couldn't have said why, except that he hated to see the poor little runt left at the post. Gosh, hadn't they fed her every vitamin on God's green earth? He had a dim notion that the dark field mouse had flashed past in front of him, yelling like an Indian, and that he had a sharp pain in his arm. Mrs. Cooper had pinched him savagely. "Look!" she said. Mr. Cooper looked. It was worth looking at. The white cap was level with the leader. It was drawing ahead, smoothly, with clean, rhythmic strokes. The green cap made a game spurt. Probably those last 5 yards were the bravest effort of Clara Van Sittart's life. But everything was against her. Ice cream, conscience, and Pip Emma. She lost her stroke, took a mouthful of lake, and foundered. The watchful Prissy in the motor boat hauled her in like a drowning puppy. The rest of the entry, consternated, gave up the struggle. They were up against the imponderable. Sheer inspiration. Pip Emma's gang flashed past the winning flag like a silver fish. The Penguins cheered. Their pride, their self-esteem, had foundered with their leader. But honorable camp tradition demanded that they should cheer. Pip Emma collapsed breathless. She saw Janet climb out of the water, and her Pop and Ma go to meet her, trying to look as though they weren't fit to burst. Janet threw her wet arms about them both, and then the 3 of them turned toward the tents, Janet walking in the middle. She walked differently. She had her head up and was swinging her cap and talking hard, like someone accustomed to being listened to. Pip Emma stood up. Alone and hidden by the trees, she performed an exultant war dance. She did not know it, but it was Hell's Kitchen dancing on Park Avenue. To celebrate Miss Thornton's birthday, the Happy Warriors went on a 2 days' hike. The Peewits camped on the other side of the lake, which gave them the illusion that they had hiked an enormous distance. The Penguins were to climb the Little Mountain, and the Pelicans the Big Mountain. Miss Thornton stayed in the camp. Having been wakened at the crack of dawn by eager voices singing, "Happy birthday, Miss Thornton," she felt justified. At the last moment one of the Penguin counselors went down with a cold, and Prissy had to take on the Penguins single-handed. Ordinarily she wouldn't have cared. The Penguins as campers were almost annoyingly efficient, but they were in bad shape. Their morale was shot to pieces. They had lost faith. They weren't even sure whether they liked hiking, or the camp, or one another, or themselves. They watched Pip Emma and wondered anxiously what she thought. Pip Emma wouldn't have told them for the world. In fact, she didn't really know. But as she climbed up through the cool shadows of the forest, with Janet tagging at her heels, something happened. It was as though she really were seeing trees for the first time. They weren't the dusty, forlorn exiles she had known in Central Park. They weren't even the sheltering, friendly camp trees. They were free and proud. It was terribly exciting to come out suddenly on an open space and look down on them brandishing their branches in the wind like the spears of a great army. And when at midday the Penguins built a fire and cooked sausages and bacon over the embers, that was fun. Pip Emma felt that even Ma would think it fun to cook under trees. One day, when Pip Emma was rich and famous, she'd bring Pop and Ma up here and show them how. Pride in herself as a woodsman who knew where you should build a fire and where you shouldn't began to kindle in her. When she got back, she'd tell the gang. There were a lot of things the gang didn't know that Pip Emma knew now. She'd sit on the stoop of the shabby brownstone house with her face between her fists and tell them,
Then one day we went on a 2 days hike. Gee, that was swell.
She wouldn't tell about her gang because it consisted of just one penguin, and the kids wouldn't understand. They began to climb again, but there was a change somewhere. The wind had died down. They were surrounded by a dense silence, and when they looked at one another, faintly uneasy, they saw that a thin veil hung over them. Prissy saw it first. She didn't like it. But just when she made up her mind that one of the mountain mists was creeping up on them, and that they'd better turn back, she put her foot on a hidden root and went down as though she'd been shot. The pain was so bad that she cried out. Only once. Then she set her teeth. But she couldn't get up. "It's my ankle," she said quietly. "I guess I've broken it." The Penguins knew all about splints and first aid. Prissy sat very white with the sweat running down her cold face. She'd seen Pip Emma watching her intently, and not for a king's ransom would she have so much as groaned. In a sort of way she was glad this had happened. She'd show Pip Emma something. "One of you had better go back to the camp for help," she said. And even as she said it, she knew that no one must go. The mist was like a besieging enemy whose scouts, having found them defenseless, now bore down on them in full force. They could hardly see one another. They'd have to stay together till the fog lifted. Sometimes, if the wind didn't come up, a fog lasted for 2 days, and their provisions had been sent ahead to their night's camping place. "Better build a fire," Prissy said calmly. She was worried and in bad pain, but she mustn't show it. The fire was hard to start. The wood was damp, and they'd used all their kindling. They sat as close as they could get to the sullen, smoky warmth. Pip Emma put her arm over Janet's shoulders. Clara sat on her other side. Clara was shivering a little. Almost unconsciously, she and Pip Emma edged closer to each other. They took turns finding wood. Night added black shadows to the muffling fog. It was getting colder. Pip Emma had saved one of her sausages, wrapped greasily in a paper napkin. She'd been hungry before, that time Pop and Ma had both lost their jobs. There'd been days and days when Pip Emma had had this gnawing pain, so it didn't worry her. But fat old Clara must be feeling real bad. She was always hungry anyway. "Here," Pip Emma said softly. Clara VanSittart gave one look at the sausage. Then she shut her eyes tight.
Thanks. I guess I won't, though. The others haven't anything.
Pip Emma looked at the sausage, too. She glanced anxiously at Janet. Janet shook her head. So Pip Emma tossed the sausage over her shoulder into the forest. It was no good to any of them. One of the twins grinned at her. A friendly, shy sort of grin. And suddenly Pip Emma was sorry. She was sorry she'd made old Clara sick before the race. After all, Clara couldn't help being fat and always hungry. She was sorry she'd taken the kids' beads. Prissy was right. The shell trick was just a trick, so it wasn't fair. Prissy was a good guy. She had guts. She could take it. The twins had put their extra coats over Prissy. There'd been quite a gay argument about it. Now Prissy leaned exhausted with pain against a tree, trying to smile at them. "It's a real adventure," she said. They nodded and tried to laugh back at her. All the same, they were just kids. They were scared too, and awfully cold and hungry. They were fighting back tears. Pip Emma knew, and suddenly Pip Emma began to sing.
We are the happy penguins, we play without a care.
At first, they just gaped at her. They couldn't believe their ears. She'd never sung their songs. She'd made them feel how silly they were. And now, suddenly, joyfully, they understood. Pip Emma was a penguin. She was one of them. And with a sensation like the breaking of a bad pain, Pip Emma knew too. They were all her gang. The fog-smothered forest rang with their young voices. Prissy had fallen into a doze, and Janet lay close to her for warmth. But Clara and Pip Emma talked softly to each other.
We gotta do something,
Pip Emma said.
I bet I could find the way,
Clara whispered back.
if you'll come with me. Sure, you bet,
Pip Emma said. They stood up cautiously. The penguins roused themselves from their half-frozen torpor to look at them. Clara made an authoritative gesture, silencing them. After all, she was still top penguin.
We're going for help,
she whispered. The two slipped out of the clearing. They held hands. They knew that if they let go of each other, they would be lost. They had only two ideas, to keep together and to keep going down, hoping that at the bottom they'd strike some familiar landmark. It wasn't much of a hope. They were like blind children, picking their way. Things hit them in the face and clutched at them, and when they stopped, breathless and shivering, they heard soft, dreadful sounds. Their clothes were torn. Their hands and faces, though they did not know it, were scratched and bleeding.
You awfully scared, Clara?
Pip Emma asked.
Not awfully. Not with you, Pip.
Hell's Kitchen and Park Avenue pushed on together. And at daybreak the forest ranger opened the door of his cabin to them. He and his wife had been up 2 nights with a sick child, and he was half asleep and not at all sure that he wasn't seeing things.
We're happy warriors,
Pip Emma said.
and we're all lost.
It wasn't anyone's fault that the forest ranger's child had the measles, and that the penguins, who had never had the chance to catch anything, went down with it like ninepins. The Penguin Circle was quarantined, and at night Pip Emma sat alone by the campfire. The doctor had said, "She'll be all right. She's been exposed probably to every germ known to man. She's a survival of the fittest." So Pip Emma was allowed to help nurse the penguins and sit on their beds when they were convalescing and tell them hair-raising stories of Hell's Kitchen. She made up some of them. And the adventures of the mounted cop-uncle grew gorier and gorier. The penguins seemed to like them gory. Little Janet was sicker than any of them, but when Pip Emma held her small feverish hand, she'd fall contentedly asleep. Except for Janet's feeling so bad, it was kind of fun. At night, Pip Emma and one of the Pelicans lighted the Penguin campfire so that the Penguins in their open tents could see the flames dance. And as they got better, Pip Emma would start them singing, "We Are the Happy Penguins." Pip Emma had a song of her own which she'd learned from Pop, who had sung it on Salisbury Plain.
I'm Henry the Eighth, I am. I've had 7 wives before, and I don't mind if I have one more.
It was a ribald, not very intelligible song, but it had a rousing chorus. Miss Thornton, in her tent writing reassuring letters to anxious parents, looked up at Prissy, who was helping in her wheelchair. "Is that a camp song?" she asked. "No," Prissy said, "but it's all right." And then came the last night of all, and Pip Emma sat alone by the campfire for the last time. Everything was packed and ready. Tomorrow they were all going home. Tomorrow Pip Emma would be back with Pop and Ma and the old gang. She'd have an awful lot to tell them about their great adventure and the camp powwows and sing-songs and marshmallow feasts. She'd learned some things, too, that she'd have to break to Pop and Ma very gently. The way you wore your napkin, for instance, and not picking your teeth or making noises with your soup. She'd never see Janet again, or Clara or Prissy or Miss Thornton, or the trees or the stars or the lake shining under them. She wasn't going to cry about it, though. She was trying so hard not to that she didn't know she wasn't alone any more. There was a little scuffling sound. She looked up, and there were the Penguins all around her, wrapped in their blankets and looking just like penguins. Clara Van Sittart was making a speech again.
We want to give you this, Pip Emma, she said, and we hope you'll always wear it.
It was the sacred Penguin badge.
Gee, you bet,
Pip Emma said huskily. They were gone, as quickly, as silently as they had come. It was as though they knew how Pip Emma felt. But little Janet crouched beside her.
Don't cry, Pip. I'm not crying. Yes, you are. I'm crying, too. Listen, Pip. Next year you're to come back. Miss Thornton says so, 'cause you're a real penguin. Honest? Honest. And Daddy wrote. He said that was a swell idea about not staying mad in 2 rooms. He says you must be a swell kid. You're to spend the Christmas holidays with us, and p'raps I can stay with you. Daddy says your Pop and Ma might be able to knock some sense into us all.
Pip Emma choked. Janet was holding her hand hard.
Pip. Yes? We're going to be friends always, aren't we? You bet.
Taps sounded. It was a sad, lonely sound in the night. Pip Emma stood up bravely. "We gotta go in now," she said. Because, after all, she was coming back next year, and some day she was going to be top penguin. So she must keep discipline. End of The Underpup by I.A.R. Wiley. Read by Jan McGillivray.
The Weight of Obligation by Rex Beach. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This is the story of a burden, the tale of a load that irked a strong man's shoulders. To those who do not know the North, it may seem strange. But to those who understand the humours of men in solitude, and the extravagant vagaries that steal in upon their minds, as fog drifts with the night, it will not appear unusual. There are spirits in the wilderness, eerie forces which play pranks, some droll or whimsical, others grim. Johnny Cantwell and Mortimer Grant were partners, trailmates, brothers in soul if not in blood. The ebb and flood of frontier life had brought them together. Its hardships had united them until they were as one. They were something of a mystery to each other, neither having surrendered all his confidence, and because of this they retained their mutual attraction. They had met by accident, but they remained together by desire. The spirit of adventure bubbled merrily within them, and it led them into curious byways. It was this which sent them northward from the States in the dead of winter, on the heels of the Stony River strike. It was this which induced them to land at Katmai instead of Iliamna, whither their land journey should have commenced. There are 2 routes over the coast range, the captain of the Dora told them, and only 2. Iliamna Pass is low and easy, but the distance is longer than by way of Katmai. I can land you at either place. Katmai is pretty tough, isn't it? Grant inquired. We've understood it to be the worst pass in Alaska. Cantwell's eyes were eager. It's awful. Nobody travels it except natives, and they don't like it. Now, Iliamna, we'll try Katmai, eh, Mort? Sure. They don't come hard enough for us, Cap. We'll see if it's as bad as it's painted. So, one gray January morning, they were landed on a frozen beach. Their outfit was flung ashore through the surf. The lifeboat pulled away, and the Dora disappeared after a farewell toot of her whistle. Their last glimpse of her showed the captain waving goodbye, and the purser flapping a red tablecloth at them from the afterdeck. Cheerful place, this, Grant remarked, as he noted the desolate surroundings of dune and hillside. The beach itself was black and raw where the surf washed it, but elsewhere all was white, save for the thickets of alder and willow which protruded nakedly. The bay was little more than a hollow scooped out of the Alaskan range. Along the foothills behind, there was a belt of spruce and cottonwood and birch. It was a lonely and apparently unpeopled wilderness in which they had been set down. Seems good to be back in the north again, doesn't it? Said Cantwell cheerily. I'm tired of the booze and the streetcars and the dames and all that civilized stuff. I'd rather be broke in Alaska, with you, than a banker's son back home. Soon a globular Russian half-breed, a Katmai trader, appeared among the dunes, and with him were some native villagers. That night the partners slept in a snug log cabin, the roof of which was chained down with old ship's cables. Petalin, the fat little trader, explained that Roos and Katmai had a way of sailing off to seaward when the wind blew. He listened to their plan of crossing the divide, and nodded. It could be done, of course, he agreed, but they were foolish to try it, when the Iliamna route was open. Still, now that they were here, he would find dogs for them, and a guide. The village hunters were out after meat, however, and until they returned the white men would need to wait in patience. There followed several days of idleness, during which Cantwell and Grant amused themselves around the village, teasing the squaws, playing games with the boys, and flirting harmlessly with the girls, one of whom, in particular, was not unattractive. She was perhaps 3/4 Aleut, the other quarter being plain coquette, and, having been educated at the town of Kodiak, she knew the ways and the wiles of the white man. Cantwell approached her, and she met his extravagant advances more than halfway. They were getting along nicely together when Grant, in a spirit of fun, entered the game and won her fickle smiles for himself. He joked his partner unmercifully, and Johnny accepted defeat gracefully, never giving the matter a second thought. When the hunters returned, dogs were bought, a guide was hired, and a week after landing, the friends were camped at the timberline awaiting a favorable moment for their dash across the range. Above them, white hillsides rose in irregular leaps to the gash in the sawtooth barrier which formed the pass. Below them, a short valley led down to Katmai and the sea. The day was bright, the air clear. Nevertheless, after the guide had stared up the peaks for a time, He shook his head, then re-entered the tent and lay down. The mountains were smoking. From their tops streamed the gossamer veil which the travelers knew to be drifting snow clouds, carried by the wind. It meant delay, but they were patient. They were up and going on the following morning, however, with the Indian in the lead. There was no trail. The hills were steep. In places they were forced to unload the sled and hoist their outfit by means of ropes, and as they mounted higher, the snow deepened. It lay like loose sand, only lighter. It shoved ahead of the sled in a feathery mass. The dogs wallowed in it and were unable to pull, hence the greater part of the work devolved upon the men. Once above the foothills and into the range proper, the going became more level, but the snow remained knee-deep. The Indian broke trail stolidly. The partners strained at the sled, which hung back like a leaden thing. By afternoon, the dogs had become disheartened and refused to heed the whip. There was neither fuel nor running water, and therefore the party did not pause for luncheon. The men were sweating profusely from their exertions, and had long since become parched with thirst. But the dry snow was like chalk, and scoured their throats. Cantwell was the first to show the effects of his unusual exertions, for not only had he assumed a lion's share of the work, but the last few months of easy living had softened his muscles, and in consequence his vitality was quickly spent. His undergarments were drenched. He was fearfully dry inside. A terrible thirst seemed to penetrate his whole body. He was forced to rest frequently. Grant eyed him with some concern, finally inquiring, "Feel bad, Johnny?" Cantwell nodded. Their fatigue made both men economical of language. "What's the matter?" "Thirsty." The former could barely speak. "There won't be any water till we get across. You'll have to stand it." They resumed their duties. The Indians swished ahead, as if wading through a sea of swan's down. The dogs followed listlessly. The partners leaned against the stubborn load. A faint breath finally came out of the north, causing Grant and the guide to study the sky anxiously. Cantwell was too weary to heed the increasing cold. The snow on the slopes above began to move. Here and there, on exposed ridges, it rose in clouds and puffs. The clean-cut outlines of the hills became obscured as by fog. The languid wind bit cruelly. After a time Johnny fell back upon the sled and exclaimed, "I'm all in, Mort. Don't seem to have the guts." He was pale. His eyes were tortured. He scooped a mittenful of snow and raised it to his lips, then spat it out, still dry. "Here, brace up." In a panic of apprehension at this collapse, Grant shook him. He had never known Johnny to fail like this. "Take a drink. It'll do you good." He drew a bottle from one of the dunnage bags, and Cantwell seized it avidly. It was wet. It would quench his thirst, he thought. Before Mort could check him, he had drunk a third of the contents. The effect was almost instantaneous, for Cantwell's stomach was empty, and his tissues seemed to absorb the liquor like a dry sponge. His fatigue fell away. He became suddenly strong and vigorous again. But before he had gone 100 yards, the reaction followed. First his mind grew thick. Then his limbs became unmanageable, and his muscles flabby. He was drunk, yet it was a strange and dangerous intoxication, against which he struggled desperately. He fought it for perhaps a quarter of an hour before it mastered him. Then he gave up. Both men knew that stimulants are never taken on the trail, but they had never stopped to reason why. And even now they did not attribute Johnny's breakdown to the brandy. After a while he stumbled and fell. Then, the cool snow being grateful to his face, he sprawled there motionless until Mort dragged him to the sled. He stared at his partner in perplexity and laughed foolishly. The wind was increasing. Darkness was near, and they had not yet reached the Bering slope. Something in the drunken man's face frightened Grant, and extracting a ship's biscuit from the grub box, he said hurriedly, "Here, Johnny, get something under your belt, quick." Cantwell obediently munched the hard cracker, but there was no moisture on his tongue. His throat was paralyzed. The crumbs crowded themselves from the corners of his lips. He tried with limber fingers to stuff them down, or to assist the muscular action of swallowing, but finally expelled them in a cloud. Mort drew the parka hood over his partner's head, for the wind cut like a scythe, and the dogs were turning tail to it, digging holes in the snow for protection. The air about them was like yeast. The light was fading. The Indian snowshoed his way back, advising a quick camp until the storm abated. But to this suggestion Grant refused to listen, knowing only too well the peril of such a course. Nor did he dare take Johnny on the sled, since the fellow was half asleep already, but instead whipped up the dogs and urged his companion to follow as best he could. When Cantwell fell for a second time, he returned, dragged him forward, and tied his wrists firmly, yet loosely, to the load. The storm was pouring over them now like water out of a spout. It seared and blinded them. Its touch was like that of a flame. Nevertheless, they struggled on into the smother, making what headway they could. The Indian led, pulling at the end of a rope. Grant strained at the sled and hoarsely encouraged the dogs. Cantwell stumbled and lurched in the rear like an unwilling prisoner. When he fell, his companion lifted him, then beat him, cursed him, tried in every way to rouse him from his lethargy. After an interminable time they found they were descending, and this gave them heart to plunge ahead more rapidly. The dogs began to trot as the sled overran them. They rushed blindly into gullies, fetching up at the bottom in a tangle, and Johnny followed in a nerveless, stupefied condition. He was dragged like a sack of flour, for his legs were limp, and he lacked muscular control. But every dash, every fall, every quick descent drove the sluggish blood through his veins and cleared his brain momentarily. Such moments were fleeting, however. Much of the time his mind was a blank, and it was only by a mechanical effort that he fought off unconsciousness. He had vague memories of many beatings at Mort's hands, of the slippery, clean-swept ice of a stream over which he limply skidded, of being carried into a tent where a candle flickered and a stove roared. Grant was holding something hot to his lips, and then it was morning. He was weak and sick. He felt as if he had awakened from a hideous dream. "I played out, didn't I?" he queried, wonderingly. "You sure did," Grant laughed. "It was a tight squeak, old boy. I never thought I'd get you through." "Played out? I can't understand it." Cantwell prided himself on his strength and stamina. Therefore the truth was unbelievable. He and Mort had long been partners, and they had given and taken much at each other's hands. But this was something altogether different. Grant had saved his life, at risk of his own. The older man's endurance had been the greater, and he had used it to good advantage. It embarrassed Johnny tremendously to realize that he had proved unequal to his share of the work, for he had never before experienced such an obligation. He apologized repeatedly during the few days he lay sick, and meanwhile Mort waited upon him like a mother. Cantwell was relieved when at last they had abandoned camp, changed guides at the next village, and were on their way along the coast. For somehow he felt very sensitive about his collapse. He was, in fact, extremely ashamed of himself. Once he had fully recovered, he had no further trouble, but soon rounded into fit condition and showed no effects of his ordeal. Day after day he and Mort traveled through the solitudes, their isolation broken only by occasional glimpses of native villages, where they rested briefly and renewed their supply of dog feed. But although the younger man was now as well and strong as ever, he was uncomfortably conscious that his trailmate regarded him as the weaker of the two, and shielded him in many ways. Grant performed most of the unpleasant tasks, and occasionally cautioned Johnny about overdoing. This protective attitude at first amused, and then offended Cantwell. It galled him until he was upon the point of voicing his resentment, but reflected that he had no right to object, for, judging by past performances, he had proved his inferiority. This uncomfortable realization forever arose to prevent open rebellion, but he asserted himself secretly by robbing Grant of his self-appointed tasks. He rose first in the mornings. He did the cooking. He lengthened his turns ahead of the dogs. He mended harnesses after the day's hike had ended. Of course the older man objected, and for a time they had a good-natured rivalry as to who should work and who should rest. Only it was not quite so good-natured on Cantwell's part as he made it appear. Mort broke out in friendly irritation one day. Don't try to do everything, Johnny. Remember, I'm no cripple. Huh. You proved that. I guess it's up to me to do your work. Oh, forget that day on the pass, can't you? Johnny grunted a second time, and from his tone it was evident that he would never forget, unpleasant though the memory remained. Sensing his sullen resentment, the other tried to rally him, but made a bad job of it. The humor of men in the open is not delicate. Their wit and their words become coarsened in direct proportion as they revert to the primitive. It is one of the effects of the solitudes. Grant spoke extravagantly, mockingly of his own superiority, in a way which ordinarily would have brought a smile to Cantwell's lips. But the latter did not smile. He taunted Johnny humorously on his lack of physical prowess, his lack of good looks and manly qualities, something which had never failed to result in a friendly exchange of badinage. He even teased him about his defeat with the Katmai girl. Cantwell did respond finally, but afterward he found himself wondering if Mort could have been in earnest. He dismissed the thought with some impatience. But men on the trail have too much time for their thoughts. There is nothing in the monotonous routine of the day's work to distract them. So the partner who played out dwelt more and more upon his debt, and upon his friend's easy assumption of preeminence. The weight of obligation began to chafe him, lightly at first, but with ever-increasing discomfort. He began to think that Grant honestly considered himself the better man, merely because chance had played into his hands. It was silly, even childish to dwell upon the subject, he reflected, and yet he could not banish it from his mind. It was always before him, in one form or another. He felt the strength in his lean muscles, and sneered at the thought that Mort should be deceived. If it came to a physical test, he felt sure he could break his slighter partner with his bare hands. And as for endurance, well, he was hungry for a chance to demonstrate it. They talked little. Men seldom converse in the waste, for there is something about the silence of the wilderness which discourages speech. And no land is so grimly silent, so hushed and soundless, as the frozen north. For days they marched through desolation, without glimpse of human habitation, without sight of track or trail, without sound of a human voice to break the monotony. There was no game in the country, with the exception of occasional bird or rabbit. Nothing but the white hills, the fringe of alder tops along the watercourses, and the thickets of gnarled, unhealthy spruce in the smothered valleys. Their destination was a mysterious stream at the headwaters of the unmapped Kuskokwim, where rumor said there was gold, and whither they feared other men were hastening from the mining country far to the north. Now it is a penalty of the white country that men shall think of women. Cantwell began to brood upon the Katmai girl, for she was the last. Her eyes were haunting, and distance had worked its usual enchantment. He reflected that Mort had shouldered him aside and won her favor, then boasted of it. Johnny awoke one night with a dream of her, and lay quivering. She was only a squaw, he said half aloud, if I'd really tried. Grant lay beside him, snoring, the heat of their bodies intermingled. The waking man tried to compose himself, but his partner's stertorous breathing irritated him beyond measure. For a long time he remained motionless, staring into the gray blur of the tent top. He had played out. He owed his life to the man who had cheated him of the Katmai girl, and that man knew it. He had become a weak, helpless thing, dependent upon another man's strength, and that other now accepted his superiority as a matter of course. The obligation was insufferable, and it was unjust. The North had played him a devilish trick. It had betrayed him. It had bound him to his benefactor with chains of gratitude which were irksome. Had they been real chains, they could have galled him no more than at this moment. As time passed, the men spoke less frequently to each other. Grant joshed his mate roughly once or twice, masking beneath an assumption of jocularity his own vague irritation at the change that had come over them. It was as if he had probed at the open wound with clumsy fingers. Cantwell had by this time assumed most of those petty camp tasks which provoke tired trailers, those humdrum duties which are so trying to exhausted nerves, and of course they wore upon him as they wear upon every man. But once he had taken them over, he began to resent Grant's easy relinquishment. It rankled him to realize how willingly the other allowed him to do the cooking, the dishwashing, the fire building, the bed making. Little monotonies of this kind form the hardest part of winter travel. They are the rocks upon which friendships founder and partnerships are wrecked. Out on the trail, nature equalizes the work to a great extent, and no man can shirk unduly. But in camp, inside the cramped confines of a tent pitched on boughs laid over the snow, it is very different. There one must busy himself while the other rests, and keeps his legs out of the way if possible. One man sits on the bedding at the rear of the shelter and shivers, while the other squats over a tantalizing fire of green wood, blistering his face and parboiling his limbs inside his sweaty clothing. Dishes must be passed, food divided, and it is poor food, poorly prepared at best. Sometimes men criticize and voice longings for better grub and better cooking. Remarks of this kind have been known to result in tragedies, bitter words and flaming curses, then perhaps wild actions, memories of which the later years can never erase. It is but one prank of the wilderness, one grim manifestation of its silent forces. Had Grant been unable to do his part, Cantwell would have willingly accepted the added burden. But Mort was able. He was nimble and handy. He was the better cook of the two. In fact, he was the better man in every way, or so he believed. Cantwell sneered at the last thought, and the memory of his debt was like a bitter medicine. His resentment, in reality nothing more than a phase of insanity begot of isolation and silence, could not help but communicate itself to his companion, and there resulted in a mutual antagonism, which grew into a dislike, then festered into something more, something strange, reasonless, yet terribly vivid, and amazingly potent for evil. Neither man ever mentioned it. Their tongues were clenched between their teeth, and they held themselves in check with harsh hands, but it was constantly in their minds nevertheless. No man who has not suffered the manifold irritations of such an intimate association can appreciate the gnawing clankor of animosity like this. It was dangerous because there was no relief from it. The two were bound together as by gyres. They shared each other's every action, and every plan. They trod in each other's tracks, slept in the same bed, ate from the same plate. They were like prisoners ironed to the same staple. Each fought the obsession in his own way, but it is hard to fight the impalpable. Hence their sick fancies grew in spite of themselves. Their minds needed food to prey upon, but found none. Each began to criticize the other silently, to sneer at his weaknesses, to meditate derisively upon his peculiarities. After a time they no longer resented the advance of these poisonous thoughts, but welcomed it. On more than one occasion the embers of their wrath were upon the point of bursting into flame, but each realized that the first ill-considered word would serve to slip the leash from those demons that were straining to go free, and so managed to restrain himself. The crisis came one crisp morning, when a dog team whirled around a bend in the river and a white man hailed them. He was the mail carrier, on his way out from Nome, and he brought news of the inside. "Where are you boys bound for?" he inquired, when greetings were over and gossip of the trail had passed. "We're going to the Stony River strike," Grant told him. "Stony River? Up the Kuskokwim?" "Yes." The mailman laughed. "Can you beat that? Ain't you heard about Stony River?" "No." "Why, it's a fake. No such place." There was a silence. The partners avoided each other's eyes. "McDonald, the fellow that started it, is on his way to Dawson. There's a gang after him, too, and if he's caught it'll go hard with him. He wrote the letters to himself, and spread the news just to raise a grubstake. He cleaned up big before they got onto him. He peddled his tips for real money." "Yes," Grant spoke quietly. "Johnny bought one. That's what brought us from Seattle. We went out on the last boat and figured we'd come up from this side before the breakup. So, fake." "Gee, you fellers bit good." The mail carrier shook his head. "Well, you better keep going now. You'll get to Nome before the season opens. Better take dogfish from Bethel. It's 4 bits a pound on the Yukon. Sorry I didn't hit your camp last night. We'd have had a visit. Tell the gang you saw me." He shook hands ceremoniously, yelled at his panting dogs, and went swiftly on his way, waving a mitten on high as he vanished around the next bend. The partners watched him go. Then Grant turned to Johnny and repeated, "Fake. MacDonald stung you." Cantwell's face went as white as the snow behind him. His eyes blazed. "Why did you tell him I bit?" he demanded harshly. "Huh. Didn't you bite? 2,000 miles afoot. 3 months of Hades for nothing. That's biting some." "Well." The speaker's face was convulsed, and Grant's flamed with an answering anger. They glared at each other for a moment. "Don't blame me. You fell for it, too." "I?" Mort checked his rushing words. "Yes, you. Now what are you going to do about it? Welsh?" "I'm going through to Nome." The sight of his partner's rage had set Mort to shaking with a furious desire to fly at his throat, but fortunately he retained a spark of sanity. "Then shut up and quit chewing the rag. You talk too much." Mort's eyes were bloodshot. They fell upon the carbine under the sled lashings and lingered there, then wavered. He opened his lips, reconsidered, spoke softly to the team, then lifted the heavy dog whip and smote the Malamutes with all his strength. The men resumed their journey without further words, but each was cursing inwardly. So, I talk too much, Grant thought. The accusation struck in his mind, and he determined to speak no more. "He blames me," Cantwell reflected bitterly. "I'm in the wrong again, and he couldn't keep his mouth shut. A fine partner he is." All day they plodded on, neither trusting himself to speak. They ate their evening meal like mutes. They avoided each other's eyes. Even the guide noticed a change, and looked on curiously. There were 2 robes, and these the partners shared nightly. But their hatred had grown so during the past few hours that the thought of lying side by side, limb to limb, was distasteful. Yet neither dared suggest a division of the bedding, for that would have brought further words, and resulted in the crash which they longed for, but feared. They stripped off their furs, and lay down beside each other with the same repugnance they would have felt had there been a serpent in the couch. This unending malevolent silence became terrible. The strain of it increased, for each man now had something definite to cherish in the words and the looks that had passed. They divided the camp work with scrupulous nicety. Each man waited upon himself and asked no favors. The knowledge of his debt forever chafed Cantwell. Grant resented his companion's lack of gratitude. Of course they spoke occasionally. It was beyond human endurance to remain entirely dumb. But they conversed in monosyllables, about trivial things, and their voices were throaty, as if the effect choked them. Meanwhile, they continued to glow inwardly at a white heat. Cantwell no longer felt the desire merely to match his strength against Grant's. The estrangement had become too wide for that. A physical victory would have been flat and tasteless. He craved some deeper satisfaction. He began to think of the axe. Just how or when or why he never knew. It was a thin-bladed, polished thing of frosty steel, and the more he thought of it, the stronger grew his impulse to rid himself once and for all of that presence which exasperated him. It would be very easy, he reasoned, a sudden blow, with the weight of his shoulders behind it. He fancied he could feel the bit sink into Grant's flesh, cleaving bone and cartilage in its course. A slanted downward stroke, aimed at the neck where it joined the body, and he would be forever satisfied. It would be ridiculously simple. He practiced in the gloom of the evening, as he felled spruce trees for firewood. He guarded the axe religiously. It became a living thing, which urged him on to violence. He saw it standing by the tent fly when he closed his eyes to sleep. He dreamed of it. He sought it out with his eyes when he first awoke. He slid it loosely under the sled lashings every morning, thinking that its use could no longer be delayed. As for Grant, the carbine dwelt forever in his mind, and his fingers itched for it. He secretly slipped a cartridge into the chamber, and when an occasional ptarmigan offered itself for a target, he saw the white spot on the breast of Johnny's reindeer parka dancing ahead of the Lyman bead. The solitude had done its work. The North played its grim comedy to the final curtain, making sport of men's affections and turning love to rankling hate. But into the mind of each man crept a certain craftiness. Each longed to strike, but feared to face the consequences. It was lonesome, here among the white hills and the deadly silences, yet they reflected that it would be still more lonesome if they were left to keep step with nothing more substantial than a memory. They determined, therefore, to wait until civilization was nearer, meanwhile rehearsing the moment they knew was inevitable. Over and over in their thoughts, each of them enacted the scene, ending it always with a picture of a prostrate man and a patch of trampled snow, which grew crimson as the other gloated. They paused at Bethel Mission long enough to load the dried salmon, then made the 90-mile portage over the lake and tundra to the Yukon. There they got their first touch of the inside world. They camped in a Barra Bora where white men had slept a few nights before, and heard their own language spoken by native tongues. The time was growing short now, and they purposely dismissed their guide, knowing that the trail was plain from there on. When they hitched up on the next morning, Cantwell placed the axe bit down between the tarpaulin and the sled rail, leaving the helve projecting where his hand could reach it. Grant thrust the barrel of the rifle beneath a lashing, with the butt close by the handlebars, and it was loaded. A mile from the village they were overtaken by an Indian and a squaw, traveling light behind hungry dogs. The natives attached themselves to the white men and hung stubbornly to their heels, taking advantage of their tracks. When night came they camped alongside, in the hope of food. They announced that they were bound for St. Michael's, and in spite of every effort to shake them off, they remained close behind the partners until that point was reached. At St. Michael's there were white men, practically the first Johnny and Mort had encountered since landing at Katmai, and for a day at least they were sane. But there were still 300 miles to be traveled, 300 miles of solitude and haunting thoughts. Just as they were about to start, Cantwell came upon Grant and the AC agent, and heard his name pronounced, also the word Katmai. He noticed that Mort fell silent at his approach, and instantly his anger blazed afresh. He decided that the latter had been telling the story of their experience on the pass, and the boasting of his service. So much the better, he thought, in a blind rage. That which he planned doing would appear all the more like an accident, for who would dream that a man could kill the person to whom he owed his life? That night he waited for a chance. They were camped in a dismal hut on a windswept shore. They were alone. But Grant was waiting also, it seemed. They lay down beside each other, ostensibly to sleep. Their limbs touched, the warmth from their bodies intermingled, but they did not close their eyes. They were up and away early, with Nome drawing rapidly nearer. They had skirted an ocean, foot by foot. Bering Sea lay behind them now, and its northern shore swung westward to their goal. For 2 months they had lived in silent animosity, feeding on bitter food while their elbows rubbed. Noon found them floundering through one of those unheralded storms which made coast travel so hazardous. The morning had turned off gray. The sky was of a leaden hue, which blended perfectly with the snow underfoot. There was no horizon. It was impossible to see more than a few yards in any direction. The trail soon became obliterated, and their eyes began to play tricks. For all they could distinguish, they might have been suspended in space. They seemed to be treading the measure of an endless dance in the center of a whirling cloud. Of course it was cold, for the wind off the open sea was damp. But they were not men to turn back. They soon discovered that their difficulty lay not in facing the storm, but in holding to the trail. That narrow 2-foot causeway, packed by a winter's travel and frozen into a ribbon of ice by winter's frost, afforded their only avenue of progress. For the moment they left it, the sled plowed into the loose snow, well nigh disappearing and bringing the dogs to a standstill. It was the duty of the driver in such cases to wallow forward, right the load if necessary, and lift it back into place. These mishaps were forever occurring, for it was impossible to distinguish the trail beneath its soft covering. However, if the driver's task was hard, it was no more trying than that of the man ahead, who was compelled to feel out and explore the ridge of hardened snow and ice with his feet, after the fashion of a man walking a plank in the dark. Frequently he lunged into the drifts with one foot, or both. His glazed muckluck sole slid about, causing him to bestride the invisible hogback, or again his legs crossed awkwardly, throwing him off his balance. At times he wandered away from the path entirely, and had to search it out again. These exertions were very wearing, and they were dangerous also, for joints are easily dislocated, muscles twisted, and tendons strained. Hour after hour the march continued, unrelieved by any change, unbroken by any speck or spot of color. The nerves of their eyes, wearied by constant nearsighted peering at the snow, began to jump, so that vision became untrustworthy. Both travelers appreciated the necessity of clinging to the trail, for once they lost it, they knew they might wander about indefinitely until they chanced to regain it, or found their way to the shore, while always to seaward was the menace of open water, of air holes, or cracks which might gape beneath their feet like jaws. Immersion in this temperature, no matter how brief, meant death. The monotony of progress through this unreal leaden world became almost unbearable. The repeated strainings and twistings they suffered in walking the slippery ridge reduced the men to weariness. Their legs grew clumsy, and their feet uncertain. Had they found a camping place, they would have stopped, but they dared not forsake the thin thread that linked them with safety to go look for one now, not knowing where the shore lay. In storms of this kind, men have lain in their sleeping bags for days, within a stone's throw of a roadhouse or village. Bodies have been found within 100 yards of shelter after blizzards have abated. Cantwell and Grant had no choice, therefore, except to bore into the welter of drifting flakes. It was late in the afternoon when the latter met with an accident. Johnny, who had taken a spell at the rear, heard him cry out, saw him stagger, struggle to hold his footing, then sink into the snow. The dogs paused instantly, lay down, and began to strip the ice pellets from between their toes. Cantwell spoke harshly, leaning upon the handlebars. "Well, what's the idea?" It was the longest sentence of the day. "I hurt myself." Mort's voice was thin and strange. He raised himself to a sitting posture, and reached beneath his parka, then lay back weakly. He writhed. His face was twisted with pain. He continued to lie there, doubled into a knot of suffering. A groan was wrenched from between his teeth. "Hurt? How?" Johnny inquired dully. It seemed very ridiculous to see that strong man kicking around in the snow. "I've ripped something loose. Here." Mort's palms were pressed in upon his groin. His fingers were clutching something. "Ruptured, I guess." He tried again to rise, but sank back. His cap had fallen off, and his forehead glistened with sweat. Cantwell went forward and lifted him. It was the first time in many days that their hands had touched, and the sensation affected him strangely. He struggled to repress a devilish mirth at the thought that Grant had played out. It amounted to that and nothing less. The trail had delivered him into his enemy's hands. His hour had struck. Johnny determined to square the debt now, once and for all, and wipe his own mind clean of that poison which corroded it. His muscles were strong, his brain clear. He had never felt his strength so irresistible as at this moment, while Mort, for all his boasted superiority, was nothing but a nerveless thing hanging limp against his breast. Providence had arranged it all. The younger man was impelled to give raucous voice to his glee, and yet his helpless burden exerted an odd effect upon him. He deposited his foe upon the sled and stared at the face he had not met for many days. He saw how white it was, how wet and cold, how weak and dazed. Then as he looked, he cursed inwardly, for the triumph of his moment was spoiled. The axe was there. Its polished bit showed like a piece of ice. Its helve protruded handily. But there was no need of it now. His fingers were all the weapons Johnny needed. They were more than sufficient, in fact, for Mort was like a child. Cantwell was a strong man, and although the North had coarsened him, yet underneath the surface was a chivalrous regard for all things weak, and this the trail madness had not affected. He had longed for this instant, but now that it had come he felt no enjoyment, since he could not harm a sick man, and waged no war on cripples. Perhaps when Mort had rested, they could settle their quarrel. This was as good a place as any. The storm hid them. They would leave no traces. There could be no interruption. But Mort did not rest. He could not walk. Movement brought excruciating pain. Finally Cantwell heard himself saying, "Better wrap up and lie still for a while. I'll get the dogs under way." His words amazed him dully. They were not at all what he had intended to say. The injured man demurred, but the other insisted gruffly, then brought him his mittens and cap, slapping the snow out of them before rousing the team to motion. The load was very heavy now. The dogs had no footprints to guide them, and it required all of Cantwell's efforts to prevent capsizing. Night approached swiftly. The whirling snow particles continued to flow past upon the wind, shrouding the earth in an impenetrable pall. The journey soon became a terrible ordeal, a slow, halting progress that led nowhere, and was accomplished at the cost of tremendous exertion. Time after time Johnny broke trail, then returned and urged the huskies forward to the end of his tracks. When he lost the path, he sought it out, laboriously hoisted the sledge back into place, and coaxed his four-footed helpers to renewed effort. He was drenched with perspiration. His inner garments were steaming. His outer ones were frozen into a coat of armor. When he paused, he chilled rapidly. His vision was untrustworthy also, and he felt snow blindness coming on. Grant begged him more than once to unroll the bedding and prepare to sleep out the storm. He even urged Johnny to leave him and make a dash for his own safety, but at this the younger man cursed and told him to hold his tongue. Night found the lone driver slipping, plunging, lurching ahead of the dogs, or shoving at the handlebars and shouting at the dogs. Finally, during a pause for rest, he heard a sound which roused him. Out of the gloom to the right came the faint complaining howl of a malamute. It was answered by his own dogs, and the next moment they had caught a scent which swerved them shoreward and led them scrambling through the drifts. 200 yards, and a steep bank loomed above, up and over which they rushed, with Cantwell yelling encouragement. Then a light showed, and they were in the lee of a low-roofed hut. A sick native, huddled over a Yukon stove, made them welcome to his mean abode, explaining that his wife and son had gone to Unalaklik for supplies. Johnny carried his partner to the one unoccupied bunk and stripped his clothes from him. With his own hands he rubbed the warmth back into Mortimer's limbs, then swiftly prepared hot food, and holding him in the hollow of his aching arm, fed him a little at a time. He was like to drop from exhaustion, but he made no complaint. With one folded robe he made the hard boards comfortable, then spread the other as a covering. For himself he sat beside the fire and fought his weariness. When he dozed off and the cold awakened him, he renewed the fire. He heated beef tea, and rousing Mort, fed it to him with a teaspoon. All night long, at intervals he tended the sick man, and Grant's eyes followed him with an expression that brought a fierce pain to Cantwell's throat. "You're mighty good, after the rotten way I acted," the former whispered once, and Johnny's big hand trembled so that he spilled the broth. His voice was low and tender as he inquired, "Are you resting easier now?" The other nodded. "Maybe you're not hurt badly after all. God, that would be awful." Cantwell choked, turned away, and raising his arms against the log wall, buried his face in them. The morning broke clear. Grant was sleeping. As Johnny stiffly mounted the creek bank with a bucket of water, he heard a jingle of sleigh bells, and saw a sled with two white men swing in towards the cabin. "Hello," he called, then heard his own name pronounced. "Johnny Cantwell, by all that's holy." The next moment he was shaking hands vigorously with two old friends from Nome. "Martin and me are bound for St. Mike's," one of them explained. "Where the deuce did you come from, Johnny?" "The outside. Started for Stony River, but—" "Stony River!" The newcomers began to laugh loudly, and Cantwell joined them. It was the first time he had laughed for weeks. He realized the fact with a start, then recollected also his sleeping partner and said, "Shh! Mort's inside, asleep." During the night everything had changed for Johnny Cantwell. His mental attitude, his hatred, his whole reasonless insanity. Everything was different now. Even his debt was cancelled. The weight of obligation was removed, and his diseased fancies were completely cured. "Yes, Stony River," he repeated, grinning broadly. I bit. Martin burst forth gleefully. They caught MacDonald at Holy Cross and ran him out on a limb. He'll never start another stampede. Old man Baker gun-branded him. What's the matter with Mort? Inquired the second traveler. He's resting up. Yesterday during the storm Johnny was upon the point of saying played out, but changed it to had an accident. We thought it was serious, but a few days' rest'll bring him around all right. He saved me at Katmai, coming in. I petered out and threw up my tail, but he got me through. Come inside and tell him the news. Sure thing. Well, well, Martin said. So you and Mort are still partners, eh? Still partners? Johnny took up the pail of water. Well, rather. We'll always be partners. His voice was young and full and hearty as he continued. Why, Mort's the best fellow in the world. I'd lay down my life for him. End of The Weight of Obligation by Rex Beach. Recorded by James Christopher. jxchristopher@yahoo.com. July 2010.
Wilton's Holiday by P.G. Wodehouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wilton's Holiday by P.G. Wodehouse. Read by Don W. Jenkins. When Jack Wilton first came to Moroy Bay, none of us dreamed that he was a man with a hidden sorrow in his life. There was something about the man which made the idea absurd, or would have made it absurd if he himself had not been the authority for the story. He looked so thoroughly pleased with life and with himself. He was one of those men whom you instinctively label in your mind as strong. He was so healthy, so fit, and had such a confident yet sympathetic look about him that you felt directly you saw him that here was the one person you would have selected as the recipient of that hard luck story of yours. You felt that his kindly strength would have been something to lean on. As a matter of fact, it was by trying to lean on it that Spencer Clay got hold of the facts of the case, and when young Clay got hold of anything, Moroy Bay at large had it hot and fresh a few hours later. For Spencer was one of those slack-jawed youths who are constitutionally incapable of preserving a secret. Within 2 hours, then, of Clay's chat with Wilton, everyone in the place knew that, jolly and hearty as the newcomer might seem, there was that gnawing at his heart which made his outward cheeriness simply heroic. Clay, it seems, who is the worst specimen of self-pitier, had gone to Wilton, in whom, as a newcomer, he naturally saw a fine fresh repository for his tales of woe, and had opened with a long yarn of some misfortune or other. I forget which it was. It might have been any one of a dozen or so which he had constantly in stock, and it is immaterial which it was. The point is that having heard him out very politely and patiently, Wilton came back at him with a story which silenced even Clay. Spencer was equal to most things, but even he could not go on whining about how he had foozled his putting, and been snubbed at the bridge table, or whatever it was that he was pitying himself about just then, when a man was telling him the story of a wrecked life. "He told me not to let it go any further," said Clay to everyone he met, "but of course it doesn't matter telling you. It is a thing he doesn't like to have known. He told me because he said there was something about me that seemed to extract confidences, a kind of strength, he said. You wouldn't think it to look at him, but his life is an absolute blank. Absolutely ruined, don't you know. He told me the whole thing so simply and frankly that it broke me all up. It seems that he was engaged to be married a few years ago, and on the wedding morning, absolutely on the wedding morning, the girl was taken suddenly ill and died? And died. Died in his arms. Absolutely in his arms, old top. What a terrible thing. Absolutely. He's never got over it. You won't let it go any further, will you, old man?" And off sped Spencer to tell the tale to someone else. Everyone was terribly sorry for Wilton. He was such a good fellow, such a sportsman, and above all so young, that one hated the thought that, laugh as he might, beneath his laughter there lay the pain of that awful memory. He seemed so happy, too. It was only in moments of confidence, in those heart-to-heart talks when men reveal their deeper feelings, that he ever gave a hint that all was not well with him. As, for example, when Ellerton, who was always in love with someone, backed him into a corner one evening and began to tell him the story of his latest affair. He had hardly begun when such a look of pain came over Wilton's face that he ceased instantly. He said afterwards that the sudden realization of the horrible break he was making hit him like a bullet, and the manner in which he turned the conversation practically without pausing from love to a discussion of the best method of getting out of the bunker at the seventh hole was, in the circumstances, a triumph of tact. Maroy Bay is a quiet place even in the summer, and the Wilton tragedy was naturally the subject of much talk. It is a sobering thing to get a glimpse of the underlying sadness of life like that, and there was a disposition at first on the part of the community to behave in his presence in a manner reminiscent of pall-bearers at a funeral. But things soon adjusted themselves. He was outwardly so cheerful that it seemed ridiculous for the rest of us to step softly and speak with hushed voices. After all, when you came to examine it, the thing was his affair, and it was for him to dictate the lines in which it should be treated. If he elected to hide his pain under a bright smile and a laugh like that of a hyena with more than usually keen sense of humor, our line was obviously to follow his lead. We did so, and by degrees the fact that his life was permanently blighted became almost a legend. At the back of our minds we were aware of it, but it did not obtrude itself into the affairs of every day. It was only when someone, forgetting, as Ellerton had done, tried to enlist his sympathy for some misfortune of his own, that the look of pain in his eyes and the sudden tightening of his lips reminded us that he still remembered. Matters had been at this stage for perhaps 2 weeks when Mary Campbell arrived. Sex attraction is so purely a question of the taste of the individual that the wise man never argues about it. He accepts its vagaries as part of the human mystery and leaves it at that. To me there is no charm whatsoever about Mary Campbell. It may have been that, at the moment, I was in love with Grace Bates, Heloise Miller, and Clarice Wembley, for at Maroy Bay, in the summer, a man who is worth his salt is more than equal to 3 love affairs simultaneously. But anyway, she left me cold. Not one thrill could she awaken me. She was small, and to my mind insignificant. Some men said that she had fine eyes. They seemed to me just ordinary eyes, and her hair was just ordinary hair. In fact, ordinary was the word that described her. But from the first it was plain that she seemed wonderful to Wilton, which was all the more remarkable seeing that he was the one man of us who could have got any girl in Maroy Bay that he wanted. When a man is 6 foot high, is a combination of Hercules and Apollo, and plays tennis, golf, and the banjo with almost superhuman vim, his path with the girls of a summer seaside resort is pretty smooth. But, when you add to all these things a tragedy like Wilton's, he can only be described as having a walkover. Girls love a tragedy. At least most girls do. It makes a man interesting to them. Grace Bates was always going on about how interesting Wilton was. So was Heloise Miller. So was Clarice Wembley. But it was not until Mary Campbell came that he displayed any real enthusiasm at all for the feminine element of Maroy Bay. We put it down to the fact that he could not forget. But the real reason, I now know, was that he considered that girls were a nuisance on the links and on the tennis court. I suppose a +2 golfer and a Wilding-esque tennis player, such as Wilton was, does feel like that. Personally, I think that girls add to the fun of the thing. But then, my handicap is 12, and though I have been playing tennis for many years, I doubt if I have got my first serve, the fast one, over the net more than half a dozen times. But Mary Campbell overcame Wilton's prejudices in 24 hours. He seemed to feel lonely on the links without her, and he positively egged her to be his partner in the doubles. What Mary thought of him we did not know. She was one of those inscrutable girls. And so things went on. If it had not been that I knew Wilton's story, I should have classed the thing as one of those summer love affairs to which the Moroy Bay air is so peculiarly conducive. The only reason why anyone comes away from a summer at Moroy Bay unbetrothed is because there are so many girls that he falls in love with that his holiday is up before he can, so to speak, concentrate. But in Wilton's case this was out of the question. A man does not get over the sort of blow he had had, not, at any rate, for many years, and we had gathered that his tragedy was comparatively recent. I doubt if I was ever more astonished in my life than the night when he confided in me. Why he should have chosen me as a confidant I cannot say. I am inclined to think that I happened to be alone with him at the psychological moment when a man must confide in somebody or burst, and Wilton chose the lesser evil. I was strolling along the shore after dinner, smoking a cigar and thinking of Grace Bates, Heloise Miller, and Clarice Wimbley, when I happened upon him. It was a beautiful night, and we sat down and drank it in for a while. The first intimation I had that all was not well with him was when he suddenly emitted a hollow groan. The next moment he had begun to confide. "I'm in the deuce of a hole," he said. "What would you do in my position?" "Yes?" I said. "I propose to marry Campbell this evening." "Congratulations." "Thanks. She refused me." "Refused you?" "Yes, because of Amy." It seemed to me that the narrative required footnotes. "Who is Amy?" I said. "Amy is the girl." "Which girl?" "The girl who died, you know." Mary had got hold of the whole story. In fact, it was the tremendous sympathy she showed that encouraged me to propose. If it hadn't been for that, I shouldn't have had the nerve. I'm not fit to black her shoes. Odd the poor opinion a man always has, when he is in love, of his personal attractions. There were times when I thought of Grace Bates, Heloise Miller, and Clarice Wimbley, when I felt like one of the beasts that perish. But then, I'm nothing to write home about, whereas the smallest gleam of intelligence should have told Wilton that he was a kind of Ouida guardsman. This evening I managed somehow to do it. She was tremendously nice about it, said she was very fond of me and all that, but it was quite out of the question because of Amy. I don't follow this. What did she mean? It's perfectly clear. If you bear in mind that Mary is the most sensitive, spiritual, highly strung girl that ever drew breath, said Wilton, a little coldly, her position is this. She feels that because of Amy she can never have my love completely. Between us there would always be Amy's memory. It would be the same as if she married a widower. Well, widowers marry. They don't marry girls like Mary. I couldn't help feeling that this was a bit of luck for the widowers, but I didn't say so. One has always got to remember that opinions differ about girls. One man's peach, so to speak, is another man's poison. I have met men who didn't like Grace Bates, men who, if Heloise Miller or Clarice Wimbley had given them their photographs, would have used them to cut the pages of a novel. "Amy stands between us," said Wilton. I breathed a sympathetic snort. I couldn't think of anything noticeably suitable to say. "Stands between us," repeated Wilton, "and the damn silly part of the whole thing is that there isn't any Amy. I invented her." "You what?" "I invented her. Made her up. No, I'm not mad. I had a reason. Let me see. You come from London, don't you?" "Yes." "Then you haven't any friends. It's different with me. I live in a small country town and everyone's my friend. I don't know what it is about me, but for some reason, ever since I can remember, I've been looked on as the strong man of my town, the man who's all right. Am I making myself clear?" "Not quite." "Well, what I am trying to get at is this. Either because I'm a strong sort of fellow to look at and have obviously never been sick in my life, or because I can't help looking pretty cheerful, the whole of Bridley in the Wold seems to take it for granted that I can't possibly have any troubles of my own, and that I am consequently fair game for anyone who has any sort of worry. I have the sympathetic manner, and they come to me to be cheered up. If a fellow's in love, he makes a bee-line for me and tells me all about it. If anyone has had a bereavement, I am the rock on which he leans for support. Well, I'm a patient sort of man, and as far as Bridley on the Wold is concerned, I am willing to play the part. but a strong man does need an occasional holiday, and I made up my mind that I would get it. Directly I got here I saw that the same old game was going to start. Spencer Clay swooped down on me at once. I'm as big a draw with the Spencer Clay type of maudlin idiot as catnip is with a cat. Well, I could stand it at home, but I was hanged if I was going to have my holiday spoiled. So I invented Amy. Now do you see? Certainly I see. And I perceive something else which you appear to have overlooked. If Amy doesn't exist, or rather never did exist, she cannot stand between you and Miss Campbell. Tell her what you have told me, and all will be well." He shook his head. "You don't know Mary. She would never forgive me. You don't know what sympathy, what angelic sympathy she has poured out on me about Amy. I can't possibly tell her the whole thing was a fraud. It would make her feel so foolish." "You must risk it. At the worst, you lose nothing." He brightened a little. "No, that's true," he said. "I've half a mind to do it." "Make it a whole mind," I said, "and you win out." I was wrong. Sometimes I am. The trouble was, apparently, that I didn't know Mary. I'm sure Grace Bates, Heloise Miller, or Clarice Wembley would not have acted as she did. They might have been a trifle stunned at first, but they would soon have come around, and all would have been joy. But with Mary, no. What took place at the interview I do not know, but it was swiftly perceived by Maroy Bay that the Wilton-Campbell alliance was off. They no longer walked together, golfed together, and played tennis on the same side of the net. They did not even speak to each other. The rest of the story I can speak of only from hearsay. How it became public property I do not know, but there was a confiding strain in Wilton, and I imagine he confided in someone who confided in someone else. At any rate, it is recorded in Maroy Bay's unwritten archives, from which I now extract it. For some days after the breaking off of diplomatic relations, Wilton seemed too pulverized to resume the offensive. He mooned about the links by himself, playing a shocking game, and generally comported himself like a man who has looked for the escape of gas with a lighted candle. In affairs of love the strongest men generally behave with the most spineless lack of resolution. Wilton weighed 13 stone, and his muscles were like steel cables. But he could not have shown less pluck in this crisis in his life if he had been a poached egg. It was pitiful to see him. Mary, in these days, simply couldn't see that he was on the earth. She looked round him, above him, and through him, but never at him, which was rotten from Wilton's point of view, for he had developed a sort of wistful expression (I am convinced that he practiced it before the mirror after his bath) which should have worked wonders if only he could have got action with it. But she avoided his eye as if he had been a creditor whom she was trying to slide past in the street. She irritated me. To let the breach widen in this way was absurd. Wilton, when I said as much to him, said that it was due to her wonderful sensitiveness and high-strungness, and it was just one more proof to him of the loftiness of her soul and her shrinking horror of any form of deceit. In fact, he gave me the impression that, though the affair was rending his vitals, he took a mournful pleasure in contemplating her perfection. Now one afternoon Wilton took his misery for a long walk along the seashore. He tramped over the sand for some considerable time, and finally pulled up in a little cove backed by high cliffs and dotted with rocks. The shore around Maroy Bay is full of them. By this time the afternoon sun had begun to be too warm for comfort, and it struck Wilton that he could be a great deal more comfortable nursing his wounded heart with his back against one of the rocks than tramping any farther along the sand. Most of the Maroy Bay scenery is simply made as a setting for the nursing of a wounded heart. The cliffs are a somber indigo, sinister and forbidding, and even on the finest days the sea has a curious sullen look. You have only to get away from the crowd near the bathing machines and reach one of these small coves and get your book against a rock and your pipe well alit, and you can simply wallow in misery. I have done it myself. The day when Heloise Miller went golfing with Teddy Bingley, I spent the whole afternoon in one of these retreats. It is true that after 20 minutes of contemplating the breakers I fell asleep, but that is bound to happen. It happened to Wilton. For perhaps half an hour he brooded, then his pipe fell from his mouth and he dropped off into a peaceful slumber. And time went by. It was a touch of cramp that finally woke him. He jumped up with a yell and stood there massaging his calf, and he had hardly got rid of the pain when a startled exclamation broke the primeval stillness, and there, on the other side of the rock, was Mary Campbell. Now, if Wilton had had any inductive reasoning in his composition at all, he would have been tremendously elated. A girl does not creep out to a distant cove at Moroy Bay unless she is unhappy. And if Mary Campbell was unhappy, she must be unhappy about him. And if she was unhappy about him, all he had to do was to show a bit of determination and get the whole thing straightened out. But Wilton, whom grief had reduced to the mental level of an oyster, did not reason this out, and the sight of her deprived him of practically all his faculties, including speech. He just stood there and yammered. "Did you follow me here, Mr. Wilton?" said Mary, very coldly. He shook his head. Eventually he managed to say that he had come there by chance and had fallen asleep under the rock. As this was exactly what Mary had done, she could not reasonably complain. So that concluded the conversation for the time being. She walked away in the direction of Moroy Bay without another word, and presently he lost sight of her round a bend in the cliffs. His position now was exceedingly unpleasant. If she had such a distaste for his presence, common decency made it imperative that he should give her a good start in the homeward journey. He could not tramp along a couple of yards in the rear all the way, so he had to remain where he was until she had got well off the mark. And as he was wearing a thin flannel suit, and the sun had gone in, and a chilly breeze had sprung up, his mental troubles were practically swamped in physical discomfort. Just as he had decided that he could now make a move, he was surprised to see her coming back. Wilton really was elated at this. The construction he put on it was that she had relented and was coming back to fling her arms round his neck. He was just bracing himself for the clash when he caught her eye, and it was cold and unfriendly as the sea. "I must go round the other way," she said. "The water has come up too far on that side." And she walked past him to the other end of the cove. The prospect of another wait chilled Wilton to the marrow. The wind had not grown simply freezing. It had come through his thin suit and roamed about all over him in a manner that caused him exquisite discomfort. He began to jump and keep himself warm. He was leaping heavenwards for the 100th time, when, chancing to glance to one side, he perceived Mary again returning. By this time his physical misery had so completely overcome the softer emotions in his bosom that his only feeling now was one of thorough irritation. It was not fair, he felt, that she should jockey at the start in this way and keep him hanging around there catching cold. He looked at her when she came within range, quite balefully. "It is impossible," she said, "to get around that way either." One grows so accustomed in this world to everything going smoothly that the idea of actual danger had not yet come home to her. From where she stood in the middle of the cove, the sea looked so distant that the fact that it had closed the only ways of getting out was at the moment merely annoying. She felt much the same as she would have felt if she had arrived at a station to catch a train and been told that the train was not running. She therefore seated herself on a rock and contemplated the ocean. Wilton walked up and down. Neither showed any disposition to exercise that gift of speech which places man in a class of his own, above the ox, the ass, the common warthog, and the rest of the lower animals. It was only when a wave swished over the base of her rock that Mary broke the silence. "The tide is coming in," she faltered. She looked at the sea with such altered feelings that it seemed a different sea altogether. There was plenty of it to look at. It filled the entire mouth of the little bay, swirling up the sand and lashing among the rocks in a fashion which made one thought stand out above all others in her mind, the recollection that she could not swim. "Mr. Wilton." Wilton bowed coldly. "Mr. Wilton, the tide. It's coming in." Wilton glanced superciliously at the sea. "So," he said, "I perceive." "But what shall we do?" Wilton shrugged his shoulders. He was feeling at war with nature and humanity combined. The wind had shifted a few points to the east, and was exploring his anatomy with the skill of a qualified surgeon. "We shall drown!" cried Miss Campbell. "We shall drown! We shall drown! We shall drown!" All Wilton's resentment left him. Until he heard that pitiful wail, his only thoughts had been for himself. "Mary," he said, with a wealth of tenderness in his voice. She came to him as a little child comes to its mother, and he put his arm round her. "Oh, Jack!" "My darling!" "I'm frightened." "My precious!" It is in moments of peril, when the chill breath of fear blows upon our souls, clearing them of pettiness, that we find ourselves. She looked about her wildly. "Could we climb the cliffs?" "I doubt it." "If we called for help?" "We could do that." They raised their voices, but the only answer was the crashing of the waves and the cry of the seabirds. The water was swirling at their feet, and they drew back to the shelter of the cliffs. There they stood in silence, watching. "Mary," said Wilton in a low voice, "tell me one thing." "Yes, Jack?" "Have you forgiven me?" "Forgiven you! How can you ask at a moment like this? I love you with all my heart and soul." He kissed her, and a strange look of peace came over his face. "I am happy." "I too." A fleck of foam touched her face, and she shivered. "It was worth it," he said quietly. "If all misunderstandings are cleared away and nothing can come between us again, it is a small price to pay, unpleasant as it will be when it comes." "Perhaps it will not be very unpleasant. They say that drowning is an easy death." "I didn't mean drowning, dearest. I meant a cold in the head." "A cold in the head?" He nodded gravely. "I don't see how it can be avoided. You know how chilly it gets these late summer nights. It will be a long time before we can get away." She laughed a shrill, unnatural laugh. "You are talking like this to keep my courage up. You know in your heart that there is no hope for us. Nothing can save us now. The water will come creeping, creeping." "Let it creep. It can't get past that rock there." "What do you mean?" "It can't. The tide doesn't come up any farther. I know, because I was caught here last week." For a moment she looked at him without speaking. Then she uttered a cry in which relief, surprise, and indignation were so nicely blended that it would have been impossible to say which predominated. He was eyeing the approaching waters with an indulgent smile. "Why didn't you tell me?" she cried. "I did tell you." "You know what I mean. Why did you let me go on thinking we were in danger when—" "We were in danger. We shall probably get pneumonia." "Ew!" "There, you're sneezing already." "I am not sneezing. That was an exclamation of disgust." "It sounded like a sneeze. It must have been, for you've every reason to sneeze. But why you should utter exclamations of disgust I cannot imagine." "I'm disgusted with you, with your meanness. You deliberately tricked me into saying—" "Saying?" She was silent. "What you said was that you loved me with all your heart and soul. You can't get away from that, and it's good enough for me." "Well, it's not true any longer." "Yes, it is," said Wilton comfortably. "Bless it." "It is not. I'm going right away now, and I shall never speak to you again." She moved away from him and prepared to sit down. "There's a jellyfish just where you're going to sit," said Wilton. "I don't care." "It will. I speak from experience as one on whom you have sat so often." "I am not amused." "Have patience. I can be funnier than that." "Please don't talk to me." "Very well." She seated herself with her back to him. Dignity demanded reprisals, so he seated himself with his back to her. And the futile ocean raged towards them, and the wind grew chillier every minute. Time passed, darkness fell, the little bay became a black cavern dotted here and there with white, where the breeze whipped the surface of the water. Wilton sighed. It was lonely sitting there all by himself. How much jollier it would have been if— A hand touched his shoulder, and a voice spoke meekly. "Jack, dear, it's awfully cold. Don't you think if we were to snuggle up—" He reached out and folded her in an embrace which would have aroused the professional enthusiasm of Hackenschmidt and drawn guttural congratulations from Zbyszko. She creaked but did not crack beneath the strain. "That's much nicer," she said softly. "Jack, I don't think the tide's started even to think of going down yet." "I hope not," said Wilton. End of Wilton's Holiday, by P.G. Wodehouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.
Yellow Handkerchief by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Yellow Handkerchief by Jack London. Read by Don W. Jenkins. "I'm not wanting to dictate to you, lad," Charlie said, "but I'm very much against your making a last raid. You've gone safely through rough times with rough men, and it would be a shame to have something happen to you at the very end." "But how can I get out of making a last raid?" I demanded, with the cocksureness of youth. "There always has to be a last, you know, to anything." Charlie crossed his legs, leaned back, and considered the problem. "Very true, but why not call the capture of Dimitrios Kontos the last? You're back from it safe and sound and hearty, for all your good wedding, and his voice broke, and he could not speak for a moment. "And I could never forgive myself if anything happened to you now." I laughed at Charlie's fears while I gave in to the claims of his affection and agreed to consider the last raid already performed. We had been together for 2 years, and now I was leaving the fish patrol in order to go back and finish my education. I had earned and saved money to put me through 3 years at the high school, and though the beginning of the term was several months away, I intended doing a lot of studying for the entrance examinations. My belongings were packed snugly in a sea chest, and I was all ready to buy my ticket and ride down on the train to Oakland when Neil Partington arrived in Benicia. The Reindeer was needed immediately for work far down on the lower bay, and Neil said he intended to run straight for Oakland. As that was his home, and I was to live with his family while going to school, he saw no reason, he said, why I should not put my chest aboard and come along. So the chest went aboard, and in the middle of the afternoon we hoisted the Reindeer's big mainsail and cast off. It was tantalizing fall weather. The sea breeze, which had blown steadily all summer, was gone, and in its place were capricious winds and murky skies which made the time of arriving anywhere extremely problematical. We started on the first of the ebb, and as we slipped down the Carquinez Straits, I looked my last for some time upon Benicia and the Bight at Turner's shipyard, where we had besieged the Lancashire Queen, and had captured Big Alec, the King of the Greeks. And at the mouth of the straits I looked with not a little interest upon the spot where a few days before I should have drowned but for the good that was in the nature of Dimitrios Kontos. A great wall of fog advanced across San Pablo Bay to meet us, and in a few minutes the Reindeer was running blindly through the damp obscurity. Charlie, who was steering, seemed to have an instinct for that kind of work. How he did it, he himself confessed that he did not know, but he had a way of calculating winds, currents, distance, time, drift, and sailing speed that was truly marvelous. "It looks as though it were lifting," Neil Partington said, a couple of hours after we had entered the fog. "Where do you say we are, Charlie?" Charlie looked at his watch. 6 o'clock, and 3 hours more of ebb," he remarked casually. "But where do you say we are?" Neil insisted. Charlie pondered a moment and then answered, "The tide has edged us over a bit out of our course, but if the fog lifts right now, as it is going to lift, you'll find that we're not more than 1,000 miles off McNear's Landing." "You might be a little more definite by a few miles, anyway," Neil grumbled, showing by his tone that he disagreed. "All right, then," Charlie said conclusively, "not less than 1/4 of a mile, nor more than 1/2. The wind freshened with a couple of little puffs, and the fog thinned perceptibly. "McNear's is right off there," Charlie said, pointing directly into the fog on our weather beam. The three of us were peering intently in that direction when the Reindeer struck with a dull crash and came to a standstill. We ran forward and found her bowsprit entangled in the tanned rigging of a short, chunky mast. She had collided head-on with a Chinese junk lying at anchor. At the moment we arrived forward, 5 Chinese, like so many bees, came swarming out of the little 'tween-decks cabin, the sleep still in their eyes. Leading them came a big muscular man, conspicuous for his pock-marked face, and the yellow silk handkerchief swathed about his head. It was Yellow Handkerchief, the Chinaman whom we had arrested for illegal shrimp fishing the year before, and who at that time had nearly sunk the Reindeer, as he had nearly sunk it now by violating the rules of navigation. "What do you mean, you yellow-faced heathen, lying there in a fairway without a horn going?" Charlie cried hotly. "Mean?" Neil calmly answered. "Just take a look, that's what he means." Our eyes followed the direction indicated by Neil's finger, and we saw the open amidships of the junk half filled, as we found on closer examination, with fresh-caught shrimps. Mingled with the shrimps were myriads of small fish from a quarter of an inch upward in size. Yellow Handkerchief had lifted the trap net at high water slack, and, taking advantage of the concealment offered by the fog, had boldly been lying by, waiting to lift the net again at low water slack. "Well," Neil hummed and hawed, "in all my varied and extensive experience as a fish patrolman, I must say this is the easiest capture I ever made. What'll we do with them, Charlie?" "Tow the junk into San Rafael, of course," came the answer. Charlie turned to me. "You stand by the junk, lad, and I'll pass you a towing line. If the wind doesn't fail us, we'll make the creek before the tide gets too low. Sleep at San Rafael, and arrive in Oakland tomorrow by midday." So saying, Charlie and Neil returned to the Reindeer and got under way, the junk towing astern. I went aft and took charge of the prize, steering by means of an antiquated tiller and a rudder with large diamond-shaped holes through which the water rushed back and forth. By now, the last of the fog had vanished, and Charlie's estimate of our position was confirmed by the sight of McNear's Landing a short half-mile away. Following, along the west shore, we rounded Point Pedro in plain view of the Chinese shrimp villages, and a great to-do was raised when they saw one of their junks towing behind the familiar fish patrol sloop. The wind coming off the land was rather puffy and uncertain, and it would have been more to our advantage had it been stronger. San Rafael Creek, up which we had to go to reach the town and turn over our prisoners to the authorities, ran through wide-stretching marshes and was difficult to navigate on a falling tide, while at low tide it was impossible to navigate at all. So, with the tide already half ebbed, it was necessary for us to make time. This the heavy junk prevented, lumbering along behind and holding the Reindeer back by just so much dead weight. "Tell those coolies to get up that sail," Charlie finally called to me. "We don't want to hang up on the mud flats for the rest of the night." I repeated the order to Yellow Handkerchief, who mumbled it huskily to his men. He was suffering from a bad cold, which doubled him up in convulsive coughing spells and made his eyes heavy and bloodshot. This made him more evil-looking than ever, and when he glared viciously at me I remembered with a shiver the close shave I had had with him at the time of his previous arrest. His crew sullenly tailed on to the halyards, and the strange outlandish sail, lateen in rig and dyed in a warm brown, rose in the air. We were sailing on the wind, and when Yellow Handkerchief flattened down the sheet, the junk forged ahead and the tow line went slack. Fast as the Reindeer could sail, the junk outsailed her, and to avoid running her down, I hauled a little closer on the wind. But the junk likewise outpointed. In a couple of minutes I was abreast of the Reindeer and to windward. The tow line had now tautened at right angles to the two boats, and the predicament was laughable. "Cast off," I shouted. Charlie hesitated. "It's all right," I added. "Nothing can happen. We'll make the creek on this tack, and you'll be right behind me all the way up to San Rafael." At this Charlie cast off, and Yellow Handkerchief sent one of his men forward to haul in the line. In the gathering darkness I could just make out the mouth of San Rafael Creek, and by the time we entered it I could barely see its banks. The Reindeer was fully 5 minutes astern, and we continued to leave her astern as we beat up the narrow winding channel. With Charlie behind us, it seemed I had little to fear from my 5 prisoners, but the darkness prevented my keeping a sharp eye on them, so I transferred my revolver from my trousers pocket to the side pocket of my coat, where I could more quickly put my hand on it. Yellow Handkerchief was the one I feared, and that he knew it and made use of it subsequent events will show. He was sitting a few feet away from me on what happened to be the weather side of the junk. I could scarcely see the outlines of his form, but I soon became convinced that he was slowly, very slowly, edging closer to me. I watched him carefully. Steering with my left hand, I slipped my right into my pocket and got hold of the revolver. I saw him shift along for a couple of inches, and I was just about to order him back. The words were trembling on the tip of my tongue, when I was struck with a great force by a heavy figure that had leaped through the air upon me from the lee side. It was one of the crew. He pinioned my right arm so that I could not withdraw my hand from my pocket, and at the same time clapped his other hand over my mouth. Of course I could have struggled away from him and freed my hand or gotten my mouth clear so that I might cry in alarm, but in a trice Yellow Handkerchief was on top of me. I struggled around to no purpose in the bottom of the junk while my legs and arms were tied and my mouth securely bound in what I afterward found to be a cotton shirt. Then I was left lying in the bottom. Yellow Handkerchief took the tiller, issuing his orders in whispers, and from our position at the time, and from the alteration of the sail, which I could dimly make out above me as a blot against the stars, I knew the junk was being headed into the mouth of a small slough which emptied at that point into San Rafael Creek. In a couple of moments we ran softly alongside the bank, and the sail was silently lowered. The Chinese kept very quiet. Yellow Handkerchief sat down in the bottom alongside of me, and I could feel him straining to repress his raspy, hacking cough. Possibly 7 or 8 minutes later I heard Charlie's voice as the Reindeer went past the mouth of the slough. "I can't tell you how relieved I am," I could plainly hear him saying to Neil, "that the lad has finished with the fish patrol without accident." Here Neil said something which I could not catch, and then Charlie's voice went on. "The youngster takes naturally to the water, and if when he finishes high school he takes a course in navigation and goes to deep sea, I see no reason why he shouldn't rise to be master of the finest and biggest ship afloat." It was all very flattering to me, but lying there bound and gagged by my prisoners, with the voices growing faint and fainter as the Reindeer slipped on through the darkness toward San Rafael, I must say I was not in quite the proper situation to enjoy my smiling future. With the Reindeer went my last hope. What was to happen next I could not imagine, for the Chinese were a different race from mine, and from what I knew I was confident that fair play was no part of their make-up. After waiting a few minutes longer, the crew hoisted the lateen sail, and Yellow Handkerchief steered down toward the mouth of San Rafael Creek. The tide was getting lower, and he had difficulty in escaping the mud banks. I was hoping he would run aground, but he succeeded in making the bay without accident. As we passed out of the creek, a noisy discussion arose, which I knew related to me. Yellow Handkerchief was vehement, but the other 4 as vehemently opposed him. It was very evident that he advocated doing away with me, and that they were afraid of the consequences. I was familiar enough with the Chinese character to know that fear alone restrained them, but what plan they offered in place of Yellow Handkerchief's murderous one I could not make out. My feelings, as my fate hung in the balance, may be guessed. The discussion developed into a quarrel, in the midst of which Yellow Handkerchief unshipped the heavy tiller and sprang toward me. But his 4 companions threw themselves between, and a clumsy struggle took place for possession of the tiller. In the end Yellow Handkerchief was overcome and sullenly returned to the steering, while they soundly berated him for his rashness. Not long after, the sail was run down, and the junk slowly urged forward by means of the sweeps. I felt it ground gently on the soft mud. 3 of the Chinese, they all wore long sea boots, got over the side, and the other 2 passed me across the rail. With Yellow Handkerchief at my legs and his 2 companions at my shoulders, they began to flounder along through the mud. After some time their feet struck firmer footing, and I knew that they were carrying me up some beach. The location of this beach was not doubtful in my mind. It could be none other than one of the Marin Islands, a group of rocky islets which lay off the Marin County shore. When they reached the firm sand that marked high tide, I was dropped, and none too gently. Yellow Handkerchief kicked me spitefully in the ribs, and then the trio floundered back through the mud to the junk. A moment later I heard the sail go up and slat in the wind as they drew in the sheet. Then silence fell, and I was left to my own devices for getting free. I remembered having seen tricksters writhe and squirm out of ropes with which they were bound, but though I writhed and squirmed like a good fellow, the knots remained as hard as ever, and there was no appreciable slack. In the course of my squirming, however, I rolled over upon a heap of clamshells, the remains evidently of some yachting party's clambake. This gave me an idea. My hands were tied behind my back, and, clutching a shell in them, I rolled over and over up the beach till I came to the rocks I knew to be there. Rolling around and searching, I finally discovered a narrow crevice into which I shoved the shell. The edge of it was sharp, and across the sharp edge I proceeded to saw the rope that bound my wrists. The edge of the shell was also brittle, and I broke it by bearing too heavily upon it. Then I rolled back to the heap and returned with as many shells as I could carry in both hands. I broke many shells, cut my hands a number of times, and got cramps in my legs from my strained position and my exertions. While I was suffering from the cramps and resting, I heard a familiar halloo drift across the water. It was Charlie, searching for me. The gag in my mouth prevented me from replying, and I could only lie there helplessly fuming while he rowed past the island and his voice slowly lost itself in the distance. I returned to the sawing process, and at the end of half an hour succeeded in severing the rope. The rest was easy. My hands once free, it was a matter of minutes to loosen my legs and to take the gag out of my mouth. I ran around the island to make sure it was an island and not by any chance a portion of the mainland. An island it certainly was, one of the Marin group, fringed with a sandy beach and surrounded by a sea of mud. Nothing remained but to wait till daylight and to keep warm, for it was a cold, raw night for California, just enough wind to pierce the skin and cause one to shiver. To keep up the circulation, I ran around the island a dozen times or so, and clambered across its rocky backbone as many times more, all of which was of greater service to me, as I afterward discovered, than merely to warm me up. In the midst of this exercise, I wondered if I had lost anything out of my pockets while rolling over and over in the sand. A search showed the absence of my revolver and pocket-knife. The first yellow handkerchief had taken, but the knife had been lost in the sand. I was hunting for it when the sound of rowlocks came to my ears. At first, of course, I thought of Charlie, but on second thought I knew Charlie would be calling out as he rowed along. A sudden premonition of danger seized me. The Marin Islands are lonely places. Chance visitors in the dead of night are hardly to be expected. What if it were Yellow Handkerchief? The sound made by the rowlocks grew more distinct. I crouched in the sand and listened intently. The boat, which I judged a small skiff from the quick stroke of the oars, was landing in the mud about 50 yards up the beach. I heard a raspy, hacking cough, and my heart stood still. It was Yellow Handkerchief. Not to be robbed of his revenge by his more cautious companions, he had stolen away from the village and come back alone. I did some swift thinking. I was unarmed and helpless on a tiny islet, and a yellow barbarian, whom I had reason to fear, was coming after me. Any place was safer than the island, and I turned instinctively to the water, or rather to the mud. As he began to flounder ashore through the mud, I started to flounder out into it, going over the same course which the Chinese had taken in landing me and in returning to the junk. Yellow Handkerchief, believing me to be lying tightly bound, exercised no care but came ashore noisily. This helped me, for, under the shield of his noise and making no more myself than necessary, I managed to cover 50 feet by the time he had made the beach. Here I lay down in the mud. It was cold and clammy and made me shiver, but I did not care to stand up and run the risk of being discovered by his sharp eyes. He walked down the beach straight to where he had left me lying, and I had a fleeting feeling of regret at not being able to see his surprise when he did not find me. But it was a very fleeting regret, for my teeth were chattering with the cold. What his movements were after that I had largely to deduce from the facts of the situation, for I could scarcely see him in the dim starlight. But I was sure that the first thing he did was to make the circuit of the beach to learn if landings had been made by other boats. This he would have known at once by the tracks through the mud. Convinced that no boat had removed me from the island, he next started to find out what had become of me. Beginning at the pile of clamshells, he lighted matches to trace my tracks in the sand. At such times I could see his villainous face plainly, and when the sulphur from the matches irritated his lungs, between the raspy cough that followed and the clammy mud in which I was lying, I confess I shivered harder than ever. The multiplicity of my footprints puzzled him. Then the idea that I might be out in the mud must have struck him, for he waded out a few yards in my direction, and, stooping with his eyes, searched the dim surface long and carefully. He could not have been more than 15 feet from me, and had he lighted a match he would surely have discovered me. He returned to the beach and clambered about over the rocky backbone, again hunting for me with lighted matches. The closeness of the shave impelled me to further flight. Not daring to wade upright on account of the noise made by floundering, and by the suck of the mud, I remained lying down in the mud and propelled myself over its surface by means of my hands. Still keeping the trail made by the Chinese in going from and to the junk, I held on until I reached the water. Into this I waded to a depth of 3 feet, and then I turned off to the side on a line parallel with the beach. The thought came to me of going toward Yellow Handkerchief's skiff and escaping in it, but at that very moment he returned to the beach, and as though fearing the very thing I had in mind, he slushed out through the mud to assure himself that the skiff was safe. This turned me in the opposite direction. Half swimming, half wading, with my head just out of the water, and avoiding splashing, I succeeded in putting about 100 feet between myself and the spot where the Chinese had begun to wade ashore from the junk. I drew myself out on the mud and remained lying flat. Again Yellow Handkerchief returned to the beach and made a search of the island, and again he returned to the heap of clamshells. I knew what was running in his mind as well as he did himself. No one could leave or land without making tracks in the mud. The only tracks to be seen were those leading from his skiff and from where the junk had been. I was not on the island. I must have left it by one or the other of those two tracks. He had just been over the one to his skiff, and was certain I had not left that way. Therefore I could have left the island only by going over the tracks of the junk landing. This he proceeded to verify by wading out over them himself, lighting matches as he came along. When he arrived at the point where I had first lain, I knew, by the matches he burned and the time he took, that he had discovered the marks left by my body. These he followed straight to the water and into it, but in 3 feet of water he could no longer see them. On the other hand, as the tide was still falling, he could easily make out the impression made by the junk's bow, and could have likewise made out the impression of any other boat if it had landed at that particular spot. But there was no such mark, and I knew that he was absolutely convinced that I was hiding somewhere in the mud. But to hunt on a dark night for a boy in a sea of mud would be like hunting for a needle in a haystack, and he did not attempt it. Instead, he went back to the beach and prowled around for some time. I was hoping he would give me up and go, for by this time I was suffering severely from the cold. At last he waded out to his skiff and rowed away. What if this departure of Yellow Handkerchief's were a sham? What if he had done it merely to entice me ashore? The more I thought of it, the more certain I became that he had made a little too much noise with his oars as he rowed away. So I remained lying in the mud and shivering. I shivered until the muscles of the small of my back ached and pained me as badly as the cold, and I had need of all my self-control to force myself to remain in my miserable situation. It was well that I did, however, for possibly an hour later I thought I could make out something moving on the beach. I watched intently, but my ears were rewarded first by a raspy cough I knew only too well. Yellow Handkerchief had sneaked back, landed on the other side of the island, and crept around to surprise me if I had returned. After that, though hours passed without sign of him, I was afraid to return to the island at all. On the other hand, I was almost equally afraid that I should die of the exposure I was undergoing. I had never dreamed one could suffer so. I grew so cold and numb finally that I ceased to shiver, but my muscles and bones began to ache in a way that was agony. The tide had long since begun to rise, and foot by foot it drove me in toward the beach. High water came at 3 o'clock, and at 3 o'clock I drew myself up on the beach, more dead than alive, and too helpless to have offered any resistance had Yellow Handkerchief swooped down on me. But no Yellow Handkerchief appeared. He had given me up and gone back to Point Pedro. Nevertheless, I was in a deplorable, not to say a dangerous condition. I could not stand upon my feet, much less walk. My clammy, muddy garments clung to me like sheets of ice. I thought I should never get them off. So numb and lifeless were my fingers, and so weak was I that it seemed to take an hour to get off my shoes. I had not the strength to break the porpoise hide laces, and the knots defied me. I repeatedly beat my hands upon the rocks to get some sort of life into them. Sometimes I felt sure I was going to die. But in the end, after several centuries it seemed to me, I got off the last of my clothes. The water was now close at hand, and I crawled painfully into it and washed the mud from my naked body. Still I could not get on my feet and walk, and I was afraid to lie still. Nothing remained but to crawl weakly like a snail, and at the cost of constant pain, up and down the sand. I kept this up as long as possible, but as the east paled with the coming of dawn, I began to succumb. The sky grew rosy red, and the golden rim of the sun, showing above the horizon, found me lying helpless and motionless among the clamshells. As in a dream, I saw the familiar mainsail of the Reindeer as she slipped out of San Rafael Creek on a light puff of morning air. This dream was very much broken. There are intervals I can never recollect on looking back over it. 3 things, however, I distinctly remember. The first sight of the Reindeer's mainsail, her lying at anchor a few hundred feet away and a small boat leaving her side, and the cabin stove roaring red hot, myself swathed all over with blankets except on chest and shoulders, which Charlie was pounding and mauling unmercifully, and my mouth and throat burning with the coffee which Neil Partington was pouring down a trifle too hot. But burn or no burn, I tell you it felt good. By the time we arrived in Oakland, I was as limber and strong as ever, though Charlie and Neil Partington were afraid I was going to have pneumonia. And Mrs. Partington, for my first 6 months of school, kept an anxious eye upon me to discover the first symptoms of consumption. Time flies. It seems but yesterday that I was a lad of 16 on the fish patrol. Yet I know that I arrived this very morning from China with a quick passage to my credit and master of the barkentine Harvester, and I know that tomorrow morning I shall run over to Oakland and see Neil Partington and his wife and family, and later on up to Benicia to see Charlie LeGrant and talk over old times. No, I shall not go to Benicia, now that I think about it. I expect to be a highly interested party to a wedding shortly to take place. Her name is Alice Partington, and since Charlie has promised to be best man, he will have to come down to Oakland instead. End of Yellow Handkerchief by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com.